Crackle! Crackle! Summer weather is the most unpredictable. As soon as Xingye came out of the company, a torrential rain immediately fell from the sky, soaking all of Xingye's clothes. But Xingye didn't care about these at all. His mind kept replaying what happened in the company just now. Xingye, you are fired! Why? Xingye's face was full of dissatisfaction. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth at the company manager with a big belly in front of him. The company manager sneered. You are asked to mind your own business? Lan Ling was willing to be molested by the chairman's son in public? Xingye heard it and immediately understood the reason. He was angry and helpless, but he didn't regret it at all. He grew up alone since he was a child. After experiencing several years of social life, he also understood many social unspoken rules, but his passion and unyieldingness made him always keep his original heart. But the result of keeping his original heart was not as good as people believed. He lost the job he had spent several months to find. Wow! A car with red taillights flashed past Xingye, splashing the dirty water on the ground and soaking Xingye's already wet clothes again. Looking down at the 1,000 yuan in his hand that had been soaked by the heavy rain, Xingye smiled, and then cried. The world is so big, but there is no place for me. What a sad thing it is. The colorful neon lights on the tall buildings in the distance could not illuminate or dispel the darkness here in Xingye. If I could start over again, I would not ask for great wealth, but only for a happy and complete family. How great it would be, Xingye murmured to himself. As you wish. A vague voice sounded in Xingye's mind. Xingye, who had completely lost confidence in this society, raised his head in confusion and tried to explore the source of the sound. Boom! Along with the dazzling lightning, a lightning bolt fell from the sky at an unparalleled speed and landed on Xingye. After a long time, this place swallowed by darkness returned to its previous calm, with only a few red paper money spinning and floating in the air. Hoshino! Hoshino! Hurry up and get up. Today is your first day in the 4th grade. Don't be late. A gentle voice sounded beside Hoshino's ear. Hoshino suddenly opened his eyes, but he closed his eyes again because he couldn't adapt to the glaring light. After a few seconds, his eyes got better and he opened his eyes again. Then he saw a middle-aged woman with a bun looking at him with a smile. Mom, Hoshino blurted out instinctively, but the next second Hoshino was stunned. He grew up alone since he was a child. Where did his mother come from? Suddenly a memory came to his mind. Uda Hoshino, a Japanese elementary school student, lives in Tsukimidai, Narima District, Tokyo. Don't be in a daze, kid. Get ready and eat. Udariko smiled and patted Hoshino's head and went out. Hoshino still felt incredible until Udariko left the room. He was reborn. What a fantastic thing. While thinking about things, Hoshino instinctively put on his clothes and packed his school bag. Standing in front of a mirror as tall as a person, a handsome boy with heroic brows appeared in the mirror. It looks good, Hoshino nodded with satisfaction, carrying his school bag and walked out of the bedroom to the dining room. As soon as he entered the dining room, Hoshino saw Uda Keita and Udariko sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. He sat down at the dining table, put his school bag on the chair next to him, and then Hoshino picked up a piece of bread and ate it. Hoshino, today is your first day of transfer. You must leave a good impression on your classmates. Udariko put down the bread in her hand and told Hoshino, I will, Mom. Hoshino, who had integrated the memory of his previous life, replied without any discomfort. Because he was eating bread, he was still a little slurred. Well, I believe in Hoshino, Udariko said affirmatively. Based on Hoshino's good performance in the past, she firmly believed what Hoshino said. Eat slowly, or you will choke. Looking at Hoshino, who was eating voraciously, Udariko said with some amusement, It's not like there is not enough food. Why are you eating so fast? I'm done. Hoshino stood up and put on his school bag, but before he left the chair, Udariko called him. Wait, take this umbrella. It's raining outside. Looking at the impatient Hoshino, Udariko picked up a small black umbrella from her side and handed it to Hoshino. It seemed that she had prepared it a long time ago. Hoshino took the small black umbrella from Udariko's hand, and then he remembered that it was raining outside, so he turned on the light in the bedroom just now because the sky would be darker under the cover of dark clouds. Thank you, Mom. Hoshino smiled and walked out of the restaurant with his school bag and umbrella. From the time Hoshino entered the restaurant to the time Hoshino left home, Uda Keita didn't say a word from beginning to end, but Hoshino didn't care, because in the memory of his previous life, Uda Keita rarely spoke, especially when he spoke to him. Click! Looking at the closed door, Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief. Although he seemed to be very normal just now, it was actually the result of his strong suppression. Tap, tap, tap! After walking up more than a dozen steps, Hoshino walked out of the apartment. Maybe it was because of his previous wish. His family was not very rich in this life. His parents were ordinary workers in the electronics factory, with little income and could only afford to rent an apartment. The villa-like houses like Nobita, Shizuka, and others in the Doraemon world are not affordable for ordinary people. But Hoshino was not disappointed with this, and was even very satisfied. After all, he had been reborn once and had a warm and harmonious family. After coming out of his apartment on the first floor, Hoshino walked towards the gate of the community. Since his apartment building was very close to the gate of the community, it took him less than a minute to walk out of the community and come to the road. Because the class was at 8 o'clock, Hoshino looked at the time when he went out. It should be around 7:30 at this time. It only takes more than 10 minutes to walk from home to school, and the remaining time is enough for him to get to school. So Hoshino was not in a hurry and walked slowly towards the school while observing the surrounding environment. Various Japanese-style buildings, cars passing by on the road, office workers holding umbrellas or wearing raincoats and rushing to the subway station, and old men and women who got up early for morning exercises and sat on chairs in the park that were used to block the sun and rain because it was raining. Thinking of the good life he would face in the future, Hoshino's mood became more and more comfortable, and he couldn't help humming the tune of the song he liked to listen to in his previous life. Fat Tiger, give me back the comic book I lent you yesterday. Otherwise I will be rude to you. Ha ha ha, Suneo, are you daydreaming? You want to take back what's in my hands? What's more, I haven't finished reading it yet. Daydreaming. Hoshino stopped walking as if struck by lightning, and stood there staring blankly at a fat boy and a skinny boy who ran past him. The two boys didn't run very fast because they were holding umbrellas, and they looked particularly funny because of the umbrellas. No way? Could it be that I didn't come to the Japan of my previous life, or the Japan of the parallel universe, but the Doraemon world? Hoshino stood there staring blankly at Fat Tiger and Suneo running away, and finally disappeared at the corner of the street. Hiss! It hurts! Hoshino pinched his thigh hard to confirm that this was real, and he was not dreaming. No, I can't be so careless. What if this is just role-playing or coincidence? Although he thought so in his heart, Xingye himself didn't believe his own guess. Ding! The protagonists of the world are detected. The God-level sign-in system is binding. Binding 1%, binding 50%, binding successful. God-level sign-in system? Hearing the voice coming from his mind, Xingye's originally steady breathing became rapid. The system is a mysterious thing. No one knows where it comes from, where it will go, and what its final destination is. But none of this is important. What is important is that according to Xingye's many years of online reading experience in his previous life, the future of the system owner is unpredictable, and the achievements of the system owner are also unpredictable. System, introduce your function. Xingye muttered in his heart. The host can sign in anywhere, sign in once a day, and can choose a fixed sign-in location every month. After choosing a fixed sign-in location, you can use your mind to come to this fixed sign-in location to sign in at any time. The cold and ruthless voice of the system sounded in Xingye's mind. Get something for nothing? Hearing the introduction of the system's functions, Xingye frowned. He knew that there is no free lunch in the world, and pie will not fall from the sky. Of course not. The system will issue tasks from time to time, and the host must complete the tasks issued by the system. Otherwise, the daily sign-in will be changed to weekly sign-in or even monthly sign-in or annual sign-in. It will not be changed back to daily sign-in until the host completes the next task issued by the system. Of course, there will be special rewards from the system after each task is completed. If that's the case, I don't have to worry too much. Xingye muttered in his heart. The rain in the sky was getting smaller and smaller, and finally almost stopped. Seeing this, Xingye also put away his umbrella. While walking towards the school, he was also thinking about the God-level sign-in system in his mind. Through the words before the God-level sign-in system was bound, Xingye was 100% sure that this was the world with Doraemon. Looking at the peers walking around in groups of 3 or 4, Hoshino suddenly thought of something. The school he was going to was Tsukimidai Elementary School. and Nobita's school was also Tsukimidai Elementary School. Thinking of this, Hoshino's heart couldn't help but beat violently. Isn't it such a coincidence? Hoshino's heart was filled with expectations and uneasiness, and his walking speed unconsciously became a little faster. By the way, system, is there a character panel? Hoshino seemed to have thought of something and said in his mind, "Yes!" The next second, a transparent blue projection that only Hoshino could see appeared in front of Hoshino. Physical strength, 0.6, 1 for an average adult. Speed, 0.5, 1 for an average adult. Spirit, 0.7 for an average adult. Backpack, 1 cubic meter. Number of sign-ins remaining today? Looking at the number of sign-ins remaining on the character panel, Hoshino wanted to use it immediately, but thinking that he was on the road, he probably couldn't sign anything good. So under the suppression of reason, Hoshino didn't sign in immediately, but wanted to see if there was a better sign-in place to sign in. After all, there was still a day. When Hoshino arrived at school, it was already 7:50. Hoshino naturally didn't have a luxury like a watch. The reason he knew the time was because of the clock hanging in the center of the teaching building. There was an endless stream of people in front of the school gate. In addition to students, there were also parents who picked up and dropped off their children. Hoshino originally just wanted to be a little transparent and secretly go to his class, but the environment really didn't allow it. Hey, look, this guy is so handsome. How come I haven't seen him before? Wow, he's really handsome. Maybe he's a new student. Stop being a fangirl. Hurry up, class is about to start. Such words kept coming from around Hoshino, and Hoshino touched his face and thought to himself, "Ah, my beauty that has nowhere to go." My class is grade 4, 3. When he arrived in front of the teaching building, Hoshino spent some time observing the building and found that the first floor was full of first-grade students. So, by analogy, the fourth-grade students would naturally be on the fourth floor. After knowing where his classroom was, Hoshino didn't delay any further and went straight to the fourth floor. I hope I'm in the same class with Nobita and others. Hoshino prayed in his heart that if he was in the same class with Nobita and others, his chances of participating in the adventure would undoubtedly increase a lot. He was also thinking in his heart, what would he get if he signed in at the various fantasy locations that appeared in the adventure? In this regard, Hoshino was very much looking forward to it. Tap, tap, tap. Under the gaze of a group of girls with stars in their eyes, Hoshino came to his class. In order to reduce his presence, Hoshino chose to enter from the back door, but it was useless. A female classmate turned her head and looked at him after hearing the sound of the back door being opened, and then she screamed. In the scream of this female classmate, all the students in the class looked at Hoshino, who was sitting in the last row. Looking at dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him, Hoshino's previous complacency suddenly disappeared without a trace. Being too handsome is also a kind of trouble, and Hoshino is also very strange. He knows that he is handsome, but it shouldn't cause such a big reaction, right? And, are Japanese elementary school students so precocious? Looking at the simple love letters handed over one by one from the front, and the 4 big words written on the love letter, "I like you," the corners of Hoshino's mouth twitched. Ding-ling-ling! Just when Hoshino was at a loss with the love letter in his hand, the bell for class finally rang. After hearing the bell for class, other students in the classroom turned their heads and resumed their correct sitting posture. After all, my teacher Cheng Rongyilang still attaches great importance to class discipline. Huh? Hoshino couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that no one continued to look at him, and at the same time put the love letter in his hand into the drawer. However, when he put it completely into the drawer, driven by curiosity, Hoshino also glanced at a beautiful name in the lower right corner of the love letter, Maki Chiyuki. Combining the memory of his previous life in his mind, Hoshino knew that the first 2 characters were the surname and the last 2 characters were the given name, which was similar to the tradition of China, but it was different in the West. Western countries all did it the other way around. Maki Chiyuki? The name sounds pretty good. Hoshino thought silently, but he didn't care, just regarded it as a prank. When Hoshino put the love letter into the drawer, a girl with long black hair in the front row looked back at him. After putting the love letter away, Hoshino looked up and happened to meet the girl's eyes that were flashing with an inexplicable spirit. Then the girl's face suddenly turned red and turned her head away. This scene made Hoshino confused. Could this love letter be written by her? Hoshino couldn't help but think. But before Hoshino could think too much, he was called to the podium by a middle-aged man with a briefcase on his waist who walked into the classroom. Hoshino, please introduce yourself to everyone. From now on, you will be a member of our class. Cheng Rongyilang said to Hoshino with a smile. Hearing what Cheng Rongyilang said, Hoshino was about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by a boy wearing a yellow short-sleeved shirt, black shorts, and round glasses who broke in from the door. Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm late again. The boy standing at the door lowered his head embarrassedly. Nobita, what can I say to you? Today is the first day of school. You are late, you are hopeless. Narichiro said to Nobita helplessly. The same old rules, stand outside for a class. Yes, teacher. Nobita left the classroom door as if relieved and stood beside the classroom door. However, when he left everyone's sight, Nobita also looked at Hoshino, who was standing next to Narichiro. When Nobita looked at Hoshino, Hoshino also looked at Nobita. Is this Nobita? Sure enough, he looks silly and stupid just like in the original. Hoshino couldn't help muttering in his heart. But such a person can have a partner like Doraemon. It's really enviable. Looking at Nobita standing at the door of the classroom, Hoshino sighed in his heart. Haha, Nobita is late again. As expected, Nobita is worthy of being Nobita. That's right. A loud laugh and a mocking voice echoed in the originally quiet classroom, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the classroom. Fat Tiger, Tsuneo, do you two want to go out and experience the punishment of standing? Because Nobita was late on the first day of school, Cheng Rongyilang, who was already in a bad mood, looked at Fat Tiger and Tsuneo, sitting in the third row from the left, and said word by word, with gritted teeth. As soon as Cheng Rongyilang finished speaking, Fat Tiger and Tsuneo stopped laughing and looked at Cheng Rongyilang awkwardly. And Hoshino also knew the location and appearance of Fat Tiger and Tsuneo through the eyes of everyone. When he was on the road before, Hoshino was only concerned with being shocked that he came to the Doraemon world, and didn't take a good look at Fat Tiger and Tsuneo's appearance. Huh? Cheng Rongyilang did not care about Fat Tiger and Tsuneo anymore, but turned around and looked at Hoshino with an apologetic face and said embarrassedly, Hoshino-san, I'm so sorry. Please continue with your previous self-introduction. Okay, teacher. Hoshino nodded to Cheng Rongyilang, then turned around and stood in the middle of the podium to introduce himself. Hello, classmates. My name is Uda Hoshino. My last name is Uda. My first name is Hoshino. I just came to Tokyo from Osaka, and I'm not very familiar with this place. I hope that I can become a classmate who helps each other in study in the future. Of course, I hope that I can become friends with each of you. Thank you, everyone. Pa 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 pa. After Hoshino finished his self-introduction, the classroom was immediately filled with enthusiastic applause. Hoshino-san, you go to that seat. Cheng Rongyilang pointed to a seat and said to Hoshino. Following the direction pointed by Seiichiro, Hoshino immediately saw an empty seat on the right. Sitting next to that seat was the girl who had blushed when she looked at him. Okay, teacher. Hoshino replied politely, and then walked to the empty seat and sat down. Hello, my name is Chiyuki. Chiyuki looked at the handsome boy sitting next to her and said with courage. Hello. Hoshino naturally said the same. Do you believe in love at first sight? Chiyuki asked Hoshino carefully in a low voice. Hoshino touched his face, feeling a little embarrassed, not knowing how to answer. It must be said that Chiyuki is actually very beautiful. Although she is still young now, you can already see her beautiful face in the future. But Hoshino was at least 20 years old in his previous life. For such a little girl, he has not yet changed his mentality and said that he really has no feelings for Chiyuki, who looks like a child now. Maybe he will have feelings in the future, but he definitely doesn't have any feelings now, not to mention that they just met. Just at this time, Cheng Rongyilang reminded them that the class was about to start, which made Hoshino feel relieved and turned his head away. Seeing Hoshino turning his head to listen carefully, Chiyuki felt a little discouraged. This was the first time in her life that she mustered up the courage to confess her feelings, but she didn't expect it to fail. Where should I go to sign in? Hoshino turned his head and stared at the blackboard. He looked like he was listening carefully, but in fact he was thinking about where to sign in after the class today. As for listening to Cheng Rongyilang's lectures, not to mention that Hoshino went to college in his previous life. His predecessor had already taught himself all the courses in the entire elementary school during the summer vacation of the 3rd grade, and he had a solid grasp of it, which made Hoshino himself sigh again and again. His predecessor was a real genius who was far better than the academic master Dekisugi. And his predecessor's ideal was also very ambitious. That is, to become the most popular profession in Japan. Scientist. You have to know that in Japan, scientists are a profession that is truly respected and admired by the whole nation. The annual income of truly famous scientists is enough to be on par with those so-called stars in Hoshino's previous life. Generally, the income of scientists with a little fame can be on par with white-collar and blue-collar workers. If I hadn't traveled through time, maybe my predecessor would really become one of the top scientists in Japan. Hoshino couldn't help but think. The class that Narichiro was taking was a math class. In Hoshino's opinion, the things on the blackboard were so simple that they couldn't be simpler. If he didn't think about something else, wandering, he would probably fall asleep soon. Fortunately, a class only lasts 45 minutes. At the beginning of the class, he was delayed a little because of Nobita's matter. In addition to Hoshino's immersive listening, thinking about where to sign in, the bell for the end of get out of class rang soon. Ding-ling-ling. Okay, this class is over here, classmates. Bang! Before Narichiro said the word get out of class dismissed, the door of the classroom was violently kicked open from the outside. A man wrapped in a black tights with only 2 fierce eyes on his face came into the sight of Xingye and others. Xingye's pupils shrank suddenly. The man in black who appeared at the door took only a few steps and crossed a distance of more than 10 meters to his side. No, to be more precise, he came to Qianshui's side. After coming to Qianshui's side, the man in black grabbed one of Qianshui's arms like a killer with many years of experience and rushed out. Ah! Qianshui screamed in fear and stretched out her hand to Xingye, who was sitting next to her, for help. Xingye said that he didn't know how many muscles were pulled at that time, and he actually stretched out his hand to grab Qianshui's hand. As a result, Qianshui was not pulled back, and Xingye was also taken away by the man in black. The man in black saw that Xingye also followed up and frowned. Forget it, you're looking for death. I can't stop you. The man in black thought so in his heart, but at this time he had already left the classroom with Chiyuki and Hoshino. Strangely enough, the speed of the man in black was not affected at all. Half a minute after the man in black left the classroom, a burly man hurried into the classroom. When he saw Chiyuki's empty seat, his heart skipped a beat. Damn it, if I wasn't a power-type mutant, how could I let you take the lady away? The burly man thought angrily in his heart, and then left the classroom. It was only after the burly man left the classroom that Cheng reacted. In such a short period of less than a minute, such a thing actually happened. He could never have thought of it. Cheng knew that burly man. He was Chiyuki's driver and often picked up Chiyuki from school. Cheng had seen him several times. What happened just now was an accident. Students, stay in the classroom and don't walk around. I'll go out and take a look. If I don't come back for the next class, Izuki Sugi-san? Here. A handsome boy stood up. Watch over everyone and let everyone study on their own. Okay, teacher. 2 of his students were kidnapped in broad daylight. Faced with this situation, it was impossible for Izuru Ichiro to continue the next class. He had to go out to see what was going on and call the police. Therefore, he urgently instructed the class monitor Izuki Sugi to deal with the situation, and Izuru Ichiro left the classroom in a hurry, leaving only the people in the classroom looking at each other in confusion. Hoshino, who was being led by the man in black and didn't know where to go, felt that his arm was almost not his own now. After all, he just grabbed Chiyuki's arm in a hurry and didn't completely grab it, so he had to spend more effort to grab Chiyuki so that he wouldn't be thrown out. When the man in black was taking him away, Hoshino wanted to let go, but the man in black ran towards the top of the building as soon as he left the classroom. Faced with this situation, Hoshino knew without thinking that as long as he let go, he would fall and bleed even if he didn't roll down the stairs. After all, the man in black was very fast, so Hoshino thought about letting go when he had a chance later. But later he realized that he had missed such a good chance to escape. Looking at the beautiful scenery on the high-rise buildings around him that kept retreating backwards, Hoshino's face was almost pale with fear. Brother, this is not how you run parkour. In order to ease the fear in his heart and to prevent himself from shaking himself off, Hoshino, who was holding Chiyuki with only one hand, stretched out his left hand with all his strength to hold Chiyuki. Chiyuki was stunned after being taken away by the man in black. From childhood to adulthood, as a girl who grew up under the care of love, how could she have ever experienced such a thing? It was not until she was grabbed by Hoshino's other hand that Chiyuki came back to her senses from her shock. When she came to her senses, she found herself running on tall buildings, so she screamed again. The man in black naturally understood the actions of the two people behind him, but he didn't have the time to waste on scolding Chiyuki and Hoshino. "Stop!" Just as the man in black was running on the tall buildings, a loud roar suddenly came from behind him. The man in black didn't need to look back. Just by listening to the voice, he could tell that it was the guardian of the target this time. Tiangang looked at himself, trying his best, but the distance between him and the man in black was still getting bigger and bigger. His face was full of anger and helplessness, and at the same time, he secretly prayed in his heart that the young lady would not be in trouble. He had just notified a speed-type mutant partner. As long as he delayed the man in black for a little while, and when the speed-type mutant partner came, with the combined efforts of the two, Tiangang believed that there would be absolutely no problem in rescuing the young lady. "If I sign in here, can the things I get save me?" Xingye tried his best to overcome his fear of heights and thought about ways to save himself. Faced with this situation, he dared not put his life and property safety on others. Although Xingye did not know why the man in black wanted to kidnap Qianshui and who was the person chasing behind, he could vaguely guess something. In short, he was accidentally involved in a dispute, and it was an unprovoked disaster. "If I sign in here, according to the rules of signing in at the location, this should be a high-rise building. After signing in, will I get parkour skills?" Xingye thought, shamelessly, but with his small arms and legs, even if he got parkour skills, it would be useless. "If I sign in the air, maybe I will get the ability to fly." Xingye continued to think after excluding signing in on the building, but these were all his guesses. He dared not gamble, and if he lost the bet, he would definitely die. Although he was being held by the man in black, at least his life was not in danger at the moment. "I don't know where the man in black is going to take me in Qianshui." After being led by the man in black to jump and run on various high-rise buildings several times, Hoshino's fear of heights was relieved a lot. Wow! The man in black took Hoshino and Qianshui from the top of a high building and jumped across a distance of more than 10 meters to the top of another high-rise building. However, when the man in black landed on the top of this high-rise building, he found a young man in his 20s not far in front of him. Tiangang, who was following not far behind, looked at the young man in front of the man in black, and his face was happy. This was the speed mutant partner he was looking for. But in the next second, Tiangang's face changed drastically. When the man in black saw that there were people in front and behind him, he jumped straight from the left edge of the high-rise building. You know, this is a high-rise building that is dozens of meters high. Tiangang rushed to the top of the high-rise building, where the man in black was, and found that there was a large lake below, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, Tiangang jumped from the top of the tall building to the lake, and the young man called by Tiangang also jumped down. "Whoo!" Feeling the whistling sound of the wind in his ears, Xingye was overjoyed. Although he was also afraid of jumping from a building dozens of meters high, he knew that the man in black would never seek death. When he saw the huge lake below, he was even more certain of his idea. Now is the perfect time to verify whether signing in the air will gain the ability to fly. But Xingye gave up this idea after a little thought. Even if he really gained the ability to fly after signing in, he was not sure whether the man in black had any hidden weapons such as silver needles or gold needles coated with poison. If so, even if he could fly, he would still die. Moreover, once he revealed that he had superpowers, his future life would never be peaceful again, which was not what he wanted. Before he had a certain level of strength, it was safer to hide. Maybe I am the most frustrated time traveler and system owner in history. Xingye was quite helpless. Boom! As the man in black took Xingye and Qianshui into the lake, a large amount of water splashed where the three fell. After falling into the lake, the man in black did not go ashore, but swam to the bottom of the sea with Xingye and Qianshui. Seeing this situation, Xingye was shocked. There wouldn't be any underwater bases on the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, even if the lake was only a few dozen meters deep, they couldn't stay for long and had to go to the surface of the lake to breathe. Half a minute later, the man in black still didn't reach the destination. Xingye couldn't calm down. He was almost unable to hold his breath. As for Qianshui, the man in black stuffed two unknown things in her nostrils, and the man in black also stuffed two things in his own nostrils. Xingye guessed that this should be a high-tech that allows people to breathe under the sea, because after being stuffed with these two bottle stoppers, Qianshui's condition immediately improved a lot. "Forget it, system. Sign in for me," Xingye said quickly in his mind. According to the underwater breathing apparatus that the man in black gave Qianshui, he deduced that they would not be able to reach their destination for a while, so he could only sign in and try his luck. Otherwise, he might be suffocated to death. Sign in the sea. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the water-based superpower, Level D. Level D water-based superpower? Xingye was delighted. After the system's voice fell, he immediately felt the difference. The water flow that was originally extremely oppressive around him now seemed to have become a part of his body, and he could control it at will. At the same time, he seemed to be able to breathe underwater. Without hesitation, Xingye immediately let go of Qianshui's hand. "Huh?" The man in black walking in front noticed Xingye's abnormality and couldn't help but stop. At this depth, if there is no underwater breathing apparatus for breathing, excluding those special element mutants or powerful body mutants, it is impossible for anyone to catch him. So he wanted to see what Xingye wanted to do by stopping, and the man in black estimated that without the help of the underwater breathing apparatus, Xingye would probably suffocate to death soon. Right? It seemed quite interesting to watch a person suffocate to death. Thinking of this, the corners of the man in black's mouth curled up. Xingye naturally didn't know what the man in black was thinking. As soon as he moved his mind, the 1-meter water around him suddenly separated to form a waterless area. Seeing this scene, the man in black couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. Xingye turned out to be a rare elemental mutant. You know, even the lowest level D-level elemental mutant, with the help of elemental weapons that match his own attributes, can match ordinary B-level physical mutants. And through his observation, Xingye was surprisingly a water elemental mutant. And he was just a sea-level speed mutant, and he was far from being able to beat Xingye. Even if Xingye was just a child, his mental strength prevented him from using his superpowers for too long, and he couldn't fully exert the full power of the D-level water superpowers. What the man in black didn't know was that Hoshino, who had awakened his water power with the help of the system, didn't have to consume his mental energy to use his power. Boom! Under Hoshino's control, a water dragon that was 4 or 5 meters long and nearly 1 meter thick, formed entirely by the convergence of water, rushed directly towards the man in black at a very fast speed. The huge impact force directly knocked the man in black away, and Qianshui, who was caught by the man in black, was also thrown aside. Hoshino moved his mind, and a stream of water rolled Qianshui to his side. Without paying attention to the surprise in Qianshui's eyes, Hoshino sighed as he watched the man in black, who chose to escape as soon as he recovered his mobility after being knocked away by the water dragon. It must be said that the man in black made the right choice. But the man in black must die, because the man in black already knew the school he was attending. Once the man in black escaped, the power behind the man in black would definitely be able to investigate all his information clearly. With a wave of his hand, several drops of concentrated water directly penetrated the man in black at an extremely fast speed. The blood flowing from the black-clothed man dyed the surrounding water red. The body of the black-clothed man, who had lost power, slowly floated to the surface. Qianshui, who saw this scene, wanted to open her mouth to say something, but when she thought that they were in the water and that talking would not be heard, she closed her mouth again. It was the first time that Xingye killed someone, and he felt a little uncomfortable. You know, in his previous life, he was a serious 5-good youth who had never killed even an ant. Oh, those who were accidentally stepped on did not count. After taking a few deep breaths, Xingye suppressed his manic heart. After thinking about it, Xingye waved his hand and sank the black-clothed man to the bottom of the water and buried him with soil. Qianshui, are you okay? Coming in front of Qianshui, Xingye opened a waterless area of about 3 meters around himself and Qianshui, and then asked Qianshui, "No, I'm fine." Qianshui, a 10-year-old girl, had experienced what happened before, and she couldn't help but feel a little afraid of Xingye in her heart. When she spoke, her tone was trembling. Looking at Chiyuki, who took a few steps back unconsciously, Hoshino sighed. It was his fault just now for not considering Chiyuki's feelings. But at that time, he was afraid that the man in black would have some tricks up his sleeve, such as informing the people behind him or something, so he could only kill the man in black as quickly as possible to prevent future troubles. "Let's go up," Hoshino said to Chiyuki, regardless of whether Chiyuki agreed or not. When they were about to reach the surface of the water, Hoshino suddenly stopped and said to Chiyuki, Can you keep what happened just now a secret for me?" If possible, Hoshino really wanted to. Ahem, but he said he really couldn't do such a crazy thing. "Yeah," Chiyuki said, softly, and if it weren't for Hoshino's good hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard it. Seeing this, Hoshino didn't say anything else. 10 seconds later, when Hoshino and Chiyuki were less than a few meters from the water surface, Hoshino, who sensed something through the waves of the water, suddenly asked Chiyuki, "Chiyuki, can you swim?" Chiyuki nodded. "Okay, I can already feel someone coming to find you. When you get to the surface of the lake, remember to keep swimming and don't sink." After the words fell, Hoshino and Chiyuki both floated to the surface of the water. "Miss!" After Chiyuki emerged from the water, an ecstatic voice came from behind the two of them. "Uncle Tian?" Chiyuki saw Tiangang swimming towards her at a very fast speed, and couldn't help but smile. After coming to Chiyuki's side, Tiangang pulled Chiyuki and wanted to swim to the shore. But how could Tiangang ignore Hoshino, a living person? After thinking about it, it happened that the speed-type mutant youth also came to the side of the few people. So Tiangang asked the youth to take Hoshino to the shore. "Miss, who is this?" After landing, Tiangang asked Chanshui. "Is that so?" Tiangang knew that Hoshino was an accident as soon as he heard it, so he didn't spend more time on Hoshino. "How did you escape?" Tiangang and the youth stared at Chanshui. This question was very important. After all, when they couldn't find Chanshui, Tiangang was going to give up, but who would have thought that Chanshui and Hoshino actually escaped miraculously? Chanshui lowered her head and thought. Looking at this scene, Hoshino's heart was tangled. He wanted to explain himself, but who would have thought that Tiangang didn't give him the opportunity at all? "I don't know either. I just remember that Hoshino and I were taken to the bottom of the lake by the man in black. On the way, the man in black suddenly stopped moving, and then Hoshino and I were washed up to the surface of the lake by a stream of water." Hearing Chanshui's answer, Hoshino couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chanshui's words were almost the same as the facts, except that he, a key figure, was omitted. But for a child who was only about 10 years old, it was already very good to be able to say this. After listening to Chanshui's words, Tiangang suddenly had several questions in his mind, but he was sure that it should be a certain unknown hidden strongman who took action. "Okay, miss, your clothes are all wet. Come home with us to change clothes first. As for the school, I will take care of it." Chanshui did not refuse. It was not comfortable to wear wet clothes. As for him, looking at Hoshino, Tiangang thought for a while and said to the speed-type mutant youth, "You take a taxi to send him home." While speaking, he also winked at the young man. The young man understood immediately. "Okay." Hoshino did not refuse, so under Tiangang's arrangement, Hoshino and Chiyuki separated and went home. After returning home, Hoshino changed into clean clothes as soon as possible. "This Doraemon world seems to be a little different from what I thought." Hoshino sat at the head of the bed and thought silently. Ding! The system issues a random task. Please participate in the first adventure. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded in Hoshino's mind. After the system voice fell, a blue transparent screen appeared in front of Hoshino. Task requirements: participate in the first adventure with Nobita and others. Time limit: failure penalty. Daily sign-in is reduced to weekly sign-in. Task reward: unknown. System task: participate in the first adventure. Hoshino, who was thinking about what happened just now, paused. This system task is not difficult to say. As long as he has a good relationship with Nobita, it can be said that it is easy to participate in the adventure. It's not difficult, but it's also difficult. After all, he and Nobita only met once, and there is no emotional foundation. It's impossible for him to participate in the adventure under the current situation. Fortunately, the system gave a month, and it is not impossible to complete it with a good plan. But the punishment for not completing the task is a bit that, in order not to lose the number of sign-ins, it is better to try to complete the system task. The time limit is 1 month. Will Nobita and others experience the shocking adventure within a month? Hoshino's heart suddenly beat violently. After taking a few deep breaths, Hoshino calmed down his restless heart. But how can there be superhumans in this world? Hoshino thought of what happened just now, those superhumans whose physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people. Either the Doraemon world is like this, but it is not mentioned in the original book, or my arrival has caused a butterfly effect in this world. But no matter which one it is, it's always right to work hard to improve my strength. As long as my strength is strong enough, any conspiracy is not to be afraid of. Brilliance flashed in Hoshino's eyes. Although he said so, Hoshino was more inclined to believe that the Doraemon world was originally like this. After all, he had just arrived in this world and had not done anything yet. How could the so-called butterfly effect occur? Knock, 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 knock. Is anyone there? Along with several knocks on the door, a voice that made Hoshino feel a little familiar came from the door. After thinking for a while, Hoshino remembered whose voice it was. Cheng Rongyilang. After awakening the D-level water power, Hoshino's physical fitness did not improve at all, but his perception was much stronger than before. According to Hoshino's understanding, it should be because of his improved mental power, but when he checked the character panel of the system, he found that his mental power was still 0.7 before, and it had not been improved at all, which made Hoshino feel puzzled. While thinking about this, Hoshino had already walked out of the bedroom and came to the door. Click! Hello, teacher? After opening the door, Hoshino greeted me, Cheng Rongyilang obediently. Looking at the intact Hoshino, Icheng Eiichiro was completely relieved. Tanaka had called him before, and he knew that Chiyuki was fine and had returned home, but he was not very worried about Hoshino. After all, this was the first day that Hoshino transferred to school, and this happened. If Hoshino had any indelible psychological trauma, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. But looking at Hoshino's well-behaved appearance, it should be nothing serious. Are your parents not at home? Looking at the empty house, Icheng Eiichiro asked Hoshino in surprise. My father and mother both went to work, Hoshino explained. Is that so? That's right. It's indeed working hours now. Icheng Eiichiro suddenly realized. By the way, will your parents come back at noon? No, they will come back very late at night. Although he didn't know why Icheng Eiichiro asked this, Hoshino still answered honestly. Do you eat lunch or eat in the school cafeteria at noon? Icheng Eiichiro asked another question. Eat in the school cafeteria. Before he crossed over, Udariko had already told his predecessor about the general plan for the future, which included eating in the school cafeteria at noon. Japanese elementary school students usually don't go home at noon. For lunch, they either eat the bento they brought from home in the morning, or pay a certain amount of money to the school cafeteria to eat in the school cafeteria. Of course, the food prepared in the school cafeteria is not as delicious as the food prepared by Udariko herself, but the predecessor was very sensible and said that it would take a lot of time and energy for Udariko to prepare the bento every day, so he decided to eat in the school cafeteria. And because the school cafeteria is subsidized by the government, it doesn't cost much. Is that so? Cheng Rongyilang frowned. What's wrong, teacher? Teacher, I'm so sorry. I should have asked you to come in and sit down. Hoshino seemed to have just thought of this and said to me, Cheng Rongyilang with an apologetic face. You don't have to sit down. I came here to tell you that because of the incident between you and Chiyuki, the school will be closed today and classes will resume tomorrow. Let's use today's time to investigate. Cheng Rongyilang waved his hand to Hoshino to indicate that it was okay, and he didn't need to go in. Then he continued to speak to Hoshino. It's just that if your parents are not at home, you won't be able to eat at noon, and your parents will come home very late at night. So, can you go to the teacher's house now and have lunch at the teacher's house at noon? After dinner, the teacher will send you back? As for meals, both Hoshino and the predecessor can cook, but Hoshino is more skilled and can cook more meals. However, whether it is the predecessor or Hoshino, there is no problem for them to cook and fry dishes by themselves. As for Uda, Keita, and Udariko coming home late at night, knowing that the predecessor can cook, Udariko and Uda Keita are not worried about this at all. Thinking of this, Hoshino wanted to reject Icheng Rongyilang. He just got his superpowers and couldn't wait to study his superpowers. Moreover, he also had to think carefully about the task that the system had just released, and then make a feasible plan in the shortest possible time. There was really no time to run for nothing. However, A key figure who has a close relationship with the protagonists of the world has been detected. The following task is now released. You can choose to give up, no penalty for failure, and rewards for success. Task name, eating. Task requirements. Go to my Cheng Rongyalang's house for dinner and try to gain my Cheng Rongyalang's favor as much as possible. Task reward. The host's physical strength, speed, and mental strength are all increased to 1, normal adult standard. Note, my Cheng Rongyalang is one of the key figures in the Doraemon world who is not big or small. Not important, but also very important. Building a good relationship with him may have unexpected benefits. Hearing the prompt sound of the system releasing the task, and looking at the task panel that appeared in front of him, Xingye couldn't help but feel a headache. Fortunately, he didn't say bluntly that he could cook. After all, just eating a meal can get such a reward, and such a good thing doesn't happen often. Then I'll trouble you, teacher. Xingye held back what he wanted to say before, and said to my Cheng Rongyalang with a surprised face. Then you clean up the room and go to the teacher's house with me. Okay, teacher? After saying that, Hoshino went back to the room to clean up. In fact, there was nothing to clean up. He didn't do anything after returning home, just threw his wet clothes into the washing machine. So Hoshino just unplugged the washing machine that had already washed the clothes and followed me, Cheng Rongyalang, downstairs. His house was on the second floor of the apartment. After leaving the apartment and coming to the gate of the community, Hoshino saw a gray-white Toyota car parked next to the community. Hoshino didn't care at first, until he saw Cheng Rongyalang walking towards the gray-white Toyota car. He realized that this car was actually Cheng Rongyalang's. Hoshino was a little surprised. After all, no matter what era it is, you can't buy a car just because you want to, let alone a car like Toyota that is good in quality, handling, fuel consumption, safety, etc. However, thinking that this era is an era of rapid economic development in Japan, Hoshino understands a little bit, but it's not easy for Cheng Rongyalang, as a teacher, to buy a car. Narieichiro sat in the right driving position, while Hoshino sat on Narieichiro's left, wearing a seatbelt. Hoshino didn't find this strange, because unlike China, the driving seat in Japan is on the right and Japanese vehicles drive on the left. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The car started, and Narieichiro drove the car to the road. Although Hoshino already knew about the Japanese driving tradition, he had never experienced it in his previous life, so he still felt quite awkward sitting in the car. A few minutes later, Hoshino, who was sitting in the car, looked through the window at the familiar figure walking on the side of the road, and his eyes narrowed. Nobita, one of the absolute protagonists of the Doraemon world. In a novel that Hoshino had read in his previous life, he had guessed that Nobita was not as dull and stupid as people imagined. On the contrary, Nobita was extremely smart. There is a lot of very advanced scientific knowledge in Nobita's mind. Nobita must spend a lot of energy to digest the large amount of advanced scientific knowledge that is transmitted every day. Otherwise, he will become an idiot because he cannot bear the vast amount of knowledge. This is also the reason why Nobita dozes off every day and fails the exams. Nobita can know the results of those so-called exercises without thinking, just by glancing at them. However, if he performs very well, he will be asked to participate in various competitions, wasting his time to digest the vast amount of knowledge. On the contrary, he will only be scolded for getting 0 points in the exam. He will get used to it. After absorbing and digesting all the very advanced scientific knowledge in his mind, Nobita can draw inferences from one thing and research more advanced technology. In the end, he single-handedly promoted the technological development of the entire world. He pushed the civilization level of the Earth to the level of a single universe, a multiverse, and even a creation god civilization in a very short time. This Nobita is called God Nobita. But this is just a guess in a novel after all, and it cannot be determined that the current Nobita is the god Nobita who created countless advanced civilizations. After all, Hoshino has now come to the real Doraemon world. The knowledge about Doraemon learned in the previous life can only be used as a reference, and the knowledge of Doraemon in the previous life is completely used as one's own code of conduct. Hoshino said that he would only do this if his brain was rusted. Besides, this real Doraemon world is a little different from what he imagined. The car was driving very fast, and Hoshino stared at Nobita for a few seconds before he could no longer see Nobita. Hey, is it my illusion? Why did I feel like someone was looking at me just now? Nobita, who was carrying a school bag and walking on the side of the road with his head down, suddenly raised his head and looked around, but found nothing, and scratched his head with confusion in his eyes. "Nobita!" At this moment, a voice that was particularly familiar to Nobita came from the sky. Nobita looked up at the familiar blue figure with a bamboo dragonfly in the sky and was overjoyed and blurted out, "Doraemon!" Bang! After Hoshino closed the car door and got out, what caught his eye was a villa-style building with gray and white as the main color. The architectural style was similar to Nobita's house in the original book, but it was a size smaller. After parking the car in the parking garage, Xingye took Hoshino into the house. Hoshino took a general look and found that it was similar to Nobita's house. The first floor was the living room, master bedroom, dining room, bathroom, etc., and the second floor was the secondary bedroom that was the same as Nobita's house. "Dad, why are you back so early?" Just as Hoshino was looking at Xingyelang's house, a girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old came down from the second floor in cool clothes. The blue long skirt that reached her knees made the girl look particularly fresh and natural. When he saw that Xingye actually came back with a child, he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, whose child is this, Dad? He's pretty handsome." "Hello, my name is Xingye, your teacher's daughter." Xingye walked up to Hoshino and introduced herself with a smile. Xingye looked at Xingye's carefree appearance and didn't care, as if he was used to it. "Hello, Sister Miyu. I'm Cheng's student, Uda Hoshino." How could Hoshino miss such a good opportunity to make friends? He climbed up the bamboo pole directly. Hoshino didn't forget the purpose of coming here, to complete the system task and have a meal. Hehe. It seemed that the sweet sister of Hoshino played a role. Chengmiyu's eyes almost narrowed into slits with that laughter. "Come, sister, we'll take you to eat candy." Chengmeyu said this and took Hoshino to the living room. After taking Hoshino to the living room and letting Hoshino sit down, Chengmeyu walked out of the living room. But before leaving the living room, Chengmeyu turned around and said to Hoshino, "I'll go get the candy. You wait here, don't worry." Seeing that Chengmeyu really wanted to let myself eat candy, Hoshino was really confused. "Who am I? Where is this? Why did this beautiful lady give me candy? Is this candy delicious?" Ahem. I found that I seemed to be thinking too much. Hoshino coughed and came back to his senses and glanced at the furnishings in the living room. Looking at the TV in the corner of the living room, Hoshino was curious, and he didn't know whether this TV was black and white or color. However, looking at the wealth of my Xingyelang's family, this TV should be color. After all, Japan had color TVs in 1960, and now it is the 1970s. Why does Hoshino know so much about these? Just 4 words: love the house and the dog. Because Hoshino in his previous life particularly liked watching the anime Doraemon, he also learned a little bit about Japanese culture. Ding, ding, ding! Chengmeyu excitedly sat in front of Hoshino with a plate of candy. Then, under Hoshino's stunned eyes, I picked up a piece of candy wrapped in red candy paper, tore off the red candy paper, and threw the candy into my mouth in a perfect parabola. After putting away his briefcase, Ichiro saw this scene as he entered the living room, and his face immediately darkened. "Miyu, how many times has the doctor told you that you have bad teeth, so don't eat candy if you can? Tell me the truth, how much candy did you eat behind my back today?" Hearing what Ichiro said, Hoshino subconsciously took a look at Ichiro's teeth and found that she was already 15 or 16 years old, but she was still missing a few teeth. Ichiro heard what Ichiro said, stretched out her hand, and counted her fingers one by one. Seeing this scene, Ichiro felt something was wrong. Ichiro spent more than 10 seconds counting her fingers, and finally stretched out a finger in front of Ichiro. "One?" Ichiro frowned and asked in confusion, "I only ate one. Are you counting cats here?" "No, it's a whole plate," Miyu said. "Seriously." Hoshino glanced at the fruit plate. There were at least a dozen candies in a plate, and a person with bad teeth actually ate so many candies in a day. Just as Hoshino thought, Ichiro's face immediately turned from black to purple, and then from purple to red. He seemed very angry and was about to explode. "Haha, Dad, you think too much. I'm such a big man, how could I not know what is right and what is wrong? I only ate one candy today, the candy I ate just now under your nose." Miyu looked at Ichiro, whose face changed like a magic trick, and couldn't help laughing. Ichiro, who had thought that he would scold Miyu even if Hoshino was present, heard what Miyu said, and his face immediately turned black again. How come he didn't know that Nari-Mew was so naughty before? Although Nari-Mew explained it clearly, Nari-Eiichiro still didn't intend to forgive her. He snorted coldly and sat down next to Hoshino. Watching the fight between the father and daughter, Hoshino lowered his head and looked at the fruit plate without saying a word, silently pretending to be a nobody. Hoshino-san. Ding-ling-ling. Nari-Eiichiro wanted to say something to Hoshino, but the phone rang at this time. Smiled apologetically at Hoshino. Nari-Eiichiro stopped talking, stood up, went to the corridor and picked up the landline. Hello, what, you want me to go again right away? Okay, I'll be there right away. Hoshino seemed to have heard something vaguely, but he couldn't guess anything from these few words. Nari-Eiichiro didn't go into the living room but shouted to Mew directly in the corridor. I'm here, Dad. I'm going to the police station. Please look after Hoshino. If I'm not back by noon, you should cook for him. Remember, don't forget. Got it, Dad. Then I, Nari-Eiichiro, prepared and went out, so only Hoshino and Mew were left in the huge villa. Mew stared at Hoshino without saying anything, and Hoshino also stared at Mew without saying anything. After a few minutes, Mew couldn't help it first and said with a blushing face, What are you looking at? Eat your candy. Mew threw the fruit plate in front of Hoshino and gestured with her lips. Hoshino, isn't it because you keep staring at me that I look at you? Hoshino said that this was the most speechless day of his life. While he was talking in his heart, Hoshino's hands were not slow. He picked up the candy wrapper, and threw it into his mouth. To be honest, Hoshino was still very curious about the taste of candy in this world, and the candy produced in Japan at this time. But after eating it, Xingye was disappointed. It was no different from the candy in his previous life. But think about it. The taste of the meal he had in the morning was almost the same as in his previous life, so how could the taste of the candy be different? After all, they are all human society. Looking at Xingye eating candy, Chengmei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why she was so fascinated by Xingye just now, and at the same time, she had a strange emotion in her heart. You know, Xingye is just a 10-year-old 4th grade elementary school student. She is 16 years old and in high school. Oh, by the way, I still have things to do today. I'll go upstairs first. If you feel bored, watch TV by yourself. As if she thought of something, Chengmei hurriedly told Xingye and went upstairs. In her opinion, children like Xingye like to watch TV very much, so she told him like this. But what Chengmei didn't know was that although Xingye's body is a 10-year-old child, his soul is already an adult in his 20s. He has long been indifferent to watching TV. After Chengmei left, Xingye was the only one left in the living room. He silently tore open a candy and threw it into his mouth. While chewing it, Xingye was thinking about the various things that happened in the short time this morning. After all, it was rare to have some free time. First of all, I had to ask the system about the superpowers. I couldn't know what level of superpowers D-level superpowers were just based on my own experience. However, based on this D-level, Xingye guessed that there should be C-level, B-level, A-level, and even S-level superpowers above it. As for whether there are superpowers lower than D-level superpowers, he estimated that there should be none. System, call up the introduction of my D-level water superpowers. Thinking of this in his mind, the next second, a transparent blue screen appeared in front of Xingye's eyes. D-level water superpowers, the lowest stage of water superpowers. At this stage, you must use water-based objects to exert the superpower effect, but with the help of water-based objects, you can exert the strength comparable to that of ordinary B-level physical superpowers. Sure enough, there are higher-level superpowers above the D-level superpower. Xingye pondered secretly. Just looking at this superpower introduction, do I have to carry a bottle of water with me before I upgrade? When he thought of that scene, Xingye's face immediately darkened, but it is not necessary to carry water with you. After all, in the current social environment, as long as there are stores, or even as long as there are people, there will be almost no shortage of water. But Xingye sensed it. He could only sense and control the water element within a radius of 100 meters. So in order to prevent the surrounding environment from having no water, it is better to carry some water with you. However, this is still a bit troublesome. The best solution is to upgrade as soon as possible so that the superpower can reach the level of condensing water droplets out of thin air. But how do I upgrade this superpower system? The host can choose to sign in the water to obtain water superpower fragments. and use the water superpower fragments to improve the host's water superpower level. How many water superpower fragments are needed to upgrade the D-level water superpower to C-level? 100 water superpower fragments. Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. It sounded like it wasn't much. I just wondered how many water-based supernatural fragments I could get each time I signed in the water. If I could only get a few water-based supernatural fragments each time I signed in, I would have to give up upgrading supernatural powers in the early stages. Besides this, there is also the rule for signing in at certain locations. I blame the system for not explaining it clearly. Suppose I want to sign in the sun. When I sign in on the road, balcony, or other places that can be illuminated by the sun, what location will the system use to sign in? Can I specify signing in the sun? And does the sun count as a location? Xingye thought silently. The reason he was thinking about this was because he was thinking that since signing in the water could get water-based supernatural powers, could signing in the sun also get light-based supernatural powers? Signing in the water is still a location after all. But signing in the sun, this sunlight is not a location at all. Of course, in addition to the sun, there are also lights and moonlight. Forget it, the system doesn't answer. I think it's useless to say more. It's better to experiment it myself tomorrow. Hoshino made a decision immediately. No matter how much he thought, it would be much more useful to practice it directly. And if he succeeded in signing in at the sunshine this time, there would be too many possibilities for signing in later. In the air, in the fire, in the thunder, in the dark. Hey, are there only a few candies left? Looking at the fruit plate that had more than a dozen candies before, now only 4 or 5 candies were left, Hoshino looked around, guilty. Fortunately, there was no one. As for how to get along well with Nobita and others, participating in the first big adventure made Hoshino a little overwhelmed. Making friends cannot be too deliberate, otherwise it may not only fail to achieve the goal, but also backfire. This matter cannot be rushed, it has to be done slowly. Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the clock on the table. The first class in the morning lasted from 8 to 8:45, and then I was abducted by the black-clad man for nearly 10 minutes. After returning home, I stayed at home for some time, and finally came to my Cheng Rongyalang's house. So the time is now 9:30, and there is still nearly 2.5 hours before lunch. Hoshino. Even if we eat at 12 o'clock, there are still nearly 2.5 hours. After thinking about it, Hoshino stood up, walked to the TV, and turned on the TV. In a luxurious villa, a middle-aged man who was intimidating without anger was sitting on a leather sofa. In front of him stood a person, and this person turned out to be Tiangang. Tiangang, what's going on? The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa asked in a calm tone, but Tiangang was under great pressure. After considering his words, Tiangang explained, I have been staying in the office next to the lady to protect her safety, but I don't know what method the man in black used to escape my hearing perception. Tiangang is not only a power mutant, but also a special hearing mutant. This kind of hearing is not the same as ordinary hearing, and special hearing mutants are also different from ordinary hearing mutants. Through this ability, Tiangang can hear elemental mutants and physical mutants who are not ordinary people. This is why Tiangang is only a C-level power mutant, but is particularly valued by the middle-aged man. And relying on this ability, Tiangang has never failed before, but this time, I don't know what happened. Tap! The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa put the cigarette on the ashtray and flicked it a few times to get rid of the ashes. He put the cigarette back to his mouth and took a few puffs, exhaling circles of smoke. Tiangang is not only a power mutant, but also a special hearing mutant. Only he and Tiangang know this. It is impossible for Tiangang to tell his secret to others, and it is even more impossible for him. Either the other party guessed Tiangang's ability, or this was really just an accident. But how could such a thing be attributed to an accident? Tiangang lowered his head and dared not breathe. He also knew the reason why he was valued by the middle-aged man, and now that this happened, his status in the middle-aged man's heart would definitely plummet. Have you found out who saved Xingye? The middle-aged man continued to ask without worrying about why Tiangang's ability would not work this time. Compared with the previous incident, this incident should not be underestimated. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we haven't found any clues yet. Tiangang still lowered his head. Is there anything suspicious about the child who was taken away by the black-clothed man with Xingye? When Chuanfeng took the child home, he investigated and found that the child was just an ordinary child. Just what? The middle-aged man frowned, as if he was dissatisfied with Tiangong's deliberate suspense, and Tiangong hurriedly continued. It's just that the young lady seems to have that intention towards that boy. Oh, that's interesting. The middle-aged man smiled when he heard this. Under his influence and deliberate cultivation, Qianshui's appearance and inner heart are very different. Not only is she more mature than her peers, but her vision is also very high. Don't worry about Shuer and that boy. Try your best to find out who saved Shuer. And? After explaining Tiangong's affairs, the middle-aged man asked Tiangong to go down. Picking up the high-heeled glass of Romanée red wine on the table, the middle-aged man walked to the balcony, and his eyes were full of high-rise buildings. This luxurious villa is a huge manor built on the hillside with green trees. In addition to a luxurious villa, all kinds of entertainment and other facilities are available. Looking at the high-rise buildings below, the middle-aged man drank the red wine in his hand. Sasaki, if I hadn't been busy with a big business recently, how could I give you the opportunity to develop? Although I can't deal with you with all my strength now, I will collect some interest first and let your Tanagawa Group's stock price drop by 10%. A flash of anger flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. Although the result of doing so will cause many people to lose their jobs, does he care? This is our superhero, Flying Man. Everyone applaud and welcome him. Pa. Hello everyone, I am the Flying Man who is loved by everyone. Flowers bloom when he sees them, and tires burst when cars see him. Wow. Looking at the latest version of the cartoon Flying Man on TV, Xingye couldn't stop the corners of his mouth twitching. He was almost poisoned to death and quickly changed a channel. The next channel was about international affairs, which was a little better. I don't know how long it took. Xingye stretched and subconsciously looked at the watch and found that 2 hours had passed without him noticing. Of course, this is a good thing. Otherwise, Xingye, who was tired of watching TV, really didn't know what to do. Through the French window of the living room, Hoshino came to the yard. The sky was still full of dark clouds, but it didn't rain. However, it made the whole world seem a little dark. Little Hoshino, it's noon. Come and have lunch. Just as Hoshino was stretching his muscles in the yard, a voice that sounded like the sound of nature came from the house. It was not because of how beautiful the voice was, but because Hoshino could finally complete the task. Walking into the restaurant, what caught Hoshino's eyes were 2 bowls of curry rice, which Doraemon and others had eaten many times during their adventures in the original book. Curry rice is one of the fast foods in Japan. It is generally composed of 80 grams of rice, 40-50 grams of beef or chicken, 50 grams of onions, potatoes, and carrots, and 150 milliliters of curry sauce. Of course, the curry rice made by Narimiyu is not so particular, but it can still be classified as curry rice. In addition to curry rice, ramen and boxed lunch are also more common in Japanese fast food. Walking to the dining table, Hoshino politely said, "Thank you," to Chengmei and sat down. "Come on, eat and try what I cooked." Chengmei looked at Hoshino expectantly. Hoshino looked at Chengmei's eager eyes but stopped and was a little afraid to eat, because he suddenly thought that the meals made by the pretty girl seemed to be devil's set meal. Chengmei kept staring at him, as if he would keep staring at him if he didn't eat and didn't give an answer. After thinking about it, Hoshino bit the bullet and took a small bite, and a slightly spicy feeling spread from the taste buds to the nerve cells. It seems not bad? Hoshino thought secretly. In Japan, curry rice generally has 3 flavors: slightly spicy, slightly bitter, and sweet aftertaste. But Hoshino didn't respond to Chengmei immediately, but took a few more bites to confirm the taste before looking up and saying to Chengmei, "Very good, it should taste slightly spicy." "Really? This is the food I just learned from the book." Hoshino was silent as he looked at the curry rice in front of him. It turned out that he was just a guinea pig. No wonder Chengmei kept staring at him. If he didn't eat, Chengmei wouldn't eat either. It turned out that he was afraid of being poisoned by the food he made. Ahem, Chengmei coughed dryly, picked up the chopsticks and ate without any ladylike manner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task eating. The host's physical strength, speed, and mental strength have increased to 1 point. As soon as Hoshino finished eating, the system's prompt sound rang, and then Hoshino felt a warm current flowing through his body, and his mind became much clearer. This process lasted for about half a minute. Is this the physical fitness of an ordinary adult? Hoshino felt the changes in his body and found that his physical fitness had indeed improved a lot. You have to know that he was just a 10-year-old child before. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't beat an adult with his physical fitness. But now it's not necessarily the case. System, call up my character panel. Physical strength, 1, normal adult is 1, the content in brackets will not be displayed in the future. Speed, 1, normal adult is 1, the content in brackets will not be displayed in the future. Mental strength, normal adult is 1, the content in brackets will not be displayed in the future. Backpack, superpower, D-level water power. Number of remaining sign-ins today, 0 time. Looking at the system's character panel, Hoshino can know that he is very healthy now. You have to know that although the qualities of ordinary adults are all 1, this is a normal and healthy ordinary person. Because of various reasons, such as life pressure and staying up late, many people in today's society cannot be called normal, ordinary and healthy adults. Although Nari Miyu has a carefree personality, she is very meticulous when doing things. After putting away the dishes, Nari Miyu went to wash the dishes. The system task has been completed. It's time to go home now, but Hoshino felt a headache when he thought that Nari Eiichiro hadn't come back yet. I don't know if God heard Hoshino's thoughts. As soon as Hoshino finished this thought, Nari Eiichiro came back. Hey, you have already eaten? Listening to the sound of running water coming from the sink, Nari Eiichiro stood at the door and said dumbly, "You know, they usually eat at 12 o'clock, and now it's just 12 o'clock, and Hoshino and Nari Miyu have already finished eating." But Nari Eiichiro was only slightly surprised and walked in front of Hoshino and said, "Do you want to go home now, or take a rest before going home?" Why did Nari Eiichiro choose to send Hoshino home after knowing that Hoshino's parents came home late at night? In fact, this is very normal. In my opinion, these things must have been prepared by Hoshino's parents. After all, any normal parent would not let their children go hungry. If it's convenient for you now, let's do it now, Hoshino replied politely. Now it has been several minutes since the meal, and Hoshino has almost recovered. But I, Nari, just came back and just went through a lot of running around, so after a little thought, Hoshino knew what to say best. Sure enough, after hearing what Hoshino said, I, Nari, showed a touch of admiration in my eyes. This child is really sensible. It's convenient now, let's do it now. I, Nari, said to Hoshino without thinking too much. He still had things to deal with in the afternoon. Although the students had a day off because of Hoshino and Chiyuki's matter, as a teacher, he couldn't take a day off. He hadn't dealt with Nobita and others' homework yesterday. When I thought of homework, I, Nari, thought of Nobita, who never changed his ways, and frowned. Hoshino was walking in front, so he didn't notice the change in Nari Chiro's expression. He just noticed that it didn't seem to be of any use. After all, it had nothing to do with him. On the other side, Tsukimidai Elementary School. At this time, the school had been blocked by police officers, and all outsiders were not allowed to enter at will. Only a few police officers were conducting surveys, through the ground, campus security guards, etc., or other methods. As for searching through surveillance cameras, this is impossible. The earliest camera appeared in 1968, and color surveillance cameras did not appear until 1978. If we talk about nationwide popularization, it will be pushed back 10 or more years. But even if there are surveillance cameras in this era and they have become popular, criminal clue research in Japan still depends on manual work. Because Japan is not like China, where surveillance cameras are installed everywhere, or Japan does not install cameras at all. Even if the Japan in Hoshino's previous life is already in the 21st century, there are almost no cameras on the streets and alleys of Japan. As for the reasons for this situation, it is very complicated. After being picked up by Ishiro Nari, Hoshino finally returned home. After taking out the clothes from the washing machine and drying them on the windowsill, Hoshino lay down on the bed to rest. To be honest, he had not slept for nearly a whole day. Before the crossing, he had been working for 16 hours in a row, and after the crossing, he was running back and forth non-stop. It was just that the novelty of coming to the new world made him not feel tired at all. Now that he suddenly relaxed, Hoshino soon fell asleep on the bed. Nobita's house, second floor bedroom. Nobita, why did you guys have a day off so early today? It feels so strange. Doraemon asked Nobita while eating his favorite dorayaki. I don't know much about it. It seems that someone in the school was kidnapped or something. Nobita scratched his head. He was standing at the door as a punishment and had no idea what happened. What's more, he was dozing off at the time and was called awake by Ishiro Nari when he woke up. The reason why he knew this was because he met Shizuka on the way home, and Shizuka told him. Doraemon said, "Oh," and didn't dwell on this issue anymore. Ding-ling-ling. "Hey, is there a call from Doraemon?" A phone ring suddenly rang in the quiet bedroom. Doraemon was stunned for a moment, and then he took out a future phone that looked like a big mobile phone from the treasure bag hanging on his belly. After pressing the answer button, a small screen on the big mobile phone flashed for a moment, and then directly reflected Doraemon and the futuristic room in front of Doraemon. The call function of the future phone in Doraemon's hand is similar to the video call function of the smartphone that appeared in Hoshino's previous life, but it is far more advanced than that. After all, this is a call between the future and the past. If Doraemon's future phone is exposed in this era, it will definitely cause a shock to the whole world. "Doraemon, what's the matter with you calling me?" Doraemon asked Doraemon in confusion. Doraemon usually wouldn't call him. Once she called, something big must have happened. Doraemon, who had 2 more ears than Doraemon and whose appearance was yellow, heard Doraemon's question and lowered her head in timidity. Doraemon immediately felt something was wrong. "Brother, Doraemon finally spoke, but she stuttered and refused to speak, which made Doraemon anxious. "I did something wrong. What is it? What could make Doraemon, who was always very cautious like this?" Doraemon was really curious. "I bought a courier, but when filling in the time, I accidentally filled in the 20th century instead of the 22nd century. What courier did you buy?" Doraemon immediately felt something was wrong. You know, many props in the future world seem to be powerful, but they can't play any role in the future world. For example, the penetration ring, which is said to be able to penetrate all walls and enter a room, is really convenient when robbing a bank. But if you really think so, you are overthinking. This kind of thing does not exist in the future world. The buildings in the future world are all built with special building materials, which are specially used to restrain props such as the penetration ring. However, the penetration ring is almost useless in the future world, but in this era where the level of technology is far lower than that of the 22nd century, it is absolutely a killer. And this is a toy that children often play with. A prop with a little technological content. When it comes into contact with a person, it can change into the appearance that person imagines according to the first thought that appears in the person's brain. At the same time, the prop owner can also formulate some functions that are not useful. The most important thing is that this prop has the function of time and space shuttle. Of course, this time and space shuttle function is completely incomparable to the time machine, and there are many limitations. It's over. Hearing what Doraemon said, his face was immediately frightened pale. According to the future world, the first rule of the time and space shuttle law under the 22nd century time and space management law is, no one can change anything that happened in the past time and space when traveling through time and space. Otherwise, he will be arrested by the Time and Space Patrol and be severely punished. When thinking about this problem, Doraemon automatically ignored himself as the biggest violator, or it was not Doraemon who automatically ignored it, but he never thought that he had been breaking the law. After all, as long as anyone violates the Time and Space Shuttle law, the Time and Space Administration will issue an arrest warrant to the Time and Space Patrols of all time and space in the first time. If he really violated the law, he would have been arrested long ago. You know, he has been in this era for a long time. If Doraemon's props are obtained by a vicious person in this era, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Even if the Time and Space Shuttle function of this prop has many restrictions, it is also a prop that can be used to travel through time and space. Of course, the result that Doraemon thought of is the worst result. But Doraemon suddenly thought of a problem. "Doraemon, even if you filled in the wrong delivery time, you can contact the courier company to change it." I changed it. But the space-time courier company said that the courier encountered a space-time explosion while traveling through the time tunnel, and all the traceable marks on the courier were completely eliminated by the fluctuations generated by the space-time explosion. Doraemon didn't know what to do. After all, he was just a childcare robot. "Ooh, brother, what should I do?" Doraemon started crying while talking, making Doraemon even more confused about what to do. At this time, behind Doraemon came a man who looked almost exactly like Nobita, except for his clothes. Nobishishu, Nobita's great-grandson, and the main contributor to sending Doraemon to Nobita. Doraemon, I've already told you that you don't have to worry about this anymore. Didn't the Spacetime Express company already say that they bear the main responsibility for this matter? And, according to the instruments they used to detect changes in spacetime, they found that there were no major fluctuations in the past or the future. You really don't have to worry about it anymore. Nobishishu comforted Doraemon. Doraemon and Nobita, who heard what Nobishishu said through the future phone call, both breathed a sigh of relief. Doraemon, this is probably the case. It's actually nothing to worry about. After comforting Doraemon, Nobishishu took the phone from Doraemon and said to Doraemon, "Wow, is this what I'm crying about? I'm crying because I spent a year's worth of pocket money to buy this." Okay, Doraemon, I'll hang up first. You know, phone bills are not cheap. They've increased by $3 recently. So the phone call between Doraemon and Dorami ended in a daze. After the call ended, Doraemon stared at Nobita without saying anything, but Nobita could see the obvious words on Doraemon's face at a glance. Nobita, look, if you don't work hard, your descendants won't be able to make phone calls. Nobita, Sunshine Community, the nearest apartment to the community entrance. On the second floor, Hoshino's home. Hoshino's own bedroom has almost no space left after putting a bed, a desk, and a small wardrobe. It is said that Japanese people don't put beds in their bedrooms, they just sleep on tatami. This is certainly related to Japanese traditions, but it is directly related to the rising housing prices in Japan. Most people don't have big houses, so they can only choose the most optimized method. After all, tatami has many advantages. In a Japanese city where tatami is almost everywhere, it is quite strange that there is a bed in Hoshino's bedroom. Hoshino was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly, and he didn't notice that a dark space crack suddenly appeared not far from his head. A black ball fell from the space crack and landed on the left-hand side of Hoshino. After a few seconds, the space crack disappeared directly. After an unknown period of time, Hoshino woke up in a daze. "I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time," Hoshino muttered. In his previous life, he seemed to be working under the 007 work system, and he could only sleep for 7 hours a day. However, under the oppression of the dead fat pig supervisor, he didn't even have 5 hours of sleep a day. In addition, he had a lot of pressure in his previous life, but in this life, he is just a student who only needs to study and not worry about anything else, and he still has at least 10 years of such a wonderful student life. Hey, something is wrong. What is this? Suddenly, Xingye sat up abruptly and put the strange thing in his left hand in front of his eyes. A transparent plastic doll that looked similar to the silly girl in the TV series Magic Phone that he had watched in his previous life was held in his hand. In fact, it is not rigorous to use plastic to describe the material that makes up the silly girl, but Xingye didn't know what the material of the silly girl was, so he could only describe it like this for the time being. Something is wrong. It's too wrong. I remember that there was nothing on my left hand before I went to bed, and don't tell me. This is really the silly girl I imagined. Xingye thought so, and then carefully touched the nose of the doll-shaped silly girl. He remembered that the silly girl's nose seemed to be the switch of the silly girl. Dream phone 2112, silly girl is here to serve you. Please enter the power-on password. After Xingye pressed silly girl's nose, a voice that made Xingye feel particularly familiar came from the transparent plastic doll in his hand. In the quiet room, where only one person was, Xingye, who had just woken up, heard this familiar power-on prompt, and was so scared that his hand trembled, and silly girl almost slipped from his hand. Xingye, who had recovered from his shock, immediately became excited. "Oh my god, this is the real silly girl, the future mobile phone that can travel between the past and the future and integrate many functions. Silly girl." But this time is 2112. Could this be a product of the 22nd century? Xingye, who had calmed down a little, thought of the power-on reminder of silly girl just now, and couldn't help but guess. But if this is a product of the 22nd century, why did it appear in my hand? Will it bring me any trouble? Thinking of this, the joy in Xingye's heart suddenly decreased a lot, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. Anyway, what is coming will come eventually. It won't stop coming just because I am sad or praying. After figuring out the cause and effect, Xingye's face was full of smiles again. I love you. Xingye smiled and told Silly Girl what he thought was the correct answer. After all, this was the password in the original book. The password is wrong, please re-enter. Then Xingye's face immediately turned black. If this is not a password, how can he know what the password is? The protagonist Lu Xiaoqian in the original book knew the password of Silly Girl because he happened to be stupid, and the password I love you is relatively common and commonly used. But now facing countless words, randomly selecting words to combine, and finally trying the randomly composed words as passwords one by one, well, it is impossible to know the power-on password of Silly Girl in this life, and Xingye has not counted the 10 Arabic numerals. Dream phone, Silly Girl is here to serve you. Please enter the power-on password. I don't love you? The password is wrong. Please re-enter it. Dream? The password is wrong. Please re-enter it. You love me, I love you, Michelle? The password is wrong. Please re-enter it. The river flows eastward and the stars in the sky are in the Big Dipper. The password is wrong. Please re-enter it. At first, Xingye was quite serious and would think about it, but it took him 5 minutes to enter the wrong password too many times. After failing dozens of times, Xingye couldn't stand it anymore and started to talk nonsense. And nonsense words are even less likely to be passwords. If it doesn't work, just give up. Anyway, I have the system. It doesn't matter whether Silly Girl or not. Having Silly Girl is just icing on the cake. Xingye held Silly Girl in his left hand and lay on the bed in a big shape, thinking helplessly. Of course, the best result is to be able to crack Silly Girl's power-on password. Suddenly seemed to have thought of something, sat up, looked around, and said to Silly Girl word by word with a shameful face, I am big, handsome, pussy. After saying that, Xingye's head immediately went into the quilt in shame, and he regretted it. After all, this didn't look like a password at all. But the password is correct. Welcome, Master. This series of mobile phones has the following functions. Please choose. A green light suddenly shot out from the eyes of the transparent plastic doll, and the green light appeared in the air and directly unfolded to form an electronic screen. No, something's wrong. It's very wrong. Looking at the green electronic screen floating in the air, Xingye wanted to say loudly, this is completely not the same as he imagined. Shouldn't the first sentence that Silly Girl said after turning on the phone be, please choose between real person mode and mobile phone mode? What is going on now? What Xingye didn't know was that cheap or even inferior products are actually like this. You have to know that even Nobi Seshu's annual pocket money is only 50 yen, and Doremi, as Nobi Seshu's educator, probably has even less pocket money every year. What good products can she afford? To be honest, this Silly Girl that now appears in Hoshino's hands is a prop produced by an unscrupulous company using residual materials. Although there is absolutely no danger of self-explosion, you really want to have a good experience. As for why Hoshino knew that I am a handsome guy might be the password of the Silly Girl, it was related to the dream he had just had. He had a dream that he traveled to the world of magic mobile phones. In this dream, Xingye was completely dumbfounded, because this dream was very different from the original book he read. What shocked Xingye the most and what he couldn't accept the most was the situation when the protagonist Lu Xiaoqian said the password. Yes, I am a handsome guy was said by Lu Xiaoqian in Xingye's dream, and this was exactly the power-on password of the Silly Girl in Xingye's dream. So Xingye risked losing his old face and tried it with the mentality of giving it a try, but he didn't expect it to be successful. Is the appearance of this Silly Girl related to my dream? Otherwise, where in the world is such a coincidence? The password in my dream turned out to be the power-on password of the Silly Girl in reality? Xingye couldn't help but guess. But no matter how much Xingye guessed, it would not affect the fact that he cracked the power-on password of the Silly Girl. After sorting out the thoughts in his mind, Xingye turned his eyes to the electronic screen projected in the air. There were two big words function written on the electronic screen, and behind the word function were several incomplete versions of the Silly Girl's functions. Function 1, call function. You can choose voice call or video call. The other party can answer the call even if they don't have a mobile phone, but you must obtain the consent of the person concerned. Function 2, invisibility function. Taking advantage of the lack of human vision, the refraction of light is changed to make people invisible to the naked eye. Note, it can only make people invisible to the naked eye and is not effective for electronic equipment detection or certain special people. Function 3. Social order maintenance function. By changing the gene method, a person can have a physical fitness 10 times that of an ordinary person in a short period of time. At the same time, pay attention to the following points. 1. Enter the social order maintenance function. 2. Silly girl will automatically distinguish between good and bad people and give corresponding punishments. 3. If activated, silly girl will automatically detect citizens calling the police. Once someone calls for help, silly girl will automatically notify the owner of silly girl. If the owner does not execute, silly girl has the right to temporarily control the owner's body until the bad guy is subdued. Function 4. Flight function. Needless to say, just follow the prompts to select flight mode. Function 5. Light energy charging. As the name implies, it absorbs light energy to charge. It can be sunlight, lamplight, moonlight, or even animal and plant light. It takes 1 hour to fully charge each time. Function 6. Time travel function. When using this function, there are several steps. 1. Select time travel. 2. Enter the person entering the time tunnel. Enter the time and place. 4. Press OK to automatically go to the set era. Note, due to material limitations, each time travel, regardless of the length of the time travel, will consume all of Silly Girl's energy. At the same time, each time travel can only carry a maximum of 2 people in total. Each time travel can only travel to the past and the future for a maximum of 100 years. If you want to travel to 500 years ago or 500 years later, the owner needs to travel 5 times. The above is all the content displayed on the electronic screen, a total of 6 functions compared to the original book. The function of Silly Girl can be said to be much less. In the original book, Xingye remembers that Silly Girl has more than 10 or 20 functions. Xingye can't remember clearly. Anyway, there are at least a dozen functions. Call, invisibility, social order maintenance, flight, light energy charging, and even time travel function? Looking at the 6th function on the electronic screen, Xingye's eyes can't help but shine. Xingye can ignore the first 5 functions. After all, he has a god-level sign-in system, and it is difficult to say what his final achievement will be. But he can't ignore this last time and space shuttle function. Even if he has a god-level sign-in system, with the help of the system, it is impossible to achieve the strength of time and space shuttle in a short time. Originally, after seeing Silly Girl's previous performance, Xingye had no expectations for Silly Girl, but he didn't expect that Silly Girl actually gave him an unexpected surprise. Although Silly Girl's time and space shuttle function is far from being comparable to Doraemon's time machine, let alone Doraemon's time machine. But as long as it can travel through time and space, its value is self-evident. Each time travel can only travel for 100 years, and all energy will be consumed after one travel, regardless of the length of time travel. Damn, this does not conform to the law of conservation of energy. Xingye cursed inwardly. But what he didn't know was that if Silly Girl was not set up like this, he would use her to travel through time and space frequently, and she would probably be scrapped in a short time. The excess energy is actually used by Silly Girl for self-repair. If I want to go back to the Jurassic era, stop! This is impossible. Xingye quickly stopped his crazy idea. Regardless of the dangers of having to stay in a different time and space for an hour to let the Silly Girl recharge, the time travel limit of a maximum of 100 years each time made Xingye feel a headache. Voice calls and video calls, they are very advanced in this era. Voice calls are just like that, but video calls are definitely not available in this era. Xingye remembered that the world's first video phone seemed to have appeared in the late 1980s, and it was unknown how many years later that it was widely popularized. Now it is only the 1970s. And he is still a primary school student. In this era, ordinary people don't have phones. Xingye looked and saw that the Silly Girl can also use it as an alarm clock. It's really not a joke. The invisibility function is not very useful, but it depends on how it is used. Social order maintenance function. I don't want to be someone's free security guard, not to mention that my body shape and size are not suitable. But if I encounter an enemy that I can't solve, I can temporarily activate it. Light energy charging, needless to say. Flying function. This is the function that makes Xingye's eyes shine the most after the time-space shuttle function. Xingye knows that with the help of the system, flying will only be his basic operation in the future. But that is in the future, and now is now. Who hasn't longed to fly freely in the sky like a bird since childhood? And with the help of the stealth function, as long as Xingye doesn't do anything stupid, he will hardly have any problems. It's just that this thing is a little inconvenient to carry. Looking at the transparent plastic doll that is 7 or 8 centimeters high and 5 or 6 centimeters wide, Xingye is worried. Not only is it inconvenient to carry, it is also easy to lose. If only this was a watch, Xingye thought secretly. The next second, under Xingye's stunned eyes, the silly girl in his hands stretched, compressed, and changed, and finally turned into a watch. Although this watch is a bit special, it is transparent throughout. Even the minute hand, hour hand, and second hand are transparent. It would be nice if this was an electronic watch. Suddenly, another idea popped up in Xingye's mind. And as Xingye expected, the next second, the clock in his hand actually turned into an electronic watch. There were several green numbers on the electronic watch, and the numbers representing seconds were constantly moving. Change, dream. Xingye looked at the almost transparent electronic watch on his hand and seemed to suddenly understand something. I can sign in anywhere, so can I sign in the time tunnel? Thinking of this, Xingye suddenly became excited. According to the location sign-in rules, each sign-in location will get something directly or indirectly related to the location. Time tunnel. Time and space. If I sign in the time tunnel, what I get must be related to these two if there is no accident. Xingye's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. However, his sign-in times for today have been used up, and he can no longer verify his idea. In addition to this, there are many other things he wants to verify. Is it already 8 o'clock in the evening? Hoshino said to himself while looking at the silly girl watch on his left wrist. At the same time, he looked out the window and found that the sky had darkened without him noticing. Coming to the window, what caught Hoshino's eyes were the cars with lights on and speeding on the road not far away. Looking at the cars running in the dark, Hoshino seemed to have returned to the scene before the time travel. Yesterday, today, past life, this life. Everything seemed like a dream, like a bubble, as if it would break if poked. But Hoshino could clearly perceive that everything that happened to him was real, and he was not dreaming. In this life, I must make up for all the regrets of my previous life. What I didn't have in my previous life, I must have in this life. Not only must you have it, but you must also. Standing by the window, a person from another world gradually determined his future life goals. He sat back on the bed. Hoshino did not rush to try the flying function of the silly girl, because if nothing unexpected happened, his parents would probably be back soon. Thinking of this, Hoshino left the bedroom, went to the dining room, and started cooking dinner. You know, he hasn't had dinner yet. After Hoshino finished his meal and washed the dishes, more than 10 minutes later, Hoshino's mother and father in this world, Uda and Uda came back. Hoshino, have you eaten? Coming to the bedroom, looking at Hoshino sitting on the bed, Ueda asked with a smile. Although Ueda felt that the bed was awkward no matter how she looked at it, she did not want to change it to tatami because it was expensive and it was not necessary to change it. Anyway, the main function of the bed and tatami was to sleep. This bed was ready-made. I heard from the landlord that the bed that Hoshino was sleeping on was left by the previous tenant, who seemed to be a Chinese. I've eaten. Did you feel okay at school today? Ueda continued to ask with a smile. This. Hearing Ueda question, Hoshino hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether he should say it. He knew that Ueda and Ueda would know what happened in school today sooner or later. It's just that he didn't want to say it, because it was a bit troublesome to explain. But after thinking it over again and again, Hoshino still confessed. Ueda looked at Hoshino, who lowered his head and didn't speak and didn't disturb him. She stood quietly at the door without saying a word. When she heard what happened to Hoshino at school today, Ueda was directly scared out of her wits. But seeing that Hoshino was sitting in front of her now, Ueda breathed a sigh of relief. Do I need to change schools? Ueda suddenly asked when Hoshino finished speaking. Shino was stunned. What, change school? It's impossible to change school. It's impossible to change school in this life. In addition to Tsukimidai Elementary School, there are 2 other elementary schools in Tsukimidai, Nerima District. One is closer to home and the other is farther away. Hoshino's parents decided to choose Tsukimidai Elementary School after comprehensive consideration. Tsukimidai Elementary School is actually better than the other 2 unknown elementary schools, but Uda is really afraid that what happened in school today will cause psychological harm to Hoshino. No. Hoshino made the decision without any hesitation for Uda kind suggestion. Well, you take a rest first. You still have classes tomorrow. By the way, remember to thank my teacher Seichiro for me during class tomorrow. Udariko realized that it was getting late, so she gave Hoshino a few more instructions and left Hoshino's room. Before leaving, she even closed the door of Hoshino's bedroom. Ha! After Udariko left, Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. He had never experienced the love of his father or mother in his previous life, but now he suddenly experienced it and was still a little uncomfortable. Although Udariko had asked Hoshino to get ready for bed, Hoshino, who had slept for the whole afternoon, was not very sleepy at this time. After thinking about it, Hoshino raised his left hand and pressed the only button on the right side of Silly Girl's watch. This button was originally Silly Girl's nose, and now it is Silly Girl's power button. Dream card 12 Silly Girl is at your service. Please enter the power on password. I am big handsome bitch, Xingye said the password of Silly Girl again with shame. It was also his fault that he did not change the password of Silly Girl in time when Silly Girl turned on the phone. Silly Girl has a self-protection mechanism. If no operation is performed within 10 minutes after turning on the phone, it will automatically turn off. The password is entered correctly. You can choose the following functions. Xingye did not look at the electronic screen in the air that was shot out from the electronic watch, but said slowly, Reset password. As a basic operation of electronic products, modifying and resetting passwords are not specially placed in the function area, but this does not mean that Silly Girl does not have this most basic function. Please enter the original password. Xingye reluctantly said the password again in a low voice. The voice is too small. Not recognized. Please re-enter. Xingye wanted to curse. In the end, the original password is entered correctly. Please enter the new password. For the new password, Xingye thought of a password that others should and probably could not guess in this short time. I am Transmigrator. I am a time traveler. Will be reset to a new power-on password by Silly Girl. Please confirm the power-on password again. I am a time traveler. Processing. Silly Girl's power-on password has been reset. Silly Girl, this name can't be said to be bad, nor can it be said to be good. After changing the password, Hoshino fell into deep thought again. Reset the name. The name is reset successfully. Dream is at your service. As a person who is not good at naming, Hoshino simply and rudely changed the name of Silly Girl to Fantasy. After the name change, Dream didn't actually change much, but when Hoshino looked at the Dream watch again, the feeling that Dream gave him was very different from before. Isn't it a bit too ostentatious to wear an electronic watch? Hoshino suddenly thought of it. The earliest electronic watch in the world was invented in 1972 and first appeared in Xingye. The price at that time was $2,000. $2,000 in 1972. What kind of concept is this? Of course, this electronic watch that costs $2,000 is not the kind of electronic watch that people imagine. This kind of $2,000 electronic watch, whether it is the material of the strap or other electronic accessories, the workmanship in all aspects is very delicate. After all, the price of $2,000 was not affordable for ordinary people even in Xingye at that time, and it was mainly used by the upper class. However, with the advancement of science and technology, the improvement of technical level, coupled with various factors such as the reduction in raw material prices, electronic watches of various prices and qualities have gradually appeared in the public eye. And this year is 1974. Even if electronic watches have begun to become popular, it is estimated that they will not be as popular as in later generations. After all, in later generations, it is very common for elementary school students to have an electronic watch. Invisible. After thinking for a while, Hoshino said to Menghuan. Under Hoshino's gaze, Menghuan really disappeared on his left hand. But Hoshino could notice that Menghuan was still wearing it on his left hand. He could feel it. Coming to the window, Hoshino opened the window. This should be fine. Menghuan, activate the stealth and flight functions at the same time. As soon as the voice fell, a green electronic data stream shot out from the dream watch and fell on Hoshino's forehead, and then quickly flowed from the forehead to the whole body. If someone entered Hoshino's bedroom at this time, they would find that the room was empty. Invisible. In addition, the green data stream also formed two angel wings with a length of 4 or 5 meters on Hoshino's back, which were invisible to outsiders. Hoshino, I have a word of MMP, but I don't know if I should say it. This is completely different from the flying he imagined. In the original work of the magic phone, Didn't the silly girl fly directly? Why did he become flying with the help of angel wings? However, when Hoshino calmed down and thought about it, this was not really a silly girl, so he was relieved. Anyway, being able to fly is the kingly way. By the way, Dream, how much battery do you have left? Remaining battery, 5%. A red warning electronic screen was projected in front of Hoshino. Hoshino, with such a low battery, how could he fly? Fortunately, he asked suddenly. Otherwise, when Huanhuan ran out of power, the result is scary. Huanhuan, set the remaining 20% battery as a warning reminder. In the future, whenever the remaining battery is 20%, remind me. And after the remaining 20%, remind me once every time the battery decreases by 1%. Huanhuan has been set. Turn off the stealth and flight functions. Click. After closing the window, Xingye lay directly on the bed in a big shape. I'd better get a good sleep today. No words were spoken all night, and Xingye woke up when the sun rose. The weather is good today. It's a sunny day. Xingye thought happily while getting dressed. Thinking that he still had a chance to sign in today, Xingye's mood became better. After dinner, Xingye went to school with his school bag on his back. Pay attention to safety on the road, Xingye. Waiter Rico's voice came from behind. Got it, Mom. Hoshino didn't think Waiter Rico was nagging. On the contrary, he enjoyed this feeling. Menghuan, how much power did you charge? Hoshino asked Menghuan while walking on the road. An electronic screen that only Xingye could see suddenly appeared in front of Xingye. Since the number of words displayed was small and in order to save power, the electronic screen that was displayed this time could only barely display the amount of power. Remaining power, 30 all. Menghuan only needed 1 hour to fully charge. As for the fact that after a night without Xingye charging, Menghuan's power level actually reached 37%. Xingye estimated that it was the credit of the sun that had already risen when he got up in the morning. It is possible to charge with light, but in Xingye's mind, the best way to charge Menghuan is to charge with sunlight during the day. Because Menghuan slightly modified Xingye's eyes, Xingye can see Menghuan's watch and electronic screen after they were invisible. Although maintaining this situation will continue to consume Menghuan's power, because the modified area is very small and there is only a pair of eyes, it will not consume much power. And Xingye has already agreed with Menghuan in advance that as long as it can sense light, Menghuan will automatically turn on the light energy charging function until Menghuan is fully charged. While Hoshino was thinking, because he was walking in the sun on purpose, the power of his dream jumped up by 3% to 40% without him noticing. Looking at the students walking around him, Hoshino's eyes jumped and scanned the crowd. The person he was looking for was Nobita, to see if they were on the way. Of course, if he could find Fat Tiger, Shizuka, and Tsuneo, it would also be possible. When Hoshino was lying in bed last night, thinking about what had happened recently, he suddenly thought of a very critical factor. In fact, he didn't have to have a good relationship with Nobita to complete the task of participating in the first big adventure. It was not impossible to have a good relationship with Shizuka and others. It was just that in the best case, he would have a good relationship with Nobita. After all, some big adventures were completely led by Nobita. For the first big adventure, the system didn't say which big adventure Nobita and others would go on. Hoshino remembered that Nobita and others had experienced more than a dozen or 20 big adventures. As he walked, Hoshino didn't notice that he had walked into a dark alley without realizing it. What is this place? Looking at the dark environment around him, Xingye frowned, turned around and walked back without hesitation. However, just as Xingye turned around, 2 junior high school students, who were at least a head taller than him, blocked his retreat with a few heh-heh sounds. How could such a bloody thing happen to me? Boy, be sensible and hand over all the valuables on you. One of the 2 junior high school students, a boy with a thinner figure, walked in front of Xingye and said, fiercely. Looking at Xingye, who did not change his expression in front of him, the boy with a thinner figure could not help but feel surprised. When he said this before, which elementary school student who was robbed of money by him was not scared and looked miserable and obediently handed over the things with both hands? In his previous life, Xingye only lived for 20 years, and he dared not say how rich his life experience was and how many ups and downs he had experienced. But at least, he would not be scared by 2 junior high school students, even if his current body is just a child. Mean, activate the social order maintenance function, Xingye said silently in his heart. During the test last night, Xingye had already discovered that Menghuan seemed to have a basic ability similar to telepathy. With this ability, Xingye can use all kinds of Menghuan's functions without speaking, just by thinking. Social order maintenance function has been activated. A voice that only Xingye could hear came into Xingye's mind. This was because Menghuan used a special electronic sound transmission method, which can directly transmit the sound to the human mind. After Menghuan's voice fell, an electric current spread from his left hand to Xingye's whole body. In a few seconds, Xingye's physical fitness reached 10 times that of an ordinary adult. An ordinary adult can usually punch 50 kilograms, and a tenfold increase is 500 kilograms. More than twice the 224 kilograms of boxing champion Tyson. 1,000 kilograms is 1 ton, and 500 kilograms is already a terrifying half-ton. This is a true superhuman. This improvement in physical fitness is also reflected in speed. The absolute speed of an ordinary person can reach 10 meters per second, although this is after acceleration. According to the tenfold speed increase, Xingye's current speed can reach a terrifying 100 meters per second. However, these are all theoretical speeds. Xingye's actual speed may be faster or slower than 100 meters per second. There may be some discrepancies, but it is almost like this. Xingye, who activated the social order maintenance function, did not want to play childish games with these junior high school students. After all, he still had to go to class. At a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye, he came in front of the thin junior high school student. With a sweep of his leg, the thin junior high school student fell to the ground. Ouch! The thin junior high school student who was caught off guard had not yet reacted, and he felt a feeling that hit his soul from some indescribable place. It turned out that there was a small stone under the feet of the thin junior high school student. Xingye looked back and saw this scene and looked at the thin junior high school student pitifully. Good luck to you. Why not rob someone else's? Steal your uncle's. Gudong! Seeing his companion being easily knocked down by Hoshino and having a psychological shadow that would linger for a lifetime, the junior high school student who came with the thin junior high school student couldn't help swallowing his saliva. But the pride and dignity of being a junior high school student made the junior high school student, who was already afraid of Hoshino, still stand there and look at Hoshino. How could Hoshino not see that the junior high school student had already developed a fear of him? No nonsense. An uppercut went over, and one of the junior high school student's teeth was knocked out by Hoshino. Ah! Looking at the two people, one lying on the ground and the other lying on his back screaming, Hoshino calmly adjusted the slightly tilted school bag behind him. Hoshino hated school bullying very much. Because in his previous life, he had experienced a dark period of being bullied by a school bully. During that time, he was simply living a life worse than death. It was not until he risked his life to beat a man half to death that no one dared to bully him anymore. However, because of that incident, he was expelled from school and came to the society to make a living early. He looked at the time, and it was already 8:50. Looking at the two people who were not looking at him and were wailing, Xingye said silently in his heart, "Fantasy, activate the invisibility and flight functions." As soon as the voice fell, Xingye's figure disappeared from the spot, and the wings behind him flapped gently. Xingye instantly rushed from the dark alley to the sky, and in the blink of an eye he was in the air. Looking at the environment and the road below, Xingye thought for a while and flew in one direction. A gray sparrow was flying freely in the air. Suddenly, the sparrow seemed to be stimulated by something and flapped its wings desperately to leave the spot. Looking at the sparrows fleeing around him, Xingye shook his head helplessly. After the stealth function was turned on, although the birds could not see him, the animal's instincts could sense danger, so the birds left their original places one after another. Like in the original work, when Nobita, Doraemon, and others were flying in the sky wearing bamboo dragonflies, the birds would actually fly side by side with them. Hoshino never understood this. This kind of thing is simply too outrageous. Hoshino's flying speed is extremely fast, especially after the social order maintenance function is turned on at the same time. Hoshino's speed has been horribly increased, reaching a terrifying supersonic speed of 340 meters per second. This is the speed that only supersonic fighters can achieve. Of course, this state cannot be turned on for a long time. It's not that Hoshino's physical fitness can't bear it. After all, his physical fitness has been improved tenfold after the social order maintenance function is turned on. It's just that the power of Dream doesn't allow Hoshino to maintain this speed for a long time. Simply put, it's too power-consuming. It's too much. I don't know if I can replace a slightly better battery for Dream, Hoshino thought. But Hoshino couldn't see where Dream's battery was. After asking Menghuan, I realized that I had really thought too much. Menghuan's battery is extremely special. It can be said that it has no battery, or it can be said that it is full of batteries, and its batteries are scattered all over the Menghuan watch. After experiencing the extreme pleasure of flying, Hoshino found that he had flown out of the school without knowing it. Hoshino turned his head after 2 seconds of silence. After coming out of a hidden place in the campus, Hoshino walked towards his classroom on the 4th floor. After arriving at the classroom, Hoshino found that his deskmate Maki Chiyuki had already sat in his seat. When she saw Hoshino appearing from the door, Chiyuki smiled and greeted Hoshino. Hoshino also smiled and greeted him. Chiyuki was wearing a cool purple top and purple shorts today, which looked a little cool. Sitting next to Chiyuki, Hoshino took out his textbook and waited for class. "Did you rest well yesterday?" Chiyuki suddenly poked her head in front of Hoshino and asked with a smile. This action scared Hoshino, and he instinctively swung his fist. However, after Hoshino reacted, he suddenly stopped his fist. Now his physical fitness is the standard of an ordinary adult, and one punch is as heavy as 50 kilograms. With one punch, Chiyuki's cute face would probably become uglier than a pig. Looking at the fist that was almost a hair away from her nose, even Chiyuki, whose psychological quality was far superior to her peers, was afraid. Just now, she actually felt a sense of suffocation from Hoshino's fist. After thinking about it, Chiyuki showed a frightened expression on her face. "Hoshino, can you pretend a little more?" However, Hoshino did not expose Chiyuki's disguise. After he recalled what happened yesterday when he and Chiyuki were kidnapped by the black-clad man, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. The calmness that Chiyuki showed in the face of that predicament was not like the psychological quality that a primary school student should have. Even if a primary school student has a strong psychological quality, seeing a person die in front of him, it's super good to be able to stay calm and not cry. But when Hoshino thought back, Chiyuki was more than calm at that time. She was so calm that it was scary. This kind of situation, either she had seen it often and was used to it, or Chiyuki was a pervert. Well, to be honest, he was acting more like a pervert at that time. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and looking at Chiyuki, who seemed to be scared silly, Hoshino said with concern, "Are you okay?" Chiyuki didn't know that Hoshino had defined her as a pervert in a short time. At this time, she was thinking about what she should say to make her relationship with Hoshino go further. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from the corridor, and as it got closer and closer to the door, the sound became louder and louder. When she heard the footsteps, Chiyuki was obviously stunned, and then she became panicked. Now his and Hoshino's posture is very ambiguous. If I, Cheng Rongyi, saw the impression of the two of them in my heart would definitely be reduced to a terrible level. She might even be called to the school by her parents, but she didn't care. However, if Hoshino distanced himself from her because of this, she would lose more than she gained. Thinking of this, Chanshe hurriedly wanted to stretch her head back. You know, her head was still under Hoshino's fist. It was just that maybe because she was too anxious, her body was out of control for a moment, and this directly led to her kissing Hoshino. The moment their lips touched, an electric current spread through their bodies at the same time. My first kiss. Why is this happening? How can I face him in the future? The moment they kissed, each of them had their own thoughts in their minds. Chanshe was stunned for a moment and hurriedly sat back in her seat, lowered her head, and her face was as red as a ripe red apple. Hoshino licked his lips. Well, fortunately, Chanshe should have brushed her teeth today, so there was no garlic smell. Bah! Shameless! As the most handsome boy in the class, Hoshino is naturally noticed by many girls all the time. The scene that happened to Hoshino and Chiyuki just now was also seen by many little girls. Some envious and jealous little girls shouted and scolded. At the same time, I was still thinking how good it would be if I was in Chiyuki's position just now. Ahem. Hoshino coughed awkwardly twice, pretending to be a gentleman, ready to attend the class. Whether in his previous life or this life, he has never held a girl's hand, let alone such a shy thing as kissing. Chiyuki looked at Hoshino, who didn't change his face, and suddenly felt a little disappointed. Didn't his behavior just now make him feel a little emotional? However, Cheng Rongyilang had already walked in at this time. Chiyuki didn't care about anything else and looked up and became serious. Cheng Rongyilang came to the podium, took out the student name list, and carried out the daily class roll call as usual. Idekisugi, here! Shizuka, here! Through the roll call of Iseichiro and the students' answers, a naive and cute little girl in a pink dress came into Hoshino's sight. Is this Shizuka, Nobita's future wife? Hoshino thought to himself as he squinted at Shizuka, who was sitting in the middle of the third row. So far, he has met 4 of the 5 main characters in the Doraemon world: Nobita, Shizuka, Fat Tiger, and Tsuneo. As for Doraemon, Hoshino said that he was not curious, but that was a lie. It was just that he didn't know where Nobita's home was, and it was not good to ask rashly. If he directly said that he was going to visit Nobita's home, it would make him seem like he had a serious illness. But Hoshino was not in a hurry. Anyway, there was still a month left. Oh no, there were still 29 days left, but this was enough time for the relationship between the 2 elementary school students to develop from nothing to something, and it was not impossible for them to even become real brothers. Hoshino, here! Nobita! The classroom was silent. Teacher, 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 here! Cheng Rongyilang saw that no one responded to him for a long time, and he knew that Nobita was late again. Just when he was about to get angry, a heavy gasp came from the door of the classroom. Nobita panted and bent over to hold the door, while shouting to me, Cheng Rongyilang, here! Nobita, you are late again! Teacher, I know. I will go to stand in the corner now. Nobita, who had recovered a little, said to me, Cheng Rongyilang, very consciously. Cheng Rongyilang, seeing Nobita, who really wanted to leave the door and stand in the corner, Cheng Rongyilang's old face twitched. Enough, come back! Could almost be heard by the next class, came from Cheng Rongyilang's mouth. Hearing the angry words of Cheng Rongyilang, Nobita trembled and returned to the door again, lowering his head. Cheng Rongyilang calmed down his anger and said slowly, There will be an exam today, so I won't let you stand in the corner for now. Remember not to be late next time. Go back and sit down. Ah, okay, Nobita, who had been thinking that he didn't sleep well last night and could take advantage of the opportunity to catch up on his sleep, suddenly became listless and sat back in his seat with his head down. Especially when he thought about the exam, Nobita's face immediately turned bitter. Today, we will have a homework test. It will mainly test the summer homework I gave you for the 3rd grade. I hope you won't let me down. I believe that all of you have done your summer homework well. Looking at Nobita, who had already sat back in his seat, Cheng Rongyilang continued the above words. Hearing what Cheng Rongyilang said, the more than 40 students in the 4th grade 3 class had different expressions. The confident top student Dekisugi, the slightly nervous Shizuka, and the whispering Fat Tiger and Tsuneo. Tsuneo, did you do your summer homework well? Fat Tiger carefully touched Tsuneo next to him with his arm and asked in a low voice. Homework. I bought the answers directly with my pocket money. Tsuneo was stunned for a moment after hearing Fat Tiger's words, and then said, Damn, Tsuneo, you are so disloyal. You didn't even give me the answers, and made me waste a whole summer to do homework in vain. You didn't ask me for it. That's right. You said that, so you did your summer homework well? Right the hell, you know my level. Is it useful to do it well? Quiet. Looking at the noisy students below, Cheng Rongyilang frowned and said loudly, Cheng Rongyilang's prestige is really not to be underestimated. When the 2 words fell, the whole classroom suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Next, the test papers will be distributed. Don't cheat, otherwise I will invite your parents to tea. Primary school students are generally very afraid of having their parents called. Cheng Rongyilang, could clearly see that after I finished speaking, several students who obviously had a tendency to cheat in their eyes restrained themselves a lot. Looking at the test paper in front of him, Hoshino first glanced at the contents of the entire test paper. It was a math test paper, and then looked at the first question. 12 plus 21 equals? After a half-second of silence, Hoshino wrote down his answer. Second question, 8 plus 40 equals. This time, Hoshino didn't even bother to pause, and in the blink of an eye, he filled in his answer on the blank space of the test paper. In the following time, under the shocked gaze of Chiyuki, who was sitting next to him, Hoshino kept sliding his pen on the test paper, almost without stopping. Chiyuki looked at the few questions she had just finished, and then looked at Hoshino, who had turned over the test paper, and started to do the questions at the back of the test paper, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching a few times. Her grades were not bad, and she could rank in the top 5 in a class of more than 40 people. For ordinary people, she was also a top student, but now compared with Hoshino, she couldn't even compare to the scumbag. Standing on the podium and watching Chiyuki's little movements, Chengrong couldn't help but frown, but he didn't say much. He knew Chiyuki's grades very well, and he shouldn't do such a thing as plagiarism. After all, as a freshman, no one in the class knew his grades yet, so how could anyone copy his answers? Chengrong didn't know what Hoshino's grades were like, but I only knew that Hoshino's entrance examination scores were very good. At that time, many teachers were vying for Hoshino to join their classes, but for some reason Hoshino ended up in his class. However, in my Chengrong eyes, grades are important, but he values a person's character more. As long as a person's character is good enough, even if he is not smart enough, as long as he studies hard, his grades will not be too bad. What's more, in my Chengrong opinion, this is just elementary school knowledge, and you can really learn it as long as you want to learn it. Chengrong thought about it and planned to walk down the podium to see how Hoshino was doing. Could it be that Hoshino is really a genius? Narichiro also saw Hoshino flipping the test paper just now. This speed of answering questions is almost the same as copying answers. No, to be precise, it is faster than copying answers. At this time, Dekisugi, who used to be the first in the class and the second in the grade, had only finished a quarter of the test paper, while Hoshino had less than a quarter of the test paper left. You know, Dekisugi finished so quickly because the test paper was full of original questions. He had done it once, but Hoshino was doing it for the first time. Thinking of this, Narichiro raised his head and his face immediately darkened. "Fat Tiger, Tsuneo! What are you doing?" "Ah, teacher, Tsuneo has no pen and he asked me to borrow a pen." Hearing what Narichiro said, Fat Tiger and Tsuneo were so scared that they stood up immediately. Walking in front of the two people, Narichiro picked up their test papers, looked at them, and then put them down again. "Tell me before you borrow a pen next time, or you will be considered cheating." "Got it, teacher!" Fat Tiger and Tsuneo said they knew it immediately, fearing that Chengrong would think they cheated. In fact, they really didn't cheat. After all, compared with the consequences of cheating, it didn't matter if they did a little worse on the test. After all, they had the same grades before. "Sit down." After dealing with Fat Tiger and Tsuneo, Chengrong came to the side of Hoshino and found that Hoshino had already finished the entire test paper. Picking up Hoshino's test paper, Chengrong's frown gradually relaxed, and finally he smiled. Hoshino actually finished the last few questions. He put the test paper in front of Hoshino again, and then Chengrong went to check on other students. After seeing Chengrong leave, Hoshino put the test paper in front of him and then thought. He has one chance to sign in today, but there are several places he wants to sign in. Sign in the sun, sign in the time tunnel, sign in the water. Signing in the sun is because he wants to see if his guess is correct. Signing in the water is because he wants to improve his D-level water ability. Signing in the space-time tunnel is even more so. Anything that has to do with time and space is not simple. These 3 sign-in places are the places that Xingye wants to sign in the most, so Xingye is very entangled at the moment. How great it would be if I could sign in multiple times a day? Xingye thought secretly while daydreaming. There is actually no rush to improve the D-level water ability. At present, I have the killer weapon of Dream, so there will be no safety problems for the time being. As for signing in the time tunnel, I can sign in at any time anyway, and there is no rush to do it today. But if I have a guess in my heart and don't confirm it, it really makes people feel uncomfortable. And what if I can't sign in the sun? After constant confirmation and refuting, Xingye finally decided on the place to sign in today. Sign in the sun. While Hoshino was thinking, the first class of the morning passed. Chengrong took away the students' test papers and left the classroom. After Chengrong left, the classroom suddenly became noisy. "Hoshino, what do you think of the test questions just now? Is it very simple?" Chiyuki seemed to have completely forgotten that she had kissed Hoshino before the class. She smiled and asked Hoshino without any estrangement, which made Hoshino curious about Chiyuki's living environment since childhood. What kind of environment and what kind of family can cultivate such a person? It's so-so. Hoshino really didn't feel like discussing such an extremely simple question. Seeing that Hoshino didn't seem to be very interested, Chiyuki didn't say anything about the previous question, and then the two remained silent. Chiyuki didn't know what to say for a moment, while Hoshino was thinking about how to find an opportunity to contact Nobita. Nobita seems to be beaten by Fat Tiger every day. If I help Nobita so that he won't be bullied by Fat Tiger. A thought quietly rose in Hoshino's mind. Hoshino! Ah, what's wrong? Hearing Chiyuki calling him, Hoshino didn't react for a moment and asked in a daze. You kissed me just now, so you have to be responsible for me. Although Chiyuki was very bold, her face couldn't help but blush to her ears when she said this. Chiyuki like this? Hoshino thought helplessly that he absolutely didn't believe his idea in his heart. What a bullshit love at first sight. It's just lust. If he looks like an ordinary person, do you think Qianxue would look at him more? Haha, I was kidding. Looking at Qianxue, who took it seriously, Xingye smiled and shook his head. You, Qianxue knew that she was fooled and turned her head away angrily. As the top straight man representative, Xingye didn't care, and as for comforting Qianxue, don't even think about it. There were only 10 minutes between classes, so Xingye didn't find a place to sign in during the break. As for signing in the classroom, although Xingye, who was sitting next to the window, could be exposed to the sun, he didn't know if his body would show any heavenly phenomena after signing in. For his own safety, it would be his best choice to wait until there was enough time and find a relatively safe place to sign in. Looking at Xingye, who was still indifferent and didn't come to comfort her even though she was angry, Qianxue was furious. She showed it so obviously. Why is Hoshino sitting next to her still like a blockhead? Hoshino did not go out of his way to befriend Fat Tiger, Tsuneo, Shizuka, and especially Nobita. Because Fat Tiger, Tsuneo, and Nobita don't particularly like excellent people. Of course, it can't be said that they hate them, but they always have a vague sense of alienation towards excellent people. Dekisugi is undoubtedly the best example. As a top student in the original work, Dekisugi is not only good at studying, but also an athlete, and he handles interpersonal relationships very well. He is also excellent in other aspects. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is an all-round talent. Even if he is just an elementary school student, it can be seen that his future is definitely not ordinary. Even his predecessor can only surpass Dekisugi in learning. But Hoshino knows clearly that living in society requires more than just studying. And Dekisugi, who is so excellent, has never participated in a big adventure of Nobita and others. This is a tragedy for Dekisugi. Because Izuki Sugi is particularly fond of astronomy, his dream is to go to Mars and the Moon, and such a dream can be realized in just a few minutes with Doraemon's invincible future props. Ding-ling-ling. Time passed while Hoshino was thinking, and 10 minutes passed quickly. Next was the second class. The teacher was a young woman in her 20s, wearing a kimono, which was generally yellow in color and embroidered with autumn maple leaves. This young female teacher taught music. I have to say that listening to my class of Seiichiro is different from listening to the class of a beautiful girl. Of course, Hoshino has no idea about this beautiful female teacher, but looking at the beautiful girl makes me happy. After all, everyone likes beautiful things. This is the heartbeat rule that everyone cannot escape, just like children like toys. Do children buy toys to play with? This is not necessarily the case. In fact, Hoshino has always been confused. In the original work, it seems that all classes are taught by my Seiichiro, because he seems to have never seen a teacher other than my Seiichiro appear in the classroom of Nobita and others. Now I realize that it turns out that not all of Nobita and the others' classes are taught by me, Cheng Rongyilang. But think about it. If I, Cheng Rongyilang, took care of all their courses, including but not limited to Chinese mathematics, music, and physical education, then how versatile would I be? Would such a person be just an ordinary teacher? But thinking about Cheng Rongyilang's villa, Hoshino didn't know what to say. Moreover, in the original book, Nobita's test papers were almost always salted duck eggs. This is okay for mathematics, but if you say that his, Chinese, his mother tongue, is also salted duck eggs, this is not justifiable. Unless Nobita can't do anything and hands in a blank paper. Time flies, and it's the last class in the morning. This is Cheng Rongyilang's class, mathematics class. After the bell rang, Cheng Rongyilang came to the podium with the corrected test paper. I am very disappointed with this test. Cheng Rongyilang pushed his glasses and said, and Hoshino could faintly hear the anger in Cheng Rongyilang's tone. There are 45 people in the class. Only 20 people scored above 80 points. This shows how careless you are in doing your summer homework. The full score for this test is actually 90 points. You have passed with 80 points. After all, it is understandable that you made some mistakes. The remaining 10 points are the basic knowledge of the first chapter of the 4th grade textbook. As long as you prepare for it, you will definitely know it, because I gave you the examples in the May textbook. I didn't change a single word. It seems that you ignored my words and didn't prepare for it even though I asked you to. Of course, there are those who perform poorly, and there are also those who perform well. At this point, Narichiro stopped. He had said so much in one breath, so he also needed to take a breath. When Narichiro heard the last sentence, except for a few people, almost everyone in the class looked at Dekisugi, who was sitting next to Shizuka, including Hoshino. The first person they thought of was the top student Dekisugi. Of course, the reason why Hoshino looked at Dekisugi was not because of what Narichiro said, but purely out of curiosity. Dekisugi, who was noticed by everyone, still maintained a humble and kind smile on his face. Hoshino knew that this was not Dekisugi's pretending, but in the original work, Dekisugi was set to be an almost perfect person with very few shortcomings. There is only one person who got full marks in this exam, and that is Hoshino-san. Everyone applauded to encourage him. Pa, 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 pa! Narichiro was the first to applaud, and then almost everyone in the class applauded. Dekisugi also applauded, and his eyes looking at Hoshino were full of curiosity and a little admiration. Hoshino-san, come up and get your test paper. Hoshino took the test paper from Narichiro and sat back in his seat. Mr. Dekisugi is as good as ever, with 99 points. Just because he was careless and wrote a wrong fill-in-the-blank, the decimal point moved one place back. Mr. Dekisugi, don't make such a mistake again. Although Cheng Rongyalong's tone was stern, anyone with a discerning eye could see the smile in his eyes that he couldn't suppress. I know. Thank you, teacher. After taking the test paper, Dekisugi thanked Cheng Rongyalong respectfully before returning to his seat. What happened next was very ordinary and didn't attract Hoshino's attention at all. What surprised Hoshino was that his deskmate Chiyuki was also a school tyrant, ranking 4th in the class, only behind him, Dekisugi and Shizuka. But Hoshino was only slightly surprised. After all, no matter how awesome elementary school is, it doesn't mean anything. There are junior high school, and even college above elementary school. Elementary school can only be regarded as the starting point of formal learning, and even college may not even be considered an entry point. The test papers have been distributed. If you didn't do well on the test, remember to reflect on it. Okay. Without further ado, we will start your first math class in the 4th grade. Take out your textbooks. After handing out the test papers, Cheng Rongyalong gave Hoshino and the others a few more instructions before the formal class began. As for the wrong questions on the test papers, you should know that there are answers to the summer homework, which are at the end of each summer homework book. Ding-ling-ling, the bell rang, and Hoshino looked at the watch. It was 11:45 in the morning. That's it for this class. Class dismissed. Cheng Rongyalong said to Hoshino and the others under the podium while packing up his things. Goodbye, teacher. Class monitor Dekisugi took the lead and stood up and said to me, Cheng Rongyalong, goodbye, classmates. Japanese elementary school students do not go home at noon. They eat their own lunchboxes or the set meals provided by the school. Watching the people around him take out their lunchboxes and eat, Hoshino cleaned up his desk a little and got up to go to the school cafeteria for lunch. Hoshino, didn't you bring your lunch? Chanshui looked at the empty-handed Hoshino and couldn't help but ask curiously. I'll eat in the school cafeteria. Hoshino explained casually and left the classroom. Chanshui looked at the back of Hoshino, who hurriedly left the classroom, and then looked at her lunchbox printed with a pink pig, her eyes flickering, and she didn't know what she was thinking. When Hoshino came to the school cafeteria, there were not many people in the school cafeteria. There were only a dozen or 20 people in the huge cafeteria. After all, most students still brought their own lunchboxes. Coming to the window, Hoshino asked for a lunch set and chose a relatively secluded place to eat. After eating, Hoshino did not leave immediately, but sat there and rested. He said he was resting, but he was actually thinking about where to sign in. The first class in the afternoon starts at 1 o'clock, and now it is 12 o'clock, which means he has about an hour of free time. Most students will choose to take a nap during this time period, so that they can keep enough energy to listen to the teacher in the afternoon. For Hoshino, who has the energy of an average adult, it doesn't matter whether he takes a nap or not. After a short rest, Hoshino got up and walked out of the restaurant. Walking to a corner where no one was, Hoshino asked Mengwon to turn on the invisibility and flight function. Looking at the back mountain not far behind the school, Hoshino didn't hesitate and flew over directly. Yes, the place chosen by Hoshino was the back mountain not far behind the school. The back mountain of the school is a place that Nobita and others have visited many times in the original work. This back mountain is not very big, but it is not small either. At least the entire Uegentai Elementary School is not as big as this back mountain. At this time, the students are unlikely to go to the back mountain of the school, and people outside the school will not come here unless there is something special. And even if someone really comes to the back mountain of the school, with the back mountain of the school being so big, Hoshino can just find a place where no one is. Mengwon, if I don't disable the invisibility function, can the sunlight shine on me? Standing on the top of a big tree, looking at the high-rise buildings below, Xingye suddenly asked Mengwon. If he didn't disable the invisibility function, his chance of being exposed would undoubtedly be reduced to an extreme in an instant. The stealth function uses the principle of refracting light. Light cannot shine on the owner, so there is no way to form reflections. Therefore, others cannot see the owner with the naked eye, because the reason why the human eye can see things is the result of light reflection. The crisp royal sister voice came from the Dream Watch. The Dream Watch has multiple voices for Xingye to choose from: sweet girl voice, gentle lady voice, mature uncle voice, cheerful youth voice, etc. As for the crisp royal sister voice, Xingye was not satisfied with the previous voices, so he asked Dream to randomly combine them. Is that so? Xingye suddenly realized, and then asked Dream to cancel the stealth function, and then he also flew down from the top of the tree, more than 10 meters high, and found a place that could be illuminated by the sun. System, sign in the sun. Xingye was particularly nervous. Success or failure depended on this. Ding, sign in the sun failed, not completely in line with the sign-in location. Hearing the word failure said by the system, Xingye was immediately very disappointed and couldn't help sighing in his heart. However, Hoshino immediately felt that something was wrong. It doesn't completely match the sign-in location. In other words, signing in the sun is completely possible and feasible, but the way he opened it is wrong. It doesn't completely match. Then what is completely consistent? Hoshino was a little confused. He couldn't help but think of the last time he signed in the water. Although it seemed to be a lake, it should be signing in a lake. At that time, he was completely wrapped in water. So, is he signing in the sun because his whole body is not covered in the sun? Hoshino looked and saw that there was a shadow behind him, which means that his back was not illuminated by the sun, and his feet. To be precise, the only place where the sun shone was the place where he was exposed, and the place where he was wearing clothes was not illuminated by the sun. This is very embarrassing. He can't take off all his clothes to test it? And even if so, the angle of the sun's light is not good enough. Unless, Hoshino narrowed his eyes, use light. A room, with a lamp hanging on each of the 4 walls, shining in the center, and he sat in the center. As for stripping naked, it was the last choice after all else failed. This was the first replica test method that came to Xingye's mind, but it couldn't be tested in a short period of time. Although the test failed, it finally verified my guess, Xingye thought silently. According to this reasoning, signing in the fire and in the thunder is completely feasible. But if we follow the rule of signing in the water, it's a bit scary. Xingye suddenly thought of the scene of the fire burning his body and the lightning raging on his body, and his body couldn't help but tremble. No, if the body strength is not enough to not fear the fire and thunder, these 2 signings are absolutely not allowed. Xingye immediately had a consideration in his mind. Flying? Signing in the air. Maybe this can be tried. But there's no rush for this for the time being. With the dreamy flying ability, you can also take it slow first. Then sign in the time tunnel. Xingye thought about this and couldn't help but get excited. You know, that is a time tunnel that can communicate the past and the future. How can he not be excited? In the past, with the technology of the 21st century, it would take thousands or tens of thousands of years, let alone hundreds of years, or even the destruction of the solar system and the extinction of mankind, to develop a time tunnel that only exists in science fiction works. But Xingye frowned again. The time-space shuttle function of Dream is different from Doraemon's time machine. After he enters the person, place, and time of the shuttle, he will directly travel through time and space. He cannot stay in the time tunnel like Doraemon's time machine. So he must travel through time and space for real and then sign in while he is still in the time tunnel. Xingye had an idea in his mind. Dream, start the time-space shuttle function. Already started. Please enter the person, time, and place of this time-space shuttle. Hearing Dream's words, Xingye suddenly thought of a very serious question. How much battery do you have left, Menghuan? Battery remaining, 100%. Seeing this number, Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had not gained nothing after being exposed to the scorching sun for a whole morning. Then Xingye continued to ask, Menghuan, you once said that every time you travel through time and space, your entire battery will be consumed. But is the remaining battery 1% the same as the remaining battery 100%? And what is the difference between traveling with 1% battery and traveling with 100% battery? Of course it is different. Every 1% of the battery corresponds to 1 year of travel. It is just that no matter whether you have 1% or 100% battery, as long as you travel through time and space, the battery will be completely exhausted, even if you travel to the previous second with 100% battery. As for the amount of battery, it will only affect the travel period. It does not mean that you cannot travel through time and space if the battery is low. It's really a pit, but it seems to be pretty good later. 1% of the battery can be charged in just 36 seconds, and then you can use Menghuan to travel through time and space. Xingye complained, and then thought of a very important question and asked it out. Dream, no matter how long the host stays in the time and space after traveling, when returning to the original time and space, only 1 minute will have passed in the real time and space. The host can even choose to go back to the previous minute or even longer in the original time and space, but it is impossible to go back to the original time and space. Is it like this? It seems to be a little bit like a time machine. Xingye thought secretly, but why can't I go back to the origin? If I go back to the origin, then do I count as traveling through time and space? What is the origin? It is eternal. The voice of the system suddenly sounded. System, do you know that your sudden words like this will scare the child? System, in the original work, Doraemon and others used the time machine to go to the past and the future, and then return to the original time and space, Nobita's room. Is this so-called original time and space the past or the future? Hoshino felt that his brain was about to explode. Everything related to time and space was too mysterious. One thing after another. He didn't know what it was like in the original work. After all, he didn't remember too many details. But the system said so it should be like this in general. In the original work, Nobita and others should not have returned to the original time and space, but the past and future of the original time and space, a disguised original time and space. Retracting his thoughts, Hoshino exhaled and stopped thinking about these things. If I have to sign in, Hoshino's eyes suddenly lit up. Shuttle person time, 1 hour before the black-clad man kidnapped Xingye yesterday. Shuttle location, the back mountain of the school. Please confirm? Shuttle personnel, time and location have been confirmed, and the time tunnel is opening. After Menghuan's voice fell, a beam of light shot forward. After the beam shot into the air, it quickly spread out with the point as the center. In the blink of an eye, a blue vortex as high as a person appeared 1 meter in front of Xingye. The next second, Xingye was uncontrollably sucked into the blue vortex. When Xingye entered the blue vortex quickly shrank until it became a point and then disappeared. A gust of wind blew, and the few fallen leaves that Xingye had just stepped on slowly flew into the air. The time tunnel, no one knows how and why it appeared. Even in the future 22nd century, this is still an unsolved mystery in the world. The time tunnel is full of colorful clocks. The second hand, minute hand, and hour hand on the clock are constantly rotating at a speed that cannot be seen by the naked eye. No one knows when they will stop. It seemed to be the past, the future, or the present. Suddenly, an inconspicuous place in the time tunnel was broken open. A small figure emerged from the small hole and then flew in one direction in the time tunnel where the direction could not be distinguished at all. Is this the time tunnel? Xingye looked at the strange scene around him and was amazed. Of course, he did not forget the business. System, sign in the time tunnel. Ding, the host successfully signed in the time tunnel. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the First Order time power and the First Order space power. Damn, I made a fortune this time. Even with Xingye's never swearing quality, he couldn't help but swear when he saw what he got by signing in the time tunnel today. We are people with quality. We never say I'm a fool, Nima fuck, unless we really can't help it. Obviously, Xingye couldn't help it. Getting 2 powers at one time is equivalent to signing in twice. I don't know if there is something wrong with the system. Xingye thought, happily. Ding! System loophole detected, repairing, fixed. Xingye really wanted to slap himself in the face. If he didn't think so, would the system not detect the loophole and repair it? Would he be able to get 2 or more things from time to time by signing in at one time? But thinking about it, he knew it was impossible, but this system actually had loopholes. Xingye suddenly thought, in addition to this loophole, are there other loopholes in the system? Can he do something with the system loopholes? Although he didn't seem to know what other loopholes there were in this system. Ding, the host's idea is incorrect and extremely dangerous. This behavior of borrowing system loopholes to make profits will only do harm to the system and the host. Hearing the words of the system, Xingye curled his lips in disdain. System, you are a bad old man. Whoever believes you is a dog. In order to stop the host's behavior, a comprehensive detection of system loopholes is now in progress. The estimated time is 12 hours. During this time period, the host can still use all the functions of the system as usual. He was just thinking about it. After all, who knows if there are any loopholes in the system? Even if there are loopholes, he doesn't know what they are. How can he make a profit by exploiting the loopholes in the system without knowing the specific loopholes? It's good for the system to detect loopholes. After all, Xingye doesn't know whether the loopholes in the system are good or bad for him. I don't know who made this system, but there are loopholes. I want to complain. 1-star bad review. Time passed quickly, and a dazzling light flashed in front of his eyes. When Xingye opened his eyes again, he was already on the back mountain of the school. Unlike the sunny weather tomorrow, today when Xingye was kidnapped, the sky was full of dark clouds. But it didn't rain. Looking at his left hand, the dream watch no longer displayed the time because it was out of power. Xingye seemed to think of something and was dumbfounded as if he was struck by lightning. Without sunlight, how can he charge the dream? The corners of Xingye's mouth twitched, and his mood began to fluctuate. Although the light can also charge the dream, it is not a small trouble to find such a place. No, I have to stay calm. Hoshino tried his best to suppress his manic mood. The first priority now is to recharge Menghuan. As for the matter of the man in black and Qianshui, after all, Qianshui lived to tomorrow, so nothing will happen to her. Hey no, why should I care about this matter? Shouldn't I be worried about the safety of today's me? As expected, after staying with Qianshui for a long time, I have become stupid myself. Hoshino hurriedly corrected his wrong thoughts. But today's me will awaken water-based abilities, so nothing should happen. As long as I don't interfere, everything should develop as it was before. Hoshino thought, since there was no Menghuan, he couldn't interfere even if he wanted to. After all, he only had the physical fitness of an ordinary adult and D-level water-based abilities. Hey no, he seemed to have just gained 2 abilities, the first-level time ability and the first-level space ability. It's strange to say that they are all abilities, but the water-based ability is D-level, while the time and space abilities are first-level. Is there anything special about the time ability and the space ability? System, call up the introduction of time and space abilities. A light screen appeared in front of Xingye. Time ability, first level, control the flow of time within a radius of 10 meters. The time within a radius of 10 meters can be accelerated or slowed down by up to 10 times. It can also pause the time within 10 meters. Xingye narrowed his eyes and looked at this introduction. Within 10 meters, his speed can be 100 times faster than the enemy with the blessing of time. This is an extremely terrifying increase. Suppose his speed is 100 meters per second, and he accelerates his own time 10 times. His speed is 1,000 meters per second in the eyes of others. Similarly, he slowed down the enemy's time flow by 10 times. The enemy's speed is also 100 meters per second. In his eyes, the enemy's speed becomes 10 meters per second. The speed of 1,000 per second and the speed of 10 meters per second, needless to say, the former is definitely an absolute crushing of the latter. Under the same strength. However, his time blessing can only be maintained within a radius of 10 meters. Once the enemy leaves, it will be useless. Moreover, if he fails to kill the enemy instantly the first time, the enemy will definitely not be stupid enough to approach him again and will definitely use long-range attacks. He has always been in the center of the 10-meter range, which means that he can always maintain a 10-fold speed blessing. For example, if he takes 1 meter in one step, with 10 times the time acceleration, the time he takes to walk 10 steps will only be 1 step in the eyes of others. He has taken the same number of steps, but in the eyes of others, he has only taken 1 step, and each step is 10 meters. Suppose he takes 100 meters in one step with 10 times the time flow rate blessing. That is 1 kilometer in one step. Xingye became excited. Based on his current maximum flight speed of 340 meters per second, the 10-fold speed increase is 3,400 meters per second. You must know that ordinary civil aircraft only fly 250 meters per second, and fighter jets and the like only fly about 550 meters per second. He can actually reach such a terrifying speed, 3,400 meters per second. However, Xingye knew that even if he could reach this speed, he couldn't really fly that fast. Organic bodies will generally be cremated at 1,500. To reach this temperature, you need to fly at a speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour, which is about 1,666 meters per second, and Xingye's speed is 3,400 meters per second. The reason why the Flash runs so fast and his body does not catch fire is because he has special clothes, but Xingye does not. Even if his physical fitness is 10 times that of an ordinary person, it is still useless. After all, it is a high temperature of 1,500. You must know that the melting point of steel is only more than 1,500 degrees. Xingye will be burned in minutes if he flies at this speed. However, it should be fine to use it in his ordinary form. After all, it is only 10 times the speed of an ordinary person, about 100 meters per second. Of course, this is at a very fast speed. If you walk, it is about 10 meters per second. It is just that after the social order maintenance function is activated separately, the 10-fold speed increase can make his speed reach a maximum speed of about 1 kilometer per second. Although reaching a high temperature of 1,500 requires a speed of 1,666 meters per second, too fast speed is a big burden on the body. After Xingye figured out the cause and effect, he looked at the next space ability. The 10-fold speed increase was too terrifying, so it was better not to use it easily. However, reasonable control was a killer. Space ability, first level, control the space within a radius of 10 meters. Space suppression, space binding, free movement within 10 meters. Xingye looked at it and found that the space ability was not as good as the time ability, but it might be because the level of the space ability was too low. Free movement within 10 meters. How come it seems to be similar to teleportation? It's a pity that it's only 10 meters, and it doesn't work much now. However, space suppression and space binding can be used. But where is the limit? How strong is the enemy to break free? Or in other words, within 10 meters I am the supreme controller. No matter how strong the enemy is, as long as he is close to me, within 10 meters, I am invincible? System, don't you explain it? The system was silent for 2 seconds. Host is invincible. Xingye widened his eyes. Invincible? The supreme controller? Compared with the time power and space power, other powers are dregs. According to the upgrade method of water power, the upgrade method of space power, and space power should be similar, probably also by signing in to get fragments or something. It's just that the space power and time power don't have any means of attack in the early stage, and still need other powers to assist. One after another, ideas kept popping up in Xingye's mind, and he kept reasoning and perfecting them. System. List my character panel. Physical strength. Mental power. Power, D-level water power. First order time power. First order space power. Backpack, 1 cubic meter. Number of remaining sign-ins today. System backpack. Xingye had noticed it a long time ago, but he didn't use the system backpack before. But now he has it. In the future, he must put 10 or 8 flashlights in the system backpack to prevent the dream from running out of power and charging at any time. It's just that he doesn't seem to have much money. I've acquired 3 superpowers without realizing it, and the extremely perverted space power. Now in this world where gods, demons, monsters, spirits, and technology coexist, I can barely be considered to have a little bit of self-protection power. Hoshino murmured. There are gods, demons, monsters, and spirits in the Doraemon world. Let's not talk about anything else. The big devil in the magic mirror world can be classified as a god or demon. Coming back to his senses, Hoshino closed the character panel. With the help of the 3 superpowers of D-level water power, time power, and space power, even if he still can't beat the man in black, he has the minimum power to protect himself. As for the charging of Dream, 1% of the power can travel through time and space for a year, and it only takes 36 seconds to fully charge 1%. Hoshino plans to charge Dream 1% of the power, and then fully charge Dream after returning to tomorrow's time and space. Although Hoshino has thought about a lot of things in his mind, it has only been a while in the outside world. Hoshino estimates that there is still a lot of time before Xingye and him are kidnapped, so he is not in a hurry. Using the space power to move freely within 10 meters to hurry on the road, there are not many people on the back mountain, so Hoshino is not afraid of being discovered. As for why he didn't use the time power to hurry on, the time power only speeds up and slows down time, and can't reduce the number of steps he takes. He still has to walk as much as he should. In other words, using the time power to hurry on, Xingye will still consume physical strength and will still get tired. Space power is different. With a thought, it is a distance of 10 meters. You don't even have to move. When the level of space power is improved in the future, with a thought, you may be able to directly cross 2 continents. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the flowers, plants, and trees on the back mountain that had just been washed by the heavy rain exuded a faint fragrance, which made people feel particularly comfortable. Rustle. A gust of wind blew, and the branches and leaves of various plants made natural sounds under the wind. Swoosh! A wet green leaf slowly fell from the tree, but it did not fall to the ground, but was caught by a figure who suddenly appeared under the tree. Xingye looked at the green fallen leaf in his hand, did not disturb it, and let it fall back to its roots when he loosened his hand. The back mountain is not far from the school's teaching building, but it is not close either. There are several thousand meters between the two. The several thousand meters here refers to the distance from the school's teaching building to the top of the back mountain. With the blessing of spatial ability, Xingye can teleport 20 meters in 1 second. The speed of thought is very fast. Under the condition of urgent travel, it is very common to move the mind twice in 1 second. Theoretically speaking, if Xingye's mental power is strong enough, and his mental reaction is fast enough, he can use his mind 100 times in 1 second. Then, he can teleport 1,000 meters in 1 second. And this is only because Xingye's spatial ability is only the first level. If the level is improved, there is probably no place in the world that he cannot go. It's just that it's not impossible to reach this level of 100 thoughts in 1 second, but it's as difficult as going to the sky. So paired with improving mental power, maybe it's easier to improve superpowers? After a few minutes of rushing, Xingye has arrived at the foot of the back mountain. After arriving here, Xingye no longer uses superpowers to travel. Because this place is not far from the school building, more and more people have begun to come. Without the invisibility function, Xingye dare not use the space ability openly. You! Come here! Xingye heard someone calling him from behind. After turning around, he saw a big bald head about 10 meters away from him. Xingye looked around the big bald head and found that there were 30 or 40 students who seemed to be 1 or 2 grades higher than him doing aerobics around the big bald head. Oh my God! This big bald head will not think I am a student who skipped class, right? Xingye was a little scared. He only noticed that he had arrived at the school playground. The teaching building of Uegentai Elementary School was connected to the playground, and the playground was connected to the back mountain. Xingye was scared, of course, not because he was afraid of the big bald head, nor was he worried about whether he had skipped class. After all, he really didn't skip class in this time and space. It's just that you have to know that this is the past time and space. Everything that happens here now will affect the future, although he didn't seem to notice anything wrong tomorrow. What are you doing? I told you to come here, so you come. The bald man was a little angry. He felt that his dignity as a teacher was challenged. Hoshino thought about it and walked over. He also wanted to see what the bald teacher wanted to do. Did you skip class? The bald man looked at Hoshino with a bad face, and Hoshino said righteously and confidently, Teacher, I didn't skip class. Then you? I was just late for class. Looking at the fearless and confident Hoshino, the bald man felt that he might have encountered the so-called thorny student. This kind of student thinks he is right no matter what you say and will not give in. The result of the fight in the end was that he was pissed off, but the student who almost pissed him off was still alive and kicking. It was really a loss. After thinking about it, the bald man said to Hoshino, "Just go." Anyway, Hoshino was not a student in his class, so he didn't need to waste his time and work for nothing. Besides, since Hoshino was late, his teacher would take care of him. Hoshino, who was ready to be harassed by the big bald head, looked at him in surprise. Without saying anything, he left the playground and tried to take the small path. He didn't want to run into other teachers again. "Hey, that's not right. How can a student go to class without a backpack?" The big bald head reacted within a few seconds after Hoshino left. He just looked around and saw no trace of Hoshino. A few minutes later, Hoshino finally arrived at the foot of the teaching building, but he didn't go up immediately. He had already guessed that Chiyuki's identity was not simple. At this time, there must be someone protecting Chiyuki at all times. It was unrealistic to protect her closely, but the person protecting Chiyuki must be not far away from her. There were only 3 classes on the 4th floor. His classroom was the 4th grade, 3 class. Next to the classroom was the office of Icheng Rongyilang. Hoshino estimated that Tiangong should be there, but this did not affect him. After all, in Tiangong's eyes, he was just an inconspicuous elementary school student. After thinking about it, Hoshino ran directly to the 4th floor. At this time, it would take nearly half an hour for the black-clad man to kidnap Qianshui. Hoshino estimated that he still had plenty of time. Hiding at the corner of the stairs and looking at Nobita in the corridor, Hoshino was in a dilemma. 10 meters? Hoshino narrowed his eyes. He took 2 steps directly to Nobita. Time pause. Seeing that Nobita, who was drowsy and lowered his head from time to time, suddenly stopped moving, Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief. He just paused Nobita's time. But this was not what he wanted. He wanted to observe himself in this so-called past time and space. The classroom where Hoshino was located was 8 meters long and 6 meters wide, with an area of 48 square meters. His time pause range was 10 meters in radius, which was a circle. But he was not in the center of the classroom, so he could not calculate it according to the area of the circle. So Hoshino chose to stand at the front door of the classroom. With him as the center, the entire 4th grade class 3 would be paused in time. Because of his absolute control, Hoshino would only pause the time of the entire 4th grade 3 class. In simple terms, it is 1/4 of a circle. Radius is 10 meters. The area of 1/4 of a circle is about 78.5 square meters. The total area of the classroom is 48 square meters, and Hoshino's ability is sufficient. Time pause pauses time. In this state, people's thinking will be paused. Although using space constraints can also make people unable to move, people's thinking can still move. This is not what Hoshino wants. As for space suppression, Hoshino doesn't quite understand it at the moment. Is there any difference between it and space constraints? After solving the problem in front of him, he will ask the system. Time pause. Hoshino's mind moved, and the time of the entire 4th grade 3 class stopped instantly. Ichiro Izuru was holding a textbook and looking down. Izuki Sugi and Shizuka were listening attentively. Fat Tiger and Tsuneo were making small movements, and him sitting next to Chiyuki. Time no longer passes. It can be called eternal. Walking in front of him and looking at himself in the past time and space, Hoshino frowned. At this moment, sitting on the stool in front of Xingye, his eyes were dull, his spirit was scattered, and his eyes were empty. Saying that he was out of his mind was flattering him. Even the person whose time was suspended by Xingye would not be like this. This was a he without a soul. Xingye was shocked by this idea that suddenly appeared in his mind. Host still doesn't understand? Hearing the system talking, Xingye didn't understand. He understood? He didn't understand a shit. What was happening in front of him was far beyond his cognition. After all, who has experienced time and space travel in person? The system didn't beat around the bush and ask directly. Does the host think that there will be a second system? There will be a second host? Isn't it? Xingye was about to answer, but the system asked and answered itself. The system is unique, and the host is also unique. There is only one host and system, in countless time and space, and they are unique. Hiss! Xingye took a breath of cold air and made his own contribution to global warming. According to you, the system, the I in front of me, or the I in the past time and space, he is not me, I am not he, and he does not have the system you? Yes! Xingye suddenly didn't know what to say. This incident had a huge impact on him. countless time and space, uniqueness. Maybe this is why the system chose him. After all, the system is also unique. After a long while, Xingye came back to his senses, but he thought of a very serious problem. If I am unique and there is only one me in countless time and space, then this time and space... No, that's not right! There should be only one time and space in the Doraemon world. The past time and space, the present time and space, and the future time and space. Except for these three time and space, there is no more past, present, and future time and space. Changing the past will change the future, which is indisputable. If going back to the past changes what happened in the past, and the future does not change at all, then it can only be said that going back to the past to change the past's so-called wrong things is correct and conforms to the development of time and space. Unlike what some novels say, changing the past will produce a new future time and space. No matter how the past time and space change, the future time and space that you travel through is already determined and cannot be changed at all. These two time and space are two completely different concepts. Hoshino's thoughts kept turning over, and combined with his understanding of the time and space view of the Doraemon world in his previous life, he sorted out the answer that he thought was more correct. Host can understand it this way. Hoshino was still a little unsure about his guess, but after hearing what the system said, he was completely sure. But system, if you understand it this way, what is happening now cannot explain the current mess. The host comes to this time and space, and the host will no longer exist in all other time and space. The so-called host of this time and space is no longer the host, but the host of this time and space will not disappear, only the physical body will remain. As for the soul in this system, needless to say, and in a sense, the person in front of the host is you, and you are him. As long as the host looks into the eyes of the self in front of you for 3 seconds, the two bodies will communicate with each other's souls. What you have, he will also have, which is equivalent to having an extra life, but if one of you dies, under the automatic completion loopholes of the powerful law of causality and the supreme rule of fate, the host will no longer be able to return to the future time and space, and temporarily cannot travel through time and space. The host must live in this time and space to the time point before the crossing, and the host can travel through time and space again. Oh my! Hearing what the system said, Xingye's eyes widened and almost fell out. Today is another day when my outlook on life and worldview are reshaped. Two almost identical me are equivalent to having two lives. According to this theory, even if someone chases me across time and space in the future, as long as I go back to the past, the enemy will fight two of me, and even if one of me really dies, I still have one life. But if possible, it's better not to happen, Xingye thought bitterly. If the system says so. System, what will happen if the man in black comes here and kidnaps the past me and Qianshui, but I do nothing? The host of the past time and space will die. Under the arrangement of cause and effect and fate, the host can only be regarded as the host of the past and live until tomorrow. So powerful, but you can't offset this cause and effect and fate? Xingye was very curious, but the system obviously didn't intend to say more about this, and it was silent. This made Xingye unable to speculate. I don't want to die and live another yesterday that has already passed, Xingye murmured. 3 seconds later, feeling his two bodies, a strange feeling spread throughout Hoshino's body. System, what will happen if I leave this space-time now? The same thing will happen as in the original space-time. The host awakens the D-level water ability and saves himself. How can this happen? Hoshino was very surprised. Didn't they say that there was only one of the countless space-times? After the host leaves, the powerful law of causality and the supreme destiny will automatically repair the wrong space-time. Create an identical me, and can also repair me? Hoshino was shocked and terrified. Yes and no, as for repairing the host, because of the host's unique specialness, the law of causality and the supreme destiny cannot directly act on the host, nor will they treat the host specially. The host's persecution delusion has further improved recently. Hoshino, anyone who experiences such a thing will be like this. Hoshino is extremely helpless, and the system doesn't know what's going on. It will be ambiguous when it comes to such things. I don't know if it really doesn't know or is being taboo. The reason why Xingye traveled to this time period was to see if he could change the past so that he and Qianshui would not be kidnapped by the man in black. System, what would happen if I changed the past? Would it also be repaired by the law of causality and the supreme destiny? If that was really the case, Xingye would not bother to do anything else. Not really, if the host changed the past. After the host left, the host of this time and space would experience something different from what the host originally experienced, but the experience in the future would completely overlap with the host's original trajectory. Completely overlap? Xingye frowned. According to what you said, the so-called me in the past time and space is almost the same as me. He has my memories and also the system. Xingye knew that if he didn't have the system in the past time and space, then his trajectory in the past time and space would definitely not completely overlap with his trajectory. At the same time, not only do I have a system in the past time and space, but I also have a system in the future time and space. This is equivalent to having 3 systems and 3 me. The host is overthinking. There is only one system and only one host. The host and the system in the past time and space are in a sense the clones of the system and the host. The host and the system are absolutely legitimate. Going back to the past host and the system will automatically disappear. As for the future, the host should not think too much. Due to its own uniqueness, the host's future is unpredictable. The host's future depends entirely on the host. The present is the future. The host is the future. Then you still give me tasks, and there is only 1 month left. You made me invincible directly. Isn't that good? Xingye suddenly smiled as if he had thought of something. The system only plays a supporting role. As for the time limit, this is just a reminder to remind the host that the great adventure is about to begin. Even if the host does not complete the system task, the host will only lose the number of sign-ins and will not be wiped out by the system. Even if there is no time limit, the host will still embark on the great adventure. It's just a matter of time. It's just that this world is not peaceful, and the system doesn't want to find the next host. System, you're so easy to trick. System. System? System? The system didn't say anything. Well, it seems that I'm mad at you. Hoshino shrugged indifferently. Anyway, he knew almost everything he wanted to know. But today's system is indeed a bit strange. It answers almost every question. Looking at himself in front of him, Hoshino touched his chin and thought, should I choose to interfere or let the law of causality and the supreme destiny repair themselves? But if I follow the man in black to the lake bottom base he wants to go to, and then find out something, it shouldn't be considered changing history, right? Hoshino's heart suddenly started beating violently. The system was mad at him just now, and it probably wouldn't answer him for a while. Forget it. This is just a matter of walking a few steps. How can it change history? Hoshino thought so and left the classroom, thinking about where to go to recharge his dream. As for the past, he stayed in the classroom, looking at everything around him that was forbidden to move. Xingye sat down, and with a thought, he lifted the time pause. Then he slowed down the time for everyone, and controlled the time slowdown to just offset the time wasted before. Classmates, next. Looking at the black-clad man rushing in from the door, Xingye was a little dazed, but his movements were not slow. When Qianshui stretched out her hand for help, he reached out very naturally. What happened next was the same as what Xingye had experienced. The black-clad man took him and Qianshui and jumped into the lake. After entering the lake, Xingye, who controlled the D-level water power, not only did not feel uncomfortable, but also felt particularly comfortable, as if a fish entered the water. The black-clad man swam to the bottom of the lake with Xingye and Qianshui. On the way, he stuffed 2 underwater breathing apparatuses into Qianshui and never stopped swimming. I don't know how long they swam, and it seemed that they were about to reach a certain place at the bottom of the lake. The black-clad man suddenly stopped. Looking at Xingye behind him, who was like nothing happened, the black-clad man opened his mouth in fear. Xingye smiled at him. Time pause. An invisible wave spread out with Xingye as the center and radiated to the surroundings. The man in black, Qianshui, and even the 10-meter water around Xingye stopped flowing. Time stopped. Coming in front of the man in black, Xingye lifted the time pause above the man's neck. I ask you. Before Xingye could even finish the answer, the man in black began to bleed black and red blood, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Xingye frowned. He didn't expect that there would be such a way of suicide by hiding poison in the mouth. This black and red blood was not the natural blood that flowed out of biting the tongue in movies and literature. If the man in black really bit his tongue to commit suicide, he would definitely not die in just a few seconds. Biting the tongue to commit suicide not only requires biting the right place, which the man in black should be able to do, but also requires understanding the principle of biting the tongue to commit suicide. If he is not treated in time, he will die from excessive blood loss. In short, biting the tongue to commit suicide is not likely to kill him almost instantly. What a pity! Xingye shook his head, feeling helpless. He had come this far, and the man in black finally found him. He had thought about pretending to be dead before, but this might not be successful. After all, with the conservativeness of the man in black, he might stab him a few more times, which would not be worth the loss. The enemy in reality is not the brainless villain in the novel, who thinks that the protagonist is really drowned when he sees that the protagonist is drowned. Even if the enemy in reality finds that he is dead after checking, it is impossible to easily believe that he is dead. Destroying the body and eliminating the traces is a very merciful way to deal with the follow-up. In fact, the most important thing is that Xingye is just a passerby, and he is useless to the man in black. If Qianshui died, the man in black would definitely take Qianshui back intact. Xingye looked at the man in black who committed suicide, thought about it, condensed dozens of concentrated water drops, and gave the man in black a 10,000 waters piercing the heart. This time the man in black should be completely dead. Xingye thought about it and felt that there should be nothing missing, so he sank the man in black to the bottom of the water. Although the forces behind the man in black will find the body of the man in black sooner or later, but if I can cause them some trouble, I'll do it. It's nice to discuss them. After dealing with the matter of the man in black, Xingye looked at Qianshui behind him. Without canceling the time pause, Xingye used the D-level water ability to take Qianshui to the surface of the water. No, if I saved Qianshui in such an inexplicable way, she would definitely not know that I saved her, but at the same time she would not know that I have superpowers. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of Xingye, who was about 5 meters below the water. According to what the system said before, if he changed such a small matter, the law of cause and effect and the supreme destiny would not be corrected. What would be corrected would be the things after he left. In other words, if he changed the past, the future would also be changed. Qianshui would know that Xingye and herself were kidnapped by the man in black and then inexplicably rescued again. As for how they were rescued, Qianshui would not know. And because Xingye changed the past, Qianshui's memory would also be revised. It should be like this, right? Although Hoshino guessed so, in fact, what the future time and space that had been changed would become, and whether it was the same as what he thought, Hoshino was not completely sure. However, after returning to the future, he could get some information from Chiyuki. Hoshino suddenly thought again that in the original work, Nobita's future wife was supposed to be Fat Tiger's sister Xiaoju, but because of the arrival of Doraemon, Nobita's future was changed, and Nobita's future wife became Shizuka. This kind of thing strictly violates the first principle of time and space shuttle law. Changing the past time and space will affect the future time and space. But because Nobita saved the past several times, and thus saved the future, this led to some small things that changed becoming unimportant. Big history cannot be changed, or it is not that it cannot be changed, but it cannot withstand the strong cause and effect, and even if it is changed, it may be changed back under the impetus of the law of cause and effect and the supreme destiny. I've almost dealt with the things in this space and time, and it's time to go back. Xing muttered to himself. His eyes suddenly lost their luster, and he was about to fall to the bottom of the lake. The next second, a strange look appeared in Xingye's eyes again. Huh! Looking at the blue space and time vortex that suddenly disappeared in front of him, Xingye lay down on the grass with a plop, stretched his waist, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, he is back. This time, the time and space shuttle brought him great pressure in all aspects. His outlook on life and the world are constantly being broken and reshaped. With his eyes narrowed, Xingye, feeling the warm sunlight, suddenly felt a force flowing in his body. A minute later, he raised his hand to check the time on the watch. Xingye continued to lie on the grass. There was still a long time before the afternoon class, so he was not in a hurry. System, is there any difference between space suppression and space restraint? The system remained silent and did not speak. Xingye twitched his mouth. It seems that this system cannot be joked about casually. But even if the system doesn't say it, he can experiment it himself. Standing up from the grass looking at the 4 or 5 meter tall tree in front of him, Xingye had an idea. Space suppression! Under Xingye's gaze, the 4 or 5 meter tall tree in front of him slowly began to be squeezed from top to bottom. A small tree that was 4 or 5 meters tall was forcibly squeezed into a small sapling that was only a dozen centimeters high under Xingye's space suppression. Hiss! Is this a means of attack? I thought it was the same as space restraint, but it looks like space compression. Why is it called space suppression? Xingye couldn't figure it out, and the sapling that was squeezed by him using space suppression could not be restored to its original state after he stopped using space suppression. Maybe it could be restored after the space ability was upgraded in the future. But it doesn't seem to be necessary in the future. Xingye seemed to have thought of something. Time goes back. Click. Xingye stopped abruptly without saying the last word, flow. He just realized that his time ability can only pause time, speed up and slow down the speed of time. This speed up and slow down of time is based on the present time and the starting point. Time goes back, that is to go back to the past. The human body can travel through time and space without any machine assistance. It seems that the Doraemon world is also difficult. Many so-called gods, demons, monsters, and monsters cannot travel through time and space. But the Earth, which is dominated by technology, has done it. It's a bit strange to think about it. Looking at the watch, the time is only 12:30. Although Xingye's time in the past time and space is not short, it has only been a minute since he returned to time and space. Looking at the power of Dream, it has been charged to more than 40%. Xingye wanted to charge Dream more, so he didn't rush back. He lay down on the grass and took a nap, and told Dream to wake him up when the time was about right. Master, master, time's up! Master, master, time's up! A pleasant voice entered Hoshino's ears, and at the same time, a weak electric current that would not cause any harm to the human body flowed out from the dream watch, stimulating Hoshino to wake up. Hoshino woke up with confused sleepy eyes, looked at the watch, and the time had come to 12:53. Hoshino rolled over from the grass. Dream, activate the stealth and flight functions. After returning to the classroom, there were still a few minutes before class time. Looking at Qianshui, who had woken up from her nap, Hoshino touched Qianshui with his elbow. What are you doing? Looked at Hoshino unhappily. That I want to ask, do you know how we escaped from the black-clothed man yesterday? Hoshino was afraid that Qianshui didn't understand, so he gave her a suggestive look. Seeing the weird look in Hoshino's eyes, Qianshui was confused. Did he take the wrong medicine? Is his eyes bad? I don't know. I was led by the man in black. I don't know what happened. When I felt it again, it seemed that I had come to the surface of the water as soon as I opened my eyes. How is the man in black? Hoshino continued to ask like a diligent and studious student. Qianshui looked at Hoshino as if he was a fool. Are you really stupid or do you really don't know? I have explained it very clearly before. Besides, you are with me. Don't we know the same thing? You said the same thing to me at that time. Hoshino looked at Qianshui's weird eyes and felt a little embarrassed, but this at least confirmed what he wanted to know. It seems that the past, time, and space were indeed changed by him, and Qianshui's memory was also reshaped. It's embarrassing, but it doesn't hurt him anyway. The afternoon class started at 1 and ended at 3:30. There were only 2 classes in the whole afternoon. Although there were few classes in the afternoon and school ended early, it did not mean that Chiyuki and the others could spend the afternoon relaxing and having a lot of time to play. There was a price to pay for leaving school early. The teacher would leave a lot of homework. Even Shizuka, who was one of the best students, had to spend several hours doing it, not to mention those who were not good at studying. And Hoshino seemed to remember that in the original book, Shizuka once did her homework until dark. It must have been 8, 9, or even 10 o'clock at that time. Just think about it, doing homework from 4 in the afternoon until 8, 9, or 10 in the evening. It's scary to think about it. You have to know that it's 4, 5, or even 6 hours of homework in a row. Although you may stop and rest in the middle, it's still continuous homework. Although with the knowledge that Hoshino has mastered, many elementary school questions don't need to be thought about, and you can know the answer at a glance, but here we are just referring to math questions. For other subjects like Mandarin, even Hoshino has to spend some effort. Find some time and think about where to sign in so that I can gain a lot of knowledge. The teaching building seems good, but it still feels a little bit worse. After all, every sign-in opportunity in the early stage is very precious. I can't spend too many sign-in times on this. At most, I can sign in twice. Xingye thought with great pain. It is impossible for him to waste time on learning. Since he learned from the system that the world is not peaceful, he is now eager to become stronger. Even if he already has an invincible field of 10 meters, it seems that he is invincible in the world, but his invincible field is only 10 meters. If the enemy shoots him with a sniper rifle from 1,000 meters away, he will still be shot without noticing, without any difference. Even if he notices it, he may not be able to escape or block it. Even if his invincible field can cover the entire Earth, you must know that this world is not only inhabited by Earthlings, but also by various aliens and various gods, demons, monsters, and spirits. Xingye even feels that even if his invincible field expands to the entire universe, he may not be absolutely safe. In short, Xingye can't waste time on learning. Of course, even if Hoshino doesn't study, he can't drop out of school or anything like that. After all, he still has to build a good relationship with Nobita and others, and go on adventures together. Signing in at various strange places that appear in the adventure is definitely a shortcut for him to become stronger, quickly. And the time at school is the time he uses to think about various plans. In fact, the best way for Hoshino is that he knows the clone technique. The clone studies for him in school, and he does all kinds of things he wants to do. But at present, he hasn't signed in to get any clone technique, so he should study well. Time passed quickly, and the 2 classes in the afternoon were over soon. When school was over, as expected by Hoshino, Chengrongyilang not only left a pile of homework for himself, but also brought homework from other teachers. After Chengrongyilang left, the classroom was suddenly filled with sighs of crying. "Everyone, listen to me!" A rough voice sounded in the classroom, directly suppressing all the voices in the classroom, and everyone stopped what they were doing. Hoshino, who was packing his things, also stopped what he was doing and looked at the place where the sound came from. A little fat man wearing orange clothes on his upper body and black pants on his lower body. Hoshino didn't need to look at this person. He could tell by his voice that this was Fat Tiger, one of the 5 protagonists. The force in the 5 protagonists. "Today is a grand day," Fat Tiger said with a serious face, but Hoshino wanted to laugh when he saw him. He knew that although Fat Tiger was so dignified, he could make everyone scared and dare not move with just one sentence. But this was only on the surface, and secretly no one was convinced by Fat Tiger. So many of Fat Tiger's behaviors were just like a clown directing and acting by himself, but under the threat of Fat Tiger's force, everyone had to cooperate with Fat Tiger's performance. Hoshino was naturally not afraid of Fat Tiger, so he didn't suppress himself. He wanted to laugh in his heart, and a smile of encouragement naturally appeared on his face. "What are you laughing at?" Fat Tiger saw that he was talking about such a grand thing, but there was someone laughing under his nose, and his face suddenly turned red. Although he didn't know why Hoshino laughed, he could feel that Hoshino's smile must be different from what he thought, because he felt very uncomfortable when he saw Hoshino's smile. "Ah, I laughed?" Hoshino looked at Fat Tiger with a confused look, and then instantly put away his smile and said with a solemn look. Wanting to be good friends with Fat Tiger, Hoshino knew that if he couldn't suppress Fat Tiger with force, becoming friends would be nonsense. Because except that his own strength is slightly better than that of ordinary people, he is a completely ordinary person in other aspects. He is not as rich as Tsuneo, who can use money to buy all kinds of comic toys to bribe Fat Tiger. He is not like Nobita, who can be Fat Tiger's punching bag, so he can only find another way and be stronger than Fat Tiger in strength. In that way, even if Fat Tiger is not convinced at first, he will be convinced by fighting. It might be a good idea to make Fat Tiger a little brother. So looking at Fat Tiger, who was clenching his fists, his face flushed with anger, and was about to rush over to teach him a lesson, Hoshino had already activated his dreamy social order maintenance function. Although he could beat Fat Tiger with the strength of an ordinary adult, what Hoshino wanted was not to beat him, but to absolutely crush him in terms of strength. Just when Fat Tiger was about to walk towards him and he could complete the first step of conquering Fat Tiger, several boys around Fat Tiger suddenly grabbed Fat Tiger. "Fat Tiger, the teacher has left so much homework today, so we shouldn't go, right?" A boy with a crew cut, who was holding Fat Tiger, said to Fat Tiger with a somewhat unpleasant look on his face. His mother had specifically told him to go home early today. "Not going?" How can I not go? I have made an appointment with Dagong from grade 4 to today. If I don't go, what will he think of me? After hearing what the crew-haired boy said, Fat Tiger temporarily gave up on teaching Xingye a lesson and pulled up the crew-haired boy's collar while waving his huge fist at the crew-haired boy. Gudong? The crew-haired boy swallowed his saliva uncontrollably as he looked at Fat Tiger's fist full of danger and said with difficulty, Since that's the case, I have no objection. Seeing that the crew-haired boy had given in, Fat Tiger snorted coldly and let go of the crew-haired boy's collar. Who else is dissatisfied? Fat Tiger thought that no one would oppose him again under his force, so he asked again. Although he was asking, his tone was full of unquestionable affirmation. Me! An untimely and handsome voice suddenly rang out in the quiet classroom. When Fat Tiger heard the voice, he turned around with an angry face. When he saw that it was Hoshino who had just confronted him, his face immediately darkened. You have been provoking him again and again. Do you really think that you, Fat Tiger, are a paper tiger? If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Fat Tiger, who was extremely angry, broke free from the pull of several boys next to him, rubbed his fists and walked towards Hoshino, step by step. Hoshino stood up and didn't move. To others, he was already scared silly. However, how could Hoshino, who had a calm face, look scared at all? Don't. Seeing that Fat Tiger was about to walk in front of Hoshino and Hoshino was about to be attacked by Fat Tiger's iron fist, a voice like an oriole suddenly came from the crowd. Then, Hoshino saw a petite figure rushing out of the crowd and standing in front of him. Hoshino? Looking at the petite figure standing in front of him, Hoshino suddenly remembered that Chiyuki, whose memory was restored, did not know that he was different from ordinary people. So it was natural for Chiyuki to stand up and protect him. Ah, what am I thinking? What do you mean by natural? Am I unable to protect myself, or am I disabled? I actually need a girl to protect a big man like me? Looking at Chiyuki standing in front of him, Fat Tiger's iron fist could not fall down. People who are familiar with the original work know that Fat Tiger will never hit girls, but girls are naturally afraid of such violent men, even if this girl is actually more powerful than Fat Tiger. So in the face of this situation, except for Shizuka, who is very familiar with Fat Tiger, other girls dare not even fart, let alone stand up. Normally, Fat Tiger would not hit a girl, but in front of Fat Tiger, who was already angry and lost his mind, everyone would be the same. Fat Tiger was just a child after all, and he could not control his emotions very well. Get out of the way! Fat Tiger was furious and pressed Qianshui's shoulders and pushed her away from Xingye. Because of the great force used, Qianshui almost fell down. If there were not a few girls who were quick-eyed and quick-handed to catch Qianshui, it is estimated that Qianshui would have fallen down anyway, and that feeling would not be pleasant. Seeing this scene, Xingye was also angry and laughed. Although he did not have any feelings for Qianshui, Qianshui stood up for him after all. Looking at Qianshui, who was already crying, Xingye became more and more angry. Qianshui was indeed much more mature than her peers, but this was also relative. How mature can you expect a little girl who is only 10 years old to be? Moreover, when has Qianshui ever suffered such grievances? When Qianshui thought of what had just happened, she felt scared and cried more and more. Looking at Qianshui in tears, Fat Tiger, whose chest was filled with anger, finally came to his senses. Yes, I'm sorry. Fat Tiger apologized to Qianshui embarrassedly. Even after he recalled what happened just now, he still felt a little scared. You know, there is a podium step next to Qianshui. If she really fell and hit the step, the consequences would be unimaginable. So although Fat Tiger has all kinds of shortcomings, at this moment, his apology is absolutely sincere. Although this is useless, after all I killed you and then said I'm sorry to you after death, do you think it will be useful? Qianshui ignored Fat Tiger and continued to sob. She is more mature than her peers. Under the guidance of her father, she can even be indifferent to the life and death of people in front of her. After all, she will inherit his father's company in the future. If she is not cultivated from a young age, it will be difficult when she grows up. But this does not mean that she can tolerate grievances. Don't cry. I will seek justice for you in this matter. Looking at the crying Qianshui, Xingye really felt that he needed to do something, otherwise he would always feel a little guilty. Although Chiyuki seemed to have done him more harm than good. So Hoshino walked up to Chiyuki and comforted her. Chiyuki, who was crying, heard this familiar voice and stopped crying temporarily. She looked up and saw a familiar, handsome face. Chiyuki's affirmative voice echoed in her mind. Chiyuki hummed softly, as if she didn't want Hoshino to see her down-and-out appearance. Chiyuki wiped her face and showed a very reluctant smile. A desire to protect suddenly surged from Hoshino's heart. At this moment, it seemed that he was willing to do whatever Chiyuki asked him to do. Bullshit. Without women in his heart, drawing the sword naturally is the unchanging belief in Hoshino's heart. Women, girls, will only affect the speed of his drawing the sword. Don't you see, if Chiyuki didn't intervene, a weak girl would actually stand in front of him, a man of 8 feet tall, and try to protect him? Now he might have become close friends with Fat Tiger, although Fat Tiger may not be willing. So from this incident, Hoshino deeply saw that women can only do more harm than good, affecting the speed of his sword drawing. Under Qianshui's expectant eyes, Hoshino walked in front of Fat Tiger. Although Qianshui knew that Hoshino would definitely not be able to beat Fat Tiger, after all, not to mention the difference in strength caused by the difference in body size, the height difference between the two was a lot. But Hoshino wanted to duel with Fat Tiger just for her, and Qianshui was so happy that she didn't know what to say. She was ready to comfort Hoshino after Hoshino was beaten half to death by Fat Tiger. Hoshino didn't know that Chiyuki's inner activities at this time were so outrageous. Otherwise, he didn't know if he had made a wrong choice, and whether he should have comforted Chiyuki just now. Fat Tiger is indeed taller than Tsuneo and Nobita, but in the future, Hoshino remembered that the difference in height between them was very small. But this is not important. After growing up, they are all very mature and will never do the stupid things they did when they were young. Even though Nobita, who has never matured, still does stupid things from time to time, he is much better than when he was a child. The friendship between Fat Tiger, Tsuneo, and Nobita has lasted from elementary school until they grow up and get married. This is really rare and extremely rare, especially in this impetuous society. Let alone other people, Hoshino is extremely envious. He grew up and lived alone in his previous life. What he lacked most was not money, house, or car. What he lacked was love, which was the most useless or ignored by people in society. Family love. Friendship. Hoshino boy, looking at your white and tender skin, I know you are weak and fragile. I guess you are like the useless Nobita. Every time you are bullied, you need girls to support you. Fat Tiger threw all his mistakes on Hoshino, leaving Hoshino speechless. Nobita, who was in the crowd, heard Fat Tiger's words and gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists tightly, but eventually put them down. Because Nobita knew that he would never be able to beat Fat Tiger without using Doraemon's props. Fat Tiger said something to Hoshino and stopped talking nonsense. He directly grabbed Hoshino's shoulders with both hands and tried to lift him up. With Fat Tiger's strength, he could still do it. Feeling the discomfort from his shoulders, Hoshino frowned. 3:30 in the afternoon was the end of school time. Normally, the students should happily carry their school bags and go home. But because of Fat Tiger's intimidation, no one in the entire 4th grade 3 class dared to leave the classroom. At this time, all the 4th grade 3 class gathered together, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, which was a spectacular sight. Because of this strange scene, many students from other classes stood at the door to watch. Some even entered the classroom and swaggered to watch the duel between Hoshino and Fat Tiger. Feeling the gradually increasing power on his shoulders, Hoshino shrugged nonchalantly. A force came from his shoulders and directly shook Fat Tiger's hand away. Because the power from Hoshino's shoulders was too great, Fat Tiger's hand was not only shaken away, but also stepped back several steps. Fat Tiger rubbed his numb hands and looked at Hoshino in surprise. But then he became angry. Fat Tiger, he actually lost half a chip at the beginning of the fight with a little white face. How could he tolerate this? The people around him also showed surprised expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. When Qianshui saw this scene, in addition to being surprised, she became more and more curious about Hoshino. It's a bit too much time. Hoshino glanced at his watch, inadvertently, and found that nearly 10 minutes had passed without him noticing. He originally thought that it would be over in a few minutes. So this time, Hoshino did not wait for Fat Tiger to attack, but chose to take the initiative to attack. He walked in front of Fat Tiger and swept his leg. Plop! Fat Tiger, whose chassis seemed as solid as a rock, fell directly to the ground. Fat Tiger had not reacted even at this time, with a look of astonishment on his face. Then Hoshino sat on Fat Tiger's back. At this time, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. You get up! Fat Tiger had never felt so aggrieved before. He struggled hard and tried to get Hoshino off his back, but Fat Tiger was obviously overthinking. No matter how hard he tried, he could only move his 2 arms and 2 legs. The rest of his body seemed to be sealed and could not move at all. "Do you accept it?" Hoshino asked lightly. "You're trying to sneak attack. You can't afford it." After struggling hard, Fat Tiger finally gave up wasting his energy and used provocation to say to Hoshino. How could Hoshino not hear the meaning of Fat Tiger's words, which meant that he still refused to accept the defeat? After a half-second pause, Hoshino stood up, and Fat Tiger also hurriedly got up and patted his clothes that were covered with dust. "I won't fight with you now. The baseball game that Dagang and I agreed to is not far away. If you have the guts, we can have a fair fight after the game. Whoever wins will be the new Kid King." Hoshino, who was thinking about how to teach Fat Tiger a lesson so that he would not get hurt and accept the defeat, suddenly heard Fat Tiger's words and said without hesitation, "Okay, that's it." Looking at the more and more busybodies around, Hoshino didn't want to invite the teacher, so he agreed to Fat Tiger's suggestion. Although he was not interested in the title of Kid King, it was enough to make Fat Tiger accept the defeat. Fat Tiger was relieved to see that Hoshino did not object. He had already vaguely sensed that Hoshino was unusual and felt that he might really lose today. But as the former king of children, he would never allow himself to lose face in front of others. "Hush!" A burst of boos came from the surroundings, which made Fat Tiger unhappy. "Do you think everyone is as perverted as Hoshino with such high martial arts value? Who booed just now? Stand up and see if I, Fat Tiger, will not beat you to the ground." Fat Tiger said fiercely. Hearing what Fat Tiger said, the people around him stopped booing, and the people from other classes were so scared that they ran away directly. "Tsuneo, Nobita, and you, pack up and go play baseball with me." Fat Tiger pointed at Tsuneo and Nobita and said, and then named 6 miserable boys. Although baseball is a team competition, the number of participants is not as many as people imagine. The minimum number of participants in a baseball game is 9. Hoshino had observed that there were only about a dozen boys in the entire 4th grade 3, and Fat Tiger took nearly half of them at once. The boys who were not selected did not show any joy, because they knew that this time it was Nobita, Tsuneo, and the other 9 people, and next time it would be them. Fat Tiger still had some principles, and the selection of baseball players was changed, but the boys did not thank him for this. As for Dekisugi, he was not selected this time, but even if he was selected, he would not refuse. Compared with other people who only had complaints in their hearts, he simply regarded the baseball game as a game to exercise his body and build good interpersonal relationships. A farce ended just like that. Chiyuki originally wanted to go over and watch the final duel between Hoshino and Fat Tiger, and at the same time cultivate a relationship with Hoshino, but later, for some unknown reason, she chose to go home first. Following Fat Tiger, Nobita, and the others, Hoshino came to the place where they often played baseball. When they arrived, a group of people had already arrived at the venue. They were the Dagang team from the next class that Fat Tiger mentioned. Hoshino looked around. The baseball field was on an open space. Not far from the open space was a 4 or 5 meter wide stone bridge, and there was a gurgling stream under the bridge. On the high ground next to them was a country road, and the road was full of yellow and green weeds. Seeing the environment here, Hoshino felt familiar, and then suddenly remembered that this was a place that often appeared in the original book. Standing next to everyone, Hoshino didn't pay too much attention to the game of Fat Tiger and others. After all, the win or loss of the game had nothing to do with him. The baseball game started quickly and ended even faster. This baseball game, which Nobita also joined, lost without any surprise. Seeing Nobita, who performed really badly, Hoshino couldn't help shaking his head. Nobita's athletic cells were really hard to describe, but at certain times they were abnormally developed, which was really strange. "Nobita!" There was no surprise, because the baseball game was lost. Nobita successfully became Fat Tiger's punching bag. Just when Nobita was about to be beaten, a figure suddenly stood in front of Nobita and said to Fat Tiger, "Bullying classmates is not a good habit." Hoshino said to Fat Tiger in a serious tone. Seeing Hoshino, Fat Tiger, who had almost forgotten Hoshino, suddenly remembered that he still had this matter to deal with. "We'll talk about our affairs later. Now, you, get of my way. I must teach Nobita a lesson today." Nobita, who was hiding behind Hoshino, looked at the furious Fat Tiger and said to Hoshino with a pleading look, Hoshino-san, please help me. Don't let Fat Tiger beat me. Hearing Nobita's cry for help, Hoshino frowned. Why did he feel so familiar? But Hoshino also reacted immediately. Isn't this the usual tone that Nobita used every time he asked Doraemon to take out the props? Hoshino actually despised Nobita's behavior. After all, a big boy cries all day long, which is worse than girls like Shizuka and Chiyuki. What's going on? Tsuneo is often bullied by Fat Tiger, but compared with Nobita, is that bullying? Fat Tiger usually just symbolically waves his fists when facing Tsuneo, while Nobita is beaten for real. Hoshino thinks that this is not only related to Nobita's cowardly character, but also to the fact that Nobita cries every time he is beaten. After all, he is a normal man. Seeing other men crying makes him feel uncomfortable and loses face for men, right? Although Hoshino doesn't like Nobita, he also knows that Nobita's character cannot be changed overnight. The shaping of a person's character is not only related to nature, but also to the environment in which the person lives since childhood. Hoshino is now thinking that after building a good relationship with Nobita and becoming friends, he must cultivate Nobita well. Don't worry, I will protect you. Hoshino comforted. Really? Nobita said with a look of surprise. Where is the sadness just now? Hoshino, this face-changing technique is even faster than that of girls. It seems that Nobita has already mastered it to an extremely advanced level. Without further ado with Nobita, Hoshino waved to Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger was angry when he saw Hoshino's behavior, which was obviously despising him. He immediately forgot about Hoshino's previous unusualness. Hoshino casually caught Fat Tiger's weak fist and pushed Fat Tiger casually. Fat Tiger took a few steps back and fell to the ground without standing firmly. Hoshino yawned out of boredom. Playing the house-playing game with a child with a physical fitness 10 times that of an adult was really boring for Hoshino. He even felt that his brain was filled with water. How could he be so bored? But thinking about the system's tasks and every adventure in the future, Hoshino still endured playing this house-playing game with Fat Tiger and others. Haha, fat brother, you are not good enough. You can't even deal with such a person. Fat Tiger's opponent Dagong walked up to Fat Tiger and pulled up the confused Fat Tiger. If you have the guts, come on. No, I have something else to do. I'd better go home first. With that, Dagong called his baseball players to leave. What do you mean by something? You are just a coward. Fat Tiger looked at Dagong and the other 9 people who left, thinking indignantly. Are you coming? Come, why not? I don't believe it today. I, Fat Tiger, can't beat you. A few minutes later, I admit defeat today. Just today? Xingye frowned and looked at Fat Tiger, who was lying on the ground weakly and seemed to be intact. No. I will admit defeat in the future. Fat Tiger quickly propped up his upper body and said to Xingye, that's more like it. Also, don't bully Nobita anymore. Bullying your classmates won't make you look powerful. It will only make you disliked by others. This? Fat Tiger was a little unhappy. He could do what Hoshino said later, but it was really hard for him not to bully Nobita. After all, sometimes Nobita really deserved a beating. Okay, I get it. Fat Tiger saw Hoshino frowning and said hurriedly, a wise man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. He still knew this truth. Then go! Okay, Tsuneo, let's go! Tsuneo, who was standing by, was already scared silly. It was the first time he saw someone who couldn't beat Fat Tiger, or it was the first time he saw someone who could beat Fat Tiger to the point of being convinced. As for the other players on their side, Fat Tiger, who had already sensed that he might not be able to beat Hoshino, chased them away. After seeing Fat Tiger stand up, Tsuneo hurriedly followed him with a baseball bat and baseball cap. Thank you so much. Nobita thanked Hoshino with a sincere look on his face. But Hoshino knew that with Nobita's memory, such things would probably be forgotten as soon as he turned his head. And Nobita has one biggest shortcoming. That is, he always forgets or doesn't care about the kindness of others to him. But he remembers the harm others have done to him and must retaliate. Alas, the task of making Nobita a little more mature is very difficult. Hoshino sighed helplessly. Shall I take you home? Hey, this? Nobita scratched his head and didn't know what to say. He felt that he could go home by himself and didn't need anyone to take him home at all. But thinking about the possibility that Fat Tiger might block him at a certain intersection, Nobita thought it might be a good idea to ask Hoshino to take him there. Although Fat Tiger had just promised Hoshino's request with a solemn promise, Nobita didn't believe in Fat Tiger's character. But if it comes to character, his character seems to be the least trustworthy. Okay, looking at Nobita's helpless face and the look of reluctant acceptance. If Hoshino didn't know Nobita's character clearly, he would definitely turn around and leave just because of Nobita's arrogant look. Huh. Hoshino took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to beat Nobita up. Let's go! Okay. Nobita was immediately happy when he thought that he could read the latest issue of the comics after returning home. This made Hoshino stunned. Nobita's brain should be fine, right? Should be, right? Following behind Nobita silently, Hoshino looked at the surrounding environment. The place where he lived was called Uejantai. Xingye vaguely remembered that Uejantai seemed to be a small town. Looking at the surrounding environment, Xingye saw that it was indeed what a small town should be like. There were not many high-rise buildings, nor were there crowded roads with people and cars, and there were no neon lights that were lit all night. A paradise on Earth? A word suddenly appeared in Xingye's mind, but then Xingye shook his head. Where is there a paradise on Earth in this world? It is just a fiction of people. In the Taiyuan period of the Jin dynasty, a man from Wuling fished for a living. He walked along the stream and forgot how far the road was. A familiar article suddenly appeared in Xingye's mind. It made Xingye pause for a second, and then continued to follow Nobita's slightly hurried steps. Author side note, this book will be recommended on the potential list from September 16th to September 20. I hope that all readers can vote for this book, up to the latest chapter, in these 5 days, and 5 days later, all readers can vote for other books they like. Please, if this book performs well, the author will be more motivated to update and come up with more exciting plots. Hello, I am good and everyone is good. Oh. The last few chapters have been a bit flat, but this is a necessary foreshadowing. Please forgive me. On a remote country road, 2 primary school students carrying school bags walked out of this not-so-flat country road and came to the gray stone road paved with asphalt. Ding ding. A red car honked and sped past Hoshino and Nobita. My home is in that direction. Nobita stood on the street and pointed his finger to the east and said to Hoshino, Oh. Hoshino looked around and found that Nobita's home was in the opposite direction to his home. If he sent Nobita home, it would probably take a long time to go back to his own home. But this had no effect on Hoshino. After all, he still had Dream and could fly home. So Nobita still led the way, and Hoshino walked behind Nobita. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, a figure that made Hoshino feel familiar suddenly appeared at the corner of the street. Hoshino looked closely and saw a round head, blue and white colors all over the body, and a small copper bell hanging around the neck. If it's not Doraemon, who else could it be? Because of the small bell hanging around Doraemon's neck, Doraemon was once called Doraemon. Nobita? Who is this? Doraemon walked to Nobita's side and looked at Hoshino and asked, This is my new classmate, Uda Hoshino, a new student who just transferred here today. Nobita has always been a person who can't keep secrets. When he heard Doraemon's question, he directly told Doraemon everything he knew. Oh, is that so? Then why did he walk with you? Are you going the same way? Hello, my name is Doraemon. Please give me more advice in the future. Doraemon said something to Nobita casually, then turned around and looked at Hoshino with big eyes and curiosity, and greeted him politely. Hello, Doraemon, my name is Uda Hoshino. You can call me Hoshino from now on. Excitedly holding Doraemon's round little hand, Hoshino suppressed his excitement and said with a smile, How could he not be excited? This is his childhood idol, a childhood idol who can realize all his dreams. Is it on the way? Nobita scratched his head, as if he had just thought of this question, and said after a few seconds, This, I don't know either. Hoshino-san, are you and Nobita on the way? Hoshino shook his head. He didn't intend to lie about this. There was no need, and it was also for the long-term planning in the future. This! The mysterious operation of Nobita and this classmate named Hoshino successfully confused Doraemon, the childcare robot from the 22nd century. Nobita, what's going on? Doraemon felt that he was being rude to keep asking questions to Hoshino when he just met him, so he threw the questions to Nobita. Nobita then told Doraemon everything that happened after school in the afternoon, and of course he couldn't help crying in the end. Wow, Doraemon, you must lend me the props so that I can teach Fat Tiger a lesson. Holding Doraemon's head, Nobita cried. Nobita, there are outsiders here? Doraemon said with an innocent look on his face, pointing at Hoshino. This? Nobita was instantly petrified and motionless. He felt that he would not be able to live anymore. But who is Nobita? He is the strong little strong who can't be killed or scolded. How could he be defeated by such a little thing? Sure enough, within 10 seconds, Nobita wiped the tears from his face and looked at Hoshino and Doraemon calmly, as if what happened just now had never happened. Doraemon ignored Nobita's unreasonable request, but looked at Hoshino, who was kind and abnormal in terms of fighting power, to send Nobita home. "Thank you so much," Doraemon said to Hoshino sincerely. "It's okay, classmates should help each other. By the way, since you and Nobita are not going the same way, where is your home?" "Over there." Hoshino pointed in the direction behind him. "What?" Doraemon looked at the direction where Hoshino's finger pointed with a shocked face. Hoshino's home and their home were actually in two completely different and opposite directions. Under such circumstances, Hoshino would take the initiative to send Nobita home. Doraemon would be lying if he said he was not grateful. After all, in his opinion, Hoshino did this purely because he was too kind and had a strong sense of justice. He helped Nobita so much and sent him home. How could I let Hoshino just walk back like that? By the way, I can use the anywhere door to send him home. Doraemon thought secretly and smiled at the same time when he was happy. Because Doraemon used some mysterious props, no matter what strange props he took out or what strange things he did, people of this era would not feel weird and regard him as an alien. Of course, there would still be emotions such as shock and surprise. For example, when Doraemon was discovered flying in the sky with a bamboo dragonfly, people would only feel surprised and strange and would not catch Doraemon for research or anything like that. It's just that Hoshino thinks that the mysterious props used by Doraemon should have some kind of restrictions. Like in the movie Nobita's Dinosaur, Doraemon warned Nobita not to let Pisuke be discovered by outsiders, otherwise Pisuke would be captured for research. In the end, Nobita and Doraemon had no choice but to send Pisuke back to the dinosaur era to which it belonged. It stands to reason that a dinosaur like Pisuke, which is beyond common sense and was created by Doraemon, Nobita and others and has already been extinct, should be blessed by the mysterious props, but in fact it is not. Although Doraemon wanted to use the anywhere door to send Hoshino home, he felt that it was a bit bad to let Hoshino send him home in vain. So Doraemon decided to let Hoshino visit their home first, take a rest, and then use the anywhere door to send Hoshino home. Of course, before doing this, Doraemon asked for Hoshino's opinion. After Hoshino agreed, he took out a pink anywhere door from the four-dimensional pocket in front of Hoshino. Hoshino didn't expect that he just wanted to send Nobita home. After all, he knows his own limitations. He won't expect to become a close friend with Nobita at once, but it's good to let Nobita remember his kindness. Who would have thought that there would be such a surprise now? Not only did he get to know Doraemon, he also left a very good impression on Doraemon when he first met Doraemon, and he also got the opportunity to visit Nobita's house. Therefore, when faced with Doraemon's invitation, Hoshino did not refuse and directly accepted Doraemon's invitation. So through the anywhere door, Hoshino and the other two came directly to the door of Nobita's house. Anywhere door is one of Doraemon's most commonly used props. Its frequency of use is second only to the bamboo dragonfly and the time machine. It is also one of the most powerful props among Doraemon's few props. Using Anywhere Door, you can reach any place within 10 light-years of the Earth at any time, but the use of Anywhere Door is also limited. Anywhere Door cannot reach places that are not entered on the Anywhere Door map, and places beyond 10 light-years. Regarding this situation, Doraemon once said a very classic saying, "Science is not magic, there are always places it cannot do." Doraemon will not use the Anywhere Door under normal circumstances, and will not let Nobita use the Anywhere Door to be lazy. Doraemon used the Anywhere Door to send Nobita to school and after school. This kind of thing, except for a few times when he first came, he never did it again. And those few times it was used when Nobita was almost late for school, and Doraemon had no choice but to borrow the Anywhere Door, so that Nobita would not be late. But later found that Nobita did not change after repeated teachings, so he never used the Anywhere Door to send Nobita to school again, but changed to wake Nobita up every day to go to school. After all, Doraemon does not want Nobita to develop the habit of relying on the Anywhere Door to go to school, which will only make Nobita even lazier. Nobita and Doraemon's house is a villa-style building, located at the corner of the street, and the geographical location is very good. Such a building in the future would cost at least millions or even tens of millions. Nobita walked in front of Doraemon and Hoshino. After opening the door, Nobita changed his shoes and hurried to his bedroom, as if he had something urgent to do. Doraemon, who had just put away the door behind him, saw Nobita's hurried look and didn't know what to say. Did he really not see it, or was he pretending not to see it? Was there a guest, Hoshino, who needed to be entertained? Although the Hoshino family lived in an apartment, they still needed to change their shoes when entering the house. This is a custom in Japan, and it is almost the same no matter what house you live in. After changing his shoes, Hoshino did not follow Nobita's footsteps directly, but stood in the corridor waiting for Doraemon to arrange him. Hoshino, you can go to Nobita's room and wait first. I'll get you some desserts and drinks. Hoshino originally wanted to decline and said that there was no need to be so troublesome, but Doraemon ran away before he could say anything. Logically, entertaining guests should be in the reception room on the left side of the corridor, just like the last time Hoshino went to my Narichiro's house. But Doraemon asked Hoshino to go to Nobita's room and wait, which was also strange. Is it because someone is inconvenient in the reception room right now, or what? Hoshino thought so, and was about to go to Nobita's room as Doraemon said. Click! The door of the reception room was suddenly opened. A middle-aged woman in her 30s, with a scarf tied around her waist and holding a broom, walked out. Hey, who are you and why are you in my house? Nobita Tamako looked at Hoshino with a puzzled look and asked. She was not afraid that Hoshino would do anything bad. After all, Hoshino was just a child. Hello, Auntie. I am Nobita's classmate, Uda Hoshino, and I was invited by Doraemon to be a guest. Hoshino replied politely. So that's how it is. I was wondering why a kid suddenly came to my house. It turns out to be Nobita's classmate. Hoshino, my aunt is cleaning the reception room now. It's a little inconvenient here. Please go to Nobita's room first. I'm so sorry. No, thank you, Aunt. Hoshino didn't say anything more and went straight to Nobita's room on the second floor. Watching Hoshino disappear at the corner of the stairs, Nobita Tamako couldn't help but sigh. What a polite child, unlike Nobita. Alas, I don't know how this Nobita named Hoshino's grades are. Nobita Tamako muttered to herself as she walked towards the tool room, ready to mop the reception room with a mop. Unlike Hoshino's mother, Uda Riko. Nobita's mother, Nobita Tamako, is a housewife who is mainly responsible for all the tedious chores at home. When Hoshino opened the door, he saw Nobita hurriedly hiding the comics under his homework. When he saw that the person who entered the room was not Nobita Tamako, Nobita breathed a sigh of relief and put the comics back on his homework. Hey, why are you in my room? Nobita, who had been reading the comics for less than 3 seconds, finally thought of something strange and turned around to look at Hoshino with a confused look. This reaction nerve is amazing. Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief and tried to explain the reason to Nobita in a calm tone. Is that so? Nobita! Hoshino! Before Nobita could continue to say anything, Doraemon had already walked in with a plate of desserts and 3 drinks. Inviting Hoshino to sit down, Doraemon told Hoshino to feel free, just like at home, and not to be too restrained. Nobita also walked over from the desk, sat down next to Hoshino and Doraemon, picked up a drink, picked up a small dessert, and started eating. Watching Hoshino and Nobita eating delicious food, Doraemon did not eat the food on the plate, but reached into the 4-dimensional pocket on his stomach to fumble around. A few seconds later, Doraemon took out a plate of dorayaki from his 4-dimensional pocket and then ate it with a happy face. Dorayaki is Doraemon's favorite food. It's not that he likes to eat it when he comes to Nobita's house, but Doraemon has already had a special love for dorayaki in the future world. Looking at Doraemon with a happy smile on his face, Hoshino suddenly had a prank in his mind. If he secretly took a dorayaki from a plate of Doraemon's dorayaki, Doraemon would definitely sweat with heartache, ahaha. But Hoshino was just thinking about this kind of thing. Although he had never eaten dorayaki, how delicious could dorayaki be? He had no reason to make Doraemon unhappy because of this. Of course, it would be different if Doraemon took the initiative to invite him to eat dorayaki. Nobita was not very hungry, so he ate 1 or 2 pieces of dessert and stopped eating. After finishing his dessert, Nobita did not rush to do his homework, but pointed behind Hoshino and asked Doraemon, Doraemon, what is this? Is it a new prop you bought? What new prop? Doraemon looked in the direction of Nobita's finger in confusion, and then found the prop he forgot to put back in his pocket. Oh, yes, this is my new prop. Prop? Hoshino turned around curiously and found a machine on the ground that was nearly 1 meter long and half a meter wide, like a TV. What prop is that? Nobita was very curious and continued to ask, "Dream machine! Dream machine!" Hoshino was shocked. Isn't this the key prop that appeared in the movie version of Nobita and the Three Swordsmen of Dreams? And now this important prop is placed less than 2 meters behind him. Without thinking too much, Hoshino could guess that the great adventure that Nobita and Doraemon were about to experience was probably this. Hoshino didn't dare to say that he was 100% sure, but he was 50% sure. Dream machine? What is it used for? Is it a prop that allows people to dream anything? Nobita suddenly said, with a puzzled tone. But the guess he made was almost the same as the correct answer. Hoshino admired Nobita for this. Nobita was quite talented in this aspect. "Nobita, you are right, but not completely right." Doraemon finished eating the dorayaki in his hand, put down the plate with dorayaki and said to Nobita, without any taboo about the existence of an outsider like Hoshino. "The dream machine can indeed make people dream, but it cannot make people dream any dream. If you want to dream the dream made by the dream machine, you must use its exclusive tape." "Where is the tape?" Nobita looked around and found that the bedroom was still furnished as before. A desk, a bookcase, a closet where Doraemon slept, and a dream machine on the floor. Apart from that, Nobita did not find any place to put the tape. "Now that I don't need it, of course I put it in my pocket." Doraemon rolled his eyes helplessly at Nobita. Hoshino quietly listened to Nobita and Doraemon's flirting without saying anything. There were not many desserts on the plate that Doraemon brought over. After all, they were just snacks for entertaining guests, not meals, so not much was needed. Hoshino was eating and it was gone. "I should go home." After seeing Nobita and Doraemon temporarily stop talking, Hoshino said at the right time. It was almost 5 o'clock at this time, and it was time for him to go back. As the host, Doraemon and Nobita would definitely not chase him away, but any normal person would not stay in someone else's house to eat and drink for free, right? Hoshino didn't want to lose the good impression he had just built in Doraemon's heart. It would be a loss. Although Doraemon might not mind how long he stayed here, but even if Doraemon didn't mind, he couldn't do it. "Ah, Hoshino, are you leaving?" Doraemon had obvious surprise on his face. After this long, short time together, Doraemon was no longer so distant with Hoshino. When he called Hoshino, he called him Hoshino instead of Hoshino-san. "But it seems that it is indeed time to go home." Doraemon immediately reacted, thinking that Nobita was out of school at 3:30, and after a series of things that happened later, it seems that it is indeed time for Hoshino to go home. "Then I will send you home with the anywhere door? Okay?" Hoshino did not refuse Doraemon's kindness. If he did not accept it, Doraemon would definitely feel bad. And as a primary school student, normally he would not refuse Doraemon's kind advice, right? Why do you have to ask for trouble when you can get home in one step? Hoshino picked up the school bag that he had placed next to him and followed Doraemon downstairs. After Hoshino put on his shoes, Doraemon placed the anywhere door in front of Hoshino for Hoshino to use himself. After all, Doraemon didn't know where Hoshino's home was. You should know that the user must put his hand on the door handle to use the anywhere door, and then think about where he wants to go before pushing the door open. It doesn't mean that you have to do this to use the anywhere door. After all, the anywhere door is just a prop and it is not that complicated to use. But if you open the anywhere door without thinking about anything, the place behind the anywhere door will be unknown. If you open the anywhere door unconsciously, and what appears behind the anywhere door is the sun or a black hole, then you really won a prize that can only be won once in a lifetime. Although the anywhere door will turn into ashes the moment it is opened, you probably have to cough cuff. Under Doraemon's guidance, after Hoshino opened the anywhere door, what appeared behind the door was his own living room. "Thank you, Doraemon." Hoshino said hello and goodbye to Doraemon. Doraemon also waved and smiled and said goodbye to Hoshino, and then the anywhere door was closed by Doraemon. Looking at the random door that slowly disappeared from the bottom to the top, Hoshino suddenly realized that everything he had just experienced was like a dream. If someone had told him before that he would be invited to Doraemon's home one day, Hoshino would not say anything on the surface, but behind his back. Ahem, those who understand will understand. Homework? Looking at the school bag that he threw on the sofa, Hoshino seemed to think of something. That's right, he hasn't done his homework for today. In his previous life, he had not done homework for a long time, and he didn't even have the concept of doing homework. But now that he has traveled through time and space as a primary school student, he has homework again. However, Hoshino did not feel very distressed, but felt an indescribable feeling lingering in his heart. Picking up the school bag, Hoshino returned to his room. Then he took out a homework from the school bag and started writing on his desk. The first thing he did was math homework. Math homework was the simplest homework in Hoshino's opinion, and the test was some extremely simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division algorithms. Of course, there were still some so-called big questions. It stands to reason that things like this should have been learned by the 4th grade. But this is what the teacher taught in class, and this is what the teacher assigned for the math homework today. It was really strange. After all, in the previous life in China, this kind of knowledge was learned in the 2nd grade. In the previous life in China, the 2nd grade learned multiplication and division, the 3rd grade learned fractions, decimals, perimeter and area, and the 4th grade learned angle measurement. In the previous life in Japan, Hoshino didn't know what level of math knowledge Japanese 4th grade elementary school students learned. But in the Doraemon world, the math problems for 4th graders are just addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. In the original work Doraemon Stand By Me, there was a math test paper of Nobita in the 1st or 2nd middle school. On the test paper, Hoshino clearly saw that a math problem was just such a simple addition and subtraction problem. Hoshino felt very incredible at the time. This also caused this incident to leave a very deep impression on him, so Hoshino was able to remember such a seemingly insignificant thing. Even though the math problem was very simple, it took Hoshino nearly 20 minutes to finish it. After all, in addition to some simple questions of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, there are also some so-called big questions. They are the kind of big questions that give you a paragraph, a few numbers in the words, and finally a question. After finishing his math homework, Xingye started to write other homework. With the knowledge stored in his mind at this time, Xingye still inevitably encountered some obstacles when doing certain questions. It is really difficult for Xingye to imagine doing math homework smoothly and at the same speed as copying answers. It will be difficult for him to do it in the future. After all, other subjects are not like math. Although Xingye can't copy answers as fast as he can, his speed is only a little slower than copying answers. More than an hour later, Xingye finally finished all the homework assigned by the teacher today. Finally finished it. Looking at the densely packed words written on the homework book spread out on the table, Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Xingye took a rest for a while and made some food to solve the problem of dinner. By the way, what's at the bottom of that lake? Sitting on the bed with nothing to do, Hoshino suddenly thought of the lake where he and Chiyuki were taken by the man in black. Although he had explored it once in the past, he didn't explore it much because of time and other factors, and he didn't find anything useful. Hoshino looked at the time. It was only 6:40. Uda Riko and Uda Keita would not be home until after 9 o'clock, so it would be enough for him to be home before 9 o'clock. 2 hours was enough for him to do a lot of things, and the first step that Hoshino had to do was to open the window. Japanese buildings rarely have anti-theft windows installed. Villa-style buildings like Nobita's house don't have anti-theft windows installed, let alone the apartment where Hoshino lives. Dream. Activate the stealth and flight functions. September is approaching autumn, so it gets dark earlier. The sun has already set, leaving only the cool autumn breeze. Although Tsukimidai is just a small town, it is already quite large. After all, it is located in Tokyo, the capital of Japan, so the regional economy is not bad. In the night mist, an invisible figure quickly passed through the air without attracting anyone's attention. Looking at the crisscrossing roads below, a map of the Tsukimidai area slowly emerged in Hoshino's mind. The map that emerged in Hoshino's mind was drawn by a Doraemon fan in Japan in his previous life. The map clearly marked the addresses of the Nobi family, the Minamoto family, the Bonakawa family, Seofu family, and the Gotada Take family, Fat Tiger family, in the Tsukimidai area. In addition, the location of Tsukimidai Elementary School and the back mountain of the school were also clearly marked on this map. It's just that this kind of flat map is useful, but it's also useless, because you may not understand the map. Since it has been a long time since he saw this map, Hoshino almost forgot that he had seen such a map. After all, this is just an ordinary map drawn by a Doraemon fan in Japan in the previous life. Who knows if it matches the Tsukimidai area in the real Doraemon world? Just now, after Hoshino flew all the way in the sky, it may be that the various buildings below awakened his dusty memories, and a topographic map of the Tsukimidai area appeared in his mind. Recalling the way from home to school before, Hoshino found that the map in his mind is very likely to be the map of the Tsukimidai area in the real Doraemon world. But Hoshino is not sure about this at the moment, and can only wait for further investigation and verification in the future. However, the current Hoshino obviously does not have the mind and time, so he can only wait until he has time in the future. With the blessing of 10 times physical fitness, the speed of Hoshino in flight has reached a speed of 340 meters per second. But when Hoshino wanted to speed up again, he couldn't do it at all. It seems that Dream can only make his speed reach this level. But for now, this is completely enough. Excluding those superhumans who are obviously different from ordinary people like the man in black, ordinary people can probably only reach this speed with the help of machines. Following the route in his memory, Hoshino soon arrived at his destination, a big lake. There is also a lake behind the school, but it is not as big as the lake in front of Hoshino. Looking at the lake in front of him, Hoshino couldn't help but think in his heart, could this be the place where Nobita will release Pisuke in the future? Shaking his head, Hoshino ruled out this wrong idea. Because the direction he was flying was obviously opposite to Nobita's home, but in the original book, there was indeed a park and a lake a few hundred meters away from Nobita's home. Hoshino's current location is to the north of Gushin, the name of the mountain behind the school, about a few thousand meters away from the school. There is only a Gushin between Hoshino's home and this lake. It's just that Hoshino couldn't be sure where the lake he went to last time was. After all, this time he started from home. So he could only recall the route taken by the man in black and walk it again. When Hoshino came to the lake, he found that there were more than a dozen sneaky people beside the lake. They couldn't be called sneaky, because each of them was dressed in a suit and looked like a gentleman. Hoshino felt that these people might be related to Qianshui, but he didn't care. The D-level water ability was activated, and the lake water with microwaves directly separated a 2-meter wide and 3-meter deep waterless area. And then Hoshino jumped directly into this waterless area. When Hoshino jumped into the water, the conspicuous waterless area above him was covered by water again. Hoshino didn't show off too much, but just kept the water within 5 centimeters around him from getting close. After all, he just didn't want to get his clothes wet, so there was no need to make a big fuss. On the lakeside, more than a dozen people in suits stood in a circle around the lake. The adults asked us to investigate this lake thoroughly. At this time, a middle-aged man standing in the middle of the crowd said in a heavy voice, "This person was Qianshui's driver, Tiangong." Although Qianshui's father was dissatisfied with Tiangong's dereliction of duty last time, Qianshui's father did not punish Tiangong, but gave him a chance to redeem himself. Including Tiangong, these dozen people in suits and leather shoes are all superhumans like Tiangong. They all have various strange abilities that ordinary people can hardly understand. However, among these dozen people, most of them are D-level mutants. There are only 3 C-level mutants like Tiangong, including Tiangong, and the other 2 C-level mutants are led by Tiangong. These dozen mutants are all physical mutants. None of them are elemental mutants, and naturally there are no water elemental mutants. Elemental mutants cannot be said to be extremely rare, but they are definitely not related to many. Every elemental mutant is extremely powerful. After all, the lowest level D-level elemental mutant can match ordinary B-level physical mutants with the help of elemental weapons. Qianshui's father naturally has such subordinates as elemental mutants, but Qianshui's father didn't want to send these people out unless it was absolutely necessary. We must complete the Lord's mission, but there are no water element mutants among us, which is a bit difficult. A few seconds after Tiangong's voice fell, a somewhat helpless voice sounded. Tiangong looked at the man. That was a young man with a D-level speed mutation. "I'm here!" Before Tiangong could say anything, a petite girl wearing a fiery red fox mask walked out from behind him. "Miss!" Looking at this girl wearing a fiery red fox mask, everyone present, including Tiangong, bowed respectfully. "Get up!" The girl's crisp voice echoed in everyone's ears. Unlike when she spoke to Hoshino, Qianshui's words at this time did not have a trace of warmth. "Yes, miss. I didn't expect that the Lord would let Miss come to assist us. I really can't believe it. Yes, although Miss is only a D-level water element mutant, she is enough to rival ordinary B-level physical mutants. Some of the D-level physical mutants present did not speak. Just by exchanging glances, they could see what the other party meant, as well as the shock and joy in their eyes. Xingye looked at the lake in front of her and recalled the scenes of being kidnapped by the men in black. In fact, it was not a kidnapping at all. It was just an act. As a D-level water element mutant, she, with the help of her father, carried some special water element weapons with her. But it was obviously impossible for her to use her superpowers in front of Xingye and others to make herself an alien, so she could only let the men in black kidnap first. As for Xingye also followed. This was purely an accident. As a child, it was unreasonable for her to act calm when she was kidnapped, so she could only act panicked and make herself look like a normal person. But who would have thought that the idiot Hoshino would follow them by mistake? This made Xingye a little difficult. She kept thinking about how to solve this matter perfectly until the man in black took them to the bottom of the lake and seemed to want to take them somewhere. Xingye decided not to kill the man in black and wait and see what happened. As for Hoshino, as a D-level water element mutant, she could naturally protect Hoshino. But later she found that Hoshino seemed a little unusual. He was also a water element mutant like her. It seems that he awakened naturally. This was what Xingye thought when Hoshino did not change the past time and space. As for Xingye, who changed the past time and space and whose memory was reshaped, she forgot that Hoshino was a water element mutant and how she was rescued. After she told his father about this, his father didn't know what was going on. His father speculated that there might be a mental mutant. But how powerful must a mental mutant be to be able to stop a person's thinking? Miss? Seeing Xingye staring at the lake without saying anything, Tiangong thought about it and interrupted Xingye's meditation. After all, it is really not suitable to do such things at this time. Xingye was disturbed by Tiangong and she really woke up from her meditation. Tiangong, take a few people with me and let the others guard here. Tiangong's status is not worthy of Xingye calling him uncle, but some basic things still need to be maintained in front of outsiders, so Xingye will call Tiangong Uncle Tian in front of outsiders. Yes, miss? Hearing Xingye's order, Tiangong pointed 3 people to follow him. These 3 people naturally include the 2 sea-level physical mutants like Tiangong. These 2 sea-level physical mutants, one is a speed mutation, and the other is a power mutation like Tiangong. The remaining one was a D-level mutant randomly selected by Tiangong. It stands to reason that Tiangong plus 2 sea-level mutants would be enough. D-level mutants can only be a burden. But don't forget, sometimes you still need some cannon, fodder, to explore the way. Xingye walked slowly from the shore to the lake under the gaze of everyone. A few seconds later, seeing Xingye standing quietly on the lake without falling, more than a dozen people present, including Tiangong, opened their mouths in surprise. It stands to reason that the strength of elemental mutants should be similar. But in the eyes of these outsiders, water elemental mutants and earth elemental mutants are what they think are the most powerful elemental mutants. And compared with water elemental mutants, the latter are more powerful than the former. After all, more than 70% of the entire Earth's area is occupied by water, and the rest is the continent. Tiangong and others' understanding is reasonable, but it is still far from the truth. Come on, Xingye said to Tiangong and others. Yes. Tiangong led several people behind him to step onto the water surface carefully, and found that they could feel that they were stepping on the water surface, but they would not fall down. This feeling is really wonderful. However, Tiangong and his group did not have time to feel it. Under Qianshui's control, they had already come underwater, and a waterless sphere with a radius of several meters around them was formed, which was enough to accommodate several of them. Xingye stood at the bottom of the lake and looked at the lake. This lake is not too deep, and it is estimated that it is only more than 90 meters, which is more than 30 stories high. With Xingye's current D-level water ability, he can only dive underwater for about 100 meters at most. If he goes down further, he will probably be in trouble. Excluding various factors such as temperature, physical strength, and breathing, the human body can only dive to a maximum depth of about 100 meters with or without the help of a submersible. This is the limit of ordinary people, and Xingye is now an ordinary person. Of course, after the social order maintenance function is activated, he should be able to continue diving with his physical fitness increased tenfold. Although the elemental mutants have very powerful abilities, their physical fitness is the same as that of ordinary people, and will not improve with the improvement of their abilities. However, elemental mutants also have their own ways. They can use elemental weapons to form their own special defense system. The truly powerful elemental mutants can always maintain this state after training. Xing, give me some votes. I can become a real man for a second. Brother Xing, please don't. The autumn night has faded the summer heat, leaving only the chill. Beidai Lake, located on the north side of Gushan Mountain, covers an area of nearly 6 square kilometers. This is already quite large, about 2 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide, roughly in the shape of an ellipse. Qianshui and only a dozen other people stood beside such a large lake without attracting anyone's attention, not to mention the cover of the night. Not far north of Beidai Lake is a railway hidden in the night, and that is almost the edge of the entire Yuejiantai town. Therefore, there were only a few dim streetlights by the lake. Qianshui and the others were located in the north of Beidai Lake, and Xingye went into the water in the south of Beidai Lake, so Xingye's entry into the water did not attract the attention of Qianshui and the others, not to mention that Xingye was still invisible at the time. At the bottom of Beidai Lake, Xingye looked at the dirty environment around him and frowned. Even in the daytime, it was difficult to see clearly in the depths of the lake, not to mention the night shrouded in darkness. At present, Xingye can see the surrounding environment clearly because of the daylight emitted by Dream, which is the basic function of Dream that Xingye just discovered. But even without this basic function, Dream can still project, and with the help of the projected light, Xingye can barely see things underwater. As for whether the water-based ability alone can achieve unimpeded vision underwater, Xingye does not know. But even if it can, it is estimated that it must be of a very high level. In order to save electricity, Xingye did not let Dream emit very strong light, but only be able to see the surrounding waters within a few meters. This is strange. Where exactly are the men in black taking me and Qianshui? Xingye walked on the bottom of the lake, looking at the surrounding environment, thinking quickly in his heart. The bottom of the lake is indeed not as clear and thorough as the middle or upper part of the lake. But as long as the mud and sand at the bottom of the lake are not stirred up, the surrounding environment is not completely unclear. According to the depth of the lake bottom, it is not impossible to build a base at the bottom of the lake. But if there is really a base at the bottom of the lake, why hasn't he found it yet? It has been more than 20 minutes since he landed at the bottom of the lake. Think about the lake wall. Xingye can't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Finding a so-called base in such a range is like winning a lottery prize of tens of millions. Amazing! No, it shouldn't be like this. Xingye suddenly remembered that the men in black took him and Qianshui to swim directly to the bottom of the lake. If there is really something in the lake, it must be at the bottom of the lake. After thinking about it, Xingye continued to wander around the bottom of the lake. Anyway, there is still a lot of time. He is not too anxious, and there is nothing to do at home. After a while, Xingye finally found something wrong. In a very remote place, there is a 2-meter wide and 3-meter high transparent water curtain. It's just a water curtain in the water. Why does it feel weird? Looking at the clear and transparent blue barrier in front of him that emits a faint fluorescence and looks like a piece of paper that can be broken with a poke, Xingye did not rush in. After all, he didn't know what was behind the water curtain, but Xingye already had a vague guess in his heart. Thinking of this, Xingye picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at the blue water curtain. Without any surprise, the stone directly passed through the blue water curtain. Strange, the stone can pass through, but the surrounding water and mud can't pass through. Xingye thought secretly, what will be behind the water curtain? Another world or? Xingye didn't have time to think about it, and the water curtain in front of him suddenly rippled. The next second, a burly middle-aged man wearing ancient Western armor passed through the blue water curtain and appeared in front of Xingye. For a moment, the two of them stared at each other. Boy, prepare to die! The burly middle-aged man laughed grimly, raised the butcher knife in his hand, and chopped at Xingye without saying a word. Xingye, did I kill your parents, or rob your wife, or fuck your sister? You just draw your knife and chop me when you don't agree? Seeing that the middle-aged man's big knife was about to fall on Xingye's head, an invisible wave directly enveloped the middle-aged man. The next second, the middle-aged man stopped moving, and his face still maintained the ferocious face that wanted to kill Xingye. Xingye has never been soft-hearted to those who want to kill him, let alone such a person he has never seen. Just like killing the man in black, Xingye condensed dozens of drops of water and directly pierced the middle-aged man in front of him. Facing Xingye's attack, the iron armor on the middle-aged man did not play a role in hindering the attack, and he was directly dead. Can the attack power of a B level reach this level? Directly penetrate the iron armor? Xingye couldn't help but guess. But what is the truth and how powerful other elementalists are? All this is waiting for him to explore. There are living people over there. I guess they can get through and nothing will happen after they get through. They won't explode and die as soon as they cross over. Xingye couldn't wait to get through, but before he went, he had to prepare. From the bloodstains on the middle-aged man's armor, Xingye guessed that something bad might have happened over there. Fantasy, activate the invisibility and social order maintenance functions. In a dense primeval forest, there is a small lake covering several acres. Splash! With the sound of flowing water, Xingye came to the surface of the water. With the help of the D-level water ability, Xingye walked all the way to the shore. As soon as he reached the shore, Xingye's face changed. At this time, there were more than a dozen corpses on the shore and not far from the shore. Some were wearing armor like the middle-aged man before, and some were wearing black robes that seemed to be wizards. But without exception, these people were all dead. Although Xingye had killed 2 people, the scene was not as bloody and cruel as it is now. After closing his eyes for a long time, Xingye regained his calm and opened his eyes again. "Who is it?" At this moment, a gloomy voice full of murderous intent came from behind a big tree in front. The next second, Xingye saw a person wearing a gray wizard robe and a gray mask coming out from behind the tree. Listening to the voice, this person is a woman, coupled with the hunched figure and old voice. The person who appeared in front of Xingye should be an old woman. Xingye did not move. After all, what if the old witch in front of him was deceiving him? Wouldn't he really be exposed if he spoke? A gust of wind blew, startling a few sparrows on the tree, and nothing else happened. The shaman stood there, feeling the still surroundings, hesitating. Could it be that I have been hunted for days and my mental fatigue has caused an illusion? However, the shaman immediately denied this idea. As a great magician, her mental power is more than 20 times that of an ordinary person. Her perception is far superior to that of an ordinary person, and it is absolutely impossible for her to make such a mistake, otherwise she would have died countless times. She could clearly sense the breath of a living person not far ahead of her, but she could not determine the exact location. In the quiet open space covered with green grass, a hunchbacked woman in a gray wizard robe stood quietly there, doing nothing. 20 meters away from her, the invisible Hoshino focused on the old witch not far away and adjusted her own state to the best peak state. Suddenly, the shaman waved the scepter in her hand and muttered something. But the next moment, all the dark elements around the shaman gathered on her scepter. Boom! A dark beam of light as thick as a baby's arm, full of evil aura and mixed with black lightning, shot directly at Xingye standing by the lake. Damn, what kind of spell is that? It turns out to be a trick. The speed of this attack was so fast that Xingye only had a moment to react, but this was enough. Boom! Xingye had just left where he was standing, and before he had time to look back to see what was happening behind him, a huge bombing sound came into his ears. It made him have a moment of tinnitus. No one? No, that's not right. He's already here. The shaman's face suddenly changed, and she wanted to use magic to escape from here, but as soon as her lips moved, an invisible wave enveloped her. The next second, the shaman was motionless like a wooden man. Xingye, who was watching this scene, breathed a sigh of relief. Through the opportunity just now, he came directly to a place 10 meters away from the shaman, and then immediately used the ability of time pause. Looking at the old witch in front of him, he was no longer a threat to him. Xingye looked back and found that the place where he was standing just now had been blasted into a deep pit several meters wide and several meters deep by the old witch's attack. It is hard to imagine what would happen to that person if this attack hit him. Fortunately, I didn't use the water ability just now. Xingye thought secretly. It is a pipe dream to want to resist the old witch's attack with his current D-level water ability. With the extreme attack speed of the old witch's magic just now, he was barely able to dodge it with the blessing of time acceleration and 10 times physical fitness. If he wanted to dodge the old witch's attack without any problem, it would actually be very easy. activating the dreamy flight and social order maintenance functions, plus his 10 times time acceleration. It is simply easy. But the result of this is that he will probably die directly. It's just that Xingye can't fully exert his so-called extreme speed. But with the blessing of flight, social order maintenance, and time acceleration, without causing him any harm, his speed just now has also been increased by a terrifying amount. And he was just barely able to dodge the attack. Even though he was safe now, Xingye still felt a little scared when he thought of the life-and-death attack just now. Is this world so dangerous? Xingye frowned. Through the surrounding environment, the dozen dead people lying on the ground, and the old witch whose time he had stopped, Xingye could already vaguely feel that this world was unusual. This might not be the Earth, but if this is not the Earth, then where is it? Ka-ka. Using space suppression, Xingye directly pressed the old witch's head into a piece of thin paper that could not be thinner. He didn't believe that the old witch could come back to life like this. But if the old witch could come back to life like this, Xingye could only accept his fate. After all, this was too weird. Destroying the corpse and eliminating the traces was actually the best option, but Xingye seemed unable to do it at the moment. After thinking about it, Xingye came to the old witch and started to explore. Please don't get me wrong. Hoshino said that he is a normal man who can't be more normal, and he will never have any dirty thoughts about this kind of old witch. He did this just to see if such a powerful old witch has any good treasures on her body. Heh. After some exploration, Hoshino really found a few things on the dead old witch. A dark book that looks very evil at first glance. The title of the book is The Complete Works of Black Magic, and when he saw the title of the book, Hoshino finally reacted. Damn, why can I understand what people in this world say, and can also understand the text here? Hoshino fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, never mind, I will know what I should know sooner or later anyway. Thinking of this, Hoshino didn't bother himself anymore. That was purely to make himself uncomfortable. Opening the Compendium of Black Magic, the book records all kinds of evil magic, which is completely different from the dark magic that Hoshino imagined. Why does it look like a black wizard, not a black magician? Xingye frowned. Although the word black is in the word black, it does not mean that black magicians are bad. But black wizards are different. Wizards and sorcerers have the word witch in them. Of course, Xingye is not saying that all black wizards are bad, but those who are filled with the dark side definitely occupy the vast majority of black wizards. It seems that I can't practice this black magic encyclopedia, Xingye sighed. Although the old witch is hateful, her attack is really strong. But think about it. Since there are black magic and black wizards in this world, other 5 elements magic are probably also there, so he still has hope. Is this a magic world? Xingye opened his eyes wide. Magic world. Sign in? Xingye seemed to have an answer to the next sign-in location in his mind. After putting the Black Magic Encyclopedia into the system backpack, Hoshino picked up the witch's magic wand. Hoshino took a look and found it was still full of evil aura. It seemed to be a match for the witch. Alas, what a pity. Then, the magic wand was thrown into the system backpack by Hoshino. Then, a purple crystal ball the size of 2 adult fists appeared in Hoshino's hand. This thing is finally a little normal. The corner of Hoshino's mouth twitched. According to what is said in general novels, this kind of crystal ball is used to test magic talent. Hoshino's eyes suddenly became more interested, and then he followed suit and concentrated his mind. 1 second later, 2 seconds later, nothing happened. 3 seconds later, Hoshino opened his eyes with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Damn, what a crap crystal ball. It must be fake. Fuck! Xingye stood up immediately and threw the crystal ball to the ground. The crystal ball happened to hit a stone and broke. It's fake, I said. How could a real crystal ball break so easily? Dead old witch? Hey, how could the things I use as a great magician be fake? It's just that you don't have any magic talent. In addition to these 3 things, the old witch also had a small bag with a few gold coins that looked like currency. Xingye took out a gold coin from the bag and looked at it in front of him. The size of this gold coin is about the same as the 1 yuan coin in Xingye's previous life in China. The workmanship is very delicate, and it is no less than the craftsmanship on Earth. There is also a human head engraved on the gold coin. Xingye feels that this head is a little familiar, but he can't think of where he has seen this person. I don't know if this gold coin is pure gold. Xingye thought so and wanted to take a bite to test the taste, but he put the gold coin down again when it was near his mouth. No, how can I be so careless? Who knows if there are any bacteria or viruses on this gold coin? He poured out all the gold coins in the old witch's bag. Xingye counted them and found that there were more than a dozen such gold coins in the old witch's bag. Touching corpses seems to be a very immoral behavior, and it is a great disrespect to the dead. Turning around, he walked to the side of a dozen dead bodies, looking at the money bags hanging on the waists of the corpses, thinking to himself, but in the blink of an eye, he had a money bag in his hand. What the hell? Not a single gold coin. Hoshino looked at the 7 or 8 silver coins in the bag with disdain. He threw the bag away, and the silver coins were thrown into the system backpack like the dozen gold coins before. Hey, what is this? The dead man in front of Hoshino was wearing a suit of ancient Western armor, and he looked like an ordinary soldier. Hoshino took a token-like thing from the soldier's waist and fell silent. Dark wizard, soldier, chase, kingdom. A series of words that should have appeared in novels appeared in Hoshino's mind one by one. Oh my God, I seem to have found something extraordinary. But what does this have to do with me? Hoshino pouted and continued his touch corpse business. A few minutes later, Xingye had plundered all the money on these people. He only collected gold and silver coins, and he was too lazy to even look at copper coins. After searching the corpses, he collected more than 20 gold coins and more than 90 silver coins. It must be said that in Xingye's opinion, these people are really poor. In addition, Xingye also obtained a magic wand. This magic wand is the only normal one among all the magic wands of this group of black wizards. The top of the wand is inlaid with a water blue gem. In addition, Xingye also saw a lot of magic books like The Complete Works of Black Magic, and all of these books were collected into the system space. It is reasonable to destroy these books, but with the 3 supernatural powers that Xingye currently possesses, it is not impossible to do this, but it is very troublesome. So he can only put them away first and make plans later. As for not caring about it, how could he just throw away his trophies so casually, or let others pick them up? This is not in line with his style. Is it 8 o'clock already? Looking at the watch, Hoshino wondered. There's still a lot of time. The next moment, Hoshino's figure disappeared directly from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in the air. Looking at the towering ancient trees below, which were nearly 100 meters tall, Hoshino couldn't help but marvel. There are such 100-meter trees on the earth, but at a glance, it's a bit incredible to see such densely packed 100-meter ancient trees. Hey, is there a mountain there? Whoosh! In an instant, Hoshino's figure disappeared directly. Incredible, incredible. Tiangang and his men looked at the surrounding environment that was very different from the bottom of the lake, and their eyes couldn't stop being amazed. Who would have thought that just by passing through a strange blue barrier at the bottom of the lake, they came to this dreamlike place? Even Qianshui was conquered by the beautiful scenery around her at this time. Miss! Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the mouth of the D-level mutant. Qianshui and Tiangang rushed over after hearing the screams, and then they found more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground, and the big pit that was blasted out by the old witch's magic attack. Hiss! These people in this big pit? Tiangang couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This level of attack can only be done by A-level physical mutants or B-level elemental mutants, right? Anyway, he, a C-level power mutant, is far from being able to do this. It's already the best that he can punch a pit that is 1 meter wide and several dozen centimeters deep. Miss, it's very dangerous here, Tiangang said to Qianshui with a serious face. Qianshui ignored him and kept looking at the dozen corpses on the ground without saying a word. Are these things worth studying? Qianshui said, pointing to the dozen corpses in front of her. Qianshui was of course not talking about the corpses themselves, but the various armors, long swords and other things on these corpses, even including those ordinary wizard robes. Xingye's system backpack is only 1 cubic meter, so he didn't care about things like armor and swords. Some of them couldn't fit in, but some could. But what could he do with these things? Use them as ornaments or play with swords when he was bored? I think so. Tiangang didn't dare to guarantee Qianshui. Awoo! Suddenly, a wolf howl that echoed around came from not far away. 10 seconds later, more than 20 shiny forest wolves appeared in the eyes of Qianshui and others. The leading forest wolf was different in color from the ordinary forest wolves. In addition to the gray and black fur of ordinary forest wolves, the hair on the head and some parts of the body was actually fiery red. It looked as if it could burn. Haha, just a dozen wolves, no big deal. When they saw that there were only more than 20 ordinary forest wolves in front of them, Tiangang and others laughed, without a trace of fear in their hearts. Only Qianshui felt that something was wrong. Her father had warned her many times that when encountering known things in unknown places, she must remain vigilant. Haha, let me do it. The only D-level speed mutant in the team volunteered. Speed mutants are not only fast, but also strong. It's just that their speed is more advantageous than that of strength mutants, so they are called speed mutants. The D-level speed mutant rushed directly to a looking mighty and tall gray wolf. This D-level speed mutant was very confident in his own strength. After rushing in front of the gray wolf, he punched the gray wolf's neck directly, wanting to kill it with one blow. The gray wolf saw that the prey in front of him dared to attack him actively, and he couldn't help but get angry. He grabbed the D-level speed mutant directly. Bang! The D-level speed mutant didn't even have time to react. He was directly slapped away by the gray wolf, and then crashed into a big tree, spitting out blood, and died. Tiangang and others felt cold all over when they saw this scene. Although the D-level mutants were not as good as the C-level mutants, the difference between the two was not very big. D-level mutants can deal with about 10 people, and C-level mutants can deal with dozens of people. But the people here only refer to ordinary people, not these seemingly ordinary forest wolves. If it were just ordinary wolves on Earth, whether it was a D-level speed mutant or a D-level strength mutant, one person would be enough to fight several alone. However, the 20 or so wolves that appeared in front of Tiangang and others were obviously not ordinary wolves on Earth. Tiangang actually felt that any random wolf here had the same strength as him, not to mention the Red Flame Wolf King, who was very different from other forest wolves at first glance. Little, Miss, let's... Before Tiangang finished speaking, with the howl of the Red Flame Wolf King, all the other forest wolves rushed towards them at a very fast speed. The forest wolf closest to them had already rushed in front of them. Protect the young lady! Tiangang roared and blocked in front of Qianshui, and the other two C-level mutants also blocked in front of Qianshui without hesitation. Qianshui looked behind her. They were only about 20 meters away from the lake, but at this time, the distance of about 20 meters was like a natural chasm. Just as Tiangang himself predicted, any wolf here had the same strength as him. Tiangang and the other two protected Qianshui in the middle. Under the siege of several forest wolves, the three of them were soon injured. Seeing this scene, Qianshui was also anxious. She had just used a lot of supernatural powers, and her mental strength was not overdrawn, but it was not much left. But the situation in front of her made Qianshui unable to care about anything else. She took out her special elemental weapons, several metal bullets wrapped in water droplets. Under Qianshui's control, these metal bullets all hit the heads of the forest wolves accurately, directly killing 7 forest wolves. Although this attack did not clear the forest wolves around them, it also created a gap that was not too small. These are the results of Qianshui's hard training at home. This greatly reduced the pressure on Tiangang and the other two. Go! After using her mental power to the point of exhaustion, Qianshui's face turned pale in an instant, almost like a dead person's face. After hearing Qianshui's words, Tiangang and the other two knew that now was the best time to escape. After all, the Red Flame Wolf King had not yet made a move. The only speed mutant among the three picked up Qianshui and ran desperately towards the lake. Tiangang and another power mutant followed closely behind. Awoo! Watching 1/3 of his men die in an instant, the Red Flame Wolf King was furious and felt a flash of red light, and almost in the blink of an eye, it came behind the power mutant. Bang! With one claw, the power mutant was knocked to the ground. Although the Red Flame Wolf King's attack was extremely powerful, the power mutant did not die immediately. Feeling his injuries, he knew that he was beyond help. In order to buy time for Qianshui and the others, he, who was already vomiting blood, grabbed one of the Red Flame Wolf King's front legs. Boom! The angry Red Flame Wolf King suddenly increased the strength of his front paws and stepped directly on the chest of the power-type mutant. Puff! A stream of terrifying blood spurted out, and the power-type mutant's eyes suddenly widened and then lost their spirit. The efforts of the power-type mutant were not in vain. Qianshui, Tiangang, and the other two had already escaped to the lake, and jumped down with a plop in the eyes of the Red Flame Wolf King who was about to spit fire. Boom! A column of fire spurted out of the Red Flame Wolf King's mouth at an extremely fast speed and then rushed to the location of Qianshui and others. The scorching heat directly evaporated several square meters of lake water, but even so, it was still a step too late. Awoo! The Red Flame Wolf King looked at Qianshui, Tiangong and others who had already entered the water and knew that he could no longer kill Qianshui and others, so he could only howl in anger. As a fire-type monster, it hates water the most. After a few breaths, looking at the lake surface that was still calm, the Red Flame Wolf King walked step by step into the depths of the forest, intending to leave here. It dared not stay in this place full of blood, as there were many more powerful than it in this forest. The remaining living forest wolves followed the Red Flame Wolf King with the dead forest wolf in their mouths. This time, they lost a total of 7 tribesmen. With their strength, it would have been easy to kill Tiangang and others, but who would have thought that there would be someone like Qianshui who did not follow common sense? Who? Feeling the warmth coming from above, the faces of Tiangang and the other 2 changed. After a while, they found that the Red Flame Wolf King did not catch up, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, Tiangang took Qianshui to the lower reaches of the lake, intending to leave this dangerous place. Although Qianshui's mental strength was running low, she had no problem surviving underwater for a short time, but this time, Tiangang and the other 2 had to take her. The wind whistled in my ears, and the large ancient trees below quickly retreated backwards. Because of what happened before, Xingye didn't dare to be careless and maintained his stealth state at all times. The place where he was just now was not far from the edge of the primeval forest, so Xingye soon came to the edge of the forest. Staying in the air, Xingye looked at the high mountains that were thousands of meters high and towering into the clouds. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether he should explore. After all, this is an unknown world. No place is safe. There may be dangers everywhere, not to mention the mountains that have always hidden various unknown things. But Xingye thought that since he was here, it would seem unfair if he didn't go and take a look. System backpack? Not to mention filling the system backpack. How can you return empty-handed, right? Those previous combat items? To be honest, they are all pleasures that have no use for Xingye at the moment. Thinking of this, Xingye has stopped in a canyon somewhere in the deep mountains. Flying in the canyon is not a good choice. After all, there are too many obstacles. But as soon as Xingye landed, his face changed. Compared to the canyon, the place where he landed might be more appropriately called a valley. The surrounding mountain walls were all flaming red rocks, giving people a feeling of a battlefield of life and death. At this time, there were more than a dozen terracotta warriors in the valley, lifelike, as if they were real people. Real people? Looking at the stone statues in front of him with fear in their eyes, Hoshino couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, but this shock obviously couldn't stop him from exploring. Hoshino went all the way to the depths of the valley. As he went deeper into the valley, he saw hundreds of stone statues with different behaviors and facial expressions. Among these stone statues, Hoshino also found some female statues. So far, among the hundreds of stone statues, Hoshino has not found 2 identical stone statues. These stone statues seem to be real people, but for some reason they became immobile stone statues. Hoshino was shocked by his own idea. No, why does this place look so much like the valley where the Western Dragon waited in Nobita and the 3 Swordsmen of Dreams? Thinking of this, Hoshino stopped, and questions kept emerging in his mind one after another. The original book seems to say that the world of Dream 3 Swordsmen is a dream world, and Nobita, Doraemon, Shizuka, and others all use the dream machine to shuttle back and forth between the real world and the dream world. But Hoshino thought about it and felt that it didn't seem to be the case. The world of Dream 3 Swordsmen should be a real world. As for the so-called Dream 3 Swordsman tape, it shouldn't have appeared. It was a medium that Birdman made to connect the real world and the Dream 3 Swordsman world, in order to prevent the real Silver Swordsman Nobita from appearing. It's just that Birdman actually has a future phone that can communicate with the 22nd century and can customize specific goods in the future department store, which makes Hoshino very confused. Thinking of this, Hoshino couldn't help but wonder if the appearance of the dream machine is also related to Birdman. But now is not the time to think about these things. After all, He has not yet determined whether this is the world of the Dream Three Swordsmen. The first priority now is to prove whether this world is the world of Dream Three Swordsmen. Only when this matter is confirmed can Hoshino continue with the next plan. Continuing to move forward, Hoshino finally stopped behind a big rock. He could already hear the sound of running water in front of him. The Western Dragon in the original book was lying on a huge boulder in a lake. Needless to say, the Eastern Dragon was powerful. The weakest adult dragon was enough to destroy the world. Of course, the so-called destroying the world still depends on the level of the world where the Eastern Dragon is located. If it was the dragon in the world of the nuclear bomb sage, then Hoshino would have said nothing. Although the Western Dragon was not as good as the Eastern Dragon, it should not be underestimated. How could any creature that could be linked to a dragon be simple and weak? It was just that the performance of this Western Dragon in the original book against Nobita and others was simply a big surprise to Hoshino. Such a powerful Western Dragon was easily defeated by Nobita and others, which made Hoshino sigh that they were worthy of being the protagonist group, protected by the will of the world and blessed by the way of heaven. With the blessing of the invisibility function, Hoshino stretched out his head. Then I saw the Western Dragon that was similar to what I imagined. Its back was green from head to tail. Its belly was yellow, and its eyes were also transparent yellow. I don't know if it has eyeballs or anything. It was more than 20 meters long and more than 10 meters tall. Compared to humans, it was definitely a behemoth. This Western Dragon didn't have a name in the original book, so let's call it Green Dragon for now. At this time, the Green Dragon was lying quietly on the round stone with its eyes closed, as if it was sleeping. When Xingye looked at the Green Dragon suddenly opened its tightly closed eyes. The transparent yellow eyes clearly couldn't see anything, but it made Xingye feel a burst of coolness on his back. "Who is spying on my great dragon god Kraken?" Kraken stood up and looked around, but didn't find any creature spying on him. But the feeling of being spied on still existed and didn't disappear. Puff, puff! Flapping its huge wings, the Kraken first looked around its nest and then flew out along the narrow passage leading to the outside. Hoshino turned around in a hurry and hid himself behind a stone. Puff, puff! The Kraken flapped its wings and flew past Hoshino. Hoshino saw that the Kraken flew away and seemed not to have noticed him. When he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he was suddenly startled. The departing Kraken suddenly turned his head, opened his big mouth, and a surging dragon breath swept towards Hoshino with overwhelming power. Fuck! After Hoshino cursed inwardly, he soared into the sky and avoided the Kraken's dragon breath attack. He didn't dare to be hit by the Kraken's dragon breath. The original book clearly introduced that as long as you are hit by the Kraken's dragon breath, you will be petrified into a stone statue. Don't pretend. Through your movement just now, this dragon god can already determine your next position. If you have the guts, show up and confront this dragon god openly. Sorry, I don't have the guts. Hoshino thought silently in his heart. Do you really think he is a 3-year-old child who is so easy to fool? But the Kraken seemed to be able to determine his position. He opened his mouth and another dragon breath swept towards him. Hoshino dodged and revealed his figure after 2 seconds of silence. Human? Kraken was stunned when he saw the revealed figure of Hoshino, and then his face changed immediately, and he said angrily, "Are you also like those people, wanting to kill me and become immortal by pouring my blood on you? Of course not, and I believe that your blood does not have the effect that the legend says." Hoshino said sincerely, "If possible, Hoshino really wants to do this. After all, who can bear such temptation to possess the so-called immortal body? He didn't know if he could resist such temptation in the future, but he definitely couldn't resist it now. Even the first emperor of the Qin dynasty couldn't resist such temptation, let alone a mere mortal like him. Moreover, this immortal body means that you can be killed countless times and resurrect countless times. This is simply unimaginable. If you say that you can live forever as long as you don't get killed after taking a longevity medicine, it's hard to believe, let alone the so-called immortal body. Even if he killed Xingye, he couldn't believe that the blood of a mere Western dragon could make people immortal. How could God allow such a creature that defies the heavens to exist? Let's not talk about God first. Let's talk about the demon, Emperor Outram. Hoshino didn't believe that the demon spirit Emperor Outram didn't know about this well-known rumor. If it was true, Why didn't the demon spirit Emperor Outram take the initiative to kill Kraken? As long as Kraken was killed and sprinkled with its blood, the demon spirit Emperor Outram would become immortal. Even if the real silver swordsman Nobita appeared, what was there to be afraid of? Kraken was obviously stunned when he heard the sincerity in Hoshino's tone, and then said with a look of grievance, "The great dragon god has lived here for many years. The dragon god doesn't know if he can be immortal, let alone just killing the dragon god and pouring the dragon god's blood on him to be immortal. I don't know which brainless thing spread this rumor. The key is that there are still a group of idiots who believe in such a rumor that can be broken with just a poke. Don't you think this is outrageous?" Hoshino looked at the aggrieved Kraken and couldn't link it with the great dragon god. However, Hoshino still agreed with what Kraken said, so he nodded very seriously. Finally someone believes in this dragon god. There was a hint of joy in Kraken's voice, and then he asked in confusion, "If you didn't come here to have the so-called immortality, then what are you doing here?" "What are you doing here?" Hoshino pondered. It seems that his purpose of coming here is to confirm whether this world is the world of the Fantasy 3 swordsman. Now, through Kraken's words, it has basically been confirmed. But of course he can't use this as an excuse. "I heard that there is a legendary great dragon god here, so I want to come here to see the great dragon god's demeanor," Hoshino said, seriously. Kraken was obviously stunned when he heard what Hoshino said. This was something he never expected. Someone would come here just to see his handsome demeanor. "I didn't expect that you mortals also know the beauty of this dragon god, but, Hoshino, are you sure it's beauty and not charming, powerful, and courageous, or something like that?" Kraken smiled slyly. "But the grace of this dragon god is not so easy to witness. This dragon god will not use dragon breath to attack. As long as you can escape from this canyon, this dragon god will let you go today." After saying that, before Hoshino could react, Kraken shot straight at Hoshino like a sharp arrow. His heavy body did not affect Kraken's speed at all. "Damn, you, the dragon god, actually want to sneak attack. Can't you afford it?" Hoshino quickly retreated and flew out of the canyon, while stimulating Kraken with words, trying to distract him. Hoshino's words did stimulate Kraken. After all, he was a dragon god. But he only paused for a moment, and continued to chase him. It is several thousand meters from here to the outside of the canyon. With Xingye now surpassing the speed of sound of 340 meters per second, and reaching a speed of nearly 500 meters per second, he can fly out of the canyon in less than 10 seconds. The maximum flight speed that an ordinary person can withstand in the atmosphere is 400 meters per second. With Xingye's 10 times physical fitness, as long as he does not reach the level of rubbing his body to make fire, his speed can theoretically far exceed the maximum speed of this ordinary person. If it were not for the obstacles of various walls and rocks in the canyon, his speed would be even faster. Of course, the walls and rocks are not only an obstacle to Xingye, but also an obstacle to the huge Kraken. If you really compare them, the speed of the Kraken is faster than that of Xingye, and it is not just a little bit faster. After all, the Kraken is an adult Western dragon, but the environment here and his huge body greatly limit his flying speed. So the man and the dragon turned into two afterimages, chasing and chasing. It doesn't look like a chase, but more like a playful game. Finally, Hoshino's vision suddenly became clear, and he had come to the outside of the canyon. But Hoshino didn't dare to stay. Through the chasing and escaping just now, he found that Kraken's speed was beyond his reach. If his extreme flying speed of more than 1,000 meters per second was used on Kraken, it would simply be too long to live, looking for shit. As a Western dragon, with a dragon body far exceeding the physical fitness of humans, Kraken's speed is definitely not limited to Hoshino's extreme speed. Oh my god, this Western dragon is a bit powerful. When it met Nobita and others in the original book, it would not be reduced to intelligence by the way of heaven or the will of the world, right? Otherwise, just from this unparalleled speed, Nobita and others would be crushed to death by Kraken in an instant, without even time to react. Moreover, the original book not only said that soaking in Kraken's blood can make you immortal, but taking a bath in Kraken's special method will give you a chance to revive. But through the conversation just now, Hoshino found that Kraken didn't know about this matter at all, and Kraken had no reason to deceive such an insignificant person like him. It's just that if Kraken didn't know it now, but later he suddenly knew it, it would be really interesting. Hey, didn't Kraken catch up? It shouldn't be. Hoshino frowned. Although Kraken said that he would only let him go after escaping the canyon, Hoshino could feel that Kraken was just joking with him. So he didn't burst out his maximum speed, although even if he burst out, Kraken would catch up quickly. As for the so-called chase, it was more of a game. Otherwise, if Kraken really wanted to keep him, he would have had many opportunities to use Dragon Breath just now. You say he regretted it? He clearly said that he would not use Dragon Breath? Then you really think too much. Even if Kraken has never been to the human world, through the thousands of stone statues along the way in the canyon, Kraken must have long understood the dangers of human society. For some sinister humans, Kraken said that he would not use Dragon Breath and really would not use Dragon Breath. Dream about your spring and autumn period. But when facing him, Hoshino could really feel Kraken's mood, which was a kind of joy of meeting a longtime friend, or an indescribable feeling of loneliness and solitude. Hoshino didn't know why Kraken was like this, but as long as it was good for him, it was fine. As for why he didn't try to kill Kraken, after confirming that this world was the world of the Fantasy Three Swordsmen, Hoshino had almost given up the idea of seeking death. The great adventure of Nobita and others has not yet begun. As the protagonist of this great adventure, the Western Dragon Kraken, can you kill it just because you want to? If you say that you can turn Kraken into a mount or a servant, it's okay, but if you want to kill him, you are definitely thinking too much. Later, when Hoshino found that Kraken's attitude towards him had changed, he no longer had this idea. Although, he seemed to have not found an opportunity to take action just now. Otherwise, he would definitely threaten Kraken and ask him to give him some treasures. After all, isn't it said that Western dragons like to collect shiny things? Since the Kraken didn't catch up, Hoshino also stopped. Turning around, he saw the Kraken stopped at the mouth of the canyon, flapping its wings. After thinking for a while, Hoshino flew back. "Great Dragon God, why don't you chase me?" Hearing the teasing in Hoshino's words, the Kraken's face immediately turned red, angry. But the Kraken did not refute Hoshino, but just pressed his front paws into the air in front of him. Then Hoshino saw circles of ripples spreading out from the Kraken's dragon claws. This is a seal. This dragon has been sealed here since it became conscious. The Kraken retracted its front paws and looked at the sky. His yellow eyes clearly showed no expression, but Hoshino could feel the melancholy, sadness, and misery in the Kraken's heart. It was the same emotion as in his previous life when he had no one to rely on. When saying this, the Kraken no longer called himself Dragon God. Calling himself Dragon God might also be a kind of sadness. After all, only those so-called gods who are high above do not need these illusory emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and laughter. You are the first person recognized by this dragon, and the first creature recognized by me. You will gain the friendship of this dragon, Kraken said to Hoshino with a serious face. Friendship? What's the use? It can't be eaten as food or drunk as water. Be honest and give me some of your treasures. Treasure? Kraken, who looked serious, was stunned when he heard what Hoshino said. According to his intuition, Hoshino should not be such a person. It was only when he saw the almost unconcealed smile in the corner of Hoshino's eyes that he realized that Hoshino was just joking with him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then he said with a smile, "Even if you are a friend, you have the friendship of this dragon. If you want to get the treasure of this dragon, you still need to exchange it with something." What? Do you really have a treasure? Now it was Hoshino's turn to be surprised. Logically speaking, those who wanted to kill Kraken were petrified by Kraken. Not only the people were petrified, but also all the items on them. In this case, how could Kraken have any so-called treasures? What Xingye didn't know was that Kraken's dragon breath was indeed very powerful and could petrify almost everything. But there were always things that could not be petrified, and those things that could not be petrified by dragon breath were collected by Kraken. It can't be said to be collected. Kraken was mainly afraid that these things would leak out and be obtained by people, and then these people would use these things to deal with him. The strength of these people was as weak as ants, but some people could hurt him with some strange things. You know, he is a giant dragon. In the inherited memory, his clan dominated one side and was a very mysterious existence, but these people could hurt him, so Kraken couldn't help but be careful. Yes, this dragon does have the so-called treasure you want, but you have to exchange it with something that makes this dragon tempted. There is no such thing as free. Kraken stroked his chin and said, "Okay, Xingye's free plan was ruined, but think about the fact that there are so many novel and interesting things on Earth. If he wants to take out something that will satisfy Kraken and exchange it for Kraken's treasure, isn't it easy? But it's still the same fundamental problem. Himo has money. Alas, it seems that he needs to develop his economic strength after returning to Earth this time. Otherwise, many things will not be done in the future." After experiencing the embarrassment in his previous life, Xingye no longer wants to look at other people's faces in terms of money. "I should go." Xingye looked at the time. It was about 8:40 in the evening. It was time for him to go back. What happened tonight made his already restless life even more restless. He urgently needed to sort it out. "Go?" Kraken was stunned and continued. "Go back and get something to exchange for Benlong's treasure?" "No." Xingye shook his head and did not explain in detail. "I'm leaving first. I'll come back to see you when I have time." Okay. Kraken couldn't bring himself to ask Hoshino to stay, not to mention that Kraken saw that Hoshino was really going back. "Goodbye." Whoosh! Soon as the words fell, Hoshino almost turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of Kraken. Kraken's slightly opened lips closed again, stared ahead for a few seconds, then turned around and flapped his wings to slowly fly towards his sleeping place. Boom! Hoshino didn't control the force because of the high speed, and when he landed, he directly smashed a hole of moderate size. Fortunately, Hoshino was using the social order maintenance function at this time, and his physical fitness was 10 times that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would have sprained his ankle if not broken. Huh? How could there be modern Earthlings here? Looking at the two dead subordinates of Chanshui, Hoshino was shocked. Could it be that an Earthling has discovered this world? No, it shouldn't be a question, it's a fact. Hoshino's face couldn't help but become heavy. This is not a good thing. No one knows what impact the arrival of the Earthlings will have on this world and the adventure. But the fact has already happened. Xingye has no choice but to prepare himself mentally and make other preparations. No. Why do I have such a stupid idea? Hasn't the incident of the man in black proved that this world has already been discovered by some people on the Earth? Xingye really wanted to slap himself. Such an obvious truth does not need to be inferred from these dead people. Just looking at the clothes, they don't look like those of the man in black. They look like some regular people. Could it be that other forces have discovered this world? The first thing Xingye thought of was the people behind Chanshui. According to common sense, the people behind Chanshui would sooner or later explore Beidai Lake, and it is not impossible to discover this world. It's just that for some unknown reason, 2 people died. It's just that the speed of this discovery is a bit too fast. Xingye didn't think much, and only stayed here for a minute or two before rushing to the lake that communicated with another world. Looking at the lake water mixed with mud and sand around, Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally back. There were no accidents. The blue barrier really allowed people from the 2 worlds to travel back and forth at will. The alien lake, which is interconnected with Beidai Lake, is different from Beidai Lake. The alien lake is only 50 or 60 meters deep, but the water quality is extremely clear. Even the water at the bottom of the lake is still surprisingly clear. It is worth mentioning that the time in the Fantasy Three Swordsmen world is completely opposite to that in the real world. The real world is night, while the Fantasy Three Swordsmen world is daytime. Bang! After rushing out of the water, Xingye flew directly in the air more than 10 meters and looked down. There were no people by the lake. In the middle of the night in September, coupled with the remote geographical location of Beidai Lake, it is normal that there are no people. After taking a casual glance at the surrounding situation, Xingye flew directly to his home without any delay. The breeze blew over the lake, creating tiny ripples. The surroundings were silent, with only a few fish jumping up from time to time, as if they were trying to make a leap. Nobita's house, 2nd floor, Nobita's bedroom. Doraemon, which dream do you think I should have? Nobita stood in front of a 3-layer cabinet filled with dream tapes. He really didn't know which tape to choose, so he had to ask Doraemon for advice. Well, let me see. Doraemon stood up from the dream machine, walked between Nobita and the cabinet filled with dream tapes, and said to Nobita while searching for tapes, "Nobita, what kind of dream do you want to have?" Doraemon's eyes swept across the dream tapes of different styles, but he still didn't find any that suited Nobita, so he had to ask Nobita to tell him what he wanted. What kind of dream do I want to have? Nobita lowered his head and said to Doraemon, with a firm face without thinking for 3 seconds, I want to have a dream where I can marry Shizuka in my dream. Is that so? It seems that Doraemon has long been accustomed to Nobita's temperament. For Nobita's very advanced ideas, he did not refuse and immediately agreed. Then he searched in the cabinet full of dream tapes and finally pulled out a dream tape that he thought was more in line with Nobita's requirements. Atlantis! Looking at the name printed on the tape, Nobita read it out softly. Doraemon, what is the main story of this Atlantis tape? There is an introduction on the back of the tape. Atlantis is the name of a country. They lived on a continent. Later, a devastating flood occurred and submerged the entire country. But the princess of this country was saved by a shepherd. In the end, the princess and the shepherd got married and lived happily together. Doraemon roughly read the background story printed on the back of the Atlantis tape. No need to watch other tapes, I'll choose this one. After listening to the story introduction told by Doraemon, Nobita immediately became excited and said repeatedly. Then Nobita, who had already changed into pajamas, jumped into his bed. Looking at Nobita, who closed his eyes and almost fell asleep in a second, Doraemon's mouth twitched. Alas, Nobita is still the same, impatient and irritable, and doesn't even figure things out before going to sleep. Doraemon shook his head helplessly and stuck the antenna that connects human brainwaves to the dream machine, a thin paper-like thing that looks like a mole, on Nobita's forehead. Sitting in front of the dream machine, Doraemon stuffed the Atlantis dream tape into the dream machine. The display screen of the dream machine flickered for a while, and then the picture appeared. The world of Dream, 3 swordsmen, hereinafter referred to as Dream World. Although Dream World only has one continent, its area is not small, and there are also many countries on the continent. The most powerful force is naturally the Demon Spirit Empire, ruled by the Demon Spirit Emperor Otorum, and the Amaruman Kingdom that can barely resist the Demon Spirit Empire. In addition, there are more than a dozen principalities. These dozen principalities are either dependent on the Demon Spirit Empire or the Amaruman Kingdom. No principality can be independent. There is only one result of independence: destroyed, and then the territory and population were swallowed up. On this day, the originally quiet dreamland suddenly had a huge wave of fluctuations. Any place on the continent could feel the tremors of the ground under their feet. The tremors in some places were minimal, but in some places, the tremors were enough to reach the level of landslides and cracks. The Demon Spirit Empire, the imperial capital. In a dark castle, a figure sat hunched on the ground, closed his eyes and seemed to be practicing, holding a dark scepter in his hand. Suddenly, this figure changed his previous vicissitudes and suddenly opened his eyes. The earth is shaking. Is it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? The Demon Spirit Empire Otrum murmured and stood up, walked to the stone pillar with a huge black crystal ball, wiped his right hand, and a light flashed on the crystal ball, and then the picture emerged. The east of the Dreamland continent Endless Sea, a continent that is no less than the Dreamland continent, is slowly emerging from underwater. The continent reappeared, setting off thousands of feet of waves. It seems normal to make the fantasy road abnormal. Looking at the picture floating on the crystal ball quietly, the Demon Emperor Otram did not move for a long time. Finally, he wiped the crystal ball with his hand, and it turned dark again. We have to speed up the attack on the Yamaruman Kingdom. There are humans on the continent that has reappeared, and it seems that it is not simple. Yamaruman Kingdom, the capital. Clan was sitting quietly in his study. In front of him was a crystal ball, which also showed the scene on the new continent. Clan Yamaruman, the 8th king of the Yamaruman Kingdom. He was not so wise and powerful, but he was not a tyrant either. He was just an ordinary king. Suddenly, the crystal ball flickered, and then the picture disappeared. No matter what clan did, he could not restore the previous picture. Atlantis continent. The center of the continent. Atlantis Empire, the imperial capital. Humph, you dared to spy on me. It seems that the great Atlantis has been silent for too long. Any scoundrel dares to have any improper thoughts. Sitting on the throne made of colorful crystal, Atlantis III pressed the button at hand and sneered. Emperor, should we teach these people a lesson? A resolute young man wearing a dark blue battle robe, standing at the front right of the Crystal Palace, said respectfully to Atlantis III, sitting on the throne. What is different about this young man is that there are 2 horns on his head that look like dragon horns. We should teach these people a lesson, but not at this time. After all, we have just been born. We don't know much about this world yet." Hearing the young man's words, Atlantis III shook his head. He has lived for hundreds of years and is not as impulsive as these young people. Let's send someone to investigate the situation on that continent first. At Nobita's house, Doraemon looked at Nobita, who had become a shepherd, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. The dream that Nobita had was naturally a real dream, but whether the Atlantis in the other world was real or not remained to be studied. Just as Hoshino flew back home from the window, someone suddenly knocked on the bedroom door, which startled Hoshino. Then he felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he came back early. If he came back later, there might be an accident. "Hoshino! Hoshino, are you asleep?" "Mom, no." Hoshino opened the door and smiled at waiter Rico, who was wearing a workman's outfit. "Oh, that's good. By the way, remember to close the windows when you go to bed, otherwise it will be a disaster if it rains." Hoshino turned around and found that he forgot to close the windows because he was too anxious, so he hurriedly said to waiter Rico, "I know, Mom. Well, good night. Good night. Ka-ka-ka." After closing the window, Hoshino lay down on the bed, looking at the orange ceiling, and the scenes he experienced in the dream world emerged in his mind again. The real world and the dream world, these two worlds that should have almost nothing to do with each other, are actually connected. This phenomenon is very different from the original work, and Hoshino can't help but be alert. The most important thing at present is naturally to complete the system's task, to participate in Nobita and others' first adventure. Hoshino doesn't want to sign in once a day, to sign in once every 7 days. But judging from the current situation, this task is very difficult. Although he and Doraemon have developed a good impression of him after previous contact, it is impossible for Doraemon to arrange him into the adventure. You know, in the original work, Shizuka, Fat Tiger, and Tsuneo didn't know that they were participating in the adventure at all. They were all involved by Nobita inexplicably. As for whether Shizuka and the other two are willing to participate in this adventure, it is not within the consideration of Nobita and Doraemon. From this point of view, the two are a little bit evil. And it is even more impossible for him, a person he has just met for a short time, so he can only participate in the adventure in one way, creating an encounter. In the encounter, he sneaked into the team of Nobita and others, just like Princess Xingye of the Kingdom of Amiruman sneaked into the team of Nobita and others. There is also tomorrow's sign-in. Whether to sign in the dream world, Xingye is a little hesitant. Through the previous things, he can see that the dream world is not a simple magic world. It should be a world where fighting spirit and magic coexist. So this sign-in is very confusing. And can he sign in with a world as the location? System? Xingye tried to ask the system in his mind. When he heard the familiar ding sound, Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this system is not so stingy. Although there are various shortcomings of intelligent systems, its advantages cannot be ignored. Signing in with the world as the location, such as signing in at the Earth world and signing in at the dream world, is not impossible, but this kind of sign-in can only be done once a month. Once a month? Xingye was stunned. He didn't expect it to be possible. Although it is only once a month, you have to know that this is a sign-in with the world as the location. What you get, Xingye didn't dare to imagine it. Well, in fact, he couldn't imagine what he could get by signing in with the world as the location. You can't sign into the origin of the world and directly control the entire world, right? It's impossible to think about it, but it should be better than what you get by signing in at a certain location. It can't be said to be good. After all, the particularity of each sign-in location determines the particularity and uniqueness of the things you get by signing in at this location. Some things can only be obtained by signing in at a certain location, and since there is a sign-in at a certain location and a sign-in at a certain world, is there also a sign-in at a certain area? For example, signing in at the Asian continent and signing in at the dream continent? Xingye's heart couldn't stop beating violently again. The host's guesses are all correct. Through some of the loopholes that have been fixed, this system knows more than before. Regional sign-in is once every 7 days. It's really possible. Xingye was stunned, but think about it. You can sign in with world as the location, let alone sign in a region that is one level lower than world? The only difference from signing in with world as the location is that only special regions can be signed in. I understand. As the king of understanding, Xingye can still understand this. It is normal that only special regions can be signed in. Otherwise, if you sign in with Asia as the location, what can you get by signing in? You should know that in addition to Asia, there are 6 other continents such as Africa, Australia, Europe, Arctic, Antarctica, and America. There are 7 continents on the Earth. No matter how you look at these 7 continents, there is almost nothing special about them. Xingye really can't think of what it can sign in with. World sign-in, once a month. Regional sign-in, once every 7 days. These words kept coming back and forth in Hoshino's mind. There are only 2 worlds at present, Earth World and Dream World, so sign-in must be selected from these 2 worlds. Before Hoshino could continue thinking, the system's voice came out again. Due to the special nature of the Earth World, the host cannot sign in with Earth as the location. No system, you just said? The system is just giving an example. Okay, Hoshino really had no way to deal with this. But it was also strange that regional sign-in must be in a special area to sign in, but world sign-in involves special worlds but cannot be signed in. Then the only world that can sign in is Dream World at present. Hoshino pondered. As for regional sign-in, Hoshino has not thought of any special areas. Oh no, the Dragon Valley where Kraken is located should be considered a special place, right? I wonder what I will get if I sign in at this place where dragons live. Besides that, there's also making money. Hoo-hoo! As he was thinking, Hoshino fell asleep. Click! The bedroom door was pushed open and a figure walked in. A hidden scanning light suddenly swept towards the figure and disappeared in the blink of an eye. There's no danger in the detection, no need to remind the owner. Ueda Riko looked at Hoshino, who didn't even cover himself with a quilt, and her face was full of helplessness. You know, it's autumn and the weather is getting cooler now. Carefully covering Hoshino with a quilt, Ueda Riko looked back and closed the door. In the early morning, Hoshino woke up under a few rays of sunlight and opened his hazy, sleepy eyes with a yawn. Looking at the quilt on his body, Hoshino showed a happy smile on his face. You know, he didn't cover himself with a quilt last night. Alas, another simple and beautiful day. Hoshino sighed. Meanwhile, at Nobita's house, Nobita also woke up with hazy eyes. Unlike Hoshino, Nobita was woken up by Doraemon. Nobita, you wet the bed. Oh, really? Oh, my Doraemon, I didn't want to either. Time is running out, I'm going to school first. I'll trouble you with the rest, Doraemon, Nobita said as he carried his school bag and ran downstairs in a hurry. Looking at the wet area on the mat, Doraemon reluctantly took out a hairdryer from his pocket and blew it up. Oh, so tangled. Looking at the number of sign-ins remaining today, 1 on the system character panel, Hoshino, who was walking on the street, couldn't help but feel a headache when thinking about the normal sign-in, regional sign-in, and world sign-in. This is really a bit difficult to choose. He asked the system. The system only has 1 sign-in per day. And this sign-in is both a normal sign-in and also a regional sign-in and a world sign-in. Choosing one of the 3 is a very psychological test for a person. In short, Xingye now has many sign-in options, but he can only sign in once a day. The improvement of the 3 superpowers cannot be achieved in a short period of time, so let's not consider it for now. If you want to improve your strength in the shortest time, you will undoubtedly have to sign in again. Beep, beep! A black Datsun Duke suddenly rushed out from the corner of the street in front. Seeing Xingye suddenly appear in front of him, he hurriedly honked the horn. Xingye took a sharp step to the right, but fortunately he was not hit. Boy, are you looking for death? Don't you look at the road? A fierce-looking uncle leaned out from the driver's seat and cursed at Xingye. Huh? Xingye looked at the place where he was standing just now, and it was indeed the sidewalk. Then this. Xingye's eyes narrowed involuntarily, exuding a dangerous atmosphere. Humph! The uncle cursed and ignored Xingye, put his head back, started the car and planned to leave here. But how could Xingye let such a person leave here peacefully? Dream, start. Looking at the Duke of Datsun, which was nearly 100 meters away from him, Xingye narrowed his eyes and kicked a stone away. Bang! The stone, which was only the size of Xingye's little finger, came to the back of the Duke of Datsun at an extremely terrifying speed and then smashed a hole in the rear tire. Ah! The Duke of Datsun, which lost its balance, immediately bumped around uncontrollably. Xingye chose the right time, and there were no people around the Duke of Datsun at this time. As for what would happen to the uncle sitting in the driver's seat of the Duke of Datsun after the car was out of control, that was not within Xingye's consideration. It wouldn't be a direct crash, right? But if it really happened, it would only be his bad luck. Xingye would not have any emotional waves in his heart. After all, a bad person should be like this. As for whether someone would find him afterwards, it would be best if they couldn't find him, but even if they did, what would happen? With his current strength, the world is so big that he can go almost anywhere, but it might be a bit troublesome. If it doesn't work, just go to the dream world and hide for a while, and change a new identity after coming out. With such strength, if he still has to endure this kind of frustration, not to mention others, even he himself can't stand it. Under the gaze of Hoshino, Duke Dotson finally stopped after hitting a telephone pole on the roadside. It is estimated that it will not take long for an ambulance and a police car to arrive. Hoshino shrugged indifferently and left here without looking back. Behind the school, Nobita sat on a hillside where he could directly see the school building, holding a homework book and a pencil in his hands, and behind him was an endless grove of trees that had begun to turn yellow. This question. Nobita bit the pencil head and looked at a math problem in front of him and couldn't write it down. It's really hard for me. How can I possibly solve such a difficult problem? Nobita threw the homework book and pencil aside, then lay on the grass, looking at the blue sky with a helpless face. Young man, do you want to be a genius in learning? Who is talking? Nobita heard the tempting voice coming from behind him and hurriedly got up, looking at a little old man standing not far from him with a vigilant face. The Birdman, who had transformed into a human form, walked out from behind a big tree with a cane, looked at the vigilant Nobita, smiled nonchalantly, and repeated what he had just said. Young man, do you want to be a genius in learning? Looking at the Birdman, who seemed to be in no danger, the nervous Nobita no longer paid attention to whether the Birdman was in danger and focused all his attention on the question the Birdman said. Do you want to be a genius in learning? Is there any need to think about this? Nobita hurriedly nodded to the Birdman, indicating that he wanted to. It's very simple to become a genius in learning. Just eat this wisdom fruit. The Birdman showed a strange smile on his face, then stretched his hand behind his back, and when he stretched out his hand to Nobita again, he was already holding a fruit the size of a lychee. Looking at the blood-red wisdom fruit, Nobita's face showed a look of desire. Take it. Nobita hurriedly took the wisdom fruit thrown by the Birdman. Is this the wisdom fruit that can make me a learning genius? Nobita raised the wisdom fruit in front of his eyes and looked at it with curiosity, then bit the wisdom fruit in one bite, chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Hey, my brain seems to have become smarter. Nobita was stunned for a few seconds after eating the wisdom fruit, and then said with joy. Sitting down on the grass, Nobita picked up the homework book and pencil on the ground, and then quickly started to write his homework. In a few minutes, he finished the most important math homework, and then lay down. Looking at Nobita, who actually ignored him, the Birdman smiled strangely, walked behind the tree with his crutches, then threw away the crutches and flapped his hands like a bird. The next second, the Birdman suddenly turned into a brown and yellow owl and flew away. Ding-ling-ling! The preparatory bell for class rang, successfully waking up Nobita, who had fallen asleep for some reason. Oh no, I'm going to be late. How could I fall asleep? Nobita grabbed the school bag next to him and ran to school. As for when he packed his school bag, I'm afraid only Nobita himself knew. As expected, Nobita was late again today, and as usual, he was punished by the teacher to stand for a whole class. Although the first class was not my class, it seems that making students stand for mistakes has become a necessary skill that all teachers have learned without a teacher. Students, have you finished your homework yesterday? Chengrongi-lang looked at Hoshino and others with a smile on his face. He is usually a very approachable teacher, provided that you don't make him unhappy in terms of learning. After all, you will definitely be the most unhappy in the end. Finished! Everyone shouted in unison, full of confidence, so Nobita, who responded with the least confidence, seemed to be particularly noticeable. Huh? Nobita, you didn't finish yesterday's homework? Chengrongi-lang's face was not very good. Take out your homework book. Here! Nobita slowly and reluctantly took out the math homework book from his school bag and handed it to Chengrongi-lang. Looking through Nobita's homework, Chengrongi-lang gradually changed from frowning at the beginning to smiling like a flower. Not bad, Nobita. You actually got all your homework right. You did a great job. Chengrongi patted Nobita's shoulder with satisfaction and did not hesitate to praise him. Huh? Wasn't that a dream? Nobita was shocked and then he realized that what he had experienced before was not a dream. Looking at Xingye, who was smiling and praising Nobita, Hoshino showed an inexplicable look on his face. Under normal circumstances, when teachers see Nobita in this situation, wouldn't their first reaction be that Nobita should copy the answers? Even if he didn't copy the answers, they wouldn't think that Nobita did it himself. But Xingye didn't even think about it. Hoshino's good impression of me. Xingye increased by 1 point, and thinking about the teachers in his previous life, Hoshino sighed deeply in his heart. He couldn't blame others, because it was his own fault in his previous life that he didn't study hard and get into a better high school. Nobita has finished his homework. That's fine, but he actually got all the homework right. Looking at Nobita, who was grinning from ear to ear, Hoshino suddenly thought of something. The 3 words wisdom fruit suddenly appeared in Hoshino's mind. Apart from that, Hoshino really couldn't think of any other way Nobita could finish his homework. Doraemon would never borrow Nobita's props in this regard, and it was even more impossible for Nobita to become enlightened. Either he would always be enlightened, God Nobita, or he would never be enlightened. Judging from the current signs, Hoshino is more inclined to the latter. After all, God Nobita is too terrifying. If each world is divided into small worlds, middle worlds, large worlds, and the highest world, mythology. If the supreme world version of God Nobita is enough to match the omniscient and omnipotent mythology Daluo, or God Nobita is an alternative version of mythology Daluo. But even if the Doraemon world he is in is the lowest level of small worlds, if there is really a so-called God Nobita with his current strength, wait for death. So according to the current situation, God Nobita does not exist. But if the so-called God Nobita really exists and has noticed his abnormality but has not made any move, then there are only 2 possibilities. One is a very outrageous possibility, and the other is that Hoshino does not want it to be true. Hoshino let out a long sigh, shifted his gaze, and stopped thinking about it. After all, he would know sooner or later. If nothing unexpected happens, Nobita will get the tape of the Dream 3 Swordsman tonight and enter the dream world, officially starting the adventure plot. Looking at the sky gradually darkening outside the window, Hoshino became more certain of this idea in his heart. But in this way, I can't sleep at night and I can't deal with Udariko, who may come into the house to check at any time. No, that's not right. Tomorrow is Saturday, and it's a holiday. A flash of disappointment flashed across Hoshino's eyes, and then it was replaced by joy. Xingye looked at Hoshino with a smile on his face, and was very curious about what Hoshino was thinking at this time, but she didn't ask because of the class. After a night's rest and the help of special medicine, Chiyuki has recovered 40% to 50%. It is estimated that she will be fully recovered in 1 or 2 days. His father, Maki Matsukita, originally wanted her to rest at home, but thinking that she would not see Hoshino for 2 days during the holidays, Chiyuki still gritted her teeth and came to school. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Matsukita saw Chiyuki's hidden thoughts at a glance, but he did not expose them. No matter what Chiyuki does, as long as it does not deviate from the main trajectory, he will not interfere. This is his promise to Chiyuki's deceased mother, and it is also because he knows his daughter's character very well. Based on the good child impression left by the predecessor in the hearts of Udariko and Udakata. As long as the reason is explained, it is not difficult to keep them from entering their rooms tonight and tomorrow morning. It is even easy. Hoshino thought silently. As for Udariko and Udakata, they do not rest on Saturdays and Sundays. In Japan, most factories do not rest on Saturdays and Sundays. They usually rest 4 days a month. Some factories rest on Sundays and work on Saturdays with pay. Although Hoshino put most of his mind on the big adventure tonight, he also kept a part of his mind to observe the surroundings. Chiyuki looked at him secretly, and he naturally saw it. But he just paused for a moment and didn't care. Just like positive and negative electrodes, women will have a strange feeling when they meet men they like, and vice versa. Men will also have a strange feeling towards women they like, but the great cause has not been accomplished, so Hoshino doesn't want to spend too much time on this. As for not spending time and thoughts on this, it is unrealistic. Hoshino said that he is a normal man, and these are also indispensable spices in life. Without these, it will not take long for him to go crazy all day long. Even if he doesn't go crazy, he will probably have psychological problems. Hardness and softness are combined. Hardness alone is not enough, and softness alone is not enough. Both must be combined, and life is the same. Let's not talk about the adventure for now. We'll talk about it in the evening. There is one more thing for now, which is to develop my own economic strength. System. Can I get money by signing in at the bank? Although he knew that the system might not answer this question, because he had tried it before, the system could only predict a little bit of what he would get by punching in. There was a general direction, but even the system itself didn't know what he could get. But Xingye still tried to ask. After all, he didn't want to waste a precious sign-in opportunity. No, money is an indispensable means to maintain the operation of the entire world. It can be called the lifeline of a world. It has a very profound influence and affects the whole body. If the host signs in at the bank to get money, it will be contaminated with great cause and effect and bring a series of troubles to the host. However, the host can sign in at the bank to get skills that allow the host to make money. It makes money through indirect and formal means. As for what skills will be obtained, the system cannot know. You can't get money directly, you have to earn it yourself. Xingye frowned. This is good for the long run. After all, the money he earns is legal and can be used directly. Even if the system can launder the money earned by signing in, he will have a lot of trouble using it. It's just this money-making skill. Signing in at the bank will most likely give you skills such as financial management and investment, but these all require a certain amount of capital, and there are also age restrictions. If I choose other skills, one skill after another quickly emerged in Hoshino's mind, and finally he made a choice. Cartoonist. Comics are extremely popular in Japan at this time, and there are many comics loved by elementary school students. Of course, good comics are naturally suitable for all ages. When he was at Nobita's house, Hoshino had seen the cover of the comic that Nobita read. The comic seemed to be called Flying Superman or something. At that time, Hoshino was still very curious about Japanese comics of this era and had a lot of interest. But as soon as he saw the name of the comic, his interest immediately disappeared. Of course, there may be other excellent comics that he just hasn't seen, but no matter how excellent they are, can they compare with Pokemon, Digimon, Naruto, etc.? Although Hoshino remembers that these seem to be anime, Doraemon was also a comic at the beginning, and it was only because Doraemon became popular that there was anime later. Comics are the skills that Hoshino thinks are most suitable for him at present. After all, when he chooses his superpowers, he not only has to consider which skill makes money faster, but also his age and initial capital and other factors. If you really look into it, comics can't be considered as making money quickly. Because even if he gets the comic skills, he still has to draw the comics he conceived. Of course, he can just skip the conception step and directly borrow from famous Japanese comics in his previous life. It's probably not slow to draw it, as long as the comic skills given by signing in are powerful enough. Hoshino can only pray that the comic skills obtained by signing in don't need to be upgraded like the 3 major superpowers. But it's estimated that it won't happen. After all, no matter how advanced the comic skills are, they are still just ordinary skills. Authored note: at least one more chapter will be added tomorrow. 4 chapters, usually 3 chapters a day, 2,000 plus per chapter. If you have tickets, please use them to smash the author to death. See if you can give me more motivation, more updates based on votes. For you, the author will not celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Woohoo. Although it seems that writers don't have holidays. In addition, comics have to go through a series of procedures such as submission, review, contract signing, re-review, and dissemination. It will take a long time to finally realize the money. Although this time will not be too short, you can get the manuscript fee in just a few days, but it will definitely not be too long. It is estimated that you should be able to get the first manuscript fee in about a month. Time passed, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. After the teacher left, Hoshino wanted to go to the school cafeteria to eat like yesterday, but Xingye hurriedly stopped him. Here. Xingye didn't hesitate to take out a box of bento from her drawer and handed it to Hoshino. Hoshino pondered, not knowing whether he should accept it. I thought I would be very hungry today, so I brought 2 lunchboxes to school, but now I find that I can't finish 2 lunchboxes at all, but it's a bit of a waste to throw them away. Xingye explained far-fetchedly. Although she could not care about what people around her thought of her, she could not care about what Xingye thought of her. Although she liked Xingye very much, she still knew that she couldn't be too that, otherwise it would only backfire. Seeing Qianxie take out another box of exactly the same lunchbox from the drawer, Xingye thought about it, sat back, said thank you, and took the lunchbox from Qianxue's hand. It's a bastard who doesn't take advantage of it. What's more, this is what I got by my own ability, so what's there to feel uneasy about? And Qianxue's lunchbox is definitely better than the food in school. Why should he embarrass himself? Xingye opened the lunchbox, picked up the spoon, and took a bite. Well, the feeling of eating soft rice is delicious. No wonder so many people in their previous lives like to be gigolos and be kept by others. Seeing Hoshino's satisfied look, Chiyuki's eyes revealed a touch of joy, and then she picked up the lunchbox on her desk and started eating. At the door of the classroom, Tanaka, who was secretly observing this scene through the small window, kept muttering, "The adults are really something. I don't know what happened. They actually agreed to let the young lady date such a poor boy. Moreover, this boy is so comfortable eating gigolos. It is obvious that he will not be a good bird in the future." Shizuka also likes good-looking boys, but that's all. Compared to good looks, she still likes excellent boys more. For excellent boys, such as Hoshino, she always has a natural liking for him and pays more attention to him unconsciously. Seeing Chiyuki handing Hoshino a lunchbox, Shizuka had a hint of curiosity in her eyes, but she only took a glance and didn't pay any more attention. You know, she still has to spend some time previewing the text after lunch. Compared to handsome boys, she still likes to study more. Gululu? Tsuneyo's face turned pale with fear. He didn't understand why Fat Tiger wanted to beat him for no reason when he just said a few simple words to him. Oomph! Fat Tiger finally didn't hit him. He let go of Tsuneyo's collar and sat back with a cold snort. "Thank you very much for your hospitality today. I like it very much." Hoshino returned the lunchbox after eating it and said to Chiyuki seriously, "Really? I also think today's lunchbox is delicious." Chiyuki smiled sweetly, which made Hoshino feel that Chiyuki was just an ordinary girl. After lunch, Hoshino did nothing but took a nap. After all, he might not be able to sleep at night. Time passed, and it was time to go home in the afternoon. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are Sundays. I hope that the students can have a happy holiday. Of course, don't forget to do your homework. Cheng Rongyilong stood on the podium and said the last words of the day. So today's school affairs ended. Hoshino couldn't wait to visit the dream world again, so he found a secluded place and flew back home in stealth. On the street, students were all happy about tomorrow's holiday and kept talking to their friends about their holiday plans. Nobita walked on the street with his head down, wondering what he was thinking. "Nobita? It's Shizuka?" Nobita looked up at Shizuka, who was wearing a pink dress and looked very cute, and immediately became energetic and said with a smile on his face, "Nobita, you did a great job on your homework yesterday. I still can't do several questions. Nobita, can you come to my house today to do homework with me? I can ask you for help with questions I can't solve." Looking at Shizuka's expectant eyes, Nobita agreed without hesitation. Minamoto's house, Shizuka's room. "Nobita, how do you do this question? You've been thinking about it for 5 minutes." Looking at Nobita biting the tip of his pen and not speaking for a long time, Shizuka showed a puzzled look on her face. Shouldn't this kind of question be very simple for Nobita, who has perfectly completed yesterday's homework? This question. Nobita's forehead was sweating. He was panicking when he was doing the question just now, because he found that his brain was not as smart as before. It was probably because the effect of the wisdom fruit had disappeared. But he didn't want to give up such a good opportunity to show off in front of Shizuka, so he had to bite the bullet and stay. He could only pray that Shizuka would know all the homework assigned by the teacher. But obviously Nobita's prayer was useless. Shizuka finally encountered a question that she couldn't do. Even Shizuka couldn't do the question, so Nobita couldn't do it either. So the current scene appeared. I suddenly remembered that I still have an important thing to do today. I'll go home first. I'm really sorry. Nobita had no choice but to use his ultimate trick, shamelessness, serious lies. "Oh, is that so? But why didn't you tell me before, Nobita?" Shizuka obviously didn't believe it, but there was nothing she could do but to send Nobita away from her home. Nobita was really strange today. Standing at the gate, looking at Nobita, who had already gone far away, Shizuka shook her head helplessly and went back to her room to continue doing the homework assigned by the teacher. Putting down his school bag, Hoshino was not in a hurry to do his homework anyway. There were still 2 days left. There shouldn't be anything I need to bring, right? Hoshino looked at himself and thought. At this time, he was wearing only a set of casual clothes and a dream watch on his left hand. After thinking for a while, Xingye walked out of the bedroom and put the lighter on the living room table into the system space. Coming to the bottom of the lake again, Xingye passed through the blue barrier that separated but also connected the two worlds, and came to the dream world again. Because the time of the two worlds is opposite, when Xingye swam out of the lake, he could only roughly see the situation in a small area around him, and this was also due to the light emitted by the bright blue moon in the sky. Xingye was not arrogant enough to let fantasy turn on the lights and make himself the focus of thousands of people, beasts. The invisibility function is almost a function that Xingye must turn on and maintain at any time when facing such events, and now is no exception. Although the invisibility function cannot allow him to avoid all troubles, it can also allow him to avoid many troubles of varying sizes. Stepping on the waves under the moonlight, Xingye came to the shore and observed the ground for a while. Less than a day had passed, and the dozen bodies that were still lying on the ground yesterday were gone today. This bizarre scene made Xingye's already vigilant heart even more vigilant. Suddenly, Hoshino stopped. Not far in front of him, two men in black came out from behind a big tree and headed straight for the alien lake, apparently wanting to return to Earth. They didn't notice Hoshino, who was only a dozen meters away from them. It might be because of the cover of darkness, or it might be because the two men in black were too weak to find Hoshino. Those with combat intuition could still find Hoshino. After thinking about it, Hoshino followed. When he was in the lake, he used the water ability to perfectly conceal his whereabouts. Following the two men in black, Hoshino and them came to another wall at the bottom of Beidai Lake. The two men in black stood in front of a stone wall. One of them took out something that looked like a stone and pressed it on the stone wall in front. Then, under Hoshino's stunned gaze, the two men in black disappeared. Seeing this scene, 5 words suddenly appeared in Xingye's mind. Magic teleportation array. When he came to the stone wall, Xingye found a hole on the stone wall that looked ordinary, but was engraved with extremely delicate runes. Xingye estimated that this hole should be the place where magic stones or energy stones were placed. Xingye said that this world really made him more and more confused. How did the dream world and the real world communicate with each other? Have they been communicating from ancient times to the present, or have they only recently communicated? In addition to this gateway, are there any other gateways between the dream world and the real world? Will these gateways disappear? This series of questions made Xingye feel a headache. The most important thing is to know that this is only the first big adventure that Nobita and others are going to experience. The world is already so chaotic. When the big adventures in the future appear again, Xingye found that his brain was really not enough. After touching the stone wall, Xingye couldn't find anything, so he could only remember this special place and leave here. Coming to the dream world again, Xingye stood under a big tree not far from the alien lake. If he guessed correctly, someone on Earth had probably established a base and power here, but he didn't know how long they had been here and how powerful the base and power they had established were. Xingye originally wanted to explore the Warcraft forest, but when he thought that it was night and the vision was inconvenient, he immediately gave up the idea. After all, this is not the way to find death. After thinking about it, Xingye decided to go to the Dragon Valley where Kraken was. After the next 2 days, it will be a new week, and he doesn't want to waste the 7-day regional check-in. Thinking of this, Xingye instantly soared into the sky and flew towards the Dragon Valley. When Xingye arrived at the Dragon Valley, Kraken was standing on the cobblestone with his back to him, doing something. Because it was night, Xingye didn't see what Kraken was doing, but he didn't care. After all, who doesn't have some privacy? Kraken's induction was so sensitive that when he sensed Xingye's arrival, he hurriedly packed up as if he was hiding something, and then turned around. "What do you want to exchange for my treasure?" Kraken slid down and lay lazily on the boulder, leaning against the valley wall, with his hands on the back of his head, and asked Hoshino with his legs crossed, without any dignity as a giant dragon. Hoshino was stunned, and the image of Kraken as tall and mighty disappeared in his mind. Hoshino closed his mouth with his hands, then flew to a boulder and sat down. This time, Hoshino wanted to say that he was not here to exchange treasures, but when he thought of his previous trophies, he immediately changed his words. "Do you think these are okay?" Hoshino flew in front of Kraken, and with a thought, Everything in the system space was taken out by him, except for the lighter he brought from home. After all, Hoshino really couldn't imagine how Kraken's huge claws could use a lighter. Kraken's yellow eyes showed a hint of excitement, and he immediately sat up and looked at the things in front of Xingye and himself. The next second, Kraken returned to his previous lazy look. "All your things are too rubbish. I'm not interested. Bring me something that really interests me." Kraken's disdainful voice echoed in the Dragon Valley. There was no way. Xingye could only take these rubbish back to the system space again. By the way, let me remind you that some of these things are very evil. I advise you to throw them away or destroy them. If you stay with them for a long time, your temperament may change drastically. Kraken's seemingly unintentional words made Xingye's back suddenly sweat. The first thing he thought of was those black magic books. His original intention of leaving these things was to find out something from them, but it seems that this is not a good choice at the moment. After thinking about it, Xingye took out a lighter and planned to burn the books such as Black Magic Encyclopedia first, but what made him speechless was, not at all. It's not the lighter's problem. It's purely the book Black Magic Encyclopedia's problem. Hoshino tried other black magic books and found that none of them could be ignited. The result was naturally that he couldn't destroy these evil books at the moment. After observing, touching, and thinking, Hoshino felt that the reason why these books couldn't be ignited was probably because of the materials of these books. The paper that couldn't be ignited. Hoshino pondered, how should he destroy these things? And if he put these things in the system backpack, would the other things in the system backpack be contaminated with evil? However, after asking the system and knowing that the time and space in the system backpack were static, Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief. For a short time, he could only put these things in the system backpack. Hoshino waved his hand, and the things on the ground disappeared directly, and Kraken, who saw this scene, didn't change his face at all. This made Hoshino wonder whether Kraken also had this ability, or had this kind of prop with the ability to contain. Although he didn't seem to see Kraken's face very clearly, after all, the environment here was also pitch black. After a while, the Dragon Valley returned to its peaceful state without any voices. Hoshino came to a stone and silently said to sign in at the Dragon Valley. Sign in location? Sign in type, normal sign in. Sign in item, dragon bloodline favorability, reconcilable, enemy, stranger, acquaintance, familiarity, friend, confident, life and death friend. Several question marks appeared above Hoshino's head. System. Didn't I choose to sign in at the area? Hoshino felt that he was about to burst. Was the system playing a joke on him? The host chose to sign in at the Dragon Valley, and the Dragon Valley was originally a normal sign-in location, so the host naturally signed in at a normal sign-in. As for the so-called regional sign-in by the host, the system has never said that the Dragon Valley is a regional sign-in location, but the host has always believed so. And how can such a small valley be considered a regional sign-in location? Hoshino was silent. It seemed that it was true. It was just that he had just relied on his feeling and thoughtlessly determined that Dragon Valley was the regional sign-in location. He made a common sense and empirical mistake. What exactly is the regional sign-in location like? Take the cities on Earth as an example. At least it should be comparable to the size of a city. I understand. Hoshino was a little helpless. Now he finally understood the difference between regional and ordinary sign-ins. Dragon blood favorability? System. Call up the explanation. Dragon blood favorability. As long as the body contains dragon blood, no matter how rare the blood is, whether the Western dragon or the Eastern dragon has a good impression of the host, it will be at the friend level at the beginning. Please note that the relationship level will rise or fall with the host's behavior. Relationship level, irreconcilable, enemy, stranger, acquaintance, familiar, confidant, life and death friend. Friend, let me count him the 6th level. It seems pretty good, but are there so many creatures with dragon blood in this world? If not, this is very tasteless. If there really is, what a terrifying force it must be. Xingye couldn't say whether today's sign-in was good or not. If possible, he would rather have dragon blood. Why must it be dragon blood favorability? Compared to the latter, Xingye always felt that it was easier for the system to do the former. The dragon blood favorability obtained by Xingye's sign-in had no effect on Kraken, because Xingye estimated that the current relationship between him and Kraken should be above friends and below confidants, one step away from confidants. But the system should be able to detect this aspect, right? System? Xingye asked tentatively. For ability level Kraken, above friend, below confidant, one step away from confidant. Note, this test can only detect the favorability of the dragon bloodline towards the host. It's really okay, but it's not very useful at the moment. Hoshino sighed, not very satisfied with today's sign-in. The dark clouds in the sky gathered more and more, but it didn't rain, just a breeze gradually rose, as if they wanted to gather all the strength to explode in one last blow. On the way home, Nobita thought about what happened at Shizuka's house just now, and felt helpless. He knew that he had left a bad impression on Shizuka again. If I had another wisdom fruit at that time, Nobita muttered and walked past a street corner. Suddenly, Nobita walked back suddenly and stopped at the street corner just now. It's you! Nobita looked at the Birdman standing next to the street and said excitedly, Yes, it's me! The Birdman smiled, but his smile looked awkward, no matter how he looked at it. Of course, Nobita, who was already in ecstasy, could not find this out. This is why the Birdman chose Nobita to be the successor of Nobina, as the world is so big. The weaker and more useless the person who becomes the successor of Silver Swordsman Sword God, Nobina is, the lower the force value of the Silver Sword God Nobina he inherits will be. Even if a lover like Nobita can inherit the power of Sword God Nobina, he will not inherit much. The Emperor can easily defeat him. Do you still have the fruit from this morning? The wisdom fruit or something? Can you give me some more? Looking at Nobita's eager eyes, the Birdman's eyes flashed with obvious disdain, but he still said patiently, Of course it is, but even the fruit of wisdom is only the lowest level thing. Young man, do you want to save the world? Do you want to be a hero praised by the world? Do you want to be a peerless strongman? One sentence after another full of temptation came out of the Birdman's mouth, making Nobita's mind, which was already filled with hot blood and confused, even more confused. I want to! Nobita responded louder and louder, and finally let himself go and roared loudly. Not bad. The Birdman was very satisfied with Nobita's performance. If you want to get these, come to the world of the 3 fantasy swordsmen. Ha! A voice that seemed to come from a distance suddenly woke up Nobita, who was in chaos. Nobita looked around, but there was no trace of the Birdman. Doraemon, I'm back! Nobita, who returned home, called out Doraemon's name as usual. Then he threw his school bag away, lay on the tatami with his legs crossed, closed his eyes and thought about what kind of daydream he should have. No. He was thinking about how to have fun later. But what was different today was that Doraemon did not respond to Nobita immediately, but stood in front of the trash can with a tangled look on his face. Forget it, I still won't buy it. Why would such an expensive thing be pushed to me? It's really strange. Looking at the advertisement for a certain product in his hand, Doraemon muttered a few words and finally threw it into the trash can. This scene successfully attracted Nobita. Coming to Doraemon, Nobita picked up the waste paper that Doraemon threw away from the trash can. Nobita, this thing is a bit expensive. Let's not buy it. Doraemon, let's buy this thing, okay? When Nobita saw the 5 big words Dream 3 Swordsman printed on the paper, he was shocked and immediately acted like a spoiled child to Doraemon, wanting to buy this dream tape. Under Nobita's constant persuasion, Doraemon had no choice but to reluctantly agree to Nobita's request. Alas, I won't be able to eat dorayaki for a long time. Doraemon felt so distressed that he could hardly breathe. But when he saw Nobita with a happy face, this feeling suddenly eased a lot. Then Doraemon took out the future phone and dialed a number. Looking at the sun rising gradually in the sky, Hoshino narrowed his eyes. The sun in the Earth world is a star, 1.3 million times the size of the Earth. Is the sun in this dream world also a star? If so, is the dream world also a planet similar to the Earth? Hoshino looked back and found that Kraken had fallen asleep at some point. Without disturbing Kraken, Hoshino stood up and jumped into the sky. Hoshino stopped at a place more than 10 meters away from the alien lake. He originally just wanted to come here to take a look, and had no intention of staying here, but as soon as he arrived here, he found 2 men in black swimming up from the bottom of the alien lake, and they seemed to be the 2 men in black he had seen before. Under Xingye's gaze, the 2 men in black went ashore and ran non-stop in one direction. Xingye followed, behind the 2 men, maintaining a moderate speed so that the 2 would not notice him, and he could just keep up. A few minutes later, Xingye stopped more than 10 meters away from the two men in black, and the two men in black came under a towering ancient tree. Then Xingye moved, and in a blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters and came behind the two men. Time pause. An invisible wave instantly swept across a radius of 10 meters. The wind stopped, the grass stopped shaking, and the heads of the two men in black were gone. Looking at the two heads that were pressed into thin paper, Xingye's heart did not fluctuate at all. People killed in this way would not see any blood at all. Of course, with the dozen corpses before, even if Xingye saw any bloody scenes now, he could bear it. But the premise is that you have to have a degree. After all, everything is improved little by little. Even if Hoshino thinks that his psychological quality is okay, but you let him suddenly see the real version of millions of corpses and rivers of blood. Hoshino estimates that he is very likely to be unable to bear it. Many people living in the peaceful era on Earth will never have any concept of that kind of scene in their entire lives. Without personal experience and seeing it with their own eyes, they will not have a real feeling. Hoshino touched the corpse as usual. This touch really made him feel something, some silver coins and 2 black and purple tokens. The token had the word magic written on it, and in the lower right corner of the token were a few small words, Castro School of Magic Tokyo Branch. Hoshino pondered. He suddenly found that he seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Looking at the token in his hand, Hoshino suddenly thought of a fantasy novel he had read in his previous life, Harry Potter. There is magic in the real world. What should I say? The corner of Hoshino's mouth twitched. Obviously, Nobita has not used the Rui telephone booth to generate a magic world. Just thinking that the Rui telephone booth created a parallel world, Hoshino can understand it a little. In addition to some silver coins and 2 tokens, the two men in black also had several purple diamond crystals, which emitted brilliant light under the sunlight. Hoshino came under the towering ancient tree and looked carefully. After a few minutes, he finally found a different place. Comparing it with the purple diamond crystal in his hand, sure enough, there is also a magic teleportation array here. After knowing what he wanted to know, Hoshino casually put the purple diamond crystal back into the system backpack. He is not arrogant enough to break into someone else's nest directly. Even if it is not a nest, he can't just go there. Now he is very strong, invincible. He is also very weak, with many fatal flaws. Xingye looked at the time, and it was already night on Earth. After thinking about it, Xingye returned to the Dragon Valley. Kraken was lying on the round stone with his eyes closed. When Xingye arrived, Kraken suddenly raised his head and looked at Xingye with his yellow eyes. You don't sleep all the time when you have nothing to do you? Xingye landed on a boulder in front of Kraken and said to Kraken, "Otherwise, what else can this dragon do?" Although Kraken had no whites in his eyes, Xingye could feel that Kraken must have rolled his eyes at him just now. I don't know how long I have lived here. I am familiar with every inch of land here. I really can't be interested in this place. You should be very strong, right? Xingye suddenly thought of something and asked Kraken. It is said that creatures like Western dragons do not need to practice. As long as they grow naturally, their strength after adulthood will be terrifying. Of course, because of the heaven-defying attributes of Western dragons. The growth cycle of Western dragons will be very long, and it may take tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer to reach adulthood. Strength? Very strong? Kraken was stunned for a moment before continuing. I don't know how strong I am. I only know that according to the memory of my inheritance, my current strength should be king level. I am one of the strongest in the Dragon Clan and can call myself the Dragon King. Dragon Clan? Oh my god! Isn't this a bit too coincidental? Xingye was shocked. He didn't expect that the Dragon Clan really existed. Although the system said so before, he had already believed it a little, but he still had doubts. How strong is it exactly? Xingye couldn't help but continue to ask. Well, do you see that mountain? Looking in the direction Kraken pointed, a mountain that was more than 10 meters long and several meters high appeared in Xingye's field of vision. Boom! The next moment, a huge ball of light that made Xingye feel a fatal threat almost brushed Xingye's scalp and flew towards the mountain. After colliding with the mountain, Xingye was in a trance for a moment, and then with a boom, the mountain disappeared directly. Yes, it disappeared directly. Hiss! Hoshino took a breath of cold air. He realized how lucky he was to have escaped from Kraken's dragon mouth. Burp, Kraken burped. I haven't played like this for a long time. This attack is only 1/10 of the power of this dragon. Kraken looked at the stunned Hoshino and said with a smug look on his face, "Huh? Why is this happening?" Suddenly, Hoshino pointed at the hill that Kraken had just attacked and asked Kraken in confusion. In just a few seconds, the hill that had disappeared reappeared, and to the naked eye, it was no different from the previous hill. Ah! Kraken didn't even look at the hill that had reappeared. He sat down with a depressed look on his face and then said helplessly to Hoshino, "When I was first imprisoned here, I was still very weak and couldn't even lift a stone weighing several hundred kilograms. Later, my strength grew stronger day by day. I couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to try to destroy the entire valley to see if I could remove the seal and let me out. But you saw that the result was naturally a failure. The places destroyed by me would return to their original appearance in a matter of seconds." Hoshino was silent, not knowing what to say. Facing this almost imprisoned life, Kraken didn't know how long he had lived like this. No matter how many words of comfort he said, they seemed so pale and powerless. "However, I can feel that it won't be long before I can get out." Kraken changed his previous discouragement and spoke with uncontrollable joy. "Oh, what's going on?" Xingye was very curious. Could it be that Kraken's strength would soon be able to break the seal and get out? "I don't know the specific reason, but my intuition tells me that it won't be long before the seal disappears automatically, and then I can get out naturally." Intuition. The corners of Xingye's mouth twitched. It sounded unreliable, but seeing Kraken's happy face, he didn't have the heart to break Kraken's beautiful fantasy. This silly kid must have something wrong with being alone for too long. Seeing Xingye's obvious disbelief, Kraken's stubborn temper came up. "Don't you believe in the great intuition of this dragon? Do you know why I didn't show hostility to you and kill you before? That's because my intuition tells me that you have no hostility to me and will bring me good luck." Xingye was shocked. This intuition, he wanted it too. He relied on this intuition to buy a lottery ticket and win tens of millions or hundreds of millions of bonuses. What's the point of drawing a comic? Seeing that Hoshino seemed to be shocked by his words, Kraken showed a satisfied look. "Then your intuition tells you how long it will take for you to get out?" "No, it will take now, immediately, or decades. I can still wait." "Decades." Hoshino was speechless. He still wanted Kraken to help him after he came out, but it seemed that he couldn't count on it now. "Ah, when I think of the wonderful life in the future, I am so excited." With Kraken's excited words and Hoshino's jaw dropping, Kraken, which was originally green, suddenly changed. The color of his body began to change from the head, and soon Kraken's whole body quickly turned red. "Good guy," Hoshino exclaimed. He found that he couldn't understand Kraken more and more. This guy was only briefly mentioned in the original book, and there was no introduction at all. Now a series of outrageous things happened to Kraken, letting Hoshino know that Kraken is definitely not simple. As for why Kraken could change the color of his body, Xingye did not ask. Even if they were friends, it was not right to ask him over and over again. Xingye felt that it was a miracle that Kraken could answer his previous unreasonable questions. After all, it is best not to let even close relatives know about one's own strength and other secrets. "I don't know when Nobita and the others will come." Xingye looked at the time. If he was right, the first place where Nobita and the others appeared should be the monster forest. Then follow an ancient river in the monster forest and you will see. Hiss. Xingye did not think about it before, but now he suddenly remembered that he had overlooked a very important sign-in location. Urabatai. Urabatai is a real towering ancient tree with its top reaching the sky. It is estimated to be at least several hundred meters or even thousands of meters high. And the relics of the silver swordsman Nobita, the silver sword and silver armor, are at the top of this towering ancient tree. If he signs in here, the things he gets from signing in will definitely improve his strength. As for the silver sword and silver armor, Hoshino had no intention of wearing them himself. They were originally left to Nobita, and there were too many causal relationships and other twists and turns involved. In the original novel, Nobita was only able to reluctantly kill the demon emperor Orthrom when the protagonist's luck was enhanced. Hoshino felt that even if he got the silver sword and silver armor, it would be impossible for him to completely inherit the power of the silver swordsman Nobita, and he didn't know who was stronger between the complete version of the silver swordsman Nobita and the demon emperor Orthrom. Although the demon emperor Orthrom was afraid of the silver swordsman Nobita, he was not afraid. It was just a rumor that he would be killed by the silver swordsman Nobita. Even though the demon emperor Orthrom did not believe this rumor that had been circulating for hundreds of years, it was always better to take precautions, so there was a series of actions taken by the Birdman later. Considering the above factors, it was better to let Nobita deal with the demon emperor, and he would just lie aside and win. It's just that the sacred tree of Urabatai should be very conspicuous since it reaches the sky, but Xingye didn't find such a towering tree in the monster forest. Is the time not right yet? Xingye thought secretly in his heart. Of course, there may be other reasons besides this, but he really can't think of them. By the way, when I was sleeping just now, a sentence suddenly appeared in my mind, saying that I will have the ability you humans said before within 3 days. Kill this dragon, drench the dragon's blood, and you will be immortal. In addition, soaking in a bath that I have used a special method can get a chance to revive. And in these 3 days, my dragon whiskers will be my fatal weakness. As long as someone cuts off my dragon whiskers, I will become extremely weak. This voice is looming. I don't know if it's true or false, but my intuition tells me that this is true. Kraken put away his previous smile as he spoke. This matter really made him feel outrageous and flustered. His intuition has never been wrong. I guess someone might do something bad to me in the next few days, so I'll have to rely on you to protect me. Kraken told Hoshino such an important thing honestly, just to get him to help him. Although Hoshino's strength was rubbish in his eyes, Kraken believed in his intuition. And to be honest, Hoshino's strength was also ranked in the upper middle among those who were turned into stone statues by his dragon breath. And he probably wasn't weak among humans, right? Don't worry, I will after all. We are friends, Hoshino said solemnly from the bottom of his heart. Ah! Actually, there's no need to be so nervous. After all, with my strength, those who want to harm me will never get close to me. Kraken looked at Hoshino with a serious face and said confidently, as for whether he would be slapped in the face later, I think so. Hoshino was a little uncertain. Can the protagonist group be measured by common sense? And he always felt that it was not just Nobita and others this time. Well, this is also intuition, Hoshino's intuition. Although his intuition is wrong 9.8 times out of 10, the long-accumulated torrential rain finally poured down, but in just a few minutes, the water on the ground had reached his feet. Nobita's house, 2nd floor. Nobita looked at the torrential rain outside the window and the lightning flashing across the sky from time to time, and was very anxious. Doraemon, why hasn't the tape of Dream 3 Swordsman arrived yet? Nobita sat next to Doraemon and said anxiously, Don't worry, it will definitely arrive tonight. As for the specific time of arrival, I don't know. If it really doesn't work, Nobita, try another dream tonight. Doraemon said indifferently. No, I must have this dream tonight, Nobita said firmly. Then you just wait. By the way, Doraemon, can I let Shizuka and others have this dream with me? Nobita seemed to have thought of something and looked at Doraemon expectantly. Of course, just install the antenna for them, Doraemon said without opening his eyes. He was still worried about his dorayaki. Doraemon, lend me the anywhere door. I'll go install the antenna for Shizuka and the others. Nobita, you're impatient again. How do you know if they're asleep at this time? If they're not asleep, how will they see you if you go over there? Doraemon taught him earnestly. That's true. Nobita thought about it and it seemed to be true. So he looked at Doraemon. Alas, I really can't do anything about you. I'll use satellite TV to help you. Doraemon, who was frightened by Nobita's look, took out a satellite TV from his pocket. The display screen of the satellite TV was similar to that of an LCD TV. Turning on the satellite TV showed the images of Fat Tiger and Tsuneo in turn. As expected by Doraemon, the two had gone to bed early and fell asleep. The last person shown on the satellite TV at this moment was Shizuka. Shizuka hadn't slept yet, still writing furiously at the desk. Seeing this, Doraemon and Nobita fell silent. Nobita, look at you. Shizuka is still doing her homework so late, and you are not working hard. You should know that the future will change according to your performance. Enough, stop talking, I know. Nobita interrupted Doraemon impatiently, and Doraemon was stunned inside. Ah. After Shizuka fell asleep with the help of the anywhere door, Nobita installed the antennas on Shizuka, Fat Tiger, and Tsuneo in turn. However, at this time, the tapes of Dream 3 Swordsman had not arrived yet. Nobita was anxious, and Doraemon was also a little anxious, so they made a phone call to urge the delivery. The sky was covered with dark clouds and heavy rain fell. Birdman stood on the roof of Nobita's house and took out the future phone. Hello? Hello, why hasn't the goods I ordered arrived yet? Can you hurry up? What? It's coming soon. Okay. Beep! After hanging up the phone, the Birdman laughed strangely, jumped from the roof and instantly turned into a brown owl, slowly disappearing into the darkness in the thunder, lightning, storm, and rain. In the bedroom on the second floor, a flash of light passed by, and a package appeared in front of Nobita and Doraemon. Anxious Nobita opened the package without saying a word, and inside the package was the tape of the Dream 3 swordsman. Doraemon, the next thing is up to you. Nobita handed the tape to Doraemon, and then got into bed excitedly. Doraemon. Sitting next to the Dream Machine, Doraemon slowly inserted the tape of Dream 3 swordsman into the Dream Machine. The light screen of the Dream Machine flashed, and the dream began. Hey, where is this? Didn't I dream about the 3 swordsmen? How come I'm in the hallway of a school classroom? Looking at the familiar environment around him, Nobita suddenly felt panic. Nobita! The scolding almost scared Nobita to pee on the spot. Looking back, Cheng Rongilong had already opened the door of the classroom and stood behind him. Teacher? Nobita looked incredible. Oh my god, what on earth is going on? The next second, Nobita's mother Nobitamako also followed him out of the classroom. Wow, Nobita always fails the exam. Mom has no face-to-face others anymore? Nobita Tamako knelt on the ground, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Suddenly, Nobita Tamako stood up and rushed towards Nobita, with Cheng Rongilong shouting loudly as she rushed. Nobita, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Stop right there. Nobita was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. Doraemon! Cried, out in tears after trying his best to escape from the clutches of Nobita Tamako and Ichiro Nari. He knew Doraemon would definitely hear what he said. Sure enough, the next moment, the time and space around Nobita were still. Only Nobita could move. Then a window appeared in front of Nobita and Doraemon's big head popped out. Doraemon, what's going on? Nobita said to Doraemon a little angrily. Oh, this! Let me see the manual. The manual says that in order to make the dreamer feel more realistic, the dreamer will start from the most familiar place first. So that's how it is. Nobita's anger subsided a little, but looking at Nobita Tamako and Ichiro Nari, who were still standing still in the air with their claws extended, Nobita still couldn't help swallowing his saliva in fear. Okay, that's it. After Doraemon finished speaking, the window disappeared, and the environment around Nobita also changed immediately. He came to a dark and silent space from the hot school corridor. However, Nobita was not afraid. After all, in his opinion, this was just his dream. What was there to be afraid of? He couldn't tell the direction anyway, so he just picked a random direction and walked non-stop. Suddenly, Nobita found a bright light not far away. Nobita was delighted and changed from walking fast to running. Soon his front was suddenly clear and a rotating pink vortex appeared in front of him. When Nobita was about to jump in, Doraemon appeared again. Through the window, Doraemon said to Nobita, Nobita, I have to remind you that this dream is very strange. The dream machine cannot adjust the progress, so you can only experience it bit by bit. Oh, I know, Doraemon. Don't be so troublesome. Don't come out until I call you later. Nobita said hurriedly and jumped into the pink vortex. Doraemon didn't care and closed the window with a smile. In the dream world, when Nobita jumped into the pink vortex, the whole world almost trembled. At the same time, the time of the dream world began to synchronize with the time of the real world. The dream world, which was originally daytime, suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the sun disappeared and the blue moon rose. Xingye, who had just returned to Dragon Valley from Earth, saw this scene. He was shocked by this majestic power. Even Kraken saw this situation for the first time and was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. This is... The Demon Emperor noticed the change in the sky and slowly got up and came to the window of the dark castle. Affected by his formation, the sky above his castle and the surrounding area was always shrouded in darkness, with only some places illuminated by faint ghost lights. The Demon Spirit Emperor, who controlled the entire formation, could naturally sense the situation outside the formation. The sky won't tolerate me? The heavy voice of the Demon Spirit Emperor echoed in the silent castle, and a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. If the sky won't tolerate me, then break the sky. The Yamiruman Kingdom, the royal palace study. Clan looked at the scene of the sudden change from day to night and was shocked. However, unlike the Demon Spirit Emperor Otram, he felt a sense of joy in his heart for some reason. Could it be the Silver Swordsman was born? Atlantis Empire, the imperial capital. In the colorful Crystal Palace, everyone who was holding the morning court as usual fell silent at the same time. This day, Atlantis III knocked on the armrest, his blue eyes flickering constantly. As predicted, my great Atlantis will once again become the master of this world. As the sky changed, a stream of light came from nowhere, from the sky, the stars, or nothingness. The stream of light split into two, one of which turned into a several-meter-long crescent moon emitting orange light, and the other stream of light rushed into the pink vortex that appeared in the dream world at an extremely fast speed, and finally turned into the lifeless Nobita. Suddenly, a transparent soul drilled into the head of Nobita, and the lifeless eyes of Nobita instantly became bright. After Nobita stepped into the pink vortex, he felt dizzy. When he saw the scenery in front of him again, he had already arrived in the pink vortex. The pink vortex seemed to be a space tunnel. Except for the pink color around it, it was similar to an ordinary space tunnel. Nobita was a little confused and drifted in the pink space tunnel. Although he did not move, the space tunnel took him forward. Shizuka? Looking at the angel Shizuka, who suddenly appeared beside him, only the size of his head and with two transparent wings on his back, Nobita was a little surprised, but his tone was more confused. He remembered that he had set Shizuka as the princess of the kingdom of Amurumon, not an angel. "I'm not Shizuka," Shizuka said to Nobita with a serious face. "I'm the elf Silco." Silco, who looked like Shizuka, said to Nobita solemnly, "I am your guide in the world of the three fantasy swordsmen. You must remember what I say next. From this moment on, you are no longer Nobita, but the Silver Sword Nobinia. You will defeat the Demon Emperor and save the kingdom of Amurumon." "What? Am I so awesome?" Nobita couldn't stand being praised by girls. He would blush when being praised by girls. Look, Nobita's face is as red as a red apple now. No, you are not good now. You are worse than a rookie now. You can only become a hero after a series of trials. Shizuka hit Nobita mercilessly. "Ah, so that's it!" Nobita was a little disappointed, but he cheered up immediately. After all, he was the Silver Swordsman Nobinia. "Okay, the exit is in front." Shizuka suddenly stopped, but Nobita continued to fly forward uncontrollably. Finally, Nobita came out of the pink vortex in the dream world. Before Nobita had time to look at the surrounding environment, he felt a strong sense of weightlessness and then fell down. Nobita was confused for a second, 2 seconds. Then he screamed loudly. "Why is the other side of the space tunnel hundreds of meters high in the sky?" Ah! Suddenly, Nobita stopped screaming. It turned out that he had landed on a crescent moon without knowing how. Although Nobita was only in the 4th grade, he knew that the moon was not the same as the moon in the anime. But thinking that this was a dream, Nobita was relieved without thinking much. The Demon Spirit Empire is divided into 4 regions: the East, South, West, North, and West. The Western region. Guion City is a border city in the Western region, guarded by General Gapos, one of the 3 great demon generals under the Demon Spirit Emperor. A demon general, is naturally not a human being, and the so-called General Gapos is naturally not a human being, but a flying elephant with fangs that relies on long ears to fly. In the early morning, Gapos was doing his morning inspection as usual, but for some reason the sky suddenly changed from day to night. However, since Gapos could become one of the 3 great demon generals, his mental quality was naturally much better than that of ordinary people, and he soon calmed down. When he was about to report this strange situation to the Demon Spirit Emperor, he looked up and saw 2 moons in the sky. Gapos was stunned immediately, but he immediately discovered the difference between the fake moon. The real moon had a sense of distance that was out of reach, but he could feel the fake moon. The fake moon was very close to him, very close. Then he took a closer look at the fake moon. Wow, there was a person lying on the fake moon. Considering the sudden change in the sky just now, Gapos felt that Nobita lying on the fake moon must know something. So Gapos immediately flew from the city wall to the fake moon. "Ah! Silco! Nobita was very panicked. Lying on the fake moon, he didn't dare to look down at all. After all, it was hundreds of meters high. This was different from flying in the sky with his bamboo dragonfly. Alas, humans are really troublesome. Silco looked at the panicked Nobita and was speechless. Then he pressed his hands on a corner of the fake moon and tried to push the fake moon to the ground, but was immediately stopped by Nobita. Silco, what is that?" "Huh?" Silco turned around in confusion, and then she panicked too. "It's over. This is the Flying Elephant Demon General, one of the 3 demon generals under the Demon Spirit Emperor." "Oh my!" Shiluko knew that he couldn't push the fake moon, so he changed his method and broke off a corner of the fake curved moon. The fake moon is indeed a fake moon. The fake moon with a broken corner kept spinning in the sky like a balloon that suddenly leaked air. With the help of the leaking air, it quickly disappeared into the horizon. Although Gapos can fly, his speed is far inferior to that of the leaking fake moon, so he stopped and didn't chase it. Hey, where is that elf Shiluko? Gapos turned around and found that Shiluko was also gone and disappeared inexplicably. Back on the city wall, Gapos immediately ordered 3,000 soldiers to go out with him to find Nobita, leaving only 5,000 soldiers and the deputy demon general to guard the city. Although the Demon Spirit Empire calls itself Demon Spirit, most of the people are still ordinary people. It is just that the ruler is the Demon Spirit Emperor Otram, so it calls itself the Demon Spirit Empire. Except for the Demon Spirit Emperor and his 3 demon generals and the 3 demon groups, the Earth Spirit Corps, the Water Spirit Corps, and the Iron Spirit Corps, the other people and classes of the Demon Spirit Empire are actually not much different from the Amirumun Kingdom. Of course, the Demon Spirit Empire calls itself Demon Spirit, so it naturally respects demons. The power of demons in the Demon Spirit Empire is far greater than that of humans. Under the leadership of Gapos, thousands of troops entered the monster forest located west of Guion City. Plop! Nobita was thrown away by the fake moon in the middle of the journey and fell into a shallow beach that was only a few meters deep. Ah! I'm going to drown! Nobita was so scared that he screamed repeatedly and then fluttered around, but then he found that he did not sink. He could actually swim? Then Nobita thought that this was his dream, and it seemed normal to be able to swim. Looking around, Nobita didn't find the fake moon, but he didn't care. After a while of struggling, he swam to the shore. Silco? Silco? Nobita shouted loudly to the surroundings, but no matter how much he shouted, he still didn't see Silco. Nobita was a little panicked. Without Silco's guidance, how could he know what to do next? Seeing that he couldn't find Silco, Nobita had to bite the bullet and randomly chose a direction to walk over. Not long after, Nobita suddenly found that there was a fire behind a row of bushes in front of him. Nobita was overjoyed. The fire meant that there was someone. Nobita ran over without saying a word, turned over the bushes, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Tsuneo wearing blue armor and a long sword hanging on his waist. Tsuneo, it's you? Nobita ran to Tsuneo with great surprise and said to Tsuneo, What, Tsuneo? I'm Viscount Snemis, the best swordsman in the world. Snemis sat by the fire, took a big bite of the pork leg in his hand and said to Nobita, Ah, this! Nobita scratched his head embarrassedly. He just remembered that although Shizuka, Fat Tiger, and Tsuneo would have the same dream as him under the guidance of the antenna, they would not have the memory of reality, but would only inherit the personality of the original owner. However, there are some very contradictory points in the original work. That is, in the finale, when Nobita killed the Demon Spirit Emperor, he relied on the silver sword that was magnified several times and dozens of times by the magnifying lamp. And the user of the magnifying lamp at that time was Shizuka. But it stands to reason that without inheriting the real memory, Shizuka should not know how to use and what the magnifying lamp does. By the way, you won't just enter the monster forest like this, right? Snemis stopped eating and looked at Nobita, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with a surprised look on his face. He really didn't know where the man in front of him got the mysterious confidence to enter the monster forest without making any preparations. You know, this is one of the most dangerous areas in the Dream Continent. What else? Now it was Nobita's turn to be surprised. Didn't he think it was normal for him to do this? Well, this is a person with a problem in the brain. Snemis no longer paid attention to Nobita and continued to gnaw on his own big pork leg. This made Nobita on the side very greedy. Gudong, well, can you give me some of your big pork leg? No. Looking at Nobita, who was looking at him eagerly, Snemis refused without hesitation. Ah, so, but... Before Nobita had time to be disappointed, Snemis continued to speak. But as long as you become my servant, I will let you eat my pork leg. Okay, deal! Nobita snatched the pork leg from Snemis's hand and agreed to Snemis's condition while eating with oil dripping from the corners of his mouth. Very good, this once again made Snemis sure that Nobita's brain was abnormal. After all, any normal person would not agree to be a servant for a pork leg. The only difference from what Snemis thought was that Nobita thought that this was just a dream anyway. Isn't it just being a servant? What's wrong with agreeing? And you can also taste the delicious pork leg. By the way, why did you come here? Since Nobita is already his servant, he still needs to know some basic information about Nobita. He doesn't want his servant to be a murderer. Although Nobita doesn't look like that kind of person, but as the Viscount of the Kingdom of Amiruman, he should be more cautious. Me? Daxiang stopped eating, looked at Snemis, and said seriously, "Defeat the Demon Spirit Emperor and save the Kingdom of Amiruman." Snemis sighed deeply. He found that his servant was not only not very smart, but also liked to daydream. The Demon Spirit Emperor? What kind of person is that? He is definitely one of the top people in the entire Dream Continent. His fighting power is terrifying. One person can fight against tens of thousands of troops. The tens of thousands of troops here are not ordinary people who are powerless, but an elite army composed of magicians and fighting warriors. Such an army, although only tens of thousands, is enough to easily destroy any principality. After all, in the principality, the main force of the army is still ordinary people. Of course, there are fighting warriors and magicians, but not many. In the principality, the status of fighting warriors and magicians is very high, but in the eyes of the kingdom and the Demon Spirit Empire, it is just like that. Why? Viscount Snemis felt that he was almost laughing at the servant he had just received. "Because I am the Silver Swordsman Nobita," Nobita said without hesitation. Seeing Nobita's face as if it was natural, Snemis was silent for 2 seconds. "Since you are a silver swordsman, may I ask where your silver sword and silver armor are?" "Well, I don't know. Anyway, I am the Silver Swordsman Nobita." "No, you are not a silver swordsman," Snemis said seriously. "Because you don't have a silver sword and silver armor. You should know that I came here to get these two things, so that I can become the legendary silver swordsman who can rival the Demon Spirit Emperor." "What? Only those who obtain the silver sword and silver armor can become a silver swordsman?" Nobita was stunned and a little confused. Shiluko didn't tell him that. "Of course. Then where are the silver sword and silver armor?" Since he knew that he could only become a silver swordsman by obtaining the silver sword and silver armor, Nobita naturally asked. Snemis didn't hide it. Nobita would know it sooner or later anyway, and he didn't believe that such a useless Nobita could get the silver sword and silver armor, so he said, "You should be able to hear a river nearby. If you go upstream along the river, you will eventually find a towering ancient tree called Ulabatai. The silver sword and silver armor are on the top of that towering ancient tree." "Is that so?" The thick-skinned Nobita didn't find anything wrong at all and just sighed. "Okay, finish eating the chicken legs quickly. We are leaving." Snemis urged Nobita. "Can you see the road clearly at night?" Nobita wondered. "Why can't you travel during the day?" "The vision is naturally not as good as during the day, but we have to go now." Snemis pulled out the long sword reflecting the firelight from his waist, took a look, and put it back. If possible, he didn't want to travel at night, but he was not the only one who knew the news, and he had to get there as soon as possible to seize the opportunity. At Snemis's urging, Nobita quickly finished the pork leg, then followed Snemis with his package. After a few minutes, Nobita regretted it. Carrying the package was really tiring, but he had already promised Snemis, and he knew he could not beat Snemis, so he could only endure it silently. In front of the dream machine, Doraemon smiled as he watched Nobita following Snemis. "This tape looks pretty good. It can actually train Nobita's perseverance and ability to endure hardships. It's worth buying." Doraemon suddenly felt that his heart didn't hurt so much. Dragon Valley, Hoshino and Kraken were both recalling the scene of day turning into night in their minds. Both didn't speak, so Dragon Valley looked very quiet. Frightened by Kraken's dragon power, there was only Kraken in Dragon Valley. Other creatures either ran away or were turned into stone statues by Kraken's dragon breath. This is why Kraken has always been lonely. Of course, he wants to find a partner, but apart from other dragons, who can be his partner, and who is qualified to be his partner? As for Xingye, this is purely an accident. "This dragon is the first time to see such a wonder," Kraken said after coming to his senses. "Me too." Then the two of them were silent again. After all, they really had nothing to say. Suddenly, Xingye's eyes lit up. In the depths of the monster forest, a pillar of light suddenly appeared. The light it emitted was not dazzling, but it was definitely dazzling. Towering Ancient Tree Urabatai. A name that made Xingye a little excited appeared in his mind, but he immediately regained his composure. Because his sign-in times for today have been used up, it would be useless even if he found Urabatai. No. Xingye looked at his watch. It was already past 11:30 in the evening. There was less than half an hour left until tomorrow. After half an hour, the sign-in times will be refreshed, and then he can sign in. Xingye's brain was working quickly. Kraken, I have to leave first. It may take a while for me to come back. I'm very sorry. Hoshino apologized to Kraken. After all, he had clearly said that he would protect Kraken before. It's okay. Go ahead. No one can hurt this dragon or even bleed unless this dragon wants to hurt itself. Kraken was still so confident. As a giant dragon, he did have the strength to do this. But sometimes strength can't compare to certain things such as luck. Then under the gaze and induction of Kraken, Hoshino's figure disappeared and rushed towards the monster forest quickly. Kraken was a little envious. He also wanted to go out and see that big world. It's almost there. It's almost there. Kraken could only comfort himself in this way to soothe his injured heart. Monster Forest. Nobita and Snemis walked carefully on a steep path. They couldn't help but be careful. Along the way, they had encountered several monsters. Of course, they were easily solved by Snemis in the end. Snemis dared to enter the Warcraft Forest alone, so his strength must be strong enough to be a high-level warrior. As for the scene where Snemis killed those monsters, Daxiang's eyes could not see it. He could only see that those monsters were knocked down and unable to move by Snemis. Suddenly, Snemis and Daxiang stopped, and a very slight howl came from the bushes in front of them. Snemis was alert, and Daxiang hid behind Snemis with a scared face. You, my servant, go check the situation. Snemis pointed his sword at the bushes in front and ordered Daxiang. Why? Daxiang naturally didn't dare to go, so he could only try to persuade Snemis. Because you are my servant and the sword in my hand. Snemis stretched out his long sword and pointed it at Daxiang and threatened. In the end, under the threat of Snemis, Daxiang could only walk cautiously towards the bushes in front. Wah wah! After pushing aside the bushes, a cute gray bear caught in a trap appeared in front of Daxiang. How pitiful! Hearing the pitiful cry of the little bear, Nobita's sympathy immediately soared. He ran to the little bear, pried open the trap with all his strength, and rescued the little bear. Then the little bear immediately ran to the bushes without stopping. When he ran into the bushes, he looked back at Nobita, as if he wanted to remember Nobita's appearance. Nobita looked at this scene and smiled happily, but the next second he couldn't laugh anymore. A man who looked exactly like Fat Tiger but was wearing brown and yellow armor came out of the bushes. Boy, are you looking for death? How dare you let my prey go? Jados grabbed Nobita's collar and said viciously, You are fat. Nobita stopped suddenly because he remembered that the person in front of him was not Fat Tiger, but just a dream character who inherited Fat Tiger's personality. Who are you? Why are you bullying my servant? After hearing the voice different from Nobita's from the bushes, Snemis immediately felt something was wrong and ran into the bushes. Then he saw that his newly recruited servant was caught by a fat man. How could he tolerate this? You know, he is the #1 swordsman in the world, and a man who is determined to become a silver swordsman. How could such a man let his servant be bullied? When he becomes a silver swordsman in the future, where will his face be? So Snemis stepped forward without hesitation. Your servant? Jatos was stunned for a moment, then pushed Daxiang away and snorted at Snemis. Since he is your servant, as the master of the servant, you should pay for what your servant does. What did he do? Snemis looked at Daxiang with dissatisfaction and then asked Jatos. He let go of the prey that I just caught. Snemis breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a small matter. It's just a prey. I'll compensate you. Snemis had already taken out 7 or 8 silver coins from his purse. This amount of money was enough to buy several pigs. In Snemis's opinion, it was more than enough to compensate Jatos for the prey. You are insulting me. Jatos looked at the silver coins in Snemis's hand, his face flushed with anger. What do I need from you? What I need is food. Snemis put the money back into his purse awkwardly. He had a feeling that today's matter might not be easy to solve, but he didn't want to waste time on it. I guess you also came here to become a silver swordsman. It was indeed my fault this time, but we both have more important things to do, so I hope we can put aside the things in front of us and wait until the matter of the silver swordsman is over. Snemis persuaded kindly. Say it again. I have to solve this matter now, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable. Look at the sword. Jados pulled out the long sword from his waist with a clang, and then rushed towards Snemis without saying a word. Snemis was shocked, and he rolled over to avoid Jados's attack, and then he also pulled out the long sword from his waist. Shua! Dang! The long swords of Snemis and Jados crossed, making a crisp sound of swords. Snemis's hand trembled, and the long sword in his hand almost flew out. Snemis was shocked. The strength of the person in front of him was the same as his. Both were high-level warriors, but the person in front of him seemed to be born with supernatural powers. At the same level, he was not a match for Jados at all. As Snemis predicted, after 4 or 5 moves, he had already lost. "Ahem, sir, please be kind and let me go this time." Looking at the long sword that Jados put on his neck, Snemis almost regretted it to death. Why did he have to stand up for a servant? Now, he might be one step ahead of his servant. Seeing Jados's unmoved expression, Snemis gritted his teeth and finally surrendered. "If you are willing to let me go, I am willing to be your subordinate." As a viscount of the kingdom, he actually surrendered to a wild warrior. This was a great humiliation for him, but in order to survive, he had no choice but to do so. Life is the most important thing, dignity and so on. A few dollars a pound, is it delicious? "Humph, I'll let you go this time. If it weren't for your strength, you can help me when I snatch the silver sword and silver armor, hum?" "Yes, yes, your excellency is right." "Is there any food? Give me some first." "Yes, yes," Snemis said hurriedly, then walked to Nobita's side, looking at Nobita, who was almost scared silly on the ground, and said angrily, "Hurry up and deliver the food to the adults." Nobita woke up and said hurriedly. The sword fight between Snemis and Jados just now really opened his eyes, and he couldn't help but indulge in it. After Jados ate some food and replenished his energy, the three continued to move towards the location of Urabatai. And Nobita also changed from a servant of one person to a servant of 2 people, and the burden on his shoulders was more than twice as heavy as before, which made Nobita's already bitter face even more bitter. At night, it should be pitch dark, but for some reason the blue moon tonight was particularly round, and the bright light it emitted illuminated the whole world and greatly extended people's vision. The wind whistled in his ears, and the layers of forests below quickly retreated. At this time, Xingye's eyes were only filled with the light that filled the entire field of vision, and suddenly Xingye stopped abruptly. "Cry!" A sharp eagle cry suddenly came into Xingye's ears from far and near. Xingye was shocked. As soon as he heard the sound, he knew it was definitely not an ordinary eagle cry. After all, this is a magical world where magic and fighting spirit coexist. It seems that having some magic beasts is very normal. It's normal. Xingye's pupils suddenly widened, and a dark figure gradually enlarged in his eyes. "I can't dodge it. I definitely can't dodge it." Xingye's right eyelid twitched violently. The speed of this magic eagle was naturally not as fast as the kraken, but compared to his speed, it was much faster. If he dared to turn around and try to dodge the attack of the black magic eagle with his own speed, he would definitely die miserably. "Fight!" Xingye held his breath, closed his eyes, and felt everything around him with his heart. Time pause. Xingye suddenly opened his eyes, and then cold sweat kept coming out. A black magic eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters was only a millimeter away from him. Not a minute late, not a minute fast. This grasp of time must be extremely accurate. While Xingye breathed a sigh of relief, he was also very scared. Needless to say, as the black magic eagle's head turned into paper, the magic eagle died. It is said that magic beasts should have magic cores or something. Xingye thought so and wanted to search the magic eagle, but he stopped immediately. He didn't know where the magic core of the black magic eagle was. Even if he knew, how could he get it out? Thinking about his 3 major superpowers, Xingye's heart twitched. Boom! Xingye released the time pause, and the black magic eagle fell from the sky and fell downwards. The huge size and huge impact force directly smashed several large trees. Xingye fell from the sky to the top of a large tree. He did not go to the location of Urabatai immediately. After experiencing the life and death crisis just now, he urgently needed to calm down. After what happened to the black magic eagle just now, Xingye finally discovered his fatal flaw. He has no superpowers or other means of attack, and he also has no superpowers or other means of long-range attack. This makes him very passive in many cases. Even though his speed is enough to reach supersonic speed or even faster than supersonic speed, you have to know that this is the Doraemon world. The Doraemon world where gods, demons, monsters, and spirits exist. His strength is enough for ordinary people or ordinary creatures, but it is not enough to face more powerful enemies. The black magic eagle just now may not be very strong, but the black magic eagle has a great chance of killing him just by crushing him with its speed. So Xingye urgently needs to think about the next check-in location. Urabatai is indeed very good, but is there a better check-in location? Xingye pondered for a while and found that there seemed to be no better check-in location at present. Sighing, Xingye flew towards Urabatai. This time he had the previous experience, and he flew close to the top of the tree when flying. In this way, even if there was another flying monster attack, he could hide in the monster forest at the first time and rely on the trees to escape or fight back. Urabatai, the legendary sacred tree in the dream world, cultivated by the Silver Swordsman since childhood. The life of the Silver Swordsman can almost be written into a novel. It is said that the Silver Swordsman was a bad boy since childhood and accidentally obtained the seeds of the sacred tree Urabatai. With his own efforts and the help of the sacred tree Urabatai, this bad boy became the first swordsman famous throughout the fantasy continent. Because he was often seen using a silver sword and silver armor, the world called him the Silver Swordsman. No one knows his name. No one knows his death. The strength of the Silver Swordsman is said to have reached the pinnacle and reached the realm of God. Therefore, the world also calls him the Silver Sword God. The realm of God transcends the mundane. One person can stop 1,000,000 troops, ordinary people, with extremely powerful strength and a very long life. As long as you don't commit suicide, living for a few thousand years is considered a short life. However, after the Silver Swordsman appeared out of nowhere and helped the first monarch of the kingdom of Amiruman, to establish the kingdom of Amiruman, he disappeared after only a few hundred years. With the disappearance of the Silver Swordsman, a rumor about the Silver Swordsman and Urabatai spread silently throughout the Dream Continent. Standing on an ancient tree hundreds of meters away from Urabatai, Xingye frowned as he looked at Urabatai, whose waist was at least 10 meters thick. He never expected that the area within several thousand meters around Urabatai was a no-fly zone. In addition, there was another thing that made him cautious. At this time, many people gathered around Urabatai, and they were vaguely divided into three forces. Gapos and his 3,000 people from Guyan City, hundreds of fighting warriors, magicians and black wizards who seemed to be casual cultivators, and Taberna, the lord of Baron City in the Yamaruman Kingdom, and his 2,000 soldiers. At this time, the entire scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Because there were so many people here, the dangerous atmosphere even scared away the monsters within several thousand meters. The monsters that did not run or escaped were all killed by the people from these three parties. Tubner, I didn't expect that the Amaruman Kingdom would only send you a person with only the strength of a war master. It seems that no one will get the silver sword and silver armor this time. Gabosi sat on a forest wolf that was 7 or 8 meters long and 3 or 4 meters high and smiled at Tubner. Although there were many independent cultivators, Gabosi knew that the only ones who could pose a threat to him here were Tubner and his 2,000 Amiruman Kingdom soldiers. Although the independent cultivators' individual strengths were generally high, they were not much of a threat at all when they were fighting on their own. It was no problem for his 3,000 troops to destroy these independent cultivators, but in this case his losses would also be considerable, and the people of the Amiruman Kingdom would benefit. That's not necessarily true. Tubner sat on a unicorn. His tone was calm, and he said lightly, "After all, as long as this city lord wants, these people will become this city lord's helpers. Do you think it's right or wrong? After all, the Demon Spirit Empire is really famous." Tebner emphasized the word famous. How could Gaboshi not hear that Tebner meant that his Demon Spirit Empire was notorious? As long as Tebner wanted, he could unite these scattered cultivators to deal with the people of his Demon Spirit Empire first. When Gaboshi left the city, he really just wanted to search for Daxiong. Who knew that halfway through the search, he suddenly saw the sacred tree Ulabatai appear? He immediately thought of the task given to him by the Demon Spirit Emperor, so he decisively gave up the search for Daxiong and rushed to Ulabatai. Looking at the sacred tree Ulabatai emitting dazzling light, Gaboshi had no intention of snatching the silver sword and silver armor. It was not that he didn't want to rob it, but that he couldn't. Ulabatai, which exudes a sacred aura, can be approached by people with evil aura, but that's all. Therefore, there was only one thing that Gapos had to do when he came here, and that was to stop everyone present from climbing Urabatai. The appearance of the sacred tree Urabatai was limited in time, and it would automatically disappear after dawn, so he only needed to guard the sacred tree Urabatai here until dawn, and his mission would be completed. If the sacred tree Urabatai is really said, it is actually not that mysterious. Hundreds of years after the disappearance of the Silver Swordsman, Urabatai has also appeared several times in various places in the Dream Continent, but no one has obtained the silver sword and silver armor and become the legendary Silver Swordsman. I have heard this kind of threat many times, but without exception, those who said this to me died in the end. Gapos sneered, not wanting to waste any more time. Kill! With an order, thousands of troops behind him quickly rushed towards Taberna and the troops behind him. In the forest, there are naturally many obstacles such as trees and grass. However, although these obstacles will cause certain inconvenience to people's actions, they will not play a decisive role in determining the outcome, provided that no one sets an ambush in advance. Gaboshi did not deal with the scattered cultivators first, because he did not want to be besieged by a joint attack. He still had some intelligence. Although the people of the Demon Spirit Empire practiced very evil, it must be said that the benefits of this practice are also obvious. Not only did their cultivation level improve quickly, but their strength was also much stronger than that of people of the same level. Taberna looked at the soldiers who were almost on the verge of collapse. While feeling heartbroken, there was no time to delay. Please welcome Lord God of War Uni. As Taberna's voice fell, a strong pressure quickly swept over, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. Almost everyone present felt this suffocating pressure. Xingye was the same. However, as the partial master, within the 10-meter area, the pressure only lasted for a moment, and then disappeared. Under the gaze of everyone, a middle-aged man in golden armor walked out from behind an inconspicuous tree, and then walked into the air step by step as if he was walking on a staircase. This man can actually fly? Xingye was somewhat puzzled and shocked. Could it be that as long as one's strength reaches a certain level, one can be free from the restrictions of the no-fly zone? Gapos's eyes fixed. Ha! For such an important matter as the birth of Urabatai, how could the great king of clan only send someone as insignificant as me? Taberna looked at Gapos's solemn expression and couldn't help but sneer. Who is the villain? Xingye was speechless. It is said that villains die because they talk too much, but why do the people on the side of the Amiruman kingdom talk more than the people on the side of the Demon Spirit Empire? I didn't expect that the Amiruman kingdom would actually send him here. Gapos felt a heavy pressure. God of War Oni, the first fighting force in the Amiruman kingdom. With the strength reaching the half-step god realm, he can already initially borrow the power of heaven and earth. And he, the second demon general under the Demon Spirit Emperor, is now only a high-level warrior, and the level above the high-level warrior is the legendary realm of God. Warrior, War Master, War General, God of War, the four realms of Dreamland. Under the pressure of Oni, almost everyone could not move, and those who were not within the range of the pressure could move, but did not dare to move. Kang! Oni pulled out the golden sword from his waist and swung it casually, and a sword energy dozens of meters long swept across the sky. In an instant, countless trees were cut off, and countless 3,000 troops under Gapos were killed and injured. The demigod is so terrifying, and Gapos vomited blood and was seriously injured under Oni's special care. The current battle situation is obvious, and the Demon Spirit Empire will definitely lose. And relatively speaking, Xingye still hopes that the so-called righteous side of the Yamaruman kingdom will win. Who hurts my people from the Demon Spirit Empire? Just when everyone present thought that the battle was settled, a gloomy voice spread throughout the world. The sky and earth that was originally illuminated by the blue moonlight suddenly became dark, and countless black clouds instantly covered the sky above everyone, with lightning flashing from time to time in the black clouds. A pressure that was even more terrifying than O'Neill's swept over along with the gloomy words. This time, everyone present was directly pressed to the ground by this sweeping pressure. Oni was better and did not fall down, but he was also suppressed by the powerful pressure and could not fly, and fell to the ground. A figure exuding an evil aura suddenly appeared above everyone. No one dared to look at this figure, but everyone guessed who this person was. The Demon Spirit Emperor, Otrum, a true god-level powerhouse, and the only god-level powerhouse in the Dreamland. Only a true god-level powerhouse can cause such a strange phenomenon in the world. Welcome to the Emperor. Feeling that the pressure around him had decreased a lot, Gapos stood up and knelt on one knee, leading the remaining people from Guian City to shout loudly, with a respectful and pious voice. For the people of the Demon Spirit Empire, the Demon Spirit Emperor is their belief. Xingye looked at Urabatai, who was unique in the darkness and still exuded a soft light, and then looked at the Demon Spirit Emperor shrouded in the dark aura. There is something wrong with this script. Why did the Demon Spirit Emperor come out at this time? Did his butterfly effect push the plot to the finale? But he seems to have done nothing yet. Xingye's brows were furrowed into the shape of a character. At present, he has no way to deal with the Demon Spirit Emperor. He couldn't even defeat the Black Magic Eagle before, let alone the big boss of the dream world, the Demon Spirit Emperor. Isn't this going to kill him? Of course, as long as the Demon Spirit Emperor comes within 10 meters of him, no matter whether you are the Emperor of covering the sky or the Emperor of covering the earth, you are just an ant. However, this is not what he wants. The result is unpredictable, and the initiative is not in his hands. Alas, Xingye sighed. The Demon Spirit Emperor is worthy of being the strongest person in the Dream Continent today, but in a moment, more than 90% of the Yamiruman Kingdom and the scattered cultivators died. Looking at this scene, Hoshino suddenly thought of Nobita. Could it be that Nobita, since he was too far away from those casual cultivators, he didn't know whether Nobita was among them? But thinking about what kind of person Nobita was, he would definitely be fine. In fact, Nobita and the other two were indeed fine. They were delayed for too long on the road because of Nobita, so they didn't arrive in time to see the black clouds covering the sky and the sun from afar. Nobita and the other two were naturally not fools. They stopped immediately and fled in the opposite direction. After a few breaths, only the Demon Spirit Emperor and Gapos and others were left out of the thousands of people who were originally present. Except for Oni, who was controlled by the Demon Spirit Emperor and planned to be taken back for research, all the others were completely dead. In front of the powerful strength of the Demon Spirit Emperor, there was no such thing as pretending to be dead. After hiding for so long, it's time to come out, right? This is the first time I've seen someone who is not afraid of my pressure. Xingye's heart trembled. He didn't expect that he would be discovered. However, thinking about the strength of the Demon Spirit Emperor in the dream world, it was normal. At this time, Xingye was only a few hundred meters away from Urabatai. Although there were layers of obstacles and he couldn't fly, he arrived next to Urabatai in just a few breaths with his speed, dozens of meters in front of the Demon Spirit Emperor. System, sign in. The moment Xingye arrived next to Urabatai, he signed in without hesitation. You give me a very strange feeling. In my eyes, you are just an ordinary person, but you give me a very strange feeling. This feeling gave me the first premonition that I must not get close to you, otherwise I will die. It's really strange, huh? Xingye was shocked. He was invincible within a radius of 10 meters, but he could be noticed by others? But why didn't those people notice it before? Is it because of the special nature of the Demon Spirit Emperor? After his trump card was revealed, Hoshino felt flustered for a moment. But looking at the sign-in panel in front of him, Hoshino's heart immediately calmed down. Sign-in location, sign-in type. Sign-in item, Silver Sword God card. Within 3 minutes, the host will have the strength of a peak Silver Swordsman, and the duration is 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the host will be improved to a certain extent in all aspects, and at the same time, the Silver Swordsman's lifelong swordsmanship insights will be obtained. The villain dies because of talking too much, and the righteous also die because of talking too much. Hoshino didn't want to talk to the Demon Spirit Emperor, and silently said in his heart, "Use the Silver Sword God card." The next second, a pillar of light suddenly fell from the sky and instantly enveloped Hoshino. Hoshino's figure floated up, and 2 streams of light shot out from the top of Urabatai. The silver armor automatically merged with Hoshino, and the silver sword was held in Hoshino's hand. Under the impact of the pillar of light, more than half of the black clouds in the sky disappeared instantly. No, this breath! The Demon Spirit Emperor felt this breath that made him tremble a little. In addition to fear, there was also a strong disbelief in his heart. Impossible, impossible! How could a silver swordsman with peak strength appear? Even if someone inherited the Silver Swordsman's silver sword and silver armor, it would be the best if he could reach the early stage of the God Realm. The Demon Spirit Emperor tried to interrupt Xingye's inheritance ceremony, but it was useless. After a few breaths, Xingye, who had already transformed, and was wearing silver armor and holding a silver sword, floated quietly in the air and stood not far in front of the Demon Spirit Emperor. The Warcraft Forest is one of the forbidden areas in the fantasy continent. It is said that there are Warcrafts that are powerful enough to rival high-level warriors. There are even legendary beasts, but these are just rumors after all. At present, the only recognized God Realm powerhouse in the fantasy continent is the Demon Spirit Emperor. The night of the Warcraft Forest should be very quiet, but tonight, the silence of the Warcraft Forest was broken again and again. Many powerful humans entered the Forest of Monsters in order to find the legendary sacred tree Urabatai and become the legendary Silver Swordsman, a powerful god in the realm of gods. After a one-sided massacre, almost all the powerful humans who entered the Forest of Monsters were killed or injured. As an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, the Demon Spirit Emperor was shocked by the appearance of the Silver Swordsman, but he still quickly adjusted his state. After thousands of years of practice, his strength had already reached the peak of the realm of gods and reached the strength of the Silver Swordsman. Therefore, even if the Silver Swordsman appeared again, the Demon Spirit Emperor was more than frightened but happy. He wanted to prove to the world that the Silver Swordsman was nothing more than that, to hit the morale of the kingdom of Yamiruman and accelerate his process of unifying the entire Dream Continent. Boom! The Demon Spirit Emperor waved the dark scepter in his hand, and a dark beam that could turn people into ashes rushed towards Xingye. Xingye felt the powerful force filling his whole body, and he had no doubt that at this time he was enough to split the mountain and cut the river with one sword. This was not his illusion, but he really had the strength of a peak Silver Swordsman. Looking at the attack launched by the Demon Spirit Emperor, Xingye blocked it with a silver sword. Because there was only 3 minutes of transformation time, Xingye did not dare to delay. He closed his eyes and the cloak behind him fluttered without wind, released his hand holding the silver sword, and the silver sword slowly floated in front of him. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. With a command, the silver sword was divided into two into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of silver swords were all around Xingye. The next second, tens of thousands of silver swords were all integrated into the silver sword in front of Xingye and finally gathered into an extremely huge silver sword. The Demon Spirit Emperor looked at this scene and his eyelids jumped. Who would directly use a big move right at the beginning? Shouldn't he test it first? What he didn't know was that Xingye, who only had 3 minutes, had no time to play the trick of testing strength with him. The Demon Spirit Emperor waved the dark scepter in his hand, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be attracted by him, all falling down and merging into his dark scepter. The light of destruction. In just a few breaths, the two people's strongest attacks had already gathered. At this moment, both of them believed that they would never lose. At this moment, the two people's eyes met, and they seemed to see the strong fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Boom! The two attacks that were enough to easily destroy several mountains finally met. For a moment, it seemed that the world was still. Then a violent wave broke out from the center of the two people, sweeping thousands of meters in radius. Within 1,000 meters, everything was destroyed. The earth collapsed, and the grass and trees turned to ashes. A strange light enveloped Urabatai, making Urabatai unscathed under this attack. Ahem. Ahem, it's impossible. How can your strength be stronger than the peak of the God Realm? The Demon Spirit Emperor showed a shocked look on his face. The strength of the peak of the God Realm, this is already the ceiling of the Dream Continent. So far, he is the only one who is recognized as a strong man in the God Realm in the Dream Continent. Moreover, he has reached the final stage of the God Realm. If he goes one step further, he can break the restrictions of the entire world and leave this world. However, with such strength, he is still no match for Xingye, who has transformed into a silver swordsman. Could it be that the reason why the silver swordsman disappeared was because he had broken through the God Realm, broke the restrictions of heaven and earth, and entered a higher plane? The Demon Spirit Emperor was really scared. If not, he really couldn't understand why Xingye, who only inherited the silver swordsman's silver sword and silver armor, was so outrageously strong. Xingye didn't want to talk nonsense. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. The Demon Spirit Emperor, don't you know I'm a villain? Leave me some time to say my last words. The Demon Spirit Emperor had no fluctuations in his heart. He rolled up Gapos and others below, and threw them directly to where Xingye was, and a mysterious magic array suddenly appeared under his feet. Oh no, the demon spirit emperor is trying to escape. Xingye was shocked. He only had this one chance. If the demon spirit emperor didn't die, he would probably come to trouble him later, but he couldn't stop. There was another earth-shaking explosion. Gaboshi and others died without any surprise, and the demon spirit emperor had disappeared. Xingye activated his perception to explore, and there was no trace of the demon spirit emperor within thousands of meters. Ah! Xingye sighed and fell from the sky. He never thought that the demon spirit emperor would sacrifice Gaboshi and others to save himself. The main reason was that he had too little combat experience and didn't know much about the evil of human hearts. The 3 minutes were soon up, and the silver sword and silver armor automatically turned into 2 streams of light and flew back to the top of Urabatai. The aura on Xingye's body dropped rapidly. After a few breaths, Xingye once again became that ordinary person. But Xingye could feel that his qualities in all aspects had been greatly improved. System. Call up my character panel. Host. Physical strength, 10. Mental strength, power, water power D level, space power, time power, first order. Current enlightenment. Swivel. Entry, familiar, proficient, master. Sword intention, 10,000 swords return to the origin. Sword god, human sword unity. Sword Tao, one of the great ways. Backpack, 1 cubic meter, number of sign-ins remaining today. It has reached a physical fitness 10 times that of an ordinary person. Xingye was a little surprised, but more of a surprise. He was melancholy when he thought of the power that he had mastered before when he transformed into a silver swordsman, which could split mountains and open seas at will. The power that was enough to destroy the world was what he longed for, but he had to eat 1 bite at a time and walk 1 step at a time. Xingye believed that he would be able to achieve the powerful power of the silver swordsman in a short time. Master-level swordsmanship perception. Xingye closed his eyes and countless swordsmanship perceptions flooded into his mind. The mysteries contained in them amazed him. But how can you let a person without fighting spirit use these perceptions? Without fighting spirit, other true chi, spiritual energy, etc. will also work. Just when Xingye was distressed, a stream of light fell from the top of Ulabatai and floated in front of him. Xingye was stunned, and the stream of light in front of him had already rushed into his sea of consciousness. Xingye was shocked, but then he calmed down. Because he felt a sense of kindness from this light ball, it would not pose any threat to him. Before Xingye had time to check what the light ball in the sea of consciousness was, Ulabatai next to him suddenly disappeared, which surprised Xingye. Coming back to his senses, Xingye checked the light ball in the sea of consciousness and found that it was actually a fighting spirit technique. By practicing this Do-Chi technique, his strength is enough to reach the peak silver swordsman's strength, provided that he has the talent to practice Do-Chi. Xingye's mouth twitched. This Do-Chi technique looks really powerful. After all, it is a technique that can be practiced to the peak silver swordsman's strength. But if you want to practice to the peak silver swordsman's strength, who knows how many years it will take. Even if he is gifted, it is estimated that he will have to practice for more than 10 or 20 years. With such a long time, if he didn't have a system, he would definitely practice. After all, he can only become stronger in this way, but he has a system. His speed of becoming stronger cannot be said to be different every day, but it will definitely not be slow. So the question is, why does he want to practice such a slow Do-Chi technique? He has many choices, and this Do-Chi technique is just one of his choices. Xingye shook his head and checked the Do-Chi technique in his sea of consciousness. Technique, Silver God Technique. Introduction. The self-created technique of the Silver Swordsman practicing to the peak is enough to break the limitations of this world and enter the higher plane. Higher plane? Xingye frowned. What is a higher plane? According to its meaning, the earth is the so-called secular world, and the dream world is the cultivation world. Is there a fairy world, god world, holy world, or something like that? Xingye can only speculate based on some novels he has read in his previous life, but he doesn't know what the truth is. After all, those novels are fictional. But, think about it, this world even has big demons and so on, so it seems normal to have some so-called higher planes. It's just that these so-called higher planes are not necessarily the fairy world, the god world or something, and they may also be worlds that Xingye has never heard of. However, None of this matters at the moment. His current strength is still too weak. Even if he knows these, what good will it do him? It will only add to his troubles. Looking at the god of war Oni lying on the ground and falling into a coma, Xingye left here in a few flashes. There is no need for him to kill people casually, but he can't be killed either. Staying here is really no good for him. What did you say? Save people? He is not stupid enough to that extent. Strange, why did the dream machine lose its signal just now? Sitting in front of the dream machine, looking at the display screen that had restored the picture, Doraemon was a little confused, because his vision was always on Nobita. He had no idea what happened in Hoshinoff. Don't run away. Can you take a rest first? Nobita panted heavily, leaned on a big tree and said weakly to Snemis and Jatos. Alas, it's not good for ordinary people to be servants. I have to find an opportunity to change to a servant with some strength in the future. Take a rest first. Jatos said to Snemis and Nobita. Although he has a carefree personality and violent means of dealing with things, he still has nothing to say about his own people. Ah, thank you so much. After hearing what Jatos said, Nobita was immediately discouraged and slumped beside the tree. Snemis also chose a big tree and sat down with his back against it. I don't know what happened to the sacred tree Urabatai, but such a horrible scene appeared. Alas, it seems that the silver sword and silver armor are not meant for me. Snemis glanced at the direction where Urabatai was and said sadly, Ouch, it hurts. Snemis touched his head and shouted, Humph, the silver sword and silver armor are not meant for you, they all belong to me. Jatos shook his hand that knocked Snemis and snorted at Snemis. You? Look, what is that? Huh? Jatos and Snemis looked in the direction that Nobita's finger pointed, and then they saw a towering tree, Urabatai. This is Urabatai? Jatos said with a stutter. He felt like he was dreaming. How could Urabatai suddenly appear here? And he appeared behind them less than 50 meters away? Could it be that he was chosen by Urabatai, and would definitely become the man of the silver swordsman? Jatos's hands began to tremble with excitement. Snemis also climbed up, and was very excited when he saw Urabatai not far behind him. Among all the people present, Nobita was probably the calmest one. Under Nobita's gaze, Jatos and Snemis rushed towards Urabatai at the fastest speed in their lives and then began to climb. After a while, two had climbed more than 10 meters, but compared to the towering Urabatai, the distance they climbed was too insignificant. Nobita was a little anxious, and after a short rest, he ran to Urabatai and also began to climb. You actually want to snatch the inheritance of the silver swordsman from me. Don't you want to live? Jatos was furious as he looked at Snemis climbing up like a monkey. Lolulu, I just don't want to live anymore. What can you do to me? Snemis stood on a thick branch and laughed at Jatos below. You! Jatos was so angry, but he couldn't pull his hands away to teach Snemis a lesson, so he could only be furious. Snemis looked at Jatos with disdain. As long as he got the inheritance of the silver swordsman, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Jatos? In this case, why should he be so polite to Jatos? Thinking of this, Snemis continued to climb. Nobita looked at the towering Urabatai. When he thought that he had to climb to the top of such a tall tree to get the inheritance of the silver swordsman, he felt panic in his heart and felt weak all over. However, Nobita still gritted his teeth and climbed up, but what made Nobita desperate was that no matter how many meters he climbed, as long as he stopped climbing, he would automatically slide down. Nobita was desperate. He felt that he might not be able to inherit the silver swordsman, but he still gritted his teeth and made a final attempt. As expected, he still failed. After several attempts, Nobita felt that his mouth was dry and he was also very thirsty. So he walked quickly in the direction of the sound of running water, wanting to drink some water to quench his thirst. Amiruman Kingdom, the palace. A young girl was staring at the middle-aged man in front of her with wide eyes and resentment. The girl was dressed very delicately, wearing a gorgeous red robe, which was embellished with dozens or hundreds of colorful and delicate gems. Xingye, this is such a good thing. You know, that is the legendary silver swordsman. If your father betroths you to the silver swordsman, it will not only relieve the crisis of my Amiruman kingdom, but also make you the happiest woman in the world. Clan looked at Xingye standing on the balcony with an angry face and persuaded her. Marry me if you want. Anyway, I won't marry someone I've never met, even if this person is a world-famous silver swordsman. Asshole, you have to marry me whether you want to or not. Bang! Kellen stopped talking nonsense. He had been persuading her for several days, but Xingye just wouldn't listen, so he simply stopped persuading her and slammed the door and walked out. "Watch the princess. Don't let her go out," Kelon ordered the two fully armed guards standing at the door. "Yes, your majesty." Woo-woo. Seeing that her father, who had always loved her since she was a child, was now so cruel to her and asked her to marry a man she had never seen, Xingye finally couldn't help crying. An idea in her heart that was not firm at first suddenly became firm at this moment. What? Princess Xingye disappeared? Hearing the guard's words, Kelon was shocked. He had already announced to the world that whoever could solve the demon spirit emperor could marry Princess Xingye. Now that Princess Xingye had escaped, wouldn't this make him lose his credibility with the world? Moreover, in his opinion, only the Silver Swordsman could solve the demon spirit emperor. In this way, wouldn't he have offended the Silver Swordsman? He rushed to Princess Xingye's residence and saw that the room was indeed empty. Kelon almost fainted. He went to the balcony and found that Princess Xingye had escaped from here by a rope. The fact that Princess Xingye escaped from the palace must not be leaked. It's just strange that the palace guards are so strict. How did she escape? Kelon was very confused, and then issued a secret order to search for Princess Xingye. Walala! Daxiang pushed aside the grass in front of him, and a river reflecting the hazy moonlight in the moonlight was reflected in his eyes. Ah, it's so cool. Daxiang squatted down, scooped up some cool river water with both hands, and drank it all. Hey, what is this? Looking at a lake surface emitting a faint light in the lake, Daxiang walked to the side of the emitting light lake surface in confusion. This is definitely not the reflected moonlight. You have to know that the moon hanging in the sky is a blue moon, and the light it emits is also blue, but the light emitted from the river at this time is actually a faint yellow light. Nobita reached his hand into the lake and touched something. Then he lifted the thing up, and then he was stunned. The thing in the lake that emitted a faint yellow light turned out to be the deflated moon that saved his life before. Nobita looked at the towering Urabatai not far away, and then looked at the deflated moon next to him, and an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. After more than 10 minutes of climbing, Jados and Snemis had come to a place more than 100 meters high in Urabatai. It's not that they don't want to climb higher, but the higher they climb, the harder it is, and the difficulty is not calculated as 1 + 1, but it is doubled. Not only do they have to overcome the fear of heights, but they also have to have sufficient physical strength and flexible climbing skills. Once they fall from a height of 100 meters, they will definitely not be able to withstand it with their physical fitness, and they will probably be smashed into meat patties. As for the field of vision, under the light emitted by Urabatai, this is not a problem at all. Ha ha ha, big fool, you can't catch up with me, right? Snemis sat on a thick branch and laughed at Jatos. You? Jatos wanted to say something harsh, but felt that it would only waste his energy, so he swallowed back the words he was about to say. Seeing this scene, Snemis was even happier, but he was not happy anymore. Jatos used his hands and feet, and a few seconds later, Jatos also came to a thick branch. You? How could you do this? Snemis looked at Nobita, who was sitting on the fake moon only 4 or 5 meters away from him, and was shocked. Isn't this cheating? Jatos was also dumbfounded when he saw this scene. They climbed up here step by step with great effort, and their servant Nobita, who didn't know where he found a flying fake moon, caught up with them in a very short time. Urabatai's no-fly zone had no effect on the fake moon. Ha ha! You two! I'll go up first! The Silver Swordsman is mine! Nobita said with a bit of a punch. After he used the cloth strips in the package to cover the leaking part of the fake moon really flew up as he thought. Hearing Nobita's arrogant words, Snemis and Jatos woke up at the same time, and then they regretted it. Just now, both of them actually had the opportunity to jump onto Nobita's fake moon, but they were stunned and missed such a good opportunity in vain. Then Jatos and Snemis could only watch Nobita flying higher and higher on the fake moon, and finally disappeared in the clouds. Ah! Jatos and Snemis sighed at the same time, knowing that there was no hope, so they simply sat down to rest. But the two of them immediately thought of something, and hurriedly took out the rope they had prepared long ago, tied it to the branches under their feet, and then climbed down along the rope. Because they used a special method of knotting ropes, after they came down, they skillfully pulled the tightly tied rope and it loosened directly, so the two of them went back and forth like this. What they want now is to snatch the silver sword and silver armor from Nobita's hands. The silver sword and silver armor will indeed improve the heir in all aspects. But this kind of improvement is also limited. They think that ordinary people like Nobita are still useless even if they get the silver sword and silver armor. They still have a chance. Nobita rode the fake moon and quickly passed through the layers of clouds and mist to the top of Urabatai. When he saw the top of Urabatai, a canopy several meters wide, Nobita jumped from the fake moon into the huge canopy. The fake moon continued to rise, and suddenly at a certain moment it flashed and disappeared. Hey, where are the silver sword and silver armor? After landing, Nobita looked around, but did not find any trace of the silver sword and silver armor. Could it be in this box? Nobita walked to a golden treasure chest with some uncertainty. In the entire huge tree canopy, only the treasure chest in front of him could possibly contain the silver sword and silver armor. Just as Nobita was thinking, the golden treasure chest in front of him suddenly opened with a bang, and a light that almost blinded Nobita's eyes shot out from the treasure chest. Nobita closed his eyes, and when he felt the light was a little smaller, he opened his eyes again, and then found that the silver sword and silver armor were indeed lying in the treasure chest. Nobita happily took out the silver armor and put it on himself, and then took out the silver sword and held it in his hand. After doing all this, Nobita felt that his whole body was filled with inexhaustible, powerful strength. But how can I get down? After playing with the silver sword for a few times, Nobita put it back into the scabbard. Looking at the fake moon that had long disappeared, he felt distressed. He didn't dare to climb down from such a high place. Just as Nobita was thinking, a sound suddenly came from the golden treasure chest in front of him, which scared Nobita so much that he stepped back and almost fell. After a while, he found that there was nothing unusual. Nobita carefully came to the golden treasure chest again, and then found that there was a bottomless pit in the golden treasure chest, and a gentle voice sounded at the same time. Respected silver swordsman, this is the passage to the bottom. You can go down from here. Nobita, who was still vigilant about the bottomless pit, immediately relaxed and jumped into the golden treasure chest without hesitation. Nobita only felt that he had taken a very short slide, and when he could see again, he had already reached the bottom of Urabatai. You really came out! Look at the sword! Jatos and Snemis looked at Nobita, who suddenly appeared in front of them in a silver suit, and their eyes almost popped out with envy. Then the two of them chose to besiege Nobita without saying a word. They also wanted to be safe. One person is always not as good as two people. After they defeated Nobita and snatched the silver suit, they would decide who the silver suit belonged to. "Ah, help!" Nobita screamed, and was very scared. He was so scared that he almost dropped the silver sword in his hand. Although he inherited some of the power of the silver swordsman, he did not inherit the swordsman's perception, and he had never experienced this kind of life and death fight. Seeing that Jatos and Snemis had already besieged him, Nobita closed his eyes in despair, and only heard a sound of weapons colliding. When Nobita opened his eyes again, Jatos and Snemis were lying on the ground 4 or 5 meters away from him. What's going on? Nobita was very confused, then stood up and walked towards Jatos and Snemis. You, don't come over here. Jatos and Snemis looked at Nobita, who was walking towards them, and they wanted to cry but had no tears. They never thought that Nobita, who inherited the silver sword and silver armor, would be so perverted. Compared with the useless Nobita before, the current Nobita is more than a world of difference. Seeing that the fear on the faces of Jatos and Snemis did not seem to be pretended, Nobita scratched his head in confusion. What he didn't know was that although he didn't do anything just now, the silver sword would automatically protect its master, as if it had self-awareness. With the fighting skills of the silver sword, plus Nobita's strength comparable to that of a low-level warrior at this time, it was too easy to defeat two people with the strength of only high-level warriors. Even with the help of the silver sword and silver armor, Nobita's strength is enough to match that of a high-level warrior. If it was just Nobita, of course it would be impossible to reach such a level. It's just that Nobita's body is so special. The body plus the silver suit seem to have some kind of chemical reaction, making Nobita a different version of the real silver swordsman. Seeing Nobita getting closer and closer, the fear on the faces of Jatos and Snemis became deeper and deeper, and then the two seemed to have telepathy, and turned their heads to look at each other. If you can let us go, we are willing to be your subordinates. The two knocked their heads on the ground and said in a very firm tone. Jatos and Smith were very uneasy, not knowing whether Nobita would let them go, because they could see that Nobita was so strong at this time that he didn't need the two of them as a burden at all. "What are you talking about? Aren't we friends?" Nobita looked at Jatos and Snemis, who were kneeling in front of him, knocking their heads and asking him to let them go, and he was very puzzled. He has always regarded Jatos and Snemis as friends. After all, in his subconscious, Jatos is Fat Tiger and Snemis is Tsuneo. It must be said that although Nobita has many shortcomings, such as being timid, once Nobita is bold, he will be terrifyingly bold. Among the three people, Nobita, Fat Tiger, and Tsuneo, the character image shown by Nobita is probably the true portrayal of many people's childhood. Most people are like Nobita, while people like Tsuneo and Fat Tiger are a minority. Of course, this is only in terms of character, human nature, personality, etc. As for grades, they are not considered at all. Jatos and Snemis were obviously stunned when they heard what Nobita said. They really didn't know that Nobita, who had always been regarded as a servant by them, actually thought of them like this in his heart. This made them feel ashamed. After all, the personalities and subconsciousness of the two were set according to the personalities and subconsciousness of Fat Tiger and Tsuneo. "You two, get up." Nobita walked in front of Jatos and Snemis and reached out to personally help Jatos and Snemis, who were kneeling on the ground, up. After being helped up by Nobita, Jatos and Snemis lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look at Nobita, but Nobita didn't care about what happened before and said to them sincerely, "Our mission is to defeat the Demon Spirit Emperor and save the Yamiruman Kingdom, but it is definitely not enough for me alone, so I hope you two can help me, okay?" In the face of major issues, Nobita was still able to recognize himself and stay sober for a short time. Hearing Nobita's sincere words, Jatos and Snemis raised their heads in unison and looked at Nobita in disbelief. Neither of them expected that Nobita would be so remiss. They knew that Nobita was a silver swordsman, and in their subconscious, the silver swordsman would definitely be able to defeat the Demon Spirit Emperor. As followers of the silver swordsman, they will surely receive a huge reward from His Majesty the King after defeating the Demon Emperor. How could they not be excited? "I am willing to serve you." Jatos and Snemis knelt on one knee, put their hands on their chests, and said to Nobita with great piety. At this moment, the first ray of sunlight in the morning shot out from the eastern horizon, and Urabatai also turned into a sky full of light points and slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing this magical scene, Nobita, Jatos, and Snemis all felt a strong shock. Such a large, towering ancient tree actually disappeared just like that. Through the display screen of the Dream Machine, when Doraemon saw the scene of Nobita conquering Jatos and Snemis, he was very excited. Nobita really grew up. But what Doraemon didn't know was that this was only Nobita's short growth. If Nobita wanted to grow up to the point where he could stand on his own, it would take not only a long time, but also many unforgettable things for Nobita. Seeing what Nobita did in the dream world, Doraemon's heart began to stir, and it was already past 1 in the morning, and he was too sleepy. So Doraemon made a decisive decision, stick the antenna on his forehead, and then fell in front of the Dream Machine and fell asleep. As for the fact that it was night on the Earth and early morning on Nobita's side, Doraemon didn't think there was anything wrong. First, it was already night when Nobita went there, and second, in Doraemon's view, the time in the dream was different from the time flow in the real world. Isn't this normal? Listening to Jatos and Snemis calling him, Nobita didn't ask them to correct it, because even if he said it, Jatos and Snemis probably wouldn't dare to call him by his name directly, and it was unrealistic to say that he had no complaints about the previous things. "Get up, our next mission is to find the Demon Emperor, defeat him, and save the kingdom of Amiruman." Nobita looked at the rising sun on the horizon, and suddenly felt that his chest was filled with endless pride. Rustle! Suddenly, the bushes in front of Nobita, Jatos, and Snemis shook violently, and for a moment, the three of them were facing a formidable enemy. Doraemon? Civet Cat Monster? When they saw the person jumping out of the bushes, Nobita, Jatos, and Snemis shouted in surprise. Under the vigilant gaze of the three, Doraemon, wearing a pointed magic hat and riding on a flying broom, flew out of the bushes. "Who is the raccoon cat? I am a cat-shaped robot from the 22nd century." Doraemon jumped off the flying broom and stood in front of Jatos and Snemis, who said, "Raccoon Cat Monster," with an indignant look on his face. "Cat-type monster? But can monsters practice magic? Isn't the magic of monsters innate? Looking at Doraemon in a magic outfit, Snemis was a little uncertain and said several doubts in his mind. That's true, and this is the first time I've seen a talking monster. It is said that only legendary beasts can talk. Could this be a cat-shaped beast? Jato said half-guessingly. Of course, the two of them couldn't understand what Doraemon said, so they could only interpret Doraemon's words and actions with their own cognition. This completely made Doraemon speechless. Doraemon simply ignored the two of them, walked in front of Nobita and said hello to him. Doraemon, why are you here? It's boring just watching you play, and I was so sleepy that I came. Doraemon scratched his head and said to Nobita with some embarrassment. That's great. Now with you, Doraemon, our team has 4 people. In this way, we will definitely be able to defeat the Demon Emperor and save the kingdom of Amiruman, Nobita said confidently. There was one more thing he didn't say in his heart, and then marry Shizuka, who became a princess. Then where should we go next, and what should we do? Doraemon asked Nobita. The tape about Dream 3 Swordsman World only briefly introduced the story background of this world. There was no detailed explanation of where the Demon Emperor was, and they still needed to explore it themselves. I don't know much either. This time it was Nobita's turn to be embarrassed. He always thought about defeating the Demon Emperor, saving the kingdom of Amiruman, and then marrying Shizuka. But in the end, he didn't even know where the Demon Emperor was. Do you two have any good opinions and suggestions? Just when Nobita was feeling distressed, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Jatos and Snemis standing silently by the side, so he asked with expectation. Without Nobita's permission, Jatos and Snemis didn't dare to speak casually. Now, hearing Nobita's question, Snemis quickly said what he had prepared long ago. My lord, as a silver swordsman, you have the courage of 10,000 men. I think the Demon Spirit Emperor is not your opponent. But in everything, it's better to be safe than sorry, so I suggest that you go to the Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley? What is that place? Nobita asked, puzzled. It is said that there is an evil dragon imprisoned in the Dragon Valley. As long as you kill the evil dragon and then sprinkle it with the blood of the evil dragon, you can become immortal. If you obtain immortality, coupled with your powerful strength, the Demon Spirit Emperor will not be afraid. There is such a thing? Nobita was a little surprised, and he was thinking in his heart. That is an immortal body. If he has an immortal body, then what is there for him to be afraid of? He will definitely be able to defeat the Demon Spirit Emperor at that time. The rumors of the Dragon Valley are almost known to everyone in the Dream Continent. But Nobita didn't know anything about it, which is really strange. However, Jatos and Snemis didn't dare to say anything about the abnormalities shown by Nobita, and could only hide their doubts in their hearts. Then let's go to the Dragon Valley first, and challenge the Demon Spirit Emperor after we obtain immortality. Nobita just thought for a moment and said to Doraemon, Jatos and Snemis very straightforwardly. Of course, Nobita didn't know where the Dragon Valley was, so he could only let Jatos and Snemis lead the way. Hoshino was flying in the air, looking at the rising sun on the eastern horizon, and then looking at the time displayed on the Dream Watch, and suddenly stopped. It shouldn't be. It's only 1 o'clock in the morning. How come the sun has risen? God has mercy on him. He is really not blind, nor crazy. This strange scene made Hoshino think of the previous incident where the sky changed from day to night in an instant, so it seems normal for the sky to change from night to day in an instant. It's just that the logic is such a logic, but it's a little hard to accept when it becomes a fact. Hoshino just stayed in the air for a while and continued to fly towards the Dragon Valley. If there is no accident, Nobita and others will definitely go to the Dragon Valley, so he only needs to wait in the Dragon Valley. But while flying, Hoshino suddenly stopped. On a steep mountain road, several Minotaur and horse-faced men in black armor were escorting a prisoner van. In the fine iron cage on the prisoner van were several strange people who were unconscious. Their thighs, backs, and even faces were covered with scales similar to fish scales, reflecting the shimmering light under the sunlight. This strange, humanoid creature suddenly made a word emerge in Hoshino's mind: mermaid. In Hoshino's memory, mermaids only appeared in the theatrical version of Nobita's Mermaid Sea Battle, so how could it happen now? No, that's not right. This is not a mermaid. Hoshino reacted suddenly. Although the humanoid creatures in the prisoner van cage not far away had something that looked like fish scales on their bodies, they were generally very different from the mermaids in his memory. Of course, this had nothing to do with him. Hoshino was about to leave here, but his eyes suddenly fixed. In the cage on the prison car, there was actually a normal human girl with long blue hair who seemed to be only 4 or 5 years old. This made Hoshino hesitate. If this little girl was also a monster with fish scales, he would definitely not hesitate at all and would leave here immediately. But this is just an ordinary human girl. As for the fact that the little girl's hair is blue, isn't this normal in the other world? Although he didn't know why a human girl was imprisoned with a group of monsters, he thought it was probably the food prepared by the monsters for these monsters. Alas, Hoshino sighed and decided to save the human girl. He was too kind after all. When a newborn baby died tragically in front of him, he could remain indifferent and let it fend for itself. Well, then he would not be a human anymore. Of course, the main reason was that there were only a few pitiful minotaurs and horse-faced men beside the prisoner car. If there were dozens or hundreds of enemies, he would have run away without saying a word. After all, he was too weak at this time. No matter what time, protecting oneself is always the first priority. After some thought, Xingye finally decided. His figure flashed a few times, and Xingye came to a few meters in front of the minotaurs and other monsters. What? Before the leading minotaurs finished a complete sentence, several minotaurs and horse-faced men, including him, all stopped moving. Time pause, the most buggy method in Xingye's hands at present. With one thought, he got rid of these monsters, and Xingye came to the prisoner car. Monsters like minotaurs and horse-faced men in the Monster Spirit Empire are like ordinary people in the Yamiruman Kingdom. Such monsters are the main component of the Monster Spirit Empire. Unlike Warcraft, monsters also need to learn how to speak. As for why Doraemon was not suspected of being a demon by Jados and Snemis before, the main reason was that demons would rather die than surrender to humans. But the monsters were different. Of course, the most important thing was that in the eyes of Jados and Snemis, how could Nobita be chosen by the sacred tree Urabatai to become a silver swordsman and shoulder the mission of defeating the demon emperor? So how could he collude with demons? Under the spatial suppression of Hoshino, the cage made of fine steel was easily opened by Hoshino. After coming to the side of the blue-haired little girl, after holding the little girl with both hands, Hoshino left here quickly without looking back. As for looting trophies, these demons are poor at first, and it is estimated that they can't find anything good, and Hoshino doesn't want to cause trouble. After he left with the blue-haired little girl, the unconscious fish-scale people in the prison car cage woke up one after another. When they found the blue-haired little girl who disappeared, everyone was silent at first, then fear, and finally anger. A male fish-scale man who seemed to be the leader took out a clear and transparent crystal ball from the bag hanging on the waist of the dead leader, the Minotaur. The remaining fish-scale men saw this scene and took back their own crystal balls from the bags on the waists of the dead Minotaur and horse-faced man. The next second, the 6 fish-scale men present formed a circle. Under the leadership of the leading fish-scale man, each fish-scale man cut his wrist, and then a steady stream of light blue blood flowed out of their wrists. Then, all the fish-scale men put the crystal ball under their cut wrists, allowing the crystal ball to absorb their light blue blood. If it was not necessary, they did not want to do so, but the crystal ball could only be used once every 7 days, and they now had an extremely urgent matter that they had to report to the Emperor of Atlantis immediately. The transparent crystal ball seemed to have no end to the blood it absorbed. No matter how much blood the 6 fish-scale men shed, it would be completely absorbed by the crystal ball without any waste. At the same time, a rope formed by light blue blood connected the 6 crystal balls together. Before long, the faces of the 6 fish-scaled people turned paler than dead people, but their strong physical fitness and tenacious will kept them going. Finally, when one of the fish-scaled people could no longer hold on and was about to collapse, the 6 crystal balls finally absorbed enough blood and stopped absorbing. Wow! 6 crystal balls that had completely turned light blue suddenly rushed to the top of the 6 people's heads, and then each crystal ball dropped a blue beam of light that enveloped the 6 people. The next second, the 6 fish-scaled people and the 6 light blue crystal balls disappeared in this place. The Atlantis continent separated from the Dream continent by the endless deep sea. The Atlantis Empire, the imperial capital. A soldier camp with a flash of brilliant light. 6 fish-scaled people who were about to collapse appeared here. Quick! Quick, take me to see the Emperor. The leading fish-scaled person said angrily to the fish-scaled soldiers around him who were looking at them in surprise. Hearing the words of the leading fish-scale man, the surrounding fish-scale soldiers immediately felt that something was wrong. Two fish-scale men walked out of the surrounding fish-scale soldiers, lifted the leading fish-scale man and ran towards the Crystal Imperial Palace at a high speed. Because the ground was flat and the two fish-scale soldiers who were carrying the man were quite strong, the leading fish-scale man did not feel any bumps and had already arrived at the Crystal Imperial Palace. At this time, Atlantis III and a group of important officials were still holding a morning meeting. You should know that there is only one country in the entire Atlantis continent, and that is the Atlantis Empire. So even if they only discuss the most important things every day, it still takes a lot of time. The leading fish-scale man was carried into the hall. What? The 9th princess is missing? Hearing the report of the leading fish-scale man, Atlantis III, who was sitting on the crystal throne, was furious, and a vast imperial power quickly swept over, and the entire hall almost collapsed because it could not withstand this power. Tickets, what exactly is going on? Atlantis III suppressed his anger and asked the leader of the fish-scale people. The leader of the fish-scale people, who had recovered a little from excessive blood loss, told the whole story. They were originally intelligence personnel sent by the Empire to collect intelligence on the Dream Continent, but they didn't expect that the naughty 9th princess would secretly go to the Dream Continent with them with the help of the secret treasure. When they found the 9th princess, they felt helpless, but there was nothing they could do. They decided to send the 9th princess back immediately without much discussion. In view of their sending the 9th princess back, the Emperor probably wouldn't blame them and would even reward them. Who knew that before their teleportation ceremony began, a group of people with bull heads and horse faces suddenly appeared and surrounded them. In order not to attract attention, they only came with 6 people. Although there were few people, everyone's strength was at least a war master, and the leader of the fish-scale people had been a low-level war general for many years. But there were too many people besieging them. Originally, there were only hundreds of people, but as time went by, the number gradually increased to thousands, including some monsters with the strength of war masters. Although there was no general among them, an ant could still kill an elephant. In the end, the 6 of them plus the 9th princess were exhausted and captured. The monsters were going to send them to the imperial capital to be studied by the demon spirit emperor and receive certain rewards. There is indeed an endless sea between the Atlantis continent and the Dreamland continent, but thousands and tens of thousands of years ago, the 2 continents were actually one continent. At that time, it was an era when the Dreamland world was truly full of talents. Every year, someone broke through the peak of the God Realm and entered a higher plane. The God Realm masters could not be said to be everywhere, but they were not few. At that time, every big family in every empire or country had at least one God Realm master. At that time, magic was also extremely brilliant, and magic teleportation arrays could be seen everywhere on the continent. But every prosperous era will eventually be destroyed, and a world-destroying war that could almost destroy the entire world finally broke out one day. In the end, the entire fantasy continent was broken into 2 pieces. One piece, Atlantis, sank to the bottom of the sea, and the other piece, fantasy, continued to float on the surface of the water. Along with this war, countless powerful gods, secret techniques, and many secrets disappeared. This is why the Demon Spirit Emperor has been unable to make further progress for many years after breaking through the peak of the God Realm. In order to survive, the people on the Atlantis continent began a long evolutionary journey, and most of them eventually evolved into the current fish-scale clan. A small number of people activated the hidden blood in their bodies, the dragon blood. The fish-scale clan can only be civilians in Atlantis. However, this is not fixed. As long as they make significant contributions to the Empire, the fish-scale people can also become nobles, or some mutant fish-scale people with strong strength can also become nobles. Those with dragon blood must be nobles, and at the same time, those with dragon blood are also the imperial clan of the Atlantis Empire. People with dragon blood can exert strength far greater than their own realm. Those with pure dragon blood can even rival some of the early God Realm warriors with the strength of high-level warriors. You know, no matter which era, the God Realm warriors are the top ones. Later, as the strength of the people on the Atlantis continent recovered and improved, countless people wanted to return to the ground again. But at that time, the Atlantis continent was sealed, and no one could get out of the Atlantis continent. Even the top God Realm warriors were no exception. As for the existence stronger than the peak of the God Realm, Atlantis is not without it. The owners of dragon blood rely on their own powerful dragon blood. The peak of the God Realm is no longer their limit. If someone has 100% pure dragon blood, it is not impossible to fight against the people who have just entered the next great realm with the strength of the peak of the God Realm. It's just a pity that except for that extremely glorious era, there has never been a person with 100% pure dragon blood in the entire Atlantis for thousands of years. It is said that such a person can be transformed into a real dragon. Now the owner of the purest dragon bloodline in the whole Atlantis is the 9th princess, whose dragon bloodline purity is as high as 95%, and she is expected to become the strongest person in the history of Atlantis. It is not impossible for her to become the first female emperor in the history of Atlantis. After all, in Atlantis, the succession to the throne depends on strength, and such a person with infinite potential, who is favored by the current Atlantis emperor, you actually told him that the 9th princess is gone? Yes, she is gone. Although this is better than saying that the 9th princess is dead, it is still a bit unacceptable. Atlantis III's face was gloomy and terrible. Everyone in the whole hall felt a strong sense of suffocation, and everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. Very good. Very good. Atlantis III laughed angrily. Collect the magic stones, energy stones in the treasury, and the magic stones and energy stones in the whole country. Find the ancient magic teleportation array that can be used, and attack the Demon Spirit Empire at all costs. Atlantis III said slowly. Although he was really angry, he did not make this decision without a purpose. From the mouth of the leading fish-scale man, they found that the Dreamland, which was about the same size as the Atlantis continent, had only one god-level expert. This was simply outrageous. Of course, they did not completely believe the intelligence that the leading fish-scale man had found out, but they thought that even if there were hidden god-level experts, there would probably not be many. Although there were not too many god-level experts in the entire Atlantis Empire, there were at least double digits, and there were more than a dozen peak god-level experts. With such strength, the Dreamland could be broken with a single finger. As Atlantis III finished speaking, the entire huge state machine began to operate. After speeding all the way, Hoshino soon arrived at the Dragon Valley. Putting the blue-haired little girl on a flat boulder, Hoshino didn't know what to do, and could only wait for the blue-haired little girl to wake up. He checked and found that the little girl was not injured, but she was unconscious for some unknown reason. Roar! A low roar sounded in Hoshino's ears, and Hoshino turned his head helplessly to look at the huge dragon head of the Kraken. Don't you see that there are people here who need to rest? What are you yelling for? The Kraken didn't say anything, but just kept staring at the blue-haired little girl lying on the boulder, which made Hoshino have a bad premonition. You are not going to eat this little girl? Hoshino stuttered a little. This was the first time in his life that he saw someone being eaten alive. But why did he still have a little excitement in his heart? Eat your head. How can this dragon eat dirty humans? Kraken patted Hoshino's shoulder in anger, making Hoshino stagger and almost fall. After regaining his balance, Hoshino felt as if he was scolded by Kraken. I have been looking at her because she gives me a very familiar feeling. But this is a very strange thing, after all. I have never seen her before. Kraken's face was full of doubts. Is that so? Hoshino looked at Kraken's face, which did not seem to be pretended, and could not help but look back and forth between Kraken and the blue-haired little girl. Maybe you were a family 500 years ago. After looking at each other for a few seconds, Hoshino suddenly said to Kraken half-jokingly, Maybe it is true, but it is definitely not 500 years, because 500 years is too short. Looking at Kraken's serious face, Hoshino was suddenly a little speechless, not knowing what to say. After a few seconds of silence, Hoshino's face suddenly changed. I'll go out for a while. You take care of this little girl. Okay. Although he was confused about why Xingye had to go out again just after coming back, Kraken did not refuse and watched Xingye leave the Dragon Valley. After Xingye left the Dragon Valley, Kraken once again set his sights on the blue-haired little girl, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After Xingye left the Dragon Valley, he flew at a high speed. At this time, Xingye's three basic qualities, physical strength, speed, and mental strength, were already 10 times that of ordinary people, and the social order maintenance function of fantasy could only increase 10 times. If possible, Xingye would not plan to activate this function of fantasy again in the future. After all, once it is activated, he may be out of his control. After flying all the way, Xingye successfully arrived at a small town on the edge of the Warcraft forest and took away a set of civilian clothes, a set of fine steel armor, and a fine steel long sword. He said he took it, but he actually bought it. Xingye didn't know what the prices were on the fantasy continent, so he could only give it based on his estimation. In the end, he only had 5 gold coins and 20 silver coins left on him. The armor made of fine steel is already very good. For ordinary warriors, this kind of armor is enough for them to use at the level of War Master or even General. As for the manufacturing materials that are more advanced than fine steel, not only are they very expensive, but the quantity is also very rare. Once they appear, they will be snatched up immediately. They almost never appear in such a border town. The weight of the armor made of fine steel is naturally not very light, but with Xingye's physical fitness at this time, there is no difference between the fine steel armor on his body and ordinary clothes. Buy a set of clothes to change and buy a set of armor to arm himself is what Xingye suddenly thought of. You know, the clothes he wore before were clothes from Earth. If Nobita and Doraemon saw them, what would they think? So he had to change into a set of clothes from this world, and fine steel armor was also necessary. After all, how could he go on an adventure with Nobita and others without making some preparations? In a remote place, Xingye took off his clothes on Earth and put them into the system backpack, then changed into civilian clothes in the dream world and put on fine steel armor. As for whether Hoshino's appearance would confuse Nobita and Doraemon, as long as he didn't say it, Nobita and Doraemon would never guess that he was his. After all, there are so many people who look alike in this world, and in the eyes of Nobita and Doraemon, this is a dream world. After another flight, Hoshino returned to Dragon Valley. When Hoshino returned to Dragon Valley, he found that Kraken and the blue-haired little girl were having a lot of fun. The blue-haired little girl even rode on the head of Kraken's dragon, which almost shocked Hoshino's eyes. How could Kraken let a human little girl run wild in his territory so wantonly? Even if this is just a little girl of 4 or 5 years old, she seems to be cute. But she is not so cute that Kraken changes his principles, right? When he saw Hoshino coming back, Kraken immediately stopped playing with the blue-haired little girl. As a dragon, he still wanted to maintain his dignity in front of outsiders. Although in Hoshino's eyes, he has long lost his dignity. The blue-haired girl riding on the Kraken's head flashed an inexplicable joy in her eyes after seeing Hoshino. Then she jumped down from the Kraken's head, which scared both Hoshino and Kraken. You know, this is a height of 7 or 8 meters, which is about the same height as a 2- or 3-story building. And a little girl who is less than 1 meter tall actually jumped down from such a high place. What consequences? Hoshino came to the bottom of the blue-haired girl in the blink of an eye, trying to catch the blue-haired girl. But Kraken did not react at all. He was really shocked. So are all humans so abnormal? Last time it was Hoshino, and this time it was a blue-haired girl. But the next second, both of them were stunned. The blue-haired girl did a backflip in the air and landed steadily on the ground. She clapped her hands and looked like nothing happened. This situation can only mean one thing. This little girl has started to practice, and her strength is not low. Hoshino's guess was indeed correct. Although the blue-haired little girl is only 4 or 5 years old, with her strong talent and the nourishment of various natural treasures, her current strength has reached that of a high-level warrior. You should know that many humans may not be able to become the lowest-level, low-level warriors in their entire lives, let alone high-level warriors. Who are you? Why do I feel a very familiar breath on you? It's like you are my good friend, but we haven't met before. Anya looked at the boy in front of her, her face full of curiosity, and said a series of words in a soft voice. Familiar again? Xingye frowned. How can a person have a good impression of another stranger who has never met? Unless you are a dragon? Hey, how did you know? Anya was a little surprised. She did not hide it from Xingye. First, she naturally had a good impression of Xingye, and second, she was from the imperial family of Atlantis, and naturally also a dragon. What is there to hide about this well-known thing? Now it was Xingye's turn to be shocked, and he immediately reacted after a few seconds of shutdown. In this case, it makes sense that Kraken is familiar with Anya. After all, they are both dragons and have dragon blood. Hoshino didn't expect that he originally just wanted to save a human, but who would have thought that he would save a dragon? I actually saved a dragon. I don't know if it's good or bad, and what kind of butterfly effect it will cause. Hoshino was very melancholy. He obviously just wanted to participate in the first big adventure with Nobita and others, and then get the system reward. But why is what is happening now completely different from what he imagined? And saving the world is not what he wants. Since this little girl is a dragon, maybe I can learn something about the dragon from her. Hoshino thought silently. My name is Hoshino. What's your name? Looking at the little girl's deep blue eyes like gems, Hoshino asked his first question. Anya. There seemed to be a circle of light spinning in Anya's sapphire eyes, and Hoshino's mind was immediately absorbed by it without any precautions. No, you can't look into her eyes. Hoshino suddenly woke up. Anya actually knows something like illusion, but it seems that she is not very proficient at the moment. The stimulation just now was purely unconscious, and Anya had no ill will towards him. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, he has 10 times the mental power of an ordinary person, so he reacted quickly. This made Hoshino feel the danger of this world again. In the future, he must remain vigilant no matter what the situation is, and he must never relax. It is impossible for him to maintain the highest level of vigilance at all times, as that would consume too much mental power. Yes, I'm sorry. Anya looked at Hoshino's reaction and seemed to understand something. She lowered her little head guiltily, knowing that she had done something wrong again. Anya has long blue hair, dark blue eyes like gemstones, and wears a light blue dress that is not stained with dust. Her skin is delicate and white, just like a real-life Barbie doll. Facing such a cute little girl, Hoshino can hardly get angry at all, so how could he blame her? Besides, it wasn't her fault in the first place. It's okay, I know it's not your fault. Hoshino smiled like an older brother caring for his sister. Hearing what Hoshino said, Anya breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had really done something unforgivable and was forgiven, which made Hoshino burst out laughing. Anya's little face turned red. Next, Hoshino asked Anya some more questions, and Anya answered almost all of his questions. Although Anya was still very young, under the guidance of her teacher, she could still understand some very basic principles, such as not telling her secrets to others. Of course, because she was still too young, she understood very little. Listening to the new words that popped out of Anya's mouth one after another, Hoshino felt that his worldview was shattered with a bang. Atlantis Empire, Crystal Palace, see the light of day again. Who can tell him what all this is about? Xingye took several deep breaths to calm himself down. Kraken, who was next to the two of them, heard what Xingye and Anya said, and his face showed undisguised envy. The world is so big, he also wants to go out and see it. From Anya's mouth, Xingye learned about the cultivation system of this world warrior, war master, war general, god of war, god realm. Before the god realm, each major realm is divided into 3 small realms, low, intermediate, and advanced. After the god realm, there are 4 small realms, initial, intermediate, late, and peak. According to Anya, she now has the strength of a high-level warrior and can deal with dozens of ordinary people. Xingye continued to ask about the next few major realms, and Anya told Xingye everything her teacher said. This is not a secret, and she has nothing to say. War masters can fight hundreds of people, war generals can fight thousands of people, and gods of war can fight at least tens of thousands of people. Naturally, the people here are all ordinary people. Xingye estimated that, apart from his superpowers, he was only as strong as a high-level warrior. With his physical fitness 10 times that of an ordinary person and his master-level swordsmanship, he should be able to fight dozens of people alone, right? Xingye was a little uncertain because he had never been in actual combat. You know, this is different from superpowers. Using superpowers will neither consume his mental energy nor his physical energy. But close combat is different. It will consume his physical energy. If it exceeds a certain limit, it will also consume his mental energy and make him feel tired. According to Anya, she sneaked out. You know, she is the 9th princess of the Atlantis Empire. The princess of the empire was captured, and now she has disappeared. Xingye had a bad premonition in his heart, but he was not afraid in his heart. After all, even if the dream world was destroyed, he could still return to Earth. The current priority is to send Anya back to Atlantis safely, and then he can complete the system's task wholeheartedly. Atlantis. Xingye remembered that the Earth seemed to regard Atlantis as a prehistoric civilization with highly developed technology. But from what Anya said, it seems that this is not the case. Atlantis seems to be a cultivation civilization. Of course, there may not be only one Atlantis. After all, the world is so big, and this is a dream world in the Doraemon world. Even the most coincidental things may happen. Although she has recovered from the nightmare of being besieged and captured alive before, and met such a gentle brother Hoshino, this does not prevent Anya from eagerly wanting to go home. Under Hoshino's gaze, 6 blue ball-sized gems suddenly appeared in Anya's hands. "Do you have a treasure that can store space?" Hoshino asked in confusion. Because he did not find Anya wearing a ring on her finger, nor did he find any storage bag on Anya's body, so he could only guess. In fact, this is Anya's companion space, which exists at birth, and will automatically expand as Anya's mental power increases. It is more than several times stronger than space rings and storage bags. Then Anya took 6 azure gems and arranged them around herself in a regular hexagon. After doing this, Anya closed her eyes and muttered something. 10 seconds later, Anya opened her eyes, her face full of grievance, as if she was about to cry. She just remembered that her god-level teleportation magic set could only be used once every 3 days, and she could only use it again tomorrow. Hoshino looked at Anya, whose expression suddenly changed from excitement to grievance, and hurriedly asked what happened. When he knew that, Anya actually had a movable god-level magic circle that could teleport back and forth between the 2 continents, Hoshino was directly shocked. The distance between the 2 continents is more than 108,000 miles. According to Anya, there is an endless deep sea between the Dream Continent and the Atlantis continent. Although the distance between the 2 continents is shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye under the impetus of the mysterious power, it is estimated that it will take less than a month for the 2 continents to merge into one continent again. But even so, the distance between the 2 continents is unimaginable. Anya had only said that she had secretly followed her guards to the Dreamland, but she had not said how she came or how she would go back. At first, Hoshino thought Anya would use some kind of communication tool to ask someone to send her home, but who would have thought that she actually carried a anywhere door with her? But this anywhere door was a defective version and could only be used once every few days. Anya had no choice but to put the 6 azure gems back into her companion space, and then her big eyes began to roll around, as if she was thinking of something. At the same time, Nobita, Doraemon, Jados, and Snemis finally arrived at the Dragon Valley after a difficult journey. Looking at the Dragon Valley, which was hundreds of meters high, Nobita and the others all showed happy smiles on their faces. They finally arrived at their destination. "Is this the Dragon Valley?" Nobita asked Snemis uncertainly. Although the valley in front of him was not only high but also large in area, it was actually not much different from an ordinary valley. "That should be it." Snemis was a little uncertain because he had never been to the Dragon Valley. The Dragon Valley has accumulated a great reputation in the past countless years. Not only ordinary warriors, but also war masters, generals, and even war gods have fallen in the Dragon Valley. More than a decade ago, there were actually 2 recognized gods in the Dream Continent. One was the demon spirit Emperor Outram, who survived to this day, and the other was Booker, a god in the royal family of the Amiruman Kingdom. In order to defeat the demon spirit Emperor Outram, Booker ventured into the Dragon Valley to kill the evil dragon and gain immortality. But the result was that the strongest man in the Amiruman Kingdom was never seen again. Needless to say, people guessed that Booker, a god in the realm, was probably in danger. And it was after confirming that Booker had completely died, the Demon Spirit Empire began to attack the Amiruman Kingdom. However, the Amiruman Kingdom was once in existence that could fight against the Demon Spirit Empire, and even the Demon Spirit Empire could not easily destroy the Amiruman Kingdom. Under the protection of the national destiny and the capital protection formation, the Demon Spirit Emperor could not directly kill the royal family of the Amiruman Kingdom. In addition, there were some other factors, so the war between the Demon Spirit Empire and the Amiruman Kingdom has been deadlocked for several years. However, the founding time of the Amiruman Kingdom is still too short, and the foundation is insufficient. Even with the backup left by the Silver Swordsman, The Amaruman kingdom has lost 1/3 of its territory by now. When we go in later, you must be careful and don't let the evil dragon find you. Nobita is finally no longer as stupid as he was on Earth, and he has become smart. Yeah. Doraemon, Jatos, and Snemis all nodded vigorously. Alas, it's a pity that I don't have a retrieval bag. Otherwise, I could just use the shrinking lamp to shrink the evil dragon. Do we still need to be so cautious? Doraemon looked at Nobita with an indignant look. This is indeed my fault. Nobita scratched his head embarrassedly. When Doraemon took out the retrieval bag to take out food for them to eat, Nobita felt that this would ruin the atmosphere of the adventure, so he got angry and snatched the retrieval bag from Doraemon's hand and threw it into the sky. As luck would have it, it seemed to be God's will. At this time, a meteor suddenly streaked across the sky and flew away with the retrieval bag, which stunned everyone. God has mercy on me. Nobita really just wanted to vent his dissatisfaction, not to let the retrieval bag fly away and disappear. Doraemon immediately ordered the self-aware flying broom to chase the retrieval bag taken away by the meteor and bring it back. That's why Doraemon didn't have a flying broomstick at this time. In a vast desert that seemed to have no end, Shizuka, who had changed into a suit of armor and dressed as a man, was struggling to trek through the desert. Behind her followed another person who was also dressed in armor and dressed as a man. After walking for a long time, Shizuka finally couldn't hold on any longer and lay down on the sand to rest. A gust of wind and sand blew by, and Shizuka couldn't help but squint her eyes. Bang! The person behind her also couldn't hold on any longer and fell down next to Shizuka to rest. Shizuka turned her head and looked at the girl who looked exactly like her. Even though she had adapted to it for a while, she still felt incredible. After being forced to marry by clan, she was completely determined to escape from the palace. But how could a low-level magician like her escape from the heavily guarded palace? But she didn't want to give up so easily, and just when she was about to fight to the death to start the road to escape, the person who was lying next to her now, the real Princess Xingye, appeared. Yes, the person who took her away from the palace was the self-proclaimed real Princess Xingye, but wouldn't that mean she was a fake? But the real Princess Xingye said that she was also the real Princess Xingye, which made Shizuka confused and felt that even if she had 10 brains, it would not be enough. Finally, when the two verified some private memories, Shizuka was surprised to find that they were exactly the same. This completely overturned Shizuka's cognition. But none of this mattered, as long as they could escape from the palace. So with the strength of the real Princess Xingye, low-level magician, they successfully escaped from the palace. Because the real Princess Xingye used long-distance teleportation magic, it directly drained her mental and magical power, causing her to take a long time to recover. Because she had never used long-distance teleportation magic, for safety, the real Princess Xingye simply chose the maximum power output, which directly led to them being teleported to this uninhabited desert. They were not familiar with this desert at all, so they got lost without any surprise. Each of them only brought a bag of water and a few pieces of dry food. If justice did not come from heaven, oh no, if there was no miracle, they would probably die of thirst in this desert. Xingye, do you think we can get out of this desert alive? Jingxiang looked at Xingye with a wry smile. This was the agreement between them. In order to call each other conveniently, the real Princess Xingye was renamed Xingye, and Jingxiang was still called Xingye. As for how long they would maintain this bizarre situation, according to Xingye, they would be able to return to normal after someone defeated the Demon Spirit Emperor. Although she didn't know why they had to defeat the Demon Spirit Emperor to return to normal, Jingxiang still chose to believe Xingye. After all, Xingye at least took her away from the palace and had no intention of harming her. Boom! Just as the two were lying on the ground, resting with their eyes closed, a huge roar suddenly came from not far behind them, which scared them. Xingye and Jingxiang climbed up and looked at the dust filling the sky behind them, not knowing what to do. After the dust dissipated, the two looked at each other and decided to rush to the place where the loud noise came from. They had a hunch that they might be saved. After Xingye and Xingye walked for more than 10 meters, a huge meteorite crater nearly 10 meters wide and 3 or 4 meters high came into their sight. In the meteorite crater, there was a cracked stone that almost broke at the touch. A purple bag was hanging on the stone. Looking at the purple bag, Xingye and Xingye showed an expression on their faces at the same time. Hope. Xingye walked into the meteorite crater carefully, came to the side of the meteorite, reached out and took the purple bag off the meteorite. Xingye also came to Xingye's side and looked at Xingye with expectation. Under Xingye's gaze, Xingye took out 2 bottles of water and 2 breads from the purple bag one after another, and the 2 immediately devoured them. I didn't expect there was food and water in this bag. Xingye, who was full and satisfied, couldn't help but say to Xingye, "Yes, maybe God wants to save us, so he sent this bag to us." Looking at the meteorite in front of them, which was only a few meters in diameter, Xingye nodded in agreement. Shua? Just as the two were discussing it, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. When they looked up, they saw a flying broom suddenly appear in front of them, and then hook the bag with its head, and then wanted to take the bag away from here. Xingye was shocked. This was the life-saving thing for her and Xingye. How could she let the flying broom take it away? So she grabbed the bag tightly, but her strength was still too weak. Xingye saw that the situation was not right, so she went over to help, but it didn't work. Under the huge force of the flying broom, the 2 were taken up to the sky by the flying broom and flew to an unknown place. Ah! Xingye and Xingye were so scared that their faces turned pale, their eyes were closed, and they didn't dare to look at the scenery below. They could only hold on to the flying broom tightly to prevent themselves from being thrown off. "Hey, what do you think that is?" Suddenly, Snemis pointed at something in the sky that was gradually getting bigger in their field of vision and exclaimed. Nobita, Doraemon, and Jados looked in the direction of Snemis's finger, and Doraemon was overjoyed. "That's my lovely flying broom." A few seconds later, the flying broom came to Doraemon with the bag for picking up things. Doraemon comforted and praised the flying broom, and the flying broom suddenly jumped up and down, seeming very happy. Nobita, Jados, and Snemis came to Xingye and Shizuka, who were almost knocked unconscious. Because Xingye and Shizuka were both women dressed as men, the 3 did not find anything unusual. As for the voice, for the 2 magicians, changing the voice is too simple. Although Xingye could not use magic for a short time, Xingye could. "Who are you and why did you come to us on a flying broom?" Nobita asked Xingye, and Xingye with a curious look on his face. "Who are you?" Xingye did not answer, but asked Nobita and the others first. I am the great silver swordsman Nobita," Nobita said with a smug look on his face, and hearing what Nobita said, Xingye and Xingye both breathed a sigh of relief, and a common idea came to their minds. "Fortunately, I escaped from the palace, otherwise I would have to marry this person who seems to be not very smart. Jatos and I are both followers of the silver swordsman." Snemis had a hint of pride on his face. Xingye and Xingye looked at Snemis, then at Nobita and Jatos, and they were silent. Why do they always feel that this group of people is unreliable? "Are you really a silver swordsman? I heard that silver swordsmen have silver swords and silver armor." Looking at Xingye's face full of doubt, Nobita smiled proudly and drew out the silver sword from his waist. Shua! After a sound of breaking wind, a big tree more than 10 meters away was directly cut in half. The fighting spirit was released, and he must be a strong man at least at the level of a general. Xingye believed it a little bit in her heart, and then she thought that she had not introduced herself yet, so she wanted to speak. But when she thought that she was now a woman dressed as a man, she hurriedly stopped talking, and after thinking for a moment, she introduced herself to Nobita and others. Her name is Kalu, and Xingye is called Carter. Their disguises are different from the ones in Hoshino's previous Life TV series, which can be seen through at a glance. Without close contact and physical contact, the naked eye can't see any difference from other men. After resting for a while, Xingye stood up and asked Nobita, "Where is this place?" Hearing Xingye asking about business, Nobita's face became serious. "This is the Dragon Valley, where the legendary dragon exists. This time, the purpose of me, Jados, and Snemis coming here is to defeat the dragon, gain immortality, and then challenge the Demon Emperor." Dragon Valley? Xingye and Xingye were both surprised. They didn't expect that under the guidance of the flying broom, they would come to this legendary place. "But I have a question." Xingye seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said to Daxiong, "What question?" Daxiong scratched his head in confusion. "Do you have the strength of a god of war?" "What kind of god of war strength?" Daxiong naturally didn't know the realm on the Dream Continent. Looking at this scene, Xingye had a bad premonition in her heart, and then she roughly explained the realm of this world to Daxiong. "Ah, you're talking about this. Isn't it the same as those games? According to what you said, I should have the strength of a general now." When he said this, Nobita was very happy. According to Kalu, people with the strength of a general are famous strong men in the whole continent. But when Xingye heard Nobita's words, it seemed as if the sky had fallen. The silver swordsman, who was praised as the savior of the Yamaruman kingdom, had not even entered the realm of God. How could he defeat the demon spirit emperor and save the Yamaruman kingdom? Although she didn't know the specific strength of the demon spirit emperor, it was definitely not the beginning of the realm of God. The silver swordsman was indeed powerful, but he was not strong enough to cross a major realm and defeat the demon spirit emperor. Jatos and Snemis were stunned when they heard Nobita's words. The silver swordsman they followed did not enter the realm of God, but thinking that Nobita was just an ordinary person before, they were silent. They had always ignored the problem of Doxiong's strength before, or rather, it was not that they ignored it, but that they subconsciously believed that the silver swordsman would definitely be able to defeat the demon spirit emperor, so they did not care about Doxiong's strength. Now Xingye suddenly put this issue on the table, and the two looked at each other and could do nothing but remain silent. "Do you know how strong the demon spirit emperor is?" Xingye looked at Doxiong with a complicated expression. How strong? Doxiong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. A strong man in the God realm, and he has not just entered the God realm, but has entered the God realm for many years. How could it be? If the demon spirit emperor is so strong, wouldn't we be going there to die? Doxiong was stunned, but then he felt it was incredible. If the challenge difficulty of this dream world called Dream 3 Swordsman is so high, how could he become a hero? Birdman and Shiluko lie to him at the beginning? But it doesn't seem like it. Yes, we would just die if we went there. Among our group, you are the strongest, but to the demon spirit emperor, you are just a stronger grasshopper. Just like that, Doxiong and his group were silent. The demon spirit emperor was so powerful that even if they were all drenched in dragon blood and became immortal, they were just immortal grasshoppers to the demon spirit emperor, and nothing could be changed at all. No, I believe the silver swordsman can defeat the demon spirit emperor. Just when everyone was discouraged, Xingye suddenly stood up and encouraged everyone. Really? Doxiong showed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The others remained silent, but they all cast their eyes on Xingye, not knowing what Xingye meant. The demon spirit emperor is indeed very strong, and he is not just a little bit stronger than us, but we still have hope of defeating the demon spirit emperor. Under the gaze of Doxiong, Xingye, Jatos, Snemis, and Doraemon who had come over earlier, Xingye expressed her confidence. That is the courage, confidence, indomitable will, and persistence in our hearts. Xingye, Jatos, and Snemis couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This is obviously a lie used to deceive children. Who would believe it? However, when Nobita and Doraemon heard what Xingye said, their eyes lit up and smiles appeared on their faces again. For the two of them, the power of the mind is their most powerful power. External power is secondary. Then let's continue to move towards the goal, Nobita said with high morale. Doraemon nodded in agreement. Xingye looked at Xingye in surprise, not knowing what she meant, but after seeing the unwavering look in Jingye's eyes, she still didn't say anything against it. As for Jatos and Snemis, it was even more impossible for them to say anything against it. From the moment they chose to follow the Silver Swordsman, there was no turning back. So the group walked towards the Dragon Valley carefully, under the leadership of Nobita. Along the way, they also saw the lifelike stone statues, and they were all horrified, but no one backed down. The inner area of Dragon Valley. Anya, Kraken, and Hoshino sat in a circle, the two people and the dragons staring at each other. Because he was too bored, Hoshino began to tell fairy tales to the one person and the dragon. Of course, Hoshino mainly told it to Anya. Someone is coming and there are quite a few. Suddenly, Kraken interrupted Hoshino's story. What, someone is coming? Hoshino frowned, but then he thought of something and relaxed his expression. This should be Nobita and Doraemon. You wait here, I'll go out and take a look, Hoshino said as he stood up and flew out. Kraken was also happy to be free anyway. In his eyes, they were just a few human ants. Although Hoshino was also an ordinary person in his eyes, how could an ordinary person fly? From those who were petrified by him, it is known that only those who enter the strongest realm of God can fly in the Dream Continent. God realm. He seemed to have been petrified, and there was no difference between him and an ant, and such a person was actually the strongest in the human world. This really puzzled him. The inside of Dragon Valley was not far from the outside. Hoshino arrived above Nobita and others in a few breaths. When he saw that it was indeed Nobita and his group, Hoshino's eyes showed undisguised joy. After planning for so long, he could finally complete the system task and get the system reward. Huh, why does it feel like there is one more person? Hoshino wiped his eyes and looked again. There was still one more person than in the original book. I hope it won't have any major impact on the main plot. Hoshino could only comfort himself like this, and then return to Kraken and Anya. There are a total of 6 people outside. Am I right? Kraken saw Hoshino coming back and said to Hoshino without raising his head, and yawned at the same time. Of course, he was not sleepy, but he just felt that it was really boring to always play with ants. Hey, how did you know? Hoshino thought it was normal for Kraken to know that there were people outside. After all, Kraken's strength was there and he was said to be at the king level. Although he didn't know what the king level was, Hoshino was sure that it must be higher than the divine realm. As for why his strength exceeded the divine realm, but he didn't have the so-called ascension. Hoshino estimated that it might be related to the seal of the Dragon Valley. Hoshino suspected that this seal not only prevented Kraken from going out, but also suppressed part of Kraken's strength. Otherwise, a king-level being that exceeded the divine realm, even if he only exerted 1/10 of his strength, would not be able to destroy a mountain, was only a dozen meters long and several meters high. But even so, Kraken's ability to accurately guess that there were 6 people outside still surprised Hoshino. Thinking back to the first time he and Kraken met, he was probably discovered by Kraken as soon as he entered the Dragon Valley. It was just because of some good luck that he was fine and became friends with Kraken. Isn't this the most basic ability? Who wants to hear Hoshino's question? Kraken was puzzled. Looking at Kraken's serious look, Hoshino felt that his heart was hit by 100,000 critical points. What is the most basic ability? Thinking that time was running out, Hoshino didn't delay any longer and picked up Anya. Anya didn't struggle and lay on Hoshino's chest obediently. You can deal with them. Remember, they are all my friends. Don't kill them. Of course, it would be the best choice if you can keep them from getting hurt. Your friends? Kraken looked puzzled. Relationship with me is the same as your relationship with me. Ah, I understand now that you put it that way. Since they are your friends, they are naturally also my friends. Don't worry. Kraken gave Hoshino a reassuring look. After thinking about it, Hoshino felt that he still needed to remind Kraken. After all, although Nobita and others were destined to become his friends, for now, he had a better relationship with Kraken, and he naturally didn't want Kraken to have any accidents. Although he would not leave here too far in the future, if Kraken really had an accident, he might not be able to save Kraken in time. I want to tell you one thing. My friends are all very weird this time. You must treat them carefully. The premise of not hurting them is that they will not pose a fatal danger to you. This is the first time I've heard someone say that their friends are very weird. Don't worry, no one can hurt me. Kraken's recognition of Hoshino in his heart couldn't help but be a little higher, and at the same time he was a little touched. But he still looked down on Nobita and the others. If someone told you that there were 6 ants that might threaten your life and asked you to be careful, would you care? No. Ding, the host's relationship with Kraken has been upgraded to a confidant. Hoshino was stunned for a moment when he heard the prompt sound from the system in his mind. How could his relationship with Kraken be so inexplicably upgraded? But this was naturally a good thing, and Hoshino didn't pay much attention to it. Hoshino brought Anya to a mountain more than 20 meters high, a few hundred meters away from Kraken, and then put Anya down. Anya stood on the mountain, her vision suddenly expanded, and she couldn't help but curiously observe the surrounding environment. After thinking about it, Hoshino decided to guard beside Kraken. Anyway, he could be invisible, and Nobita and the others probably wouldn't be able to find him. If Kraken really encountered any danger, he could also take action in time. Looking at Hoshino, who came back, Kraken's face didn't change much, but his good impression and recognition of Hoshino became higher and higher. Gurgle gurgle, there seems to be a hot spring ahead, Xingye, who had very sensitive ears, suddenly said to everyone. Hearing what Xingye said, Nobita and others immediately stopped and looked at Xingye. If I'm not mistaken, the nest of the evil dragon is ahead. Nobita and others all changed their faces. Although they had decided to challenge the evil dragon, When they were only one step away from the evil dragon, it was impossible to say that they were not afraid at all. I will charge first, and you will cover behind. When you find an opportunity, you must give the evil dragon a fatal blow, Nobita said to Doraemon and others with a serious face. On the way here, he had learned from others that the evil dragon's weakness was the dragon's whiskers. As long as the evil dragon's whiskers were cut off, the evil dragon would become very weak and unable to move. At that time, even an ordinary person could kill the evil dragon. But the evil dragon was only weak for a short 20 seconds. If they cannot kill the dragon within the 20-second weakening period, the dragon's whiskers will grow back in the blink of an eye and restore all their strength. This means that everything they did before was in vain. They may be able to cut off the dragon's whiskers once, but they will never be lucky enough to cut off the dragon's whiskers twice. So everyone agreed that Nobita would take the lead and the others would follow. Looking at Nobita rushing out from behind a boulder, Kraken waved his wings out of boredom, and Nobita was blown directly onto a stone wall. But because Nobita's strength was not too low and he was protected by a silver armor, Nobita was fine. It was just that seeing Nobita so vulnerable, Doraemon and others couldn't help but stop. Looking at Doraemon and others who had already rushed out from behind the boulder, Kraken would have just lay down and fallen asleep if he hadn't maintained the majesty of his dragon in front of outsiders. With his giant dragon body, even the so-called gods among humans can't cause him any harm. He only needs to protect his dragon whiskers, but as long as he doesn't want to, who else can come to him? Although Doraemon and others were very surprised why Kraken didn't attack them, they were afraid of the evil dragon and hurriedly hid behind the boulder. Little did they know that if Kraken really wanted to kill them, he could easily smash the so-called boulder in front of them. Ahem. Although Nobita was not injured, the feeling of hitting the mountain wall was not good. It's so strange. Why do I feel that the evil dragon is not the same as the legendary killer dragon, now that evil dragon has the opportunity to attack us, but he didn't move at all? Looking at the people who had already gathered in a circle, Xingye was the first to feel something was wrong. Maybe the dragon was injured so it didn't attack us? Snemis speculated. Hold your head, the evil dragon just flapped its wings and sent silver flying. Sir, how could he be injured? Jados hit Snemis's head and said ruthlessly, don't worry about why the evil dragon didn't attack us, and don't worry about whether the evil dragon was injured or not. What we need to think about now is how to defeat the evil dragon. Nobita, who had returned to the crowd, interrupted the conversation between Snemis and Jatos and directly told them the most important thing now. Doraemon, it's up to you. Suddenly, Nobita turned his head and looked at Doraemon with a serious face, as if he had made some important decision. Nobita, I understand, Doraemon nodded to Nobita. Jatos, Snemis, Xingye and Xingye looked at this scene, and a question mark appeared on their heads. What code words were the Silver Swordsman and the Doraemon wizard talking about? Under the gaze of the four of them, Doraemon slowly took out the four-dimensional pocket from the bag, an infinite space pocket that stores countless magical props. Hoshino looked at Nobita, Doraemon and others who had retreated behind the boulder and had not come out yet, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Then he carefully thought about the plot in the original work in his mind to see if he had forgotten anything. Suddenly, Hoshino raised his head suddenly, as if he had thought of something. Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket. Before Hoshino came back to his senses, he saw Doraemon with a bamboo dragonfly already holding a shrinking lamp and flying towards Kraken. Not good. Hoshino was shocked. Kraken looked at Doraemon, who could fly in front of him, and was a little surprised. A powerful person in the divine realm? No, there was no trace of cultivation on his body. It should be just an ordinary beast, and being able to fly was not a big deal in his opinion. Kraken immediately wanted to flap his wings to blow Doraemon away like before, but the next second, a ray of light suddenly shone on him. Under his astonished eyes, his huge body shrank rapidly, and finally became only the size of an ordinary dog. That was fine. But as his body was shrunk, his strength was also inexplicably reduced, and now he was estimated to have only the strength of a low-level warrior. Kraken was stunned at first and then panicked. He could clearly feel the change in his own strength. As expected, just as Hoshino said, his friends were too weird. He was a king-level strongman and was illuminated by an inexplicable beam of light. Not only did his huge body shrink, but his strength also dropped sharply. However, Kraken knew that this was not the time to think about this, and he flapped his wings to escape from the range of the shrinking light. If he was shrunk by the shrinking light again, who knows if his strength would be reduced to the point where he would be trampled to death by these people. Because the shrunk Kraken was too flexible, Doraemon could no longer use the shrinking light to illuminate Kraken, so he put the shrinking light back into the four-dimensional pocket. And Nobita had already drilled out from behind the boulder and picked up the silver sword to chop at Kraken. Although Kraken's strength has been reduced to that of a low-level general, due to his dragon attribute, his real combat power can at least reach that of a high-level general, or even a half-step god. So, facing Nobita's attack, Kraken was not too panicked, because Hoshino had said before that the premise for him not to hurt these people was that they did not pose a fatal threat to him. But now he could feel the threat from Nobita, although only a little, but it was still a threat. So Kraken did not hold back and directly spurted out the dragon's breath that could petrify any creature. Nobita saw a ball of something that seemed to be a flame shooting towards him, and hurriedly blocked the silver sword in front of him. But the dragon's breath was actually blocked by Nobita. Of course, there were some mist dragon's breaths. However, because of the silver armor, the mist dragon's breaths were all blocked by the silver armor, so Nobita was not petrified. Kraken frowned. He could see that Nobita should be the strongest among this group of people. At this time, the others were staring at him covetously, but no one rushed up. Kraken had no doubt that if he showed signs of losing, these people would rush over and kill him. A ball of light filled with a destructive aura gradually formed in Kraken's dragon mouth. The silver sword in Nobita's hand began to tremble. In an instant, there seemed to be some kind of connection between Nobita and the silver sword. Nobita shouted loudly, "10,000 swords return to the clan!" The silver sword in Nobita's hand instantly escaped from his control and flew in front of him. Then the silver sword split into two, two into four, four into eight. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of silver swords were neatly arrayed around Nobita and finally merged into a huge silver sword. Looking at this scene, Hoshino's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that things would develop to this extent in the end. At present, he was at most a high-level warrior, while Nobita and Kraken were both powerful warriors at the level of generals. He couldn't help at all. Of course, if he really wanted to intervene, it was not impossible, but the time had not come yet. He really wanted to see who would win between Nobita and Kraken, whose strength had been reduced and who was now at the same level as Nobita. It would be best if Kraken won, and if Nobita won, would he let Kraken go as in the original book? Boom! Just like the battle between Hoshino and the Demon Emperor, Nobita's strongest attack collided with what was suspected to be Kraken's strongest attack. The violent collision and the explosion of energy often produced huge shock waves and extremely devastating range damage. Feeling the shock wave erupting from the center of the two people, Nobita's face suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated, then released his fighting spirit to the maximum extent possible, covering Doraemon and the others in the fighting spirit defense shield. As soon as Nobita did this, a huge shock wave rushed towards them. How could the fighting spirit of a low-level general withstand an attack that was infinitely close to the divine realm? The powerful shock wave barely stopped, and directly smashed the Dookie defense shield that Nobita had propped up. Nobita had no choice but to choose to stand in front of Doraemon and others and use himself to resist the shockwave. But when Nobita turned his head, "Hey, where is Doraemon?" At this time, behind Nobita there were only Jatos, Snemis, Xingye, and Xingye, but no Doraemon. Because he was wearing silver armor and his own strength was not low, the powerful shockwave did not cause any harm to Nobita. As for the thick-skinned Kraken, it was naturally fine. This time, the attacks of one man and one dragon can be said to be evenly matched, and no one got any advantage. Nobita could feel that the attack he just launched was already the strongest attack he could exert at present, but such an attack did not cause any harm to the evil dragon in front of him, which made Nobita retreat in his heart. You have to know that this is the evil dragon that Doraemon has shrunk with the shrinking lamp. If it is the complete version of the evil dragon, wouldn't it be easy to crush them to death? The attack just now is naturally not Kraken's strongest attack. After a pause, Kraken began to gather strength for the next wave. However, before Kraken could gather strength for a few seconds, a long sword flashing with cold light suddenly appeared in front of him and cut off all his dragon whiskers. An indescribable feeling of weakness quickly filled Kraken's body. The exhausted Kraken instantly fell to the ground from the air and could not move at the same time. Doraemon took off his invisible cloak and hurriedly shouted to Nobita, "Nobita, come here quickly and kill the evil dragon." Nobita and others saw this scene and suddenly realized that Doraemon disappeared to do this. Hoshino looked at this scene and still did not choose to take action. He just stood quietly beside Kraken so that he could take action at any time to stop any accidents that might happen. It's strange. How could the Kraken not find Doraemon wearing an invisibility cloak? Is there something special about Doraemon's invisibility cloak? Feeling that Hoshino was standing next to him, the extremely weak Kraken felt much safer. At Doraemon's call, Nobita hurried to the side of the Kraken. At this time, there were about 15 seconds before the end of the Kraken's weakness. Nobita raised the silver sword in his hand. Everyone saw that Nobita was about to kill the evil dragon, but Nobita suddenly put down the silver sword in frustration. No! I can't do it. I really don't believe that it would be an evil dragon that could easily kill us before, but didn't kill us. Nobita muttered to himself in a dejected manner. At this moment, the kindness in Nobita's heart made him put down the butcher knife. Seeing Nobita, who didn't kill the evil dragon, everyone else was anxious, and Jatos simply drew the long sword at his waist and attacked Kraken. Nobita was in a dilemma and did not react at all. Seeing that Jatos' sword was about to kill Kraken, a crisp sword sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears, looking in the direction of the sound. Then he saw a handsome boy wearing bright white steel armor standing next to Kraken. Jatos' fatal blow to Kraken was also blocked by the long sword in the boy's hand. In just a moment, Kraken had recovered and flapped its wings to hover next to Hoshino. Knowing that he could not defeat Kraken, Jatos was angry at first and did not understand why a human would help the vicious evil dragon. Looking at the undisguised anger in Kraken's eyes, he shuddered and hid behind Nobita and others. Hoshino? Nobita and Doraemon looked at Hoshino standing next to Kraken, and their faces showed shock. The Dream 3 swordsman is a dream world. How could Hoshino come to this dream world? So the two of them just guessed, but they didn't think so in their hearts. Just the next second, they were both so shocked that their jaws dropped. Because the person in front of them who looked exactly like Hoshino was actually the Hoshino on Earth. How did they know? Because Hoshino did not hide himself, but admitted it openly. "Hey Nobita, Doraemon, why are you here?" Hoshino pretended to have just discovered Nobita and Doraemon and asked them in surprise. Nobita and Doraemon looked at each other. "Nobita, you wouldn't put the antenna." "How is this possible, Doraemon? You have to know that Hoshino and I just met. How could I do this to someone I don't know?" "That's right." "Well, don't make random guesses. I'll tell you." After a few seconds of silence, Hoshino said to Nobita and Doraemon in a heavy tone, "Actually, I'm an alien." "What, an alien?" Nobita and Doraemon were shocked. The others present were stunned for a moment when they saw the sudden change. They didn't understand what was going on, and were even more confused by the conversation between Nobita, Doraemon, and Hoshino, because they couldn't understand what aliens were. Of course, there are aliens in the future world, and there are quite a few of them. They have a good relationship with the Earth. Doraemon shouldn't be surprised by this. But this is only the 20th century, and Hoshino is not only Nobita's classmate, but also inexplicably entered this dream world. Yes, I'm an alien. And as for me being able to enter this dream world, it's because I have some special superpowers. Hoshino didn't expose some things that shouldn't be said, and it would not benefit anyone if he exposed them, such as the so-called dream world. After explaining a little about how he came to the dream world, Hoshino told his legendary, tragic story. He was originally from a planet in a certain branch of the Milky Way, but one day, their planet was attacked by space pirates, and he was the only one who escaped from the entire planet. After a long journey in the universe, he came to Earth in the state of a baby, and happened to be adopted by Udariko and Udakata. He just awakened his sealed memory a few days ago. Listening to the tragic story told by Hoshino, Nobita, Doraemon, and even Jatos and others couldn't help but moisten their eyes. What a tragic experience. Although Jatos, Snemis, Xingye, and Xingye didn't understand the story told by Hoshino, they could feel an emotion from it. Sadness. Seeing that Nobita and Doraemon seemed to believe the story he made up, Hoshino secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was a person who had seen big scenes. Although what he said was outrageous, Nobita and Doraemon could accept it. At first, Hoshino did want to pretend that he didn't know Nobita and others, but after thinking about it, this was not the best solution. After all, he still has to prepare to participate in the future adventure of Nobita and others. So why not just reveal his old secrets to gain the trust of Nobita and Doraemon? As an alien, it should be normal for him to have some superpowers, right? So Hoshino is not worried that he will be disturbed by Nobita and Doraemon in this regard in the future. As such, he will definitely play a significant role in the adventure. If Nobita and Doraemon encounter another adventure, they will most likely invite him. If not, he can still ask to go with them. And after such a heart-to-heart conversation, and after this adventure, his relationship with Nobita and Doraemon will definitely be greatly improved. He just looked at his relationship with Nobita and Doraemon. They are all at the level of just getting to know each other. After this adventure, even if they don't become friends, they can at least be familiar with each other, right? With a little luck, they may become friends in one step. After all, Nobita and Doraemon are still children, and children's friendship is still easy to gain. No, I didn't expect that, Hoshino-san, you actually had such a tragic experience. Doraemon was already crying. Doraemon was originally a person who was easily moved, commonly known as soft-hearted. Otherwise, he would not lend props to Nobita as long as he begged him to borrow them. Yes, yes. Nobita's eyes were also wet, but he didn't cry. Jatos and Snemis were even less likely to cry. After all, they couldn't understand the conversation between Nobita, Doraemon, and Hoshino. If they couldn't empathize with them, how much would their emotions fluctuate? After a few minutes, Nobita and Doraemon stabilized their emotions, and then remembered the purpose of their coming here. Hoshino, why are you here? And it seems that the evil dragon has a good relationship with you. Doraemon couldn't help asking, and the others looked at Hoshino expectantly, hoping that he could solve the puzzle. Who is the evil dragon? I am the great dragon god. Hearing what Doraemon said, Kraken was unhappy and spoke before Hoshino. What is an evil dragon? He is a noble dragon god, okay? Well, Doraemon, can you restore Kraken to his original appearance first? Hoshino did not answer Doraemon's question first, but took care of Kraken's feelings first. Kraken looked at Hoshino gratefully, stayed where he was, and waited for Doraemon to come over and use the shrinking lamp to restore him to his original body. A dignified dragon god? Only a huge body can match him. Okay. Doraemon saw that Hoshino seemed to be friends with the evil dragon, and Kraken probably would not hurt him. After a slight hesitation, he took out the shrinking lamp from his treasure bag and shone it on Kraken. Under the light, Kraken slowly returned to its original appearance. Roar! Kraken roared excitedly, as if he was happy that he had returned to his original size. But this scared Nobita and others so much that they thought Kraken was going to attack them. Seeing the frightened expressions on Nobita, Doraemon, and others' faces, Kraken suddenly had the idea of playing a prank and walked towards them step by step after roaring. At the same time, his eyes stared at Doraemon fiercely, scaring Doraemon so much that he didn't dare to reach out to take the props. After all, the Kraken that had returned to its original size had a strength stronger than the God Realm. Okay, Kraken, stop playing. Hoshino looked at Kraken helplessly. He was so old, but he was still playing this. Hearing what Hoshino said, Kraken stopped thinking about playing, lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Seeing this scene, Nobita, Doraemon, and others were relieved. It seemed that Kraken was really Hoshino's friend. I said before that I entered the dream world by accident. As for why I came here, it was because I heard that there was a giant dragon here. I was curious and came here. Aren't you afraid of him? Jatos pointed at Kraken with a trembling finger. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Hoshino looked very confused. Kraken is actually a very kind dragon. When Hoshino said this, the sleeping Kraken snorted and seemed to agree with what Hoshino said. Oh, I forgot to introduce it to you. This giant dragon in front of you is the legendary evil dragon. His name is Kraken. As for why I have such a good relationship with Kraken and became friends with Kraken, it's a long story, and it's a little complicated. I won't explain it. Anyway, you just need to know that my relationship with Kraken is not ordinary. Is that so? Nobita and others all showed a look of realization on their faces, but then they became distressed. Alas, if that's the case, then we can't become immortal and defeat the Demon Emperor. Snemis still said with a thief's heart. Hearing Snemis's words, Kraken opened his eyes and closed them immediately. Ah, hey, it hurts! Snemis covered his head, which was almost swollen from being hit by Jatos, and wailed. Since Kraken is already our friend, how can you have such thoughts about your friend? Jatos rubbed his painful hand and said angrily, "It seems to be true." Snemis knew that he said the wrong thing and stopped talking about this issue. Then if we borrow some of Kraken's blood to pour on ourselves, is it okay? Xingye, who was standing at the back of the crowd, suddenly said, "This." The eyes of Nobita, Doraemon, and others gradually brightened, and they seemed to think that this method was okay. However, as Kraken was their friend, they still had to ask for Kraken's opinion. If Kraken disagreed, they had no choice. So Nobita and the others all looked at Kraken, their eyes full of expectation. Hoshino also looked at Kraken. All of this was up to Kraken to decide. If Kraken was willing to bleed, it would be the best, but if he was unwilling, that was also very reasonable. Feeling that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Kraken slowly opened his yellow eyes. "It's useless." Kraken shook his head. "Only after this dragon dies, you can have the so-called immortal body by pouring on this dragon's blood. Otherwise, even if this dragon voluntarily bleeds for you, you are just equivalent to taking a bloody bath." Nobita, Doraemon, and the others couldn't help but feel disappointed when they heard what Kraken said. Hoshino's face was still calm. This was actually within his guess. If this could be done, why didn't Kraken do this in the original book? "But you can take a bath that this dragon has taken with a special method so that each of you can get a chance to be reborn." Kraken looked at the disappointed people and continued. Hearing what Kraken said, Nobita, Doraemon, and others, who had already given up hope, showed an unusually pleasant expression on their faces. "Come with me," Kraken said as he stood up and waded into the lake formed around the boulder, and then closed his eyes. Under the gaze of everyone, with Kraken as the center, the waters around the boulder all turned green, and bubbles appeared, and there was a curl of steam rising. "Okay, that's it." Kraken stood up and got out of the water, saying to Nobita and others, "You guys stay here. Carter and I will go somewhere else." Xingye looked at the steaming waters and said to Nobita and others, "Ah? Why do you want to do this?" Nobita was a little puzzled. There was obviously enough space here to accommodate all of them, so why did Carter and Kalu go somewhere else? Xingye and Xingye left without explaining. Only then did Hoshino have time to check on the extra person in Nobita and his group. In the original book, Xingye called herself Kalu, but the person just now was called Carter. Xingye is a girl, and naturally only girls can take a bath with girls. Hoshino's eyes gradually became clear. He was definitely not wrong about this. The extra person must be a girl. But who could it be? Hoshino looked at Xingye and Xingye, who looked almost identical except for their clothes, and thought to himself, but he really couldn't guess who the other person was. Could it be that Xingye actually has a twin sister or twin sister? Hoshino suddenly thought of a possibility. Otherwise, if it was any other girl, Hoshino believed that Xingye, who had the arrogance of a princess, would find it difficult to treat another person like a good friend, even if that person was also a girl. Although Xingye, who inherited Jingshang's personality in the original book, seemed to be quite considerate. After Xingye and Xingye disappeared from everyone's sight, Nobita, Doraemon, Jatos, and Snemis hurriedly stripped themselves naked, and then jumped into the water with a splash. Hoshino hesitated for a moment, but still chose to enter the waters with special effects. He certainly didn't believe that the water soaked by the Kraken could revive him. After all, he was different from Nobita and the others, but even if it couldn't revive him, it would probably be of great benefit to him. In the curling steam, Hoshino sat in the lake. A strange feeling instantly enveloped his whole body, making Hoshino clear-headed and his mind exceptionally clear. Could it be? Hoshino was a little excited and asked the system to open his character panel. Under his gaze, the number behind the mental power column was constantly rising, and soon it reached 20, and then it stopped after reaching 20. Hoshino was not in a hurry and waited for a while. But the number behind the mental power did not change at all. It seemed that this special lake water could only help him improve to this level. Hoshino couldn't say that he was disappointed, but he was not very satisfied either. 20 times the mental power of ordinary people. Hoshino came out of the lake, thinking in his heart while putting on his clothes. At this time, he could clearly feel the changes after his mental power became stronger. With 20 times the mental power of an ordinary person, he would not be in any trouble even if he did not sleep for a month. After Hoshino came out, Nobita, Doraemon, Jatos, and Snemis also came out of the lake one after another. It's really strange. Why don't I feel anything after taking a bath? Nobita muttered while putting on his clothes. This is a special lake water that can give them a chance to revive, but it is no different from taking an ordinary hot bath. It's really strange. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Xingye and Xingye finally came. You are too slow, aren't you? You took such a long time to take a bath, just like a girl. Snemis said to Xingye and Xingye with some dissatisfaction. These two wild boys who came from nowhere dared to make him, a viscount, wait for so long. Xingye and Xingye blushed and wanted to say something, but in the end they still said nothing, just glared at Snemis hatefully. Well, now each of us has a chance to revive. In this case, we should also set out to find the demon spirit emperor. Nobita looked at Doraemon and the others and said, and the others naturally had no objection. Hoshino, do you want to go with us? Nobita looked at Hoshino expectantly. In his opinion, Hoshino's strength must be not weak. Facing the demon spirit emperor, one more person means one more strength and protection. As for whether he is afraid that Hoshino will steal his limelight, please, he is a silver swordsman. Standing there is the focus. Who can steal his limelight? Of course, after all, the world can restore peace after defeating the demon spirit emperor. Hoshino said righteously, but in his heart he added two more words. No wonder. Atlantis, which suddenly appeared, would definitely not do nothing, and once it did even a small thing, it would definitely affect the whole world. I didn't expect that the warrior Hoshino would have such a broad mind. Jatos's face was full of joy. He wanted to pat Hoshino's shoulder, but Hoshino dodged it fiercely. However, Jatos didn't care and took back his hand, without any embarrassment. In that case, let's go! Nobita raised the silver sword high and said excitedly to everyone, Okay, but everyone wait for me. Hoshino suddenly thought of something, and after giving an order to Nobita and others, he flew away, leaving Nobita and others looking at each other in bewilderment. Arriving at the hilltop where Anya was placed, Hoshino was relieved to see that Anya had not encountered any accidents. Looking at Hoshino, who came to her side, Anya's deep blue eyes showed undisguised joy. Brother Hoshino, you are back? Hearing this so-called brother Hoshino, Hoshino got goosebumps. Stop, just call me brother. It always feels weird to add my name. Okay, brother Hoshino. Looking at Anya with an innocent face, Hoshino instantly realized that Anya was not a good baby at all. This was obviously a naughty ghost. Come here, I'll carry you down. No need, brother Hoshino, look. Anya winked at Hoshino mischievously. Then, under Hoshino's stunned eyes, a pair of ice-blue angel-like wings slowly emerged from behind Anya. This is also good. After all, men and women should not be intimate. Although Anya is just a child, there is no need to care about these. Hoshino thought in his heart. Come with me. Hoshino didn't waste any more time and brought Anya to Nobita and others. Hoshino, who is this? Nobita looked at the little girl who looked like an angel behind Hoshino and couldn't help asking. This is also my friend. Hoshino explained casually, and then told Anya to find a place where no one is to take a bath. After all, this is a chance to revive for free, so don't waste it. Although Anya is only 5 years old, she already knows a lot. When she heard Hoshino say that taking this bath can revive once, her eyes instantly rolled away, without any doubt in her heart, and then flapped her wings and left here to find a place to take a bath. I guess I have to trouble everyone to wait for a while. Hoshino said to Nobita and others with an apologetic look. It's okay, anyway, we don't need this time. Jatos said without any concern, and the others nodded. Then everyone sat down on the spot, waiting for Anya to come out of the bath. At the same time, the system task completion prompt sound that Hoshino had been waiting for a long time finally sounded in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully completed the task participating in the first big adventure of Nobita and others. Task completion level, S level. Reward, S-level lottery chance, 3 times. Note 1. After each task is completed, a lottery chance is given according to the level of the completed task. The lower the level, the more lottery chances, but the quality of the lottery items will also be lower. Note 2. Any lottery below S level may get some useless things, such as toilet paper, some books, etc. Logically speaking, seeing 3 S-level lottery chances, Xingye should be very happy, but... System. I remember that I completed a task once when I was at Cheng Rongyalong's house, but that time the lottery chance was not given in this way. System loopholes have been filled. The corners of Xingye's mouth twitched. He should have thought of this reason earlier. Forget it, the lottery is more important now. System, lottery. A huge golden roulette slowly emerged in Xingye's mind, and the roulette displayed various things. Green Dragon Egg, Training Talent Enhancement Card, Godzilla Cub, King Kong Cub, Spiritual Weapon Level Flying Sword, Growth. Looking at the items displayed on the golden turntable, Xingye's saliva almost flowed out. If he could draw even one of these things, he would make a fortune. However, in addition to the items mentioned above that make people excited at first sight, there are some things that make Xingye speechless, such as pistols, airplanes, cannons, etc. These things cannot be said to be bad, but in Xingye's view, anything that exists in the real world does not mean much to him. The most fundamental thing is to be strong in one's own strength. Pistols, cannons, etc. are all external forces. Without hesitation, Xingye started the first lottery. Under Xingye's command, the golden roulette began to spin at a very fast speed, and soon people could not see what was written on the golden roulette. Xingye could only hope that he could be the emperor of Europe for once. After all, he had always been a poor man in his previous life. It was impossible for him to be a poor man in the new world, right? Looking at the position where the pointer on the golden roulette stopped, Xingye's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Charmander Gift Pack from the Pokemon world. The gift pack contains a Charmander egg, a luxurious ball with a super large and comfortable internal space, and a machine that automatically absorbs various free substances in the air to make energy blocks. And the revised Keystones X and Y required for Charizard's Super Evolution can be switched between Charizard X and Y at any time. The Super Evolved Charizard will have a higher growth limit and can grow to the level of a third-level god. Xingye was silent, not knowing what to say. This was indeed a big gift package. There were indeed a lot of things. But this was not what he wanted. What he wanted most was to improve his own strength. However, Xingye had no choice but to let the system store this big gift package in the system space first. The system backpack was so small that it obviously could not hold this big gift package. However, the temporary storage of the system space could only temporarily store the items obtained by the lottery, and it could only be temporarily stored for 3 days. Xingye sighed and looked at the golden turntable that had been updated once. He couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. System, don't tell me that every time I draw a prize, the items on the next lottery turntable will be updated. This is true, but the host doesn't need to care too much. Each time the turntable is updated, only a small part of the items will be updated, and the impact is not great. It doesn't seem to be unacceptable. After all, who knows whether the updated items will be better or worse? Thinking of this, Xingye felt that this didn't seem to be a bad thing. Continue. The golden roulette began its exciting second rotation. Stop! Looking at the items obtained in the second lottery, Xingye's eyes suddenly became clear, and the first thing he thought of was the silver divine art light ball that was still floating in his mind. 100-fold talent enhancement card. Increase the original talent by 100 times, and at the same time greatly improve the understanding and cultivation speed. Note 1. Because the host has no magic talent, although the understanding ability is greatly improved, it can easily comprehend and learn all magic, but without talent, the host can only reach the relevant spiritual realm and cannot absorb the so-called magic elements. Note 2. If the host cannot absorb magic elements, the host has no magic power, and naturally cannot cast magic. Note 3. The 100-fold talent enhancement card only improves the host's talent, understanding and cultivation speed. It does not mean that the host has become smart and can have a strategy like Zhuge Kongming. Some things can only be understood by the host himself. Finally, I drew something that is reliable. Xingye couldn't help but think, but it seems that this is only his second lottery? Just looking at the first 2 notes of the last 3 notes, Xingye couldn't help but feel ashamed. It turned out that the crystal ball for the magic talent test was not broken last time, but that he really didn't have the talent to practice magic. But he didn't care. After all, there were many ways for him to become stronger besides magic. Continue. The items obtained from the previous 2 draws were not bad, so Xingye couldn't help but look forward to the third system draw. Stop. Dark Body Training Method? Looking at the things obtained from the third draw, Xingye fell into deep thought. Dark Body Training Method, Supreme Body Training Method, absorbing dark matter hidden in the mysterious space to train the body, a total of 7 levels: ground level, planetary level, star level, galaxy level, star cluster level, black hole level, universe level. Ground level, continents are generated in the body and a full-strength blow can shatter the continent. Planetary level, the continents in the body evolve into planets, and a full-strength blow can shatter the planets. Stellar level. At least 3 planets are formed in the body, and a star must be formed at the same time to make the 3 planets revolve around the planet. Under full strength, a punch is enough to have the power of a star. Galaxy level. Oh my god, this is much stronger than the Silver God technique. After all, the strength of the God realm is limited. The strongest can only sink a continent, and at most it is ground level. As a former silver swordsman, Xingye knows this very well. The damage that can be caused by the full force of the so-called God realm peak strongman is really very limited. If you want to sink a continent, it is estimated that you must be at least 1 level stronger than the God realm. Of course, it is not to say that the God realm strongman cannot sink a continent. If the God realm strongman is determined and attacks a place specifically, it will take a long time to split the continent. But which God realm strongman would be so bored? The ground level introduced in the dark body training method can easily let Xingye sink a continent. Xingye's breathing gradually became rapid. He wanted to try to practice now, but he gave up immediately after looking at the surrounding environment. He was not stupid enough to do this. But I have to say that the difficulty of practicing this dark body training method is really high. If there is no 100x talent enhancement card, I am afraid that I will give up practicing such a powerful method and practice the Silver Divine Art instead. Before the talent is improved, I may not be able to enter the first stage of the ground level after practicing for more than 10 years, right? Xingye couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. As for the Silver Divine Art, what is that? Not only is it low in power, but the upper limit can only reach the peak of the Divine Realm. Even if he reaches it, with his talent, he can definitely break through the peak of the Divine Realm easily and enter the next realm whose name he doesn't know. Then he will be forced to ascend, which is not what he wants. The 3 draws ended here, but Xingye's excitement could not be calmed down for a long time. Use the 100x talent enhancement card, Xingye ordered. The next second, the 100x talent enhancement card in the system space disappeared instantly, and a strange feeling enveloped Xingye's whole body. This process lasted for about 10 seconds. It seems to be a little different from before. Bullshit. Hoshino closed his eyes and felt for a while. Well, he didn't feel anything. He probably had to wait until he practiced to feel the difference. The environment here is not suitable for practice, so Hoshino looked at the dark body practice method reluctantly and ignored it. As for the Charmander gift pack, to be honest, it is really dispensable for Hoshino. It is estimated that even if the Charmander reaches the 3rd level god, it is only at the peak ground level. Among the 3 draws, the item obtained in the first draw was the one that Hoshino was most dissatisfied with. But, generally speaking, the items obtained in the 3 draws were still pretty good. Just when Hoshino was drawing and thinking, Anya finally came out of the bath. After the bath, Anya looked better than before. The main reason was that Anya had been in the prison car for a while before, and her body was a little dirty. Okay, can we set off now? Nobita saw Anya finally come out, and he couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly said to everyone, "Of course." Hoshino was the first to respond to Nobita. Everyone packed up and prepared to leave. As for Anya, she followed Hoshino, of course. Even if Hoshino wanted to keep Anya here, Anya would not want to. In fact, in Hoshino's opinion, it is safest for Anya to stay in Dragon Valley, because there are Krakens who are more powerful than the gods here. As long as Anya stays here safely for a while, she can return to Atlantis and be completely safe after the cooling time of the movable god-level magic teleportation array is over. Looking at Hoshino and others who are gradually going away, Kraken has a trace of sadness in his eyes that he can't hide, but it is fleeting. Then he lies on the round stone where he has been lying for countless years and closes his eyes. As for whether he is sleeping, it is unknown. Demon Spirit Empire, Western Border, Ghost Rock City. In an inconspicuous forest, after a bright light flashed, dozens of people appeared here. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked almost the same as a human, but if you look closely, you can still find some differences, such as the 2 bumps on his head. Ford looked at the surrounding environment and released his perception. As a strong man in the early stage of the Divine Realm, the surrounding area of hundreds of meters was almost within his sensing range. Under his perception, the Ghost Rock City, hundreds of meters away, suddenly appeared in his mind. A fish-scale man, with the strength of a high-level warrior next to. Ford looked at Ford with respect, and was very envious in his heart. Divine consciousness is an ability that only the strong in the divine realm can have. With the help of divine consciousness, the strong in the divine realm can sense the surrounding environment. The peak strong in the divine realm can even project divine consciousness thousands of meters away and sense everything within thousands of meters. I sensed the breath of the ninth princess here. Ford opened his eyes and said slowly, "What?" The others were all shocked, but then they were delighted. As long as they could find the ninth princess, it would definitely be a great achievement. "Follow me." Under Ford's leadership, they came to the foot of the Ghost Rock City. "Who is it?" The former deputy general of Ghost Rock City, now the general, looked at Ford below the city and shouted. After the death of Gabos, as the only deputy general of Ghost Rock City, he was smoothly promoted to the general. Of course, because he only had the strength of a low-level general, he was only promoted, and his status was far inferior to that of Gabos. "Shut up!" Ford waved his hand casually, and a drop of water condensed by water elements instantly formed, and then flew to the city wall in the blink of an eye and pierced the defender of Ghost Rock City. Ford waved his hand, and the people behind him, who had the strength of at least a high-level war master, rushed to Ghost Rock City one after another. Although they only had dozens of people, they were enough to capture Ghost Rock City under the leadership of Ford. Such things happened in many places in the Demon Spirit Empire. In a short period of time, the Demon Spirit Empire was in a state of emergency everywhere. Pop! The Demon Spirit Emperor threw down a pile of emergency memorials in his hand with force, and his face was full of anger that could not be concealed. The Demon Spirit Emperor could not think of anyone who had such strength to capture dozens of cities in the Demon Spirit Empire in such a short time, except for those strange people on the newly appeared continent. Although he did not know how those people crossed the endless waters to the Dreamland, it was not important. According to the battle report, there are even powerful gods among those people, and it seems that there are more than one. Even the Demon Spirit Emperor could not help but feel a little tricky. Judging from the current formation of the people sent by Atlantis, they are very likely or definitely powerful gods. Facing such an enemy, even he is not sure of victory. It's just a pity that for some reason, this emperor can't detect any information on that continent again. Yamiruman Kingdom, the capital. Clan looked at the battle report handed over by the messenger and stood up from his seat in shock. "What? We lost several cities again under the attack of the mysterious demon?" Cran was anxiously walking back and forth beside the desk, but he didn't know what to do. The kingdom of Amaruman was still too weak. "Your Majesty, there is no need to do this. I will go down and wipe out these demons." Oni, who was standing next to Cran, said to Cran with a serious face. Oni didn't know why he didn't die. Anyway, when he woke up, there were dead people all around him, and he was the only living person. But he didn't have time to think about it, and rushed back to the capital as quickly as possible. "Okay, I hope Duke Oni can complete this mission smoothly. After you come back, I will make you a prince and share the world with me." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." Walking was still too slow. At the suggestion of Hoshino, everyone, with the help of Doraemon Momotaro Rice Ball, sat on a horse-like monster. Hoshino originally wanted to subdue these horse-like monsters by force, but Doraemon promptly took out the Momotaro Rice Ball that could instantly tame all creatures. With the help of the horse-like monsters, their speed of travel suddenly increased a lot. But even so, they could not reach the capital of the Demon Spirit Empire in a short time, let alone find the Demon Spirit Emperor. So their method was to find the nearest city and use the long-distance fixed teleportation magic circle in each city to teleport them to the capital of the Demon Spirit Empire. To be honest, if Hoshino now faces the Demon Spirit Emperor again, he is still a little scared, but thinking of Doraemon's treasure bag, he can't help but feel relieved. But when everyone came to the border city of Guion City in the Demon Spirit Empire, they found that the city had already changed hands, and the people guarding the city were no longer demons, but fish-scaled people with fish scales. Hoshino instantly recognized the fish-scaled people on the city wall, but he was not happy in his heart, but secretly said it was bad. The author has not been in a good state recently. He is not very satisfied with what he has written in the past few days. Well, let it be. According to his previous speculation, the fish-scale people should also be from Atlantis. He also confirmed this from Anya's mouth. It stands to reason that he only needs to send Anya over. As the savior of the ninth princess of Atlantis, He might be treated as a distinguished guest and be well entertained, but this is just his speculation after all. This possibility is not impossible, but in addition to this possibility that everyone is happy, there is another terrifying possibility. That is, not only will they not be treated as distinguished guests, but they will also become enemies of the fish scale people and be hunted down by them. Xingye actually doesn't want to think about things so complicated, nor does he want to think that people's hearts are so bad, but it's better to be safe than sorry. There are some things that, even if he doesn't want to intrigue, he has to intrigue. For his own safety, it is definitely right to think more and make more preparations. You know, for an empire as big as Atlantis, Xingye really wouldn't believe it. Everyone hopes that Anya, the 9th princess, can go back safely. And if the leader of the fish-scale people in Ghost Rock City happens to be the one who doesn't want Anya to return to Atlantis safely, wouldn't he rush up and seek his own death? Of course, with the existence of the Son of Destiny, Daxiong, even if such a thing really happened, they probably wouldn't be in danger and could turn danger into safety. But isn't it the best choice to prevent such a thing from happening? Since they had prepared in advance and hid in a forest, even if they were only a few hundred meters away from Ghost Rock City, the patrolling fish-scale people on the city wall did not find them. It's just that the road ahead is a bit difficult to walk. There are open spaces a few hundred meters in front of Ghost Rock City, just to prevent someone from sneaking in, which also makes them unable to be as casual as in the woods. The people who noticed this situation gathered together to discuss what to do next. Doraemon, don't you have an invisibility cloak? Can't you give us one each? Nobita, I can't do anything with you. Do you think my props were blown by the wind? They were all bought with money. The invisibility cloak is not expensive, nor is it cheap. I only bought one. Doraemon glared at Nobita, who looked as if it was a matter of course. I'm so sorry. Nobita smiled awkwardly, then thought of something and continued to express his idea. Then can we use a digging machine to dig a hole that can directly reach the inside of the city? This seems feasible? Doraemon thought about it and was a little unsure. No, this method may not work either. Just when Doraemon was hesitating, Hoshino spoke up and asked 2 questions directly. Doraemon, is your digger silent when digging a hole? No, it's not. If there is a magic circle in the city that is specifically designed to defend against infiltration from underground, can the digger or we pass through the formation? No, it can't. So, using the digger is not feasible either. There is sound which will inevitably attract the enemy's attention. If there is a magic circle, the digger can not only not pass through, but it may also let the enemy know our location after touching the formation. Listening to Hoshino's well-reasoned talk, Doraemon finally gave up the idea of using the digger to enter the Ghost Rock City. Just when Hoshino wanted to say his opinion again, all the hairs on his body stood up in unison. This was his instinctive reaction when facing extreme danger. Who are you? Looking at Ford, who suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd, Nobita, Doraemon, Jados, Snemis, Xingye all shouted in doubt. As for Xingye, he breathed a sigh of relief. The person who suddenly appeared in front of him was within his invincible 10-meter range. Because he did not sense any hostility from this person, Xingye did not act rashly, but he had already raised his vigilance to the highest level. If there was anything wrong with the person in front of him, he would kill him without hesitation. As for whether Nobita and Doraemon would feel uncomfortable after seeing such a bloody scene, Hoshino had already thought about it. There were definitely quite a few monsters in the monster forest. Nobita and his group had definitely experienced a lot of fighting while rushing to the Dragon Valley. But when he saw Nobita and Doraemon, they were normal, which showed that the bloody scene would not have any bad effects on Nobita and Doraemon. Hoshino attributed this to the so-called dream world, but what Hoshino didn't know was that it was not that the bloody scene would not affect Nobita and Doraemon. Rather, from the beginning to the end, under the influence of the mysterious power, Nobita and Doraemon's vision had changed, and they had never seen the bloody scene at all. Ford, the 10th member of the cabinet, greets Her Royal Highness the 9th Princess. Ford didn't care about Nobita, Doraemon, and other irrelevant people. Seeing Anya standing next to Hoshino, intact, he suppressed his excitement, put his right hand on his chest, bowed, and then said, Hoshino's eyes fixed. Are you from Atlantis? Anya jumped in front of Ford and looked up at Ford, but Ford quickly turned his head to look away from Anya. The law stipulates that looking directly at a woman of the imperial family for a long time is an extremely bad and illegal behavior. Even if he is a powerful person in the divine realm, if he violates this law, he will be severely punished. I remember I seem to have seen you somewhere. Anya stared at Ford for a long time before speaking. Ford quickly turned around and faced Anya, bowing his head and said respectfully, "At the banquet for Her Highness's 5th birthday, I met the 9th princess because I gave her a gift." "Oh, is that so? Are you here to take me back to the palace?" There was a hint of excitement in Anya's eyes, but also a hint of nervousness and confusion. That's right. When Ford heard Anya talking about business, he raised his head. His expression became solemn, and his tone when he spoke could not help but be quite serious. "The bold demon spirit empire actually dared to kidnap my noble princess and let her suffer injustice. The emperor has ordered the whole country to attack and destroy the demon spirit empire." Anya said, "Oh," indifferently, not feeling anything about what Ford said. But it was different for Nobita, Doraemon, and others around. Their expressions kept changing back and forth. Shock, confusion, puzzlement, and fear appeared on their faces one after another. There was actually a country that wanted to destroy the demon spirit empire. But besides the demon spirit empire, are there other empires in the dream continent? And the demon spirit emperor is so powerful. Who can destroy the demon spirit empire? They were just trying their luck to challenge the demon spirit emperor this time. Jados, Snemis, Xingye, and Xingye looked at each other for a few times, and they all saw puzzlement in each other's eyes. As for Hoshino, he was shocked. The main plot of the movie version had been distorted to this extent without him realizing it, and his mind was a little confused at this moment. Hoshino dared to guarantee and swear that he really did nothing. "Excuse me, princess, who are these people?" After Ford came back to his senses from Anya's matter, he finally had time to look at Nobita, Doraemon, and others around him, and couldn't help frowning. When he saw Hoshino, an inexplicable look and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Ford naturally saw at a glance that Nobita, Jados, and others were all humans. But why would the noble princess be with a group of humans? Could it be that this group of humans accidentally saved the princess? After all, according to previous information, it was the demons of the Demon Spirit Empire who kidnapped the 9th princess. "They are all my friends." As soon as she said this, Anya excitedly ran to the side of Hoshino, pulled Hoshino's sleeve and explained with a smile. This. Ford couldn't help but wipe his eyes to confirm that he was indeed not blind. The noble 9th princess was so close to a human she had never seen before, which would definitely blind those who spoiled the 9th princess to the sky. "Your Highness, you are a noble princess. You should pay attention to your image in front of outsiders. I believe that your Highness's teacher should have taught you these things." Ford certainly didn't dare to go up and pull away Anya, who was holding Xingye. He could only kindly remind her from the side. "Outsiders? Brother Xingye is not an outsider. He is my newly recognized brother." Looking at the extremely serious look in Anya's pure and flawless sapphire eyes, Ford was shocked and stepped back one after another. Not only did he have problems with his eyes, but also with his ears. The most gifted and beloved Princess Nine in the history of Atlantis actually recognized a human as her brother. And it seems that this so-called human brother has a better relationship with Princess Nine than the Princess Nine has with her biological brothers. Oh my God, you know how long it has been since then. Ford steadied himself and looked at the 9th princess, who was still holding on to the corner of Hoshino's clothes. He was confused and didn't know what to say or do. Judging from the close relationship between this human and the 9th princess, this human must have left a deep impression on the 9th princess and held a high position in her heart. So how to deal with this human will become extremely important. You know, the 9th princess is still young, and anything he does will affect her, and even her life. The main reason is that the relationship between this human and the 9th princess is a bit too close, so he has to be cautious about this matter. Looking at Ford standing there motionless, Hoshino has already tensed his nerves. Although Ford did not have any hostility before, you have to know that people can change at any time, especially when he saw Ford hear Anya talking about his relationship with him. Ford's performance really made him a little unpredictable. "Forget it, we can't stay here for long. Please, princess and everyone else, let's talk about friends first." Hearing the word friend coming out of Ford's teeth, Hoshino couldn't help but feel a little funny. Seeing Ford, who seemed to have no hostility, Nobita and the others were relieved, and then they walked towards Guion Castle. Damn it! How could such a thing happen in the dreamland? In a steel castle made of modern technology, Miyazawa looked at the picture displayed on the electronic screen in front of him and pounded the table angrily. It's probably people from the newly appeared continent. Aibu, who was still sitting firmly on the recliner, picked up the teacup calmly and took a sip. How can you be so calm? You know, those people invaded your country. Looking at the young man in front of him who looked like a decent person and was dressed in a gorgeous golden robe, Miyazawa was angry and puzzled. No, the Demon Spirit Empire is not my country, nor is the Yamaruman Kingdom. I am just a poor homeless person. Aibu laughed at himself, and then his face suddenly changed, full of fierceness. The chaos on the continent is what I want to see most. Only in this way can the forces on the entire continent be reshuffled, and we can rise in such an environment. Isn't this what you want? Are you crazy? We only have tens of thousands of people, and the people of the three empires are more than millions or tens of millions? Gongzi looked at Aibu, who seemed to have fallen into madness, and couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. This guy is a lunatic. Didn't we combine magic and technology to develop weapons with power comparable to the bullet you mentioned? Under such power, the strong in the god realm is no more than this. Gongzi was speechless for a moment. He has been in this world for several years. Not only did he make friends with a genius madman like Aibu, but he also established a considerable foundation. Of course, due to confidentiality, he did not expand wantonly, but secretly established a magic academy called Castro to absorb talents and built such a huge base. At first, he just wanted to exchange the resources of the two worlds back and forth and become a trillionaire who was rich enough to rival a country. But as time passed, when he learned more and more about the dream world, his ambition gradually expanded, dreaming of ruling the two worlds of dream and earth. It's just that according to his plan, this goal will take at least several decades, but he doesn't mind, as he has a lifespan of at least hundreds of years as a magician. It's a good deal to become the master of two worlds in just a few decades. It's just that plans can't keep up with changes. They didn't expect Atlantis to suddenly appear, and they didn't expect Atlantis to provoke an imperial war at a disagreement. Looking at the current trend, Atlantis not only wants to destroy the Demon Spirit Empire, but also wants to destroy the kingdom of Yamiruman, so as to become the master of the two continents. If Atlantis really unifies the two continents, I'm afraid they really have no chance. That's why Aibu is so crazy. As for Miyazawa, anyway, he can still go back to Earth, and Aibu has already gotten used to living in this world. He will never leave this world even if he dies. Weapons are just weapons after all. There is still a big gap between them and the strong men in the God realm. So we can't fail this time. We can only succeed. Otherwise, not only will the base in this world be lost, but we may also be worried about our lives. I know. Seeing that Miyazawa seemed to agree with his proposal, Aibu was happy in his heart, but he said nonchalantly on his face, "Oniana City, City Lord's Mansion." Ford asked Anya to sit in the main seat in the main hall, and he sat below with Hoshino and others. No one objected to this. After all, who hasn't had the experience of being a guest or host a few times? However, there was a little episode in the process. Anya insisted that Hoshino sit next to her, but Hoshino really didn't want to get too close to Anya. A woman or a girl, even if you just stand next to her, may cause countless troubles. Most of these troubles come from followers, admirers, protectors, or hostile forces. In short, staying with a woman is full of troubles, and there are either no benefits or very few benefits. Looking at how tired everyone is from the journey, it is estimated that you haven't eaten for a long time. "Let's talk after we eat," Ford said and clapped his hands. 2 rows of female fish-scale people, about a dozen of them, came up with food. These people were teleported in succession through the magic teleportation array behind. Soon, a table full of delicious food was placed between Hoshino, Nobita, and others. However, facing this sumptuous meal, no one started to eat. "Princess, please," Ford said respectfully to Anya. Then he took out a plate of tofu-like food in the middle of the table, which was extremely elastic and crystal clear. It was not made of simple ingredients, and placed it in front of Anya. As a princess of a country and the most talented genius in the history of Atlantis, Anya's food is very particular. Not only must it be delicious, but it must also not be mixed with impurities. Under such a request, the food Anya ate was mostly mixed with natural treasures. To be honest, Anya was really hungry, so without hesitation, she picked up a fork and started eating. Anya had already started eating, but Ford still had no intention of eating. He just stared at Nobita and the others. His strong aura suppressed Nobita, Doraemon and the others and made them dare not move at all. "You guys eat together." Anya saw that she was the only one eating, and the others were just standing there in a daze, so she put down her fork and said a little embarrassedly, "Your Highness, eat first, we are not hungry." Gurgle, gurgle. At this time, Snemis's stomach protested, and Ford's face showed a trace of embarrassment, but it was fleeting. Oh, after all, Anya was still young and was well protected by the Atlantis executives, so she didn't have so many twists and turns in her heart. Ford really believed what Ford said and didn't say anything else. Soon Anya finished the food that Ford prepared for her, and then Ford asked someone to take the sleepy Anya downstairs to rest. Seeing Anya being taken away, Nobita, Doraemon, and others were excited, thinking that they could have a good meal, but Ford had no intention of doing so. He clapped his hands, and under the stunned eyes of Nobita, Doraemon, and others, the food on the table was taken away intact. Hoshino secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been vigilant in his heart, and even if Ford asked him to eat, he would not dare to eat, but Ford's current action directly solved his troubles. "Okay, it's time to get down to business. I believe you guys didn't approach the 9th princess on purpose. After all, you guys can't possibly know the 9th princess's identity. Although I am very grateful that you sent the 9th princess back. But the gap in status between you is still too big after all, so don't have any evil thoughts. For the sake of the 9th princess, I won't make it difficult for you. Go, I won't see you off." Ford said a series of words calmly, which made Nobita, Doraemon, and others stunned. They looked at each other and were a little at a loss. "We want to borrow the magic teleportation array in the city. Please make some concessions." Nobita thought about it and still plucked up the courage to say, "Oh, where are you going?" Ford frowned, but didn't refuse immediately, but asked curiously. "The Demon Spirit Empire, the Imperial capital," Nobita said solemnly. Ford was obviously surprised, and the expression on his face suddenly changed. "Are you from the Demon Spirit Empire?" "Of course not." Nobita heard something wrong in Ford's tone and said quickly, "We are going to the capital of the Demon Spirit Empire to challenge the Demon Spirit Emperor, defeat him, and save the Amiruman Kingdom." "Heh!" Ford couldn't help but smile as he looked at Nobita, who was only a low-level general among the group. If possible, he really wanted to send Nobita and his group to the capital of the Demon Spirit Empire to die, but it was a pity. The magic teleportation array in the city has been damaged and cannot be used. Otherwise, I would have gone to the capital of the Demon Spirit Empire a long time ago. Ford put away his smile and said, "What?" Nobita, Doraemon, and others were all shocked. If all the cities were like this, how long would it take them to get to the capital of the Demon Spirit Empire? "If everything is fine, let's go." Ford picked up the hot tea handed to him by the maid beside him, took a sip, and said calmly. Nobita, Doraemon, and others looked at each other, and there was nothing they could do. Even if the magic teleportation array was not damaged, Ford probably wouldn't let them use it. And Ford didn't need to lie to them about this matter. The magic teleportation array was probably really broken. Hoshino and his group walked out of the city lord's mansion and walked out of the Ghost Rock City under the surveillance of 2 teams of fish-scale people. Strange, why does this person give me a very familiar and friendly feeling? Ford, standing on the city wall, looked at Hoshino, who was going away, his eyes full of puzzlement. The main reason for letting Nobita, Doraemon, and others go this time was not that they escorted the 9th princess back safely, but purely because of Hoshino. Forget it. We will know it later anyway, and there is a feeling in the dark that tells me that he will not become an enemy of Atlantis, but will become a friend of my great Atlantis. It's just very strange. This is just an ordinary person with better physical fitness than ordinary people. Under the leadership of Snemis, Hoshino and his group entered the dark and dense monster forest again. Standing on a tall hill, Nobita, Doraemon, and others looked at the Ghost Rock City, which they could only see roughly, and had a lot of things to say in their hearts, but they didn't know how to say them. Alas, after all the traveling, I didn't expect to end up back at the starting point. Nobita was very melancholy. Who said it wasn't? We were about to use the magic teleportation array to reach the capital of the Demon Spirit Empire, but who would have thought that the magic teleportation array would break down? Snemis was also a little disappointed. "Hey, look what that is!" Suddenly, Xingye's exclamation successfully attracted everyone's attention. Looking in the direction of Xingye's finger, a small black dot was flying from the distant sky at a very fast speed. It seemed to be heading towards Gion City. "Oh no, the princess is in danger!" Ford, who was sitting in the hall of the city lord's mansion thinking about something, suddenly changed his face and disappeared in an instant. When Ford appeared again, he had already arrived outside Anya's room. At this time, he no longer cared about whether he was offending or not. He rushed into the house and picked up Anya, who was already sleeping, and flew into the sky. In just a moment, the small black dot in the distant sky had appeared outside the Ghost Rock City, and then it exploded with a boom, and endless flames instantly enveloped the entire Ghost Rock City. The powerful shockwave quickly swept in all directions with the Ghost Rock City as the center, and all the affected places immediately collapsed and disappeared. Not good. Seeing this situation, on the mountaintop thousands of meters away, not only Nobita, Doraemon and others changed their faces suddenly. Even Hoshino couldn't help but feel a panic in his heart. This power is probably comparable to the Bokuhai bomb on Earth. Big! Doraemon didn't have time to hesitate and threw the magic tricorn hat on his head into the air. The next moment, the tricorn hat suddenly became larger, covering everyone including Hoshino. Just as the magic tricorn hat covered Hoshino and others, the next second, a powerful shockwave hit the magic tricorn hat. What was surprising was that this seemingly ordinary magic tricorn hat, in front of the shockwave generated by the explosion that could instantly destroy a city, it not only perfectly blocked all the attack damage, but also took root in the ground like a rock, motionless. I don't know how long it took. Doraemon felt that it should be almost time, so he restored the magic tricorn hat to its original state, and everyone appeared in the previous place again. But at this time, they were no longer on the top of the mountain. It turned out that under the powerful shockwave, the top of the mountain under their feet was directly destroyed, and they also fell to the ground with the magic tricorn hat. This, looking at the very empty area around, Nobita, Doraemon, and others were shocked. In addition to shock, Hoshino felt a little relieved. As expected, following Nobita, no matter how dangerous it is, you will succeed in getting out of danger in the end. The power of the explosion just now far exceeded the full force attack of the early stage of the God Realm. At this moment, he was completely unable to stop it. There was only one way: to die. What happened just now? Xingye came back to his senses and asked the others, but it was obvious that no one knew. Although Xingye had a vague guess, he was not completely sure. After thinking about it, Xingye still expressed his opinion. This should be an extremely powerful weapon with a coverage area of several thousand meters. I'm afraid it is enough to withstand the full force attack of an ordinary God Realm strongman. What? Is it so terrifying? Jatos, Snemis, Xingye, and Xingye were all shocked. If this was really the case, they were lucky to survive just now. What should we do now? Looking at Nobita, Doraemon, and others who looked like they had survived a disaster, and Jatos who asked this question, Xingye suddenly hesitated. He was wondering if he should find an opportunity to withdraw from this great adventure. The system only asked him to participate in the first adventure of Nobita, Doraemon, and others. He has participated and received the system reward, but the system did not say that he must participate in the entire adventure. Nobita, Doraemon, and others all have one chance to revive, so even if they died just now, it would not be a big deal. But he is different. He only has one life, and if he dies, he is really dead. Now, if they want to defeat the Demon Emperor, in addition to Nobita's luck, they can only rely on Doraemon's props. But Nobita's luck is not always so good, and Doraemon can't always take out the props in time. Everyone was silent for a while. The life and death crisis just now actually had a great impact on them. Boom! Just when everyone was at a loss, something suddenly fell from the sky next to them, scaring everyone who was already nervous. Hoshino looked at the thing that fell next to him and found that this thing that fell from the sky was not a thing, but two people. One was Ford, who was covered in blood, mosaic, and whose clothes were already tattered, and the other was Anya, who was intact. Princess? Princess? Your Highness? You guys. As soon as he finished speaking, Ford tilted his head. Hoshino walked over, felt Ford's breath, and checked Ford's heart, and found that Ford was really dead. Hiss! Hoshino took a breath of cold air. Ford was actually dead. You know, Ford is a strong man in the God Realm, and he couldn't hold on in the big explosion just now. But thinking about the place where Ford was just now seemed to be the center of the explosion. Hoshino couldn't help but be silent. Thinking about it this way, it was a miracle that Ford could safely escort Anya here. What Hoshino didn't know was that in order to protect Anya, Ford forcibly stimulated the dragon blood in his body and forcibly raised his own cultivation to the late stage of the god realm in just a few seconds, which was how he barely sent Anya out safely. As for how Hoshino knew that Ford was a powerful god, you have to know that Nobita has the strength of a low-level warrior. The increase in the silver armor and silver sword is enough for him to compete with high-level warriors or even demigods, but Nobita said that he could not raise the heart to resist Ford. From this point, it is enough to see that Ford is at least in the early stage of the god realm. Hoshino sighed after taking Anya from Ford's arms. Hoshino, what happened? Nobita and Doraemon looked at Ford lying on the ground motionless and worried. He didn't resist the big explosion just now and is dead. Hoshino sighed. Ah, what, dead? Nobita and Doraemon were both shocked. Ford, who was still chatting and laughing with them not long ago, died in front of them. Even though they knew that this was a dream world, they still felt very uncomfortable. Jatos, Snemis, Xingye, and Xingye surrounded them, looking at Ford, who was no longer moving on the ground, with complicated expressions on their faces. They had many complaints against Ford before, but now that they saw Ford dead, they were not happy, but felt upset. Let's find a place to bury him. Hoshino sighed. No one refused, including Nobita, Doraemon, and others. He was willing to sacrifice his life to save a person. Such a person was left to die in the wilderness, which made Nobita, Doraemon, and others feel very sorry. Bad people deserve to die. Good people should also enjoy their virtues. Hoshino held Anya and Jatos held Ford, and the group came to a relatively intact hilltop. Doraemon took out a few shovels from his four-dimensional pocket and distributed them to Nobita, Hoshino, Jatos, Xingye, and Xingye. As for Anya, she was placed on a relatively flat and clean stone by Hoshino. Ha! I didn't expect the power of the god missile to be so strong that even the strong men in the early stage of the god realm could not resist it. Miyazawa sat on the chair, looking at the picture displayed on the electronic screen in front of him, and laughed. Of course. Aibu, who was sitting next to Miyazawa, had a proud look on his face. After all, this was something he developed. It's just that the power of the god missile is strong, but it is not without flaws. The development of each god missile consumes a lot of resources, and once it is used, the explosion and shockwave will almost destroy everything within the range. Miyazawa sighed. The last point was the reason why he didn't want to use the god missile the most. The god missile consumes a lot of resources? This is not a problem at all. As long as you attack the city, this problem is easy to solve. The main reason is that its power is too great, which is almost the same as the power of ordinary Muhai bombs on Earth. The explosion and the shockwave generated can almost destroy everything within the coverage area. Once used, all kinds of materials and resources in the city will be greatly destroyed. A city is obviously not only a few thousand kilometers in size. But the god missile not only brings the high temperature and strong shockwave produced by the explosion, but also triggers a series of natural disasters, such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. He wants to rule the world and become the king of the world, not to destroy the world and become the king of a world with few people. In addition, the god missile has an advantage that the wood-high bomb on Earth can never match. That is, it will not produce any harmful radiation and will not reduce the area for various creatures to survive. You think too much. Aibu glanced at Gongzi indifferently. Relying on our strong strength, ordinary cities will not use god missiles. Only when facing cities with god realm strongmen will they use god missiles. But the Earth world you mentioned is really amazing. It can actually develop tools that can detect places thousands and tens of thousands of miles away. Looking at the electronic display screen in front of him, Aibu couldn't help but sigh. Are you really not going to go to the Earth to take a look? Seeing a wider world may help your research. Gongzi couldn't help but say, How many times have you asked me? You know me. Aibu shook his head and walked out of the main control room. After some efforts, Hoshino and others finally buried Ford, preventing Ford's body from being eaten by monsters. Everyone sat down and rested. Hoshino looked at the people sitting down to rest and was about to say something. The next second, something horrifying happened. Nobita, Doraemon, Jatos, Fat Tiger, Snemis, Tsuneo, and Shizuka, all froze and did not move. At this moment, the time and space around Nobita and others seemed to be banned. The only one who could move was the extra girl Carter. Hoshino looked at the time and found that it was already noon. Looking at Xingye, Carter, the only one who was still moving, Hoshino walked over to ask what was going on. Maybe Xingye would know something. However, he had just taken 2 steps when he felt that he seemed to have bumped into something and could not move forward. At the same time, he took several steps back because of the unexpected collision. Hoshino stood firm and came to the place where he had just bumped into the wall. At the same time, he stretched his hand forward and found that a transparent barrier appeared in front of him. In shock, Hoshino connected various things and seemed to understand something. At this time, Xingye, the only one who could still move, had come in front of Hoshino, but it was obvious that she could not get out of the barrier. Just when she was about to say something, Hoshino was shocked again. Nobita, Doraemon and others who were not far in front of him disappeared out of thin air, and Xingye naturally disappeared as well. Is it some kind of protection mechanism? Hoshino couldn't help but guess. At noon, Nobita and Doraemon should have got off the plane. Although it's not a big deal if you don't eat breakfast, it's really bad if you don't eat lunch. Earthworld, Tokyo, Japan, Nobita's house. Nobita opened his eyes dazedly, fumbled to put on his glasses, and looked at Doraemon, who had just woken up and was a little confused and said weakly, "Doraemon, good afternoon." "Hello, Nobita." "Nobita, Doraemon is coming down to eat." "I know, Mom." Nobita's voice came from downstairs, and Nobita and Doraemon echoed in unison. Nobita heard the response of Nobita and Doraemon, and did not think much about it, and went back to the restaurant directly. Nobita Tamako thought it was normal for Nobita and Doraemon to sleep in. After all, it was Sunday, so what was wrong with sleeping a little longer? Nobita Shinsuke also put on his clothes when Nobita Tamako called Nobita and Doraemon to eat. He rarely had a day off, so he slept a little longer. I guess Hoshino has already eaten lunch at home. Nobita, who was sitting next to the dining table, thought to himself while eating. At the same time, Shizuka, Fat Tiger, and Tsuneo also woke up in their own homes. Except for Shizuka, who felt a little strange for not sleeping in, Fat Tiger and Tsuneo didn't feel anything wrong. I don't know when Nobita and the others will come back. It would be fine if they took a nap, but they just slept for a whole morning and a whole night, so this possibility is extremely low. But no matter what, as long as there are no other factors such as Nobita Tamako, Nobita and Doraemon should come back. As for the others, thinking of Shizuka, Fat Tiger, and Tsuneo, Hoshino couldn't help but feel a headache. I hope Nobita and Doraemon can find a way. Based on Hoshino's understanding of Nobita, he will definitely find a way to let Shizuka, Fat Tiger, and Tsuneo enter the dream. But you have to be prepared for everything. What if Nobita and Doraemon can't come because of Nobita Tamako and other factors? For him, it's best not to leave here. Otherwise it will be troublesome if Nobita, Doraemon, and others can't find him after they come back. However, thinking that Nobita, Doraemon, and others would enter the dream again at the latest at night, Hoshino was relieved. As for eating, Hoshino was not hungry. They had been eating roasted monster meat all the way. The energy contained in monster meat was very rich. Eating a little could completely offset the energy he consumed. Then, let's try practicing the dark body training method. Hoshino thought about it and suddenly thought of something. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Then Hoshino dug a cave with a shovel and made a mark at the entrance of the cave, so that Nobita, Doraemon, and others could find themselves when they returned. Finally, he sealed the entrance of the cave, leaving only a few gaps. After doing this, Hoshino sat cross-legged and prepared to practice. There are 7 levels of dark body training methods. The training content of each level is different and deeply related. A paragraph of extremely complex text emerged in Hoshino's mind. It was the first level of dark body training method, the ground level training method. Looking at the words he had never seen before, Xingye could say that he didn't recognize any of them, but he could understand the meaning of these words inexplicably, and he unconsciously practiced according to the methods described in these words. Xingye, who closed his eyes to practice, didn't notice it. When he was practicing, space cracks appeared around him, and countless black substances floated out of the space cracks and approached him, and then were absorbed by him. After an unknown period of time, Xingye woke up, and immediately found that he was different. An extremely powerful force filled his body, and at the same time, a layer of light red light emanated from his skin, which Xingye was not surprised by. The dark body practice method is divided into 7 levels, and his skin will change at each level, corresponding to 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. At the ground level, his skin color is red, and the darker the color, the deeper his practice. After an afternoon of practice, Xingye has already entered the ground level. At the same time, his character panel has also been updated. Ground level 1, Constitution, Ordinary Body, Spiritual Power, Power, Water Power, D level, Space Power, Time Power, First level. Current Enlightened Backpack, 1 cubic meter, number of sign-ins remaining today. The original physical strength and speed attributes disappeared, replaced by the additional level and constitution attributes. Each of the 7 levels has 9 levels. After practicing to perfection in the 9th level, you can enter the next level. In addition, Xingye was surprised to find that although the dark body training method is a physical training method, it is different from ordinary physical training methods. Practicing this method will not only make his physical body stronger and stronger, but also produce a kind of energy similar to spiritual energy, true energy or fighting spirit in his body. This energy is named dark energy by the dark body training method. And according to the dark body training method, dark energy will be upgraded to a higher energy later. After learning about this, Xingye was naturally very happy, which meant that his master-level swordsmanship perception was not just a simple decoration, but a great weapon to defend against the enemy. After getting up and stretching his muscles, a crackling sound came from Xingye's body. Recalling that he once had the peak strength of a silver swordsman, Xingye estimated that he should have the strength of a low-level warrior at this time, because the power of the dark body cultivation method, with the help of the special nature of dark energy, is enough to be invincible in the same realm and undefeated across levels. In the future, when his physique is truly transformed, I am afraid that he can directly cross a large level to defeat the enemy. You know, this is only the first level of the ground level. There are still 8 levels behind, and the improvement of each level will only get bigger and bigger. Xingye estimated that he should not need to be promoted to the 9th level before he can rub against the strong men in the divine realm on the ground, probably about the 4th or 5th level. As for the time to reach the 4th or 5th level of the ground level, Xingye estimated that it would not take too long. Anyway, he felt that if he cultivated for another 10 days or so, he would be able to enter the 2nd level. At that time, his realm should be that of a low-level warrior. As for his actual combat power, if so, he should be able to fight against the strong men in the god realm on the ground at the 4th level of the ground level. The time required for cultivation at each level will become longer and longer. It will take 10 days to cultivate to the 2nd level, and it will take 40 or 50 days to cultivate to the 3rd level. But don't forget that Xingye also has the 1st level time ability, which can slow down the flow of time by 10 times. He cultivated for 10 days, but only 1 day passed in the outside world. This is what Xingye just thought of. Otherwise, he would have used the time ability at the beginning of his cultivation. As the level of the ability increases, the speed of time he can slow down will only increase. In this way, his cultivation speed will hardly change. Think about the god realm that others can't cultivate for several years, more than 10 years, dozens of years, or even a lifetime. But he only needs dozens of days, and it can be even faster under the acceleration of the time ability. He can succeed in cultivation in just a few days. Thinking of this, he was a little excited. As for the physical fitness that had been improved tenfold before, it did not disappear. It was precisely because of the tenfold physical fitness that Xingye was able to cultivate to the 1st level of the ground level in just half a day. You know, if he wants to cultivate to the 1st level, he would need at least 1 day or even several days. Hoshino looked at the soil blocking the cave entrance and threw a punch. The fist with dark energy, and the wind from the fist directly blasted away the soil a little hard. It was almost the same as the inside of the cave. It was also pitch black outside. The sky was already dark and the blue moon did not appear, as if it had sensed something. It seems that they didn't come in the afternoon. Looking at the dark sky, Hoshino thought. At this moment, Hoshino suddenly heard someone calling him and couldn't help but look over. Then he saw Nobita running towards him with Doraemon and others. Hoshino smiled and waved his hand and ran towards Nobita and others. Demon Spirit Empire, Imperial Capital. Demon Spirit Emperor Outram stood on the wall of the imperial capital, with no sadness or joy on his face. However, judging from the eerie dark clouds in the sky where the Demon Spirit Emperor was, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Outram was not at peace at this moment. In just one afternoon, the Demon Spirit Empire had lost more than half of its territory. I'm afraid that no one could remain calm, right? If it weren't for the need to recover from the injuries he suffered in the last battle with the silver swordsman Xingye, he would have personally dealt with those damned Atlanteans. Now his injuries have all recovered and his combat power has returned to its peak. However, he did not take the initiative to attack, as he knew that those people would definitely come to him on their own initiative. Sure enough, the next moment, a blue light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark night, and then the light became larger and larger, and finally turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the imperial capital at an extremely fast speed. As the blue light got closer and closer, the figure shrouded in the blue light gradually appeared. It turned out to be a young man holding a trident who seemed to be only in his 20s. At the same time, a light rain began to fall from the sky. After a few breaths, the distance between the Demon Spirit Emperor Outram and the young man was less than 100 meters. Neither of them was talking nonsense, and they seemed to know the truth that villains die because of their talkativeness. At the beginning, the two used their strongest attacks. Because the imperial capital was protected by the great array of the capital, the Demon Spirit Emperor was not afraid that their attacks would have any impact on the imperial capital. In one blow, the two were evenly matched. The first theater version is about to end. Spread the flowers, and the end. The Demon Spirit Emperor retreated to the city wall and his eyes condensed. He really didn't expect that a person, randomly sent by Atlantis, would have such strength. Aaron stayed in the air, feeling a little speechless. He thought that as the only powerful god in the Dreamland, the Demon Spirit Emperor would not be too strong even if he entered the god realm. But judging from the strength of the attack just now, the Demon Spirit Emperor's strength might have reached the peak of the god realm, while he was only in the middle stage of the god realm. However, because he was a dragon, his bloodline was purer, and he gained combat power, and with the special trident in his hand, he fought evenly with the Demon Spirit Emperor. After the attack, the Demon Spirit Emperor and Aaron did not attack again, but looked at each other, as if they wanted to see each other's weaknesses. Suddenly, the imperial capital array behind the Demon Spirit Emperor slowly lit up, and countless dark auras quietly appeared, and then madly poured into the body of the Demon Spirit Emperor, which greatly improved the strength of the Demon Spirit Emperor in a short period of time. With the blessing of the imperial capital array, the strength of the Demon Spirit Emperor has far exceeded that of the peak powerhouses in the god realm. Seeing this, Aaron didn't care about anything else, and slapped his chest fiercely, and a mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed on the trident in his hand. The trident, emitting a light blue light, was stained with a hint of strange blood red. Finally, the Demon Spirit Emperor and Aaron moved. The Demon Spirit Emperor slowly raised the dark scepter in his hand, and the black clouds covering the entire sky all fell down and were absorbed by the dark scepter. In a few breaths, the dark clouds dissipated, and the sky became clear. Aaron also raised the trident in his hand, and the surrounding water elements rushed into the trident frantically. Because the force was too strong, a water-blue element vortex was formed with the trident as the center. This made the light on the trident, which was already emitting a light blue light, even more dazzling. The expressions on the faces of the Demon Spirit Emperor and Aaron were unprecedentedly serious. They all knew that who would live and who would die depended on this blow. The Demon Spirit Emperor knew that if he lost this time, even if he could escape, his prestige would be greatly reduced in the future. This battle was different from the last battle with the silver swordsman Xingye in the Warcraft forest. This time behind him was the imperial capital of the Demon Spirit Empire, and everyone in the imperial capital was paying attention to him at this time. Aaron also knew that if he failed in this attack, he would definitely die. Among all the Atlantis God Realm Masters who have come to the Demon Spirit Empire, he is already the strongest. If he loses, none of the remaining Atlantis God Realm Masters in the Dream Continent will be able to resist the revenge of the Demon Spirit Emperor. In the end, the Demon Spirit Emperor, who carries the power to destroy the world, and Aaron's real strongest blow as the two swing out the dark scepter and hold the trident to attack, finally collided with each other. A mushroom cloud of sparks similar to the explosion of the Muhai bomb slowly rose, and the powerful shockwave made the rock-solid Imperial capital formation shaky, as if it will not last long. Ahem! In the smoke and dust, Eren, lying on the ground and spitting blood, looked at the demon spirit emperor who was slowly walking towards him, and felt very unwilling in his heart. He was just a little bit away. If he could break through to the late stage of the God Realm, the demon spirit emperor would definitely lose. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. If he had known this, he should not have chosen to delay the breakthrough in order to lay a solid foundation. Although the demon spirit emperor won this attack, it was a tragic victory. His clothes had already turned into strips of cloth, and his combat power was greatly reduced. At this time, the demon spirit emperor was probably only at the early stage of the God Realm, and his injuries were much more serious than those he suffered when fighting the silver swordsman Xingye. The demon spirit emperor waved the dark scepter in his hand, and when he was about to end Eren's life, his face suddenly changed, and a fatal threat suddenly rose in his heart. He turned around suddenly, and under the dark night sky, more than a dozen streams of light with sparks at the tails were rushing towards him, and the demon spirit emperor behind him. It would probably take only a few breaths to arrive. The demon spirit emperor Otram naturally didn't know what it was, but his violently beating heart told him that if he came into contact with those things, he would definitely die. Without time to finish off Eren, the demon spirit emperor turned around and returned to the demon spirit emperor. Eren was stunned for a moment as he watched the demon spirit emperor hurriedly leave without killing him. Was the demon spirit emperor showing mercy? But when he saw the dozens of streamers with sparks at the tails in the distant sky, he finally understood. He was just seriously injured and could hardly move. I am Eren, a great general of Atlantis with talents and combat power far beyond my peers. Am I going to die here now? I really can't accept it. Eren closed his eyes helplessly, waiting for the arrival of the god of death. Nobita! Doraemon! Hoshino! Nobita, Doraemon, and Hoshino greeted each other and then smiled at the same time. Why didn't you come this afternoon? Hoshino asked Nobita curiously. Well, my family is doing a big cleaning this afternoon, and Doraemon and I are going to help my mother clean up. Nobita explained briefly. Is that so? Well, let's not talk about this anymore. What should we do next? Hoshino wanted to see if Nobita and Doraemon had any good suggestions for dealing with the Demon Emperor. If not, he would immediately use "something happened at home" as an excuse to quit this adventure. After all, in the eyes of Nobita and Doraemon, everything they experienced in the Dream 3 Swordsman world was just a game, and his quitting the game halfway would not affect them at all. Although doing so might affect the improvement of his close relationship with Nobita and Doraemon. But there are still many days to come, and he will not choose to face a situation where he is almost certain to die in order to improve his relationship with Nobita and Doraemon in a short period of time. You know, in the original work, Nobita really died once. It's just that the year of Hoshino has just risen, and the system prompt sound rang. System task is generating, generation is successful, and the following tasks are now released. Task name, Kill the Demon Spirit Emperor. Task requirements, regardless of whether the host is fighting head-on or attacking from behind, as long as the host helps the Demon Spirit Emperor a little bit in his death, the task is completed. Task reward, 1 S-level lottery. Task failure, no penalty. Do you accept? System, I suspect you are deliberately disgusting me, and I have irrefutable evidence. Xingye looked at the task reward and then at the task requirements. He couldn't complete it no matter how he looked at it, but the task reward was really a bit uncertain for him. S-level lottery, needless to say. Look at the items Xingye won in the last lottery. Although there is a certain element of luck, the power of S-level lottery is beyond doubt. It's just that this task requirement, although he only needs to exert a little bit of strength in the process of killing the Demon Spirit Emperor, who knows how to exert this little bit of strength? And after he exerts this little bit of strength, should he run away immediately? Run away immediately, or run away immediately. The key is whether he can escape. He has personally experienced the strength of the peak powerhouses in the God Realm. Next, naturally, we have to defeat the Demon Spirit Emperor. Nobita scratched his head in confusion and looked at Hoshino, saying, Hasn't this been agreed upon long ago? Doraemon stood aside and nodded in agreement. "That's not what I meant." Hoshino patiently explained what he meant. "Am I saying that we should just go and deal with the Demon Spirit Emperor without any preparation?" "This." Nobita and Doraemon hesitated. "Then how about I distribute some props to everyone?" Doraemon thought for a moment and said. Hoshino's eyes lit up. This is possible. He knew how powerful Doraemon's props were, and Kraken would be hit if he wasn't careful. "This is okay." So Doraemon found several props in the four-dimensional pocket and distributed them to Hoshino, Jados, and others. Jados and others naturally didn't know how to use the props, so Doraemon explained them to them. Nobita didn't take any props. He was very confident in his own strength. Jatos took the powerful gloves, Snemis took the air pistol, Xingye and Xingye took the air cannon. The one given to Hoshino was an electric knife, the official name of which was the famous knife electric pill. Even if you fall asleep, as long as you hold it, it will automatically resist the opponent's attack, making you invincible. But this item has a flaw. It will occasionally run out of energy. Putting aside the flaws of the famous knife electric pill, it is still a good prop, but Hoshino doesn't want this type of attack prop. Doraemon, do you have any props that can block the opponent's attack? For Hoshino, as long as the enemy doesn't kill him with one blow, he has a 50% chance of killing the opponent in return. Doraemon, holding the air cannon, thought about it and rummaged in his four-dimensional pocket, and finally took out a red cloak, a dodge cloak. Dodge cloak, as long as you swing it, you can reflect any attack back. It seems that there is an upper limit to its ability to withstand, but the upper limit is very high, so don't worry about this small shortcoming. Looking at the dodge cloak in Doraemon's hand, Hoshino's eyes lit up and he took it directly without hesitation. As for the famous sword electric pill, he did not return it. Anyway, one less. Well, no, one more is not much anyway. Maybe it can play an unexpected role. Looking at the two props in his hand, Hoshino also had a certain confidence, and then took on the system task. Seeing that everyone had received the props they were satisfied with, Doraemon immediately wanted to take out the bamboo dragonfly and let everyone fly to the imperial capital of the Demon Spirit Empire. But at this moment, Shiluko, who had only appeared once from beginning to end, appeared in front of them again. Shiluko, okay, do you know how I got here? Looking at the elf Shiluko in front of him, Nobita gritted his teeth and said, Shiluko just ignored him at the beginning, and he has been brooding over this matter, and he feels very uncomfortable. After all, Shiluko is not the real Shizuka, and Nobita will not be timid. But Shiluko obviously does not want to pay attention to the stingy Nobita, and did not explain what Nobita said. It's too late to explain, I'll take you to the Demon Spirit capital. Nobita was stunned when he heard this, and didn't know what to say. Hoshino looked at Shiluko, one of the key figures in Dream 3 Swordsman movie, who was very important and unimportant, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker. Shiluko looked at the people with various emotions in their eyes, and her eyes stayed on Hoshino for a while. Then, without any nonsense, after giving everyone a word, she hurriedly picked up the magic wand in her hand and drew a fist-sized light circle in front of her. It can be seen with the naked eye that the fist-sized light circle gradually became larger and finally became a light circle that can accommodate one person in and out. Everyone follow me. Shiluko was the first to pass through the light circle. Nobita and Doraemon looked at each other. Nobita hesitated for 2 seconds and also stepped into the circle. After Doraemon, Jatos, Snemis, Xingye, and Xingye stepped into the light circle one after another. Hoshino was the last to step into the light circle. After Hoshino also stepped into the other side of the light circle gradually shrank and finally turned into a dot that flickered for a moment and then disappeared directly. After Hoshino stepped into the light circle, he immediately found something wrong. Why was there smoke and dust all around? Fortunately, Nobita, Doraemon, and others should have noticed the smoke and dust around them, so they did not leave here rashly, causing everyone to separate. After the smoke and dust dissipated a little, Hoshino looked at the dozen or so divine missiles that appeared from the distant sky. He was so scared that his hands trembled, and he almost dropped the famous sword that Doraemon had just given him, the electric light pill, on the ground. Doraemon, there is danger! The magic tricorn hat! The power of just one divine missile was so great at the beginning, not to mention that there were more than a dozen this time. If that power exploded in the same place, even the strongest among the divine masters would probably not be able to resist it. What danger? Doraemon was stunned for a moment, But when he heard Hoshino's urgent voice, he didn't have time to think too much. He took off the magic tricorn hat on his head and threw it over his head. The magic tricorn hat suddenly grew larger and covered everyone, including Eren, who was seriously injured on the ground. The dozen or so divine missiles launched by Miyazawa seemed to have seen the Demon Spirit Emperor fleeing back to the Imperial capital, so only one or two of the dozen or so divine missiles fell on where Hoshino and others were, and the rest of the divine missiles all flew to the Demon Spirit Imperial capital. Boom! Mushroom clouds rose straight into the sky in the Demon Spirit Imperial capital and outside the Demon Spirit Imperial capital. Under the powerful power of the dozen or so divine missiles, the already shaky protective formation of the Demon Spirit Imperial capital was instantly shattered. Seeing that there was no time to escape, the Demon Spirit Emperor was ruthless and turned around to prop up the protective shield. The protective shield did play a certain role, but the Demon Spirit Emperor had no time to be happy. With a series of crackling sounds, the protective shield held up by the Demon Spirit Emperor was instantly shattered. Just when the Demon Spirit Emperor thought he was doomed, a black round bead that he had been wearing, and was said to have been passed down from ancient times, suddenly emitted a violent dark light. Then the black light formed a dark protective shield that instantly enveloped the Demon Spirit Emperor. However, the black round bead seemed to be too old and had serious energy loss. After resisting most of the power of more than a dozen divine missiles, the black protective shield formed to protect the Demon Spirit Emperor was finally shattered. Then the Demon Spirit Emperor was directly blown away for thousands of meters by the powerful shockwave. Ahem! Looking at the dark blood on his hands, the Demon Spirit Emperor was filled with endless anger. If the enemy had beaten him like this head-on, he would not say much, and could only blame himself for not being strong enough, but sneak attack. Some readers said that the author wrote too much in the original work of the theatrical version and wanted the author to just brush it over. Everyone can tell us your opinions. The Demon Spirit Emperor admitted that he was not a good person. After all, his cultivation was considered very brutal by others, but he had never done such a despicable thing as sneak attack. Because there was no need. He had always believed in his own strength, and his strength was strong enough. But what happened today really made him unbearable. Hey! The Demon Spirit Emperor sneered, closed his eyes, and muttered something. An extremely large formation emitting black and purple light instantly enveloped the entire Demon Spirit Imperial capital, giving people an extremely weird atmosphere. Ah, what's going on? In a tavern in the Demon Spirit Imperial capital, a minotaur watched his blood being slowly drawn out, and his skin aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he couldn't help but said in horror. The change of the minotaur also attracted the attention of other people in the tavern. Although the people around were terrified, they did not flee immediately. After all, although this kind of thing is horrible, it has happened before. But when everyone in the tavern found that they were in the same situation as the minotaur, they finally fled in panic. Such things can be seen everywhere in the Demon Spirit capital at this time, and all the blood and spirit that flowed out gathered in the center of the Demon Spirit capital. Then they appeared out of thin air next to the Demon Spirit Emperor through some kind of channel and merged into the body of the Demon Spirit Emperor. The injuries on the Demon Spirit Emperor recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, the injuries on the Demon Spirit Emperor were all recovered and returned to the peak state. No, this is not enough. The Demon Spirit Emperor stood up, without reciting the spell to stop, and continued to absorb the dark energy condensed by the formation. After a few more breaths, the aura of the Demon Spirit Emperor was infinitely close to the next great realm. The surrounding dark energy continued to flow into his body, but the Demon Spirit Emperor could not break through to the next great realm. The Demon Spirit Emperor seemed to be unable to hear the various screams coming from the surroundings. He closed his eyes and felt unprecedented peace in his heart. The divine realm, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, using the power of heaven and earth to suppress people who can resist the power of heaven and earth? Of course, this emperor can do it. If you want to break through this world, you can't borrow the power of this world. You must be able to control yourself. Ha ha ha, this emperor finally understands. Dark realm, done! Boom! An extremely shocking aura came from the body of the Demon Spirit Emperor, sweeping across a radius of 10,000 meters. At this moment, the Demon Spirit Emperor finally entered the realm he had been dreaming of for hundreds of years. The king level. But at the same time, a sense of rejection suddenly appeared on the Demon Spirit Emperor, but the Demon Spirit Emperor didn't care and eliminated this sense of rejection with a flick of his hand. "Humph! You dare to launch a sneak attack!" The face of the Demon Spirit Emperor became heavy again. In a few steps, he walked thousands of meters. His spiritual sense expanded, and everything within a radius of 10,000 meters appeared in his mind. That direction? The Demon Spirit Emperor recalled the direction from which the divine missile had flown before, and flew towards that place at an extremely terrifying speed. The Demon Spirit Emperor flying in the air felt the familiar breath below, and after a little thought he knew who that person was, the silver swordsman Xingye. Although he was puzzled as to why Xingye, who was originally at the peak of the divine realm, had such a weak breath, the Demon Spirit Emperor could not care about these at this time. Finding the person who had just attacked him was the most important thing, so the Demon Spirit Emperor only paused for a moment and did not care about Xingye below. Not good. The Demon Spirit Emperor actually broke through the king level. Shiluko's face suddenly changed, and her originally ruddy face suddenly turned pale. The aura emitted by the Demon Spirit Emperor when he broke through the king level was extremely terrifying. People within a few thousand meters could feel it. Shiluk, Hoshino, and others naturally felt it as well. Those outsiders really deserve to die. We originally wanted to use you to deal with the Demon Spirit Emperor, but we didn't expect you to backfire. Shiluke's eyes showed extremely strong resentment at this moment, but when he thought that he was next to Nobita and others at this time, the resentment in his eyes only lasted for a blink of an eye before it flashed away. This aura, Hoshino's face also changed, suddenly. He didn't need to guess that he could feel that this terrifying aura belonged to the Demon Spirit Emperor. After all, he had fought against the Demon Spirit Emperor and was quite familiar with his aura. A few minutes later, Doraemon took back the magic tricorn hat and put it back on his head. Looking at the scene outside, everyone took a breath of cold air. The city wall of the Demon Spirit capital, which was originally 100 meters long, had already collapsed. Through the collapsed city wall, it can be seen that the scene in the city is simply horrible. All kinds of buildings collapsed, some were destroyed, and some demons and humans died or were injured. However, facing this scene that was like hell on earth, Hoshino, Nobita, and others did not show any mercy on their faces. "Ahem, are you the ninth princess?" Eren looked at Anya, who was walking next to Hoshino. His eyes widened, and his tone was full of disbelief. "Huh? You are? Ah, I remember. You are the son of the Prime Minister, the General of the Empire, Eren? Your Highness actually still remembers me. It's my honor." Eren coughed and spat out a mouthful of blue and black blood. Everyone gathered around Eren, looking at this seriously injured person, and didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing that the person lying on the ground knew Anya, Doraemon estimated that Eren was not a bad person, so he took out the doctor's first aid kit from his four-dimensional pocket. Looking at the props that Doraemon took out from the four-dimensional pocket, Hoshino was stunned. It was then that he remembered that Doraemon had this killer weapon. But for someone like Eren, is Doraemon's doctor's first aid kit really useful? After a while, Hoshino found that he was obviously overthinking. After Doraemon used a doctor's first aid kit to prescribe a medicine for Eren, although Eren was puzzled and a little worried, he couldn't help but laugh at himself when he thought about his current state. If Hoshino and others really wanted to harm him, would it be so troublesome? Just one sword would kill him. At this time, even an ordinary person couldn't beat him. Therefore, after Eren took the medicine handed over by Doraemon, he swallowed it directly. The next second, something happened that shocked Eren. In just a few breaths, all his injuries were restored, and his combat power returned to its peak again. This kind of magic medicine, even in the whole of Atlantis, can't find a few. And today, he who is almost facing a certain death actually ate such a magic medicine. Eren felt that he was fine, so he stood up from the ground. Seeing that Eren's injuries had recovered, Doraemon also put the doctor's first aid kit back into the fourth-dimensional pocket. "The Demon Spirit Emperor has left here. What should we do now? We are afraid that we can't even take a move from the Demon Spirit Emperor now," Snemis said at a loss, and the faces of others were also very ugly. They didn't know if they could beat ordinary God Realm strongmen, let alone King-level strongmen who were stronger than God Realm strongmen. Eren didn't know what to do. Although he could fight against God Realm peak strongmen with his mid-stage God Realm cultivation, he could only do so with the bonus of pure dragon blood and special trident. The dragon blood has a good bonus to combat power, but most dragon blood owners can only be invincible in the same realm. The same realm here refers to the same small realm. For example, a person with dragon bloodline in the early stage of the God Realm can absolutely crush other strong people in the early stage of the God Realm. Those who can fight against the middle stage of the God Realm with the cultivation of the early stage of the God Realm without losing can be called geniuses. After all, the gap between cultivation and power becomes larger and larger, especially in the God Realm. Although the difference between the two is only one small realm, the combat power is one world apart. And those who can defeat or even kill the middle stage of the God Realm with the cultivation of the early stage of the God Realm can be called peerless geniuses. And Eren, who can fight against the Demon Spirit Emperor, who has no bonus and only has the peak strength of the God Realm with the cultivation of the middle stage of the God Realm, is the only one in the entire Atlantis Empire. Because of his extraordinary talent, Eren was able to become the General of Xingye of the Atlantis Empire at the age of just over 20. The highest controller of all the armies of the Atlantis Empire is naturally the Emperor of the Empire, but the Emperor generally does not go to war in person, so the Empire Marshal is appointed to command all the armies. Below the Imperial Marshal are the four great generals of Zhenxi, Zhendong, Zhenbei, and Zhenan. If it weren't for Eren being too young and inexperienced, and if some ministers were not opposed, Atlantis III would have wanted to directly appoint Eren as the Imperial Marshal. After all, a demon like Eren can fight against the peak of the Divine Realm in the middle stage of the Divine Realm. Once he enters the peak of the Divine Realm, he will definitely be invincible in the Divine Realm. As for using the strength of the peak of the Divine Realm to fight against the King level after the Divine Realm, this is impossible. The gap between the Divine Realm and the King level can no longer be described as the difference between heaven and earth. If the peak of the Divine Realm is compared to a continent on the earth, then the King level is all the continents on the earth, plus all the oceans. There is no comparison between the two. Xingye was silent, but suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Yes, although all of them can't resist the Demon Spirit Emperor, there is one person who can definitely. It can't be said to be a person, it should be called a dragon, and this dragon is naturally Kraken. Although the Demon Spirit Emperor did not attack him just now, the undisguised killing intent revealed by the Demon Spirit Emperor made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. So Xingye speculated that the Demon Spirit Emperor, who had been away for some unknown reason, would definitely kill him first when he came back. And he could take this opportunity to use himself as bait to lure the Demon Spirit Emperor to the Dragon Valley, and then use the power of Kraken to kill the Demon Spirit Emperor. The possibility of this plan being completed is very high, but it is also very dangerous. However, thinking about the dodge cloak in his hand, Xingye suddenly became more confident. Although he did not know what level Kraken was in the King level. But you have to know that Kraken is a giant dragon clan, a dragon bloodline. Even if it is in the early stage of the King level, it is not something that the Demon Spirit Emperor, who has just entered the King level, can resist. I have a way! After hearing what Xingye said, the people who felt lonely because the Demon Spirit Emperor broke through the King level could not help but look at him, and at the same time, there was a hopeful look in their eyes. Xingye did not waste words and briefly introduced his method. Everyone nodded thoughtfully, and a complex look flashed in Shiluk's eyes, with tension, helplessness, and compromise. If it is according to what Xingye said, our most urgent task now is to rush to the Dragon Valley and find the giant dragon Kraken. Eren said the most important thing for Xingye and others at the moment. When he heard Xingye talking about the giant dragon Kraken, he was very shocked. There are actually dragons that have completely transformed into dragons? But after listening to Xingye's introduction, Eren found that he thought too much. Although Kraken and they are of the same dragon bloodline, they are very different. Kraken is a giant dragon clan, and they should belong to the water dragon of the dragon clan. Of course, he can't be very sure. These are just his guesses. After all, since the founding of Atlantis for thousands of years, no one has ever completely transformed into a dragon, and all of them have only transformed into dragons in a certain part of the body. Shiluki, it depends on you. Looking at Shiluka flying beside him, Nobita said expectantly, "This plan is indeed feasible." Shiluko's face also showed a long-lost smile. If they could take this opportunity to kill the unstable factor of the Demon Spirit Emperor, it would be really great. But wouldn't it be too dangerous? Doraemon was a little hesitant. Because they wanted to attract the Demon Spirit Emperor to the Dragon Valley, Hoshino and Shiluko had to stay. Shiluko was responsible for opening the transmission aperture, and Hoshino was responsible for attracting the Demon Spirit Emperor to enter the aperture with him to reach the Dragon Valley. This plan seemed to have a high chance of success, but it also had huge flaws. No one knew how powerful the Demon Spirit Emperor with king-level strength was. Do Shiluko and Hoshino really have time to carry out this plan? So for safety, Nobita, Doraemon, and others took the initiative to stay to buy time for Hoshino's plan. As for Anya, for her safety, everyone decided to send her to Kraken first. Seeing Hoshino bringing everyone back, Dragon Valley became very lively, and Kraken couldn't help but smile. When he heard Hoshino say that he came back this time to ask him to help solve an enemy stronger than the peak of the God Realm, Kraken agreed without thinking. As a friend of Hoshino, it was normal for Kraken to agree to this matter, and he really wanted to stretch his muscles, and it was a good thing to have a stronger enemy. As the Dragon God, he has always been so confident. As for the previous matter about Doraemon and the shrinking lamp, in Kraken's view, it was a complete accident. After settling Anya in Dragon Valley, Hoshino, Eren, Silco, Nobita, Doraemon, Jatos, Xingye, and Xingye returned to their original places one after another. The next thing they have to do is to wait for the Demon Spirit Emperor in the original place. Don't ask why you don't use the Anywhere door, because of the limitations of the Anywhere door itself. As for the specific author, I won't explain it. Just know it. After the Demon Spirit Emperor broke through to the king level, his strength was greatly improved, and his speed was no longer comparable to before. Iron Castle, main control room. Xingye looked at the Demon Spirit Emperor flying towards him through the electronic screen, and couldn't help but panic. Although he was a magician comparable to a strong man in the God Realm, he couldn't fight against the Demon Spirit Emperor who had broken through the God Realm. As if sensing someone peeping at him, the Demon Spirit Emperor turned his head and smiled evilly at Xingye through the screen. Xingye was shocked and didn't care so much. He immediately pressed the God Missile launching button on his left hand, and 4 or 5 more God Missiles rushed out of the Iron Castle and flew towards the Demon Spirit Emperor. Seeing this scene, Xingye's panicked heart calmed down a little, but he was still very nervous. The power of the God Missile is only comparable to the full force of an ordinary God Realm strongman. If you use a God Missile to attack a strongman at the peak of the God Realm, it will not have any effect at all. But quantitative change leads to qualitative change. As long as there are enough divine missiles, even the strongest in the divine realm can kill you. But this powerful killer that had never been defeated before was ineffective this time. 4 or 5 divine missiles carried sparks at the tail and streaked across the sky in the middle of the night like a few meteors, shooting directly at the Demon Spirit Emperor. The Demon Spirit Emperor sneered at the divine missiles flying towards him. If he had not been seriously injured in the battle with Eren before, how could he have been almost killed by such a thing? The 4 or 5 divine missiles soon arrived 100 meters in front of the Demon Spirit Emperor. Xingye did not hesitate at all and immediately pressed the detonation button of the divine missile. What shocked and panicked him was that the 4 or 5 divine missiles did not explode. "Humph, you want to do these little tricks in my dark domain? It's ridiculous." The Demon Spirit Emperor waved his hand disdainfully, and the 4 or 5 divine missiles exploded under his control. It was just because of his dark domain that the divine missiles, which had a lethality of thousands of meters, were forcibly suppressed to a killing range of only a dozen meters. Xingye, who was watching this scene through the electronic screen, suddenly had his pupils shrink, and he was completely panicked. You know, the God Missile is the strongest weapon he has at the moment, and now his best weapon can't cause any harm to the Demon Spirit Emperor. So now he has only one way: escape back to Earth. After the Demon Spirit Emperor casually dealt with 4 or 5 God Missiles, he continued to fly towards Gongze's location without slowing down, and his 10,000-meter God Sense was spread out, searching everything around. Originally, he couldn't be sure of the location of the Iron Castle where Xingye was, but the 4 or 5 god missiles that Xingye had just launched made him greatly narrow the search range. After a few dozen breaths, the demon spirit emperor came to the sky above the iron castle as he wished, but found that there was nothing below, only a mountain forest, which was perfectly integrated with the surrounding rocks. The demon spirit emperor swept his god sense and found that it was a hidden formation. With a casual wave of his hand, a stream of black light shot out from the dark scepter and directly hit it, breaking the concealment and defense formation that could resist the attack of the God Realm strongman. A huge steel castle appeared in the vision of the demon spirit emperor. With his divine sense unfolding, everything below was fed back to the mind of the demon spirit emperor. There were quite a few people in the steel castle below, as many as thousands of people. When they saw that the demon spirit emperor destroyed the concealment and defense formation with a casual blow, everyone panicked and knew that this was an enemy invasion. But they were also very confused. They were the base with the god missile. How could such a strong man approach silently? These people didn't have time to think more, and with the demon spirit emperor shooting a beam of destructive light, the steel castle and all the people in the steel castle were destroyed. A huge pit that was thousands of meters long and dozens of meters deep was formed in the blink of an eye under such a great power. Strange, why do I always feel like something is missing? The demon spirit emperor looked at the huge pit below and murmured. He always felt that the culprit who launched the divine missile to attack him was not dead, but when he expanded his divine sense, he did not find any trace of that person at all. He estimated that he escaped through the teleportation formation. The demon spirit emperor had no choice but to give up the pursuit and return to the imperial capital. If it weren't for the matter of the silver swordsman Xingye, he would definitely investigate it thoroughly. But compared to the despicable villain who attacked him, Xing was just as hateful. A few kilometers away from the demon spirit imperial capital, Xingye, Eren, Nobita, and others were hurriedly fleeing from here. At first, they really wanted to wait for the demon spirit emperor to come, but Xingye thought about it and found that this was a decision that only a fool would make. After all, if anyone knew how powerful the demon spirit emperor was, they would definitely run away, but they stayed there, waiting to die. This was unreasonable, no matter how you looked at it. So they had to pretend to run away. Only in this way could they avoid the demon spirit emperor's suspicion to the greatest extent. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure suddenly pressed on Xingye and others. Here it comes! Xingye and others were all shocked. Sure enough, the next moment, a dark figure appeared not far in front of everyone. Seeing this, everyone's plan was immediately implemented. Eren rushed forward. Shiluk drew a teleportation circle, and Nobita, Doraemon, and others were ready. Huh? You want to escape? Looking at Shiluk's actions, the demon spirit emperor's domain instantly covered a radius of 100 meters. Shiluke's circle was indeed successfully drawn, but it did not have the effect of teleportation. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically. None of them thought that the demon spirit emperor who had broken through to the king level would have such a skill to make the teleportation array ineffective. Shiluk also looked incredible. Every king-level powerhouse does have a domain, but the domain of those who have just entered the king level is generally a rudimentary domain, and the range covered is only about 10 meters. But the demon spirit emperor's current domain is no less than that of the late king level. Of course, in actual combat, the demon spirit emperor still can't beat the late king level powerhouse. For the king level powerhouse, as long as they have their own domain, they can open the opponent's domain and get rid of the constraints of the opponent's domain. The remaining competition is the real combat power of both sides. Is there really no way? Looking at the despair on Shiluk's face, Xingye really didn't know what to do. He didn't notice Shiluk's abnormality at first, but as time went on, looking at Shiluk's various strange behaviors, and then in connection with the current situation, he couldn't help but have some guesses in his heart. Even if Shiluk is not the mastermind of the entire theatrical version, she must be one of the masterminds. Author's side note: if nothing unexpected happens, the first theatrical version will end in the next chapter. If there are any logical loopholes, you are welcome to ask questions from handsome men and beautiful women who are as beautiful as Panon and the most beautiful woman in the country. At this moment, Hoshino suddenly glanced at his watch and found that the time had already come to the next day. Is there any need to hesitate? System Sign in at the dream world, Hoshino muttered in his heart. This was the only thing he could do at this time. Eren attacked the demon spirit emperor with a trident in his hand, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the demon spirit emperor. Looking at this alien who was seriously injured before but is now fine, the demon spirit emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but his hands did not slow down at all. Facing Eren's trident attack, the demon spirit emperor just stretched out a finger to block it. How could it be? Eren knew that there was a huge gap between the God realm and the King realm, but he didn't expect it to be this big. The two were almost evenly matched before, but now the demon spirit emperor could block his full-strength attack, which was comparable to the peak of the God realm, with just one finger. Eren roared, and his veins bulged all over his body, bursting out with even more powerful power, but it was useless. In the dark domain of the demon spirit emperor, the demon spirit emperor's strength was amplified, and Eren's strength was weakened, not to mention that the king-level demon spirit emperor's own strength was stronger than Eren. How could Eren resist the demon spirit emperor? The demon spirit emperor looked at Eren, who tried his best but still couldn't move forward, shook his head, and flicked his hand. With a bang, Eren was directly bounced away and fell into the rocks not far away, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and then fainted. The demon spirit emperor generally does not kill his enemies easily. Because of his practice, the stronger and rarer the people are, the more research value they have. After Eren was defeated, Daxiang rushed up. Silver swordsman? The demon spirit emperor looked at Nobita, then looked at Hoshino, wondering if he was dazzled. How could there be two silver swordsmen? Although the two silver swordsmen looked different, they had one thing in common. They were as weak as ants. The demon spirit emperor did not let the silver swordsman go. A dark beam shot out from the dark scepter and burned Nobita to ashes. Nobita! Doraemon, who was searching for props, saw this scene and immediately stopped looking for props. Tears flowed down his face at this moment. Doraemon, who was in despair at this moment, had already forgotten that Nobita could be resurrected once. I'll fight you! Doraemon roared, holding the air cannon, and rushed towards the demon spirit emperor. A dark beam shot out, Doraemon dead. Jatos, Snemis, Xingye, and Xingye all put aside their own lives and rushed towards the demon spirit emperor. For a moment, only Hoshino and Shiluko were left at the scene. Looking at the system screen in front of him, Hoshino fell into deep thought. Sign-in location, fantasy world. Sign-in type world sign-in. Sign-in item, incomplete fantasy world origin. World origin, the root of a world. If you control it, you can control the entire world. Note, if you want to refine the world origin, you must obtain the consent and approval of the world origin consciousness. Otherwise, you will be obstructed or even backfired by the world origin consciousness. This sign-in only obtained an incomplete world origin, and it is not easy to refine it. You need to obtain the approval of the world origin consciousness. Thinking of this, Hoshino looked at Shiluko, who looked desperate, and said in a deep voice, I know you are the original consciousness of this world. Without further ado, I have obtained your original existence, and want to refine you and fight against the demon spirit emperor by controlling this world. I don't think your origin in this world should be very strong, right? I'm afraid it's only at the level of the king, and because of some rules, it can't directly attack people in this world. Otherwise, it's ridiculous that an origin, commonly known as the heavenly Tao, can't fight against the strong people produced by its own interface. You. Shiluki pointed at Xingye with an incredible face. How did he know these things? Looking at the disbelief on Shiluki's face, Xingye chuckled and turned to the demon spirit emperor. You should have known it a long time ago, right? Yes! The demon spirit emperor, who had already solved Doraemon, Jatos, and others, did not deny it, but directly admitted it. Since he entered the realm of God, he has always felt that there is a force in the dark that wants him to die. But who made him lucky? Not only did he not die, but he entered the king level and could already wrestle with the incomplete heavenly Tao of this world. So what is your choice? Xingye shouted, trying to shake Shiluki's consciousness. I am willing, but you cannot eliminate my consciousness after refining the origin of the world. Otherwise, I will never let you refine it even if I die. Shiluki gritted his teeth and agreed, but also put forward his own requirements. Of course, I don't have the time to manage a world. You are just right. Shiluki's face was blue and purple in anger, but he didn't say anything. The demon spirit emperor stood a few dozen meters away from the two and didn't take action. Anyway, he would immediately solve the origin of the world after solving Xingye. Now that the two have become one, they can just solve it together. However, he will not completely relax his observation of Xingye. Once Xingye's strength improves beyond his expectations, he will immediately kill Xingye with thunder. What the Demon Spirit Emperor didn't know was that Xingye's trump card has never been himself. Refine. Seeing that Shiluk agreed, Xingye didn't hesitate, fearing that the Demon Spirit Emperor would regret it, and set it in his heart. The origin of the dream world in the system space disappeared and then merged into Xingye's mind. A sense of incomplete control appeared in Xingye's sense. Incomplete? Xingye frowned, but thinking that he had only obtained an incomplete origin of the world, he understood it a little. Now his control range is only the entire dream continent, and other areas of the dream world are not under his control. Because of this reason, his strength is currently only at the peak of the God realm, and his combat power is comparable to the early stage of the King realm. As for the domain, it is only a prototype, but because it is the origin of the world, it covers the entire dream continent. It's just that the scope is wide, but because the domain is only a prototype, this quantitative change can't compare to qualitative change. Looking at the searching look in Xingye's eyes, Shilu smiled embarrassedly and explained awkwardly. It's not that those people broke my world origin into several pieces, and I only control one of the origins now. After saying this, Xingye and the Demon Spirit Emperor Do immediately understood something. So that's it. Seeing that Xingye's strength did not exceed his expectations, the Demon Spirit Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Today, he will solve the two biggest enemies in his life, the Silver Swordsman and the Heavenly Consciousness. Thinking of this, the Demon Spirit Emperor wanted to laugh out loud, but he, who had been in a high position for a long time, controlled his idiotic behavior very well. Goose, I'm sorry. It seems that the first theater version cannot be finished today. Let's wait until tomorrow, Manual Doghead. On a remote mountain road a few miles away from the Demon Spirit Emperor, Xingye and the Demon Spirit Emperor were confronting each other. The atmosphere on the scene was extremely tense, and a war was about to break out. The Demon Spirit Emperor slowly raised the dark scepter in his hand. When he was about to attack Xingye, he saw that Xingye casually opened a space crack. Stepping in, Xingye disappeared in front of the Demon Spirit Emperor. Shilu did not enter. Her figure gradually faded and disappeared here. Huh, want to escape? How is that possible? The Demon Spirit Emperor took back the dark scepter and followed Xingye into the space crack in a flash. The space moved, the world changed, and a huge valley appeared in front of the Demon Spirit Emperor. When the Demon Spirit Emperor stepped into the space crack behind him gradually repaired, and soon the place where the space crack originally appeared was the same as the normal space around it. Shortly after Xingye and the Demon Spirit Emperor left, Nobita, Doraemon, Jados and others were resurrected one after another, and everyone was extremely grateful that they had a chance to be resurrected. Why is Xingye missing? Nobita scanned everyone present, as if he had discovered something, and couldn't help but exclaimed. When the others heard Nobita's words, they followed to check the surrounding situation and found that Xingye was indeed missing. Not only is Xingye missing, but the Demon Spirit Emperor is also missing. Xingye, who was more thoughtful, suddenly spoke up, and everyone saw that it was indeed the case. No matter what, our top priority now is to go to the Dragon Valley. Only by rushing to the Dragon Valley and getting the help of Kraken can our safety be guaranteed. Xingye thought for a while and said, But do we ignore Xingye? Jatos hesitated. It's not that we don't care, but we can't. Not only do we not know where Xingye is now, but we are also facing the slaughter of the Demon Spirit Emperor at any time. If we die again this time, we will really die. Xingye explained patiently. Hey, Shiluko is gone too. Because it was mentioned that they went to the Dragon Valley, everyone thought of Shiluko first, but when they thought about it again, they found that Shiluko was gone too. Everyone was silent. Without Shiluko's help, they would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of the Demon Spirit Emperor at their speed. After Xingye stepped into the space crack, the scenery in front of him changed, and finally, what appeared in his eyes was a huge valley composed of brown and yellow rocks. It was the Dragon Valley where Kraken was. Just when Xingye wanted to enter the Dragon Valley to look for the Kraken, the Demon Spirit Emperor had already caught up with him. Without giving Xingye any time to react, the Demon Spirit Emperor directly swung out a beam of destructive light. Seeing the Demon Spirit Emperor coming up with a big move, Xingye's eyelids jumped, and he drew out the long sword from his waist to block in front of him. However, the long sword in Xingye's hand was just an ordinary fine steel object, and it couldn't stop the Demon Spirit Emperor's big move at all. It melted directly when it came into contact with the Demon Spirit Emperor's big move. Xingye hurriedly condensed a protective shield to protect himself inside, but he was still blasted away hundreds of meters by the Demon Spirit Emperor's big move, and stopped after passing through several layers of rock walls along the way. However, Xingye was not injured, and the Demon Spirit Emperor's move just sent him not far from the Kraken. The Kraken, who noticed the abnormality outside, flapped his wings and flew out. As soon as he came out, he saw Xingye trapped in the rock wall. He couldn't help but be a little stunned, and reacted randomly. The huge sense instantly enveloped the entire Dragon Valley, and a strange figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Is this the enemy that Xingye mentioned? It doesn't seem to be that good. Kraken was a little disappointed. Under his sense scan, if the strong man in the God Realm is a grasshopper or an ant, then the so-called king-level Demon Spirit Emperor is just a bigger cat or dog. The Demon Spirit Emperor followed Xingye's breath and came to the interior of the Dragon Valley. Looking at the Kraken, who was more than 10 meters tall, the Demon Spirit Emperor was silent, but he was not panicked. Now he can be said to be the strongest in the entire dream world. That's the king level. With the help of the power of the domain, the incomplete origin of the dream world may not even be his opponent. Kraken yawned and felt a little bored. Why did Xingye always find these weak people for him? There was no challenge, right? Seeing Kraken's indifferent look, the Demon Spirit Emperor was a little impatient. Kraken's yawning performance had zero harm, but it was extremely insulting. However, the Demon Spirit Emperor was still somewhat apprehensive about Kraken. He could not even detect Kraken's strength. There were only two possibilities for this situation. Kraken was either an ordinary person, an ordinary dragon, but this was too outrageous to be true, so he was ruled out. Another possibility was that Kraken was extremely powerful. After all, he was a member of the Dragon Clan, but it was also possible that Kraken had hidden his strength and he could not detect it. However, no matter which case it was, the Demon Spirit Emperor would never take his enemies lightly. After all, those who took their enemies lightly would have died long ago, and those who survived were people like him who would go all out against any enemy. Therefore, the Demon Spirit Emperor directly used his ultimate move, the world-destroying ray. Endless black clouds gradually gathered over the sky of the Dragon Valley, and there were even purple lightning flashes from time to time in the black clouds. "Hey, is it going to rain?" Kraken raised his head in confusion and said. Hearing Kraken's extremely serious words, the Demon Spirit Emperor almost spit out a mouthful of blood. "Brother, can you really not see it? It was not..." Until the black clouds covering the entire sky were all absorbed by the dark scepter of the Demon Spirit Emperor, that Kraken suddenly realized something and seemed to have reacted. It turned out that this was the prelude before others launched an attack. It felt pretty good and quite interesting. Fortunately, the Demon Spirit Emperor did not know what Kraken was thinking. Otherwise, he would have thought of jumping off the building, although he would not die if he jumped. In the end, a dark beam of light with an extremely terrifying aura mixed with purple lightning shot out from the dark scepter of the Demon Spirit Emperor and shot directly at Kraken. The scene that the Demon Spirit Emperor imagined of Kraken being blasted into pieces by himself did not appear. On the contrary, the Demon Spirit Emperor's eyes almost popped out. His ultimate move, the world-destroying beam that was enough to sink a small island, did not cause any damage to Kraken. Kraken did not even use energy, and simply blocked his attack with his body. This scene also made Xingye, who was observing the battle not far away, feel incredible. Something is wrong. Kraken is king level, and the Demon Spirit Emperor is also king level. Even if Kraken is a member of the Dragon Clan, the gap can't be this big, right? Could it be that Kraken is already at the peak of the king level and is about to enter the next realm, but his actual combat power is comparable to the next realm? Shiluke, do you know what's going on? As the original heavenly consciousness of the dream world, and the existence that controls the entire dream continent, Shiluke may know something. Because Xingye refined the origin of the dream world, he can communicate directly with Shiluke. According to my investigation, Kraken should still be king level. but he has reached the peak of the king level. As for whether his combat power is comparable to that of an emperor, I can't tell without Kraken's full strength. As for why the peak king level Kraken is so strong, I don't know. It may be that Kraken himself has some secrets. I also found him in his infancy in the space turbulence. Xingye was silent. This matter was getting more and more outrageous. He knew that Kraken was not simple, but he didn't expect that Kraken had such a bizarre life experience. Kraken is not the descendant of some mysterious boss, right? Xingye's mouth twitched, no longer caring why Kraken was so strong. As a member of his own team, Kraken was naturally the stronger the better. Then did you also make the Seal of Dragon Valley? Yes, but it was made by me in the original complete version. At that time, my strength was at the Emperor level. Although I cannot reinforce the seal as time goes by and my strength decreases, the seal now has the strength of the early to mid-stage Emperor. A storm surged in Hoshino's heart. King-level Emperor through Shiluke, he knew 2 more realms. The God Realm can withstand the Muhai bullet. King-level Emperor, I dare not imagine. Since Kraken exists, you don't have to deliberately target the Demon Spirit Emperor. Isn't it enough to lure Kraken and directly eliminate the Demon Spirit Emperor? Shiluke was silent and didn't speak. Seeing that Shiluke didn't speak, Hoshino guessed that the cause and effect of this was probably extremely complicated and didn't continue to ask, and then he thought of something. Then those rumors that after killing Kraken, you can revive by dripping his blood were also spread by you. You want Kraken to die? Hoshino couldn't help but feel creepy. Threats that are not under control should die. As for resurrection, I used some of the power of the origin when I was at my peak, plus the authority of the world controller to do it. It's not that easy to resurrect a person. The price you have to pay is huge, and you have to bear the fate of cause and effect. If it weren't for the 2 major threats of the Demon Spirit Emperor and Kraken, how could I waste the precious world origin to do such a thing? Xingye fell into a deep silence, not knowing what to say. While talking to Shiluko in his mind, Xingye was also watching the battle between the Demon Spirit Emperor and Kraken. When the Demon Spirit Emperor saw that his strongest attack could not cause any damage to Kraken, a look of fear flashed across his face. How could he not know that this was Xingye's conspiracy? He wanted to use the dragon in front of him to kill him. Run! A word immediately popped up in the mind of the Demon Spirit Emperor. This was the only thing he could do at the moment. Based on the previous situations, he estimated that the ridiculously powerful dragon in front of him should have some kind of limitation. Otherwise, wouldn't it be enough for Hoshino to just let Kraken go out and kill him? Why would he need to lure him here? So, he just needs to escape from this valley. As for Hoshino's matter, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The Demon Spirit Emperor thought so, but how could Kraken let such a thing happen? Boom! A ball of fire emitting scorching heat and mixed with extremely strong fire elements spewed out from Kraken's mouth and directly hit the Demon Spirit Emperor. As for why the Demon Spirit Emperor didn't move, it would be a miracle if he could move under the extremely powerful domain of Kraken. Watching the Demon Spirit Emperor disappear in a fireball, casually spewed out by Kraken, Hoshino felt mixed emotions for a while. The real big boss of the dream world is finally dead, which means that the plot of the 3 swordsmen of the dream world is almost over. Although I don't know why Atlantis suddenly appeared in the dream world, the mission of Nobita and his group is almost over. Alas, it's finally over. Hoshino let out a long sigh and felt happy all of a sudden. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, kill the Demon Emperor, and get an S-level lottery chance. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Xingye's mood became better. No, your task is not yet completed. Shiluk certainly couldn't detect what Xingye was thinking, but he could know what Xingye said, and he could hear what Xingye said to Shiluk in his heart. Are you talking about Atlantis? Xingye was a little confused. What does Atlantis have to do with him? Yes, I just got the information about Atlantis. Just got it? Hearing Xingye's doubts, Shiluki began to explain the history of this world. 10,000 years ago, it was the most glorious and dazzling era of the dream world. There were not many king-level masters, but there were also not a few. Although Shiluki's strength was that of an emperor at that time, for safety reasons, he still used his authority to modify the rules of the dream world. Anyone who enters the king level will automatically ascend to a higher plane. As for what the higher plane is, she doesn't know. She can only sense this in the dark. But later, Several strong men came from nowhere, inexplicably broke her origin, and left inexplicably. Because of the reduction in strength, the rules she made also gradually weakened, and were gradually returning to the original upper limit, the Emperor. In other words, before she changed the rules, the highest realm that people in the dream world could cultivate to was the Emperor level. Later, it seemed that in order to snatch the exotic treasures, a devastating war broke out on the full version of the Dream Continent. It was a war with the participation of the King level. Most of the King level strongmen died in that battle, and those who didn't die were also killed by her. As for the God realm, it was better, and some were left, but she also specially cared for it, and took away more than 99% of the skills and secrets, and there was no secret method to enter the King level. Later, anyone who entered the God realm would be closely watched by her. As for what happened on the Atlantis continent that she sealed, because her strength later decreased and she could not detect it, she did not expect that Atlantis would develop silently to such a horrible level. I see. But what does this have to do with me? What does it have to do with you? You are not deliberately targeting them. What can they do to you? Shiluk did not speak, and was silent for a while before speaking again. As long as the strength reaches the same level as mine, you can sense my existence. Although those people at the beginning did not refine my origin, there is no guarantee that others will not. The buds of danger should be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. That makes sense, but now your origin has been refined by me. If someone kills you, the origin of the dream world you refined will automatically fall and be refined by the person who killed you. Don't bother with that. I'm not going to die so easily. According to what you said, he will be able to come out after the seal of the Dragon Valley weakens or Kraken enters the realm of the Emperor. Hoshino didn't comment on what Shiluk said, but he still said a few more words to confirm Kraken's matter. Yes. Hoshino, is this the very powerful enemy you said? Seeing Kraken with a very ugly face walking towards him, Hoshino thought something big had happened, but he didn't expect that the reason why Kraken looked ugly was just because the enemy was too weak. Hoshino was silent for 2 seconds, and thousands of words turned into one word. Get lost. After saying get lost, Hoshino casually cut open the space, stepped into the space crack, and appeared in front of Nobita, Doraemon, and others. With the blessing of the incomplete origin of the dream world, Hoshino's strength is at the peak of the God realm, comparable to the early stage of the King level. Of course, this kind of strength cannot easily break through space. It is only because this is the dreamland, and he has refined part of the world's origin that he can do this. Hoshino! Seeing Hoshino appearing in front of them, Nobita, Doraemon, and others all showed happy smiles on their faces. The Demon Spirit Emperor, is it already? Seeing the smile on Hoshino's face and the Demon Spirit Emperor who did not follow, Jatos was so excited that he almost spoke incoherently. Yes, the Demon Spirit Emperor is dead. Looking at the expectant look in the eyes of Nobita, Doraemon, and Eren who had been rescued, Hoshino nodded and said, Yeah. Nobita, Doraemon, and others shouted excitedly, almost crying with joy. As for Eren, it was much better. After all, he had been a general of the Empire for a long time, but eliminating such a big enemy as the Demon Spirit Emperor still made him look happy. But soon, everyone fell silent again. The Demon Spirit Emperor was dead, and the disintegration of the Demon Spirit Empire could not be stopped. But how should the kingdom of Amaruman and the Atlantis Empire get along? Don't worry, everyone. As a general of the Empire, I can still say a few words in Atlantis. I will suggest that the Emperor sign a peace and development treaty with the kingdom of Amaruman. Looking at the silent people, Eren had to stand up and say a few words. After all, he represented Atlantis, and Xingye and others were obviously representing the kingdom of Amaruman. But he didn't have much confidence to say this, just to stabilize Xingye and others. After all, the Emperor's initial goal was to unify the two continents. Although he was a general of the Empire, it was not so easy to change Atlantis III's idea. Xingye did not express his opinion. Each world has its own inherent development trajectory. Judging from the current development trajectory of the dream world, it is imperative for Atlantis to unify the two continents. Although he can stop it, it is not necessary. The Yamiruman kingdom would definitely not become a so-called alliance with Atlantis. As Eren said, after all, the top combat power is really incomparable. He used Shiluko's world controller authority to scan and found that there was no god-level strongman in the entire Yamiruman kingdom. and the god-level strongmen who came to the Dream Continent from Atlantis, including Eren, were no less than 5. The general trend of the world is that after a long period of division, there will be unification, and after a long period of unification, there will be division. Atlantis is obviously prosperous now. If it does not annex the Yamaruman kingdom, it is estimated that it can last for many more years. Once it is annexed, the national fortune will inevitably be greatly reduced. After all, for most people in a country, they believe in those who are not of my race, and their hearts must be different. If this is possible, it is of course the best choice. Nobita believed what Eren said without any hesitation. After all, Xingye has lived in the palace for a long time, and obviously will not believe what Eren said so easily, and can't help but look at Xingye. Looking at the pleading in Xingye's eyes, Xingye chose to ignore it automatically. Through Shiluko, he also knew that this person was the real Princess Xingye of the Amiruman kingdom, and the other person was the pure body that Shiluko had laid out to carry Shizuka's consciousness. Not only Xingye, but also the bodies of Jados, Snemis, and Nobita. Doraemon was a little complicated. After Nobita and his party left, their bodies in this world would not disappear, nor would their consciousness. However, the only consciousness left were some basic memories and the memories of the Great Adventure. In addition, some memories in the memories of the Great Adventure would be reasonably increased or decreased. Of course, Shiluko could not do this at the moment. It was a plan that she had already laid out when she was at her peak, using the authority of the World Controller. It was just that the trajectory of things was too unpredictable, and the plan she had laid out with great effort was still broken. Seeing that Hoshino didn't care about her at all, Xingye's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she also knew that Hoshino's help was a favor, and not helping was his duty, so she couldn't say anything. Hoshino, Doraemon and I will leave this world first. What about you? Since they have already dealt with the things here, there is no need for Nobita and Doraemon to stay here any longer, so Nobita thought about it and said to Hoshino. As for marrying Shizuka, of course Nobita wants to, but it is very unrealistic in the current situation, and it was not him who killed the Demon Emperor but Kraken, a dragon. This is very as for leaving this world outright. In the eyes of Nobita and Doraemon, this is a game world anyway, and they don't have to consider what impact their words will have on the people around them. Me, you go first. I will leave here after I finish dealing with things here. Oh, Nobita and Doraemon looked at each other and said nothing. Then Nobita, Doraemon, Jados, Snemis, Xingye and Xingye all lowered their heads. In this gap of lowering their heads, Xingye, who lowered her head, unconsciously walked to Xingye's shadow, and then merged into Xingye's shadow and disappeared. After that, Nobita, no, it can't be called Nobita anymore, but the Silver Swordsman Nobita, Dora Mage, Jados, Snemis, Xingye, raised their heads one after another, and their empty eyes gradually became bright. Eren, who was watching this scene quietly, opened his mouth wide, and the shock in his heart was simply unimaginable. If he didn't know it was inappropriate, he would have wanted to go up and check it out. He could feel that the moment Nobita and others lowered their heads, they had undergone a huge change from before, as if they had become a different person. Hoshino looked at Eren, who was shocked, and said nothing. Now that we have solved the Demon Spirit Emperor, it is time to return to the kingdom of Amiruman and report this to His Majesty the King. Xingye, do you want to go back with us? After all, it was you who killed the Demon Spirit Emperor. His Majesty the King said that whoever defeats the Demon Spirit Emperor can marry Princess Xingye of the kingdom. Silver Swordsman Nobita looked at Xingye and said, compared with before, Nobita's eyes no longer had the immaturity of Nobita, but more maturity. Amiruman Kingdom? I won't go back. I have something else to do. I will send you back first. Xingye casually opened up space and sent Nobita and his group to the outside of the capital of the kingdom of Amiruman. At the same time, he passed the Silver God technique in his mind to Nobita. After Nobita left, Nobita's strength remained at the level of a low-level general. Xingye passed the Silver God technique to Nobita in order to make Nobita a real silver swordsman. At the same time, it was also to leave more hope for the future of the kingdom of Amiruman. I hope you can keep your word. After sending Nobita and his group away, Hoshino returned to Eren again and said lightly. Looking at Hoshino's eyes that seemed to have seen through everything, Eren smiled bitterly. I'll do my best. Hoshino didn't say anything, and once again opened up space to bring Eren to Kraken's side. After thanking Hoshino again and again, Eren took Anya away from Dragon Valley. Alas, I'm afraid this place will be much quieter in the future. Perhaps he felt something. Kraken showed negative emotions in front of Hoshino for the first time. Hoshino wanted to comfort Kraken, but he didn't know what to say. Kraken was not wrong. This place would indeed be much quieter in the future. After solving the matter of the Demon Spirit Emperor, he no longer had to stay here. After all, he was an Earthling, and his main place of life was still on Earth. It was impossible for him to run to this world every day just to see Kraken, right? But thinking of what Shiluko had said to him, Hoshino's eyes suddenly lit up. Do you want to leave Dragon Valley and see the outside world? Aren't you talking nonsense? God knows how many years I have wanted to leave here. Do you have any ideas? Kraken rolled his eyes at Hoshino and then said with a look of surprise, My method can't let you go out directly. My method is just to give you two suggestions. The first suggestion is that you can go out immediately after breaking through your current realm. The second suggestion is, as you said before, you can naturally go out after the seal that seals you weakens. It's the same as saying nothing. It's better not to say it. Kraken looked at Hoshino with disdain, but his eyes flickered several times. It seems that Hoshino's two suggestions are not completely useless to him. Come on, practice hard. Hoshino said the last sentence to Kraken and then cut through the space and left here. It won't be long. Kraken muttered as he looked at the disappearing Hoshino. Alien Lake, the hub connecting the dream world and the Earth world. The sky was already bright and a space crack suddenly appeared next to the alien lake. Xingye walked out of the space crack and looked at this familiar place, feeling very melancholy. Where the dream begins, where the dream ends. Xingye shook his head and stopped thinking about these messy things. Under his control, all the channels connecting the dreamland to the Earth world have been sealed, leaving only the only channel between the two worlds in front of him. Boom! Under the slightly bright sky, next to a lake with ripples. A giant wolf with fiery red hair, 4 or 5 meters long and 3 or 4 meters tall, spewed out a flame and shot directly at Xingye, who was standing not far from the lake. Xingye, who was thinking about something, waved his hand casually, and the flame only a few centimeters away from him suddenly stopped, and then turned his head and rushed towards the Red Flame Wolf King, who launched the flame attack. The Red Flame Wolf King was shocked, but after all, this was his own attack, and he was a fire attribute monster, so he didn't care about the reflected flame attack. The attack reflected by Xingye did not cause any harm to the Red Flame Wolf King. In fact, Xingye did not want to kill the Red Flame Wolf King. After refining the world origin of the incomplete dream world and becoming a partial world controller, his vision and pattern have also expanded a lot. The Red Flame Wolf King is a demon beast. It is normal for demon beasts to attack humans. It is the law of nature. But everything has a limit. Seeing that the Red Flame Wolf King was still determined to kill him, Xingye sighed. After all, he was not a real-world controller. Although his pattern had expanded a little, he still felt a little uncomfortable in the face of such provocative behavior. He didn't even move his hands. He just borrowed the power of the domain, and the Red Flame Wolf King exploded and forgot. How could a Red Flame Wolf King with the strength of a general resist the power of the domain? Xingye didn't even look at the death of the Red Flame Wolf King. After thinking about it, Hoshino hid the blue barrier at the bottom of the alien lake and set permissions. From now on, only he can enter and exit the fantasy world. After thinking carefully and finding that there was nothing missing, Hoshino planned to return to the Earth world and completely end this adventure. But at this moment, Shiluko suddenly spoke. I hope the master can leave the origin of the fantasy continent here. Hoshino, who was about to leave the fantasy world, paused and frowned. What do you mean? The origin of the world, the existence that controls everything. Once I leave this world, I will no longer be able to exert any ability, and this world will become extremely unstable. Hoshino, who fantasized that his strength had reached the sky in one step, felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water, but then he thought of something. According to what you said, the other origins of the dream world are still in this world? Yes, but not in the dream continent. Then if other people get your origin to refine, unless they are powerful enough to reach the peak of the king level, they cannot forcibly refine my scattered world origins. They must obtain my consent and permission. But I only took away a part of the world origin. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Xingye still didn't want to give up this hard-earned powerful force. Although he would have this strength in the future without relying on the world origin, The future is the future, and now is now. Seeing that Xingye really didn't want to give up so easily, Shilu was silent for a while before speaking again. After the world origin leaves for a short time, it can support itself for a period of time by relying on the inherent stability of each world, but this is not a long-term solution after all. At the same time, because the Master took away the origin of the Dream Continent, if an accident occurs, the first to be affected will also be the Dream Continent. This time, it was Xingye's turn to be silent. He is a kind person. He would not sacrifice the lives of an entire continent just to temporarily improve his strength. What's more, there are krakens on the Dream Continent. But after thinking about it, Xingye still asked, "What will happen if I take the world origin away for a long time?" The continent will be shattered, and the worst-case scenario is that the whole world may be destroyed. But because the Master only took away the world origin of the Dream Continent, there are other world origins in the Dream World, so the world will not be destroyed, but will only be restarted. Wait until the world origin is restored to its full version, and the world will enter the normal development track again. Xingye did not doubt what Shiluk said. After refining Shiluk's world origin, he could clearly know whether Shiluk was lying or not. Oh, forget it. Just leave it. It may be a good choice to use it as a trump card. Xingye no longer hesitated and followed his heart. A world origin compressed to the size of a fist appeared in Xingye's hand. Go! Xingye threw the fist-sized world origin into the sky, and finally merged with the world and returned to Shiluk's control. Of course, Shiluk was only temporarily in control, and the real controller of the Dreamland was still him. Now he was completely fine. Xingye dived into the water, passed through the two-world channel, left the Dreamland, and returned to the Earth world. In the 22nd century, in a futuristic laboratory, the Birdman in the form of an owl was standing respectfully next to a young man in a white coat. At the same time, he reported almost everything that happened in the Dreamland to the young man in the white coat. What? The demon spirit emperor died, and the Dreamland was suspected to be controlled by a little ghost? The young man in the white coat heard the Birdman's narration and finally stopped the experiment in his hand. He turned his head and looked at the Birdman with a surprised face. Looking at the handsome and perfect man in front of him, the Birdman nodded. Interesting. The young man in the white coat laughed and turned to continue his unfinished experiment. By the way, there is a batch of new dinosaur live experiment materials. Can you help me get them? Okay, sir. The Birdman agreed immediately. However, the Birdman did not leave. His face was very tangled. In the end, he couldn't help but say what was in his mind. Sir, the Time and Space Patrol team has been checking a little strictly recently. Should we avoid it? Escape? The young man in the white coat laughed sarcastically, seeming to be very disdainful of this. No, you just joined me, and you may not know some things. Although the Time and Space Administration Bureau controls countless time and space and thousands of worlds, it can be called the highest leadership organization in the world. It has countless principal and deputy organizations under its jurisdiction. Its fundamental purpose and goal is to punish all illegal and criminal activities in time and space. But, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Where is there absolute justice and absolute evil? The young man in the white coat looked at the stunned Birdman and smiled. Don't think about unnecessary things. Help me get the experimental materials back first. Oh, okay, sir. After the Birdman came to his senses, he hurriedly said, and then flew into the elevator next to him. The number on the elevator jumped from -100 to 100 before it opened again. The Birdman flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Looking at the various single-person, two-person, and multi-person flight instruments below, driving on the prescribed tracks, and then looking at the rooftops that were gradually moving away behind him, the Birdman sighed and didn't think about anything else. A few seconds later, a circular space hole appeared in front of the Birdman. After the Birdman flew in, the circular space hole quickly shrank until it disappeared. Standing next to Beidai Lake, watching the sun gradually rising in the sky, Xingye couldn't help feeling a little dazed. An ordinary lake, separated by an ordinary world, is really magical. After becoming invisible, Xingye flew back to his home through the window and sat on his bed. Last night, Ueda Riko and Ueda Keitai did not come back. Ueda Riko had already told Hoshino about this, so Hoshino did not come back last night. After returning home, Hoshino did not deal with various things immediately, but lay directly on his bed and slept until the sun was high in the sky before waking up with a little fuzzy eyes. 20 times the mental power of ordinary people does not affect his sleep. High mental power and sleep are not contradictory. He can go without sleep for a short period of time, and even go without sleep forever in the future. But sleep has more than just the effect of restoring mental power. Now that he has woken up, the first thing to do is naturally the exciting big lottery. System draw. Looking at the golden roulette that appeared in his mind again, Hoshino ordered without hesitation. As for taking a good look at what is on the golden roulette, forget it. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing good things but not getting them, do you think it's annoying? It's better to just draw blindly and take what you get. After Xingye's order was issued, the golden wheel began to spin rapidly, and the pointer slowly stopped after Xingye said stop. Stickman Puppet, a special puppet made up of 5 special matches, with a maximum height of 2 meters and a minimum size of 2 centimeters. It can be charged with spiritual energy, fighting spirit, or dark energy, and its combat power is comparable to that of the early stage of the God realm. Note, due to the limitations of materials and production level, the amount of energy it can charge per minute and per second is limited. In simple terms, it is a ratio of 6 to 1, commonly known as charge for 6 minutes and use for 1 minute. After charging is completed, it can be used for up to 1 hour at a time. The early stage of the God realm. It's barely okay, but the time and method of charging and the time of use are really not good enough. Taking out the Stickman puppet from the system space, looking at the Stickman that was only 2 centimeters tall, Xingye tried to inflate the Stickman. The dark energy immersed in Xingye's dantian slowly entered the body of the Stickman under Xingye's mobilization. What made Xingye feel relieved was that the Stickman was just like what the system introduced, absorbing the same amount of energy every minute and every second. If the dark energy stored in his body was kept in the output state, it should be able to last about 6 minutes. That is to say, after 6 minutes, when the dark energy was consumed, he had to absorb the dark energy in the mysterious space through sitting cross-legged practice, and then transfer it to the Stickman after absorbing it. In short, he was a transition device. Considering that it would take a lot of time, Xingye slowed down the flow of time around him. Therefore, what would have taken 6 minutes to complete, in the eyes of outsiders, Xingye only took 36 seconds to complete. Looking at the Stickman in his hand that could be used for 1 minute after charging, Xingye casually threw it into the system backpack. The space in the room was too small, and he wanted to test the Stickman's skills, but it didn't work. Next. By the way, the Charmander gift pack. Looking at the gift pack with the Charmander icon engraved on it, temporarily stored in the system space, Xing's eyes had a glimmer of light. The Charmander gift pack, how to say, is still quite useful to him at the moment. Just thinking about the fact that Charmander has to hatch from an egg and evolve twice before it can become a fire-breathing dragon. Then it will undergo super evolution, and after super evolution, it will take a long time to grow up before it can have the strength of a third-level god who knows how strong it is. Xingye felt bitter, but fortunately, he currently has a Stickman puppet and the origin of the incomplete dream world. As a person who can't be more ordinary on Earth, almost no one will pay attention to him, so there will probably be no troubles. There will definitely be some small troubles, but with his current strength and trump cards, there is no need to worry about these so-called small troubles. And according to Xingye's estimation, the next big adventure should not come again in the short term. If he follows this speculation, he should have a long period of growth. System, open the Charmander gift package. After Xingye finished speaking, several things suddenly appeared in front of him. A fiery red egg that was 1 meter high, a golden luxury ball, a half-meter long and 20-centimeter high machine for making energy blocks, and the evolution keystone that was originally 2 pieces, was combined into 1 piece under the modification of the system. Looking at the Charmander egg, which was 1 meter high and could even vaguely feel a heat wave when approaching, Hoshino was dumbfounded. This is the Charmander egg? It's too big, isn't it? Hoshino swallowed his saliva. How should he explain to Ueda Riko when she comes back? Mom, I picked up a dragon egg on the road? Then he would probably be taken to see a psychiatrist by Ueda Riko, who was worried to death. Hoshino walked around the Charmander egg for half a circle and stopped, because he suddenly saw a line of very small words that could not be seen if he didn't pay attention. The remaining hatching time is 1 hour. Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief. Now he didn't have to worry. After the Charmander hatched, he could just put it into the luxury ball. Hoshino, who was thinking about the luxury ball, also took the luxury ball in his hand. After a few glances, Hoshino wanted to throw the golden luxury ball into the system backpack. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. A luxury ball can be used to recognize the owner by dripping blood, and it will turn into a pattern and hide in the host's hand. A Pokeball without Pokemon can be put into the system backpack, but not vice versa. At the same time, the system backpack cannot store living things. Hoshino's hand paused. Drop blood to recognize the owner? System, are you serious? This is just an ordinary Pokeball, but you actually use the tricks of cultivation and immortality? After all the things in the dream world, Hoshino has no doubt that there are cultivation civilizations and immortality civilizations in the Doraemon world. The system cannot give the host something that is exactly the same as the original world. Everything produced by the system has been modified to a certain extent. Okay, Hoshino can only accept this fact. Anyway, the system's modification is good for him, so why think so much? Make yourself uncomfortable. It's just a matter of dripping blood. Hoshino doesn't dare to bite his finger and drip blood like in some stupid TV dramas in his previous life. After finding a needle from Udariko's bedroom, under Hoshino's control, he pierced his right index finger, and a drop of bright red blood lay quietly on the index finger. Hoshino hurriedly took the luxury ball and dripped blood on the luxury ball. After the blood dripped on the luxury ball, it directly melted into the luxury ball and disappeared. A strange feeling instantly rose in Hoshino's heart. The next second, under Hoshino's gaze, the luxury ball disappeared directly on his right hand, and at the same time, a flat Pokeball pattern appeared on the palm of his right hand. Hoshino moved his mind, and the flat Pokeball pattern on the palm of his hand disappeared. When it appeared again, it had become a three-dimensional Pokeball and appeared on his right hand. It's not bad to change it. It's much more convenient than taking balls from the system backpack or other places. Hoshino moved his mind, and the luxury ball disappeared again and turned into a Pokeball pattern. Then Hoshino looked at the machine that could make energy cubes. There was only one red button on the entire machine. Hoshino estimated that this was the switch of the energy cube making machine. Without hesitation, Hoshino pressed the red button. Watching the machine running without making any sound, Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief and was very satisfied. If there was any noise when making energy blocks, it would be a bit difficult for him. Under Hoshino's gaze, a neat square energy block fell out of the exit of the machine and fell into a square hole on the machine that was specially used to hold energy blocks. This machine is intelligently controlled. If the square hole below is full, it will automatically stop running. From this point of view, it is quite good. Hoshino pressed the red button again. After the machine stopped running, Hoshino put the energy machine into the system backpack. The last thing left was the Super Evolution Key X and Y that were modified and combined by the system. This thing is nothing to look at, and the newly hatched Charmander doesn't need it, so the Super Evolution Key was also thrown into the system backpack by Hoshino. Looking back at the 1-meter-high Charmander egg, there are still 50 minutes left. By the way, if the time in the space where Charmander is located is accelerated tenfold, then wouldn't I only need to wait 5 minutes? Now that he had thought of this with Hoshino's personality, he would certainly give it a try. An invisible wave enveloped only the Charmander egg. Under Hoshino's gaze, the hatching countdown on the Charmander egg was decreasing by tenfold. 1 minute later, the hatching countdown on the Charmander egg had reached 40 minutes. It really works. Hoshino was delighted and sat on the bed silently waiting for the hatching of the Charmander egg. This is a small island on the sea with an area of 1,000 square kilometers. The island is like spring all year round, with lush forests and a large number of wild and even rare wild animals. A huge ship slowly approached the shore of the island, and a group of dozens of people walked down the stairs of the ship. Looking at the various amusement facilities that have been built for the most part, Ferris wheel, roller coaster, sightseeing cable car, Michael, who was leaning on a golden Nanmu cane, nodded with satisfaction. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes following behind him breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the satisfied look on Michael's face. "How long do you expect it will take to complete the construction?" Michael suddenly asked. "1 month at the longest and as short as 20 days. Harvey responded hurriedly. Not bad, by the way. How are the preparations for the promotion of Dinosaur Island going? Everything is ready, just waiting for the day of the press conference. Yeah. Michael hummed indifferently and led Harvey and 3 bodyguards into the sightseeing cable car that Harvey had already prepared. Harvey nodded to the staff next to the cable car, and the staff hurriedly pressed the start button of the sightseeing cable car. Then the cable car began to move slowly, and faster, and finally maintained a relatively suitable speed to move along the cable. Looking at the ground getting farther and farther away from him, Michael's sight also shifted to the various buildings and scenery around him. The first thing that came into view was the lush green forest. These were common and nothing to see. However, as the cable car went deeper and deeper, some incredible things appeared in Michael's vision. Triceratops, Venator, Brontosaurus, Kaurus, all kinds of creatures that only existed in the Jurassic period, Cretaceous period, or other ancient times more than 150 million years ago, were leisurely walking in the designated forest area, eating or lying down to rest. For this extremely abnormal scene, not only Michael and Harvey were not surprised, even the 3 bodyguards were not surprised, as if they had known about it for a long time. Ah, this is such a beautiful picture. Michael stretched out his hands, as if he wanted to embrace this beautiful nature. The route of the cable car that Michael and his group took was the only repaired cable car track on Dinosaur Island, and it was also the only cable built around the entire island. After dozens of minutes of sightseeing, Michael and Harvey walked out of the stopped cable car. Keep up the good work. Before leaving, Michael patted Harvey on the shoulder and said earnestly, "I will, President." Michael nodded and said nothing more. Watching the huge ship that Michael and his party were riding on slowly leaving the shore, the smile on Harvey's face gradually faded, and a sense of resentment appeared on Harvey's face. All the dinosaur resources on the island were obviously obtained by me. Logically, I should be the real person in charge of Dinosaur Island. But I didn't expect that I would end up being just a deputy, and the Burris Company actually sent its own people to replace the position that should have belonged to me. Thinking of this, the resentment on Harvey's face became even stronger. But he had no choice. Although he controlled the import channels of dinosaurs, if he wanted to make money from dinosaurs, if he wanted to avoid being suspected by others, and if he wanted everything to seem reasonable, he could only rely on the powerful Burris Company. It took Harvey several minutes to adjust himself. The resentment on his face disappeared, and he didn't smile, but looked like he was working seriously. Another 4 minutes passed, under the expectant eyes of Hoshino. With a click sound, a crack appeared on the Charmander egg, and then more and more cracks appeared, and finally the Charmander egg was covered with cracks. Under the combined effect of all the cracks, the eggshell wrapped around the Charmander broke into countless pieces. A Charmander with big, curious eyes appeared in Hoshino's sight. Looking at the Charmander that was almost the same as in the original book, 0.6 meters tall, with fire on its tail and a bald head, Hoshino touched the Charmander's smooth head. The Charmander seemed to enjoy Hoshino's touch, making a loving sound and rubbing Hoshino's hand with its smooth head, which made Hoshino very happy. It seems that the Charmander given by the system is still easy to get along with. Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want a partner who was mischievous all day long, because as his partner, he was destined to fight side by side with him, so a mature and stable partner was more reliable. Looking at Hoshino, who suddenly stopped and stood still, the Charmander raised his head in confusion. What happened? Why didn't the master move? Hoshino looked at the information on the light screen that appeared next to Charmander and narrowed his eyes. Attribute, feature, fierce fire. Hidden feature, power of the sun. Strength, elite. Skills, sparks, catch. Hoshino, who had come to his senses, looked at the worry in Charmander's eyes and smiled. I'm fine. Then he took out a blue energy block from the system backpack and handed it to Charmander. Although Charmander didn't know what Hoshino handed him, the energy block had a huge attraction to him, so Charmander held the energy block and started to chew it. After chewing the entire energy block, a warm current flowed through Charmander's body. When the warm current disappeared, Charmander found that he seemed to be much stronger than before. So Charmander couldn't help but look at Hoshino with expectation. Hoshino smiled and guessed Charmander's thoughts at a glance, so he took out a red energy block from the system backpack and handed it to Charmander. The energy cube manufacturing machine has only produced 2 energy cubes so far, one in blue and one in red. Xingye doesn't know if energy cubes of different colors have different effects, but I think they should be different. Otherwise, why would one effect have to be in multiple colors? Increase appetite? This seems to make sense. Looking at the Charmander gnawing on the red energy cube, Xingye thought for a while and said, "I'll call you Xiaowo from now on. How about that?" The Charmander, who was eating the delicious food, nodded without thinking, leaving Xingye speechless. It seems that this is a foodie. But what Xingye didn't know was that Charmander was not a foodie at all. It was really that eating made people stronger and they couldn't stop. Xiaowo, pay attention to self-control when you eat. If you get sick, I don't know how to help you, Xingye said as he took out the energy cube manufacturing machine from the system backpack and taught Xiaowo how to use the machine. With the IQ of Pokemon, it is still easy to learn this. Charmander nodded as if he understood what Hoshino said, and then pressed the red button on the manufacturing machine with his claws. Without paying attention to Charmander, Hoshino sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice. It was only about 6 o'clock in the morning. Today was Sunday and there was no class, so it was just right for practice. After experiencing the Fantasy 3 Swordsman, Hoshino became more and more aware of the importance of his own strength. Today, with a whole day and a whole night, with the blessing of 10 times the time flow rate, his strength can almost enter the second level of the ground level. By then, he will have the strength comparable to that of a low-level warrior, and no one in the same realm can defeat him. And he can also fight against a warrior-level warrior. And it only takes him a day and a half to reach such strength, which is simply terrifying. After Charmander pressed the red button, he quietly waited for the energy block to be produced. When he saw a green energy block falling from the exit, Charmander's eyes lit up, picked up the energy block from the exit, and then held it and gnawed it. The sun was rising, but the early morning of September still made people feel a little chilly. Tian Gang stood beside Beidai Lake, followed by dozens of middle-aged strongmen in suits. Among them, there were only a dozen mutants, and the others were ordinary bodyguards. Although they were ordinary bodyguards, each of them had the strength of a Special Forces soldier. Under Tian Gang's order, the ordinary Special Forces soldiers waited quietly on the shore, and he led all the mutants to jump into Beidai Lake after fully armed. This time, Tian Gang's mission was not only to explore the anomalies in the dream world, but also to catch some of those strange animals for research. Although there were still only C-level and D-level mutants this time, what was different from the last time was that they had taken modern weapons. Among them, there were even weapons comparable to rockets. So not only Tian Gang, but even everyone else was full of confidence in this mission. What puzzled the dozen mutants behind Tian Gang was that they circled the entire bottom of the lake but still did not find the blue barrier that Tian Gang said. Tian Gang frowned deeply. "It shouldn't be. I remember that place is here." Looking at the stone wall in front of him that is the same as other stone walls, Tian Gang can't help but feel irritated. Lord Songbei has clearly said that this mission is extremely important. It is the key to whether the Xingye group can enter the international market. Search separately. Tell others to gather after the search. Tian Gang can only let a dozen mutants search separately to improve the efficiency of the search. Such a matter of great importance should be completed as soon as possible. Yes! A dozen mutants accepted Tian Gang's order and searched separately. An hour later, everyone gathered again. However, they gathered not because they found the passage to the dream world, but because they had searched the bottom of the lake for 2 or 3 times, but still couldn't find it. This made the dozen mutants behind Tian Gang doubt whether Tian Gang had deceived Lord Songbei. But they thought that Lord Songbei was such a wise and powerful person. How could he be deceived so easily? It is estimated that something unexpected happened in the middle. Seeing that Tian Gang didn't speak for a long time, the dozen mutants were silent, quietly waiting for Tian Gang to make a decision. "Let's go back first. I'll tell Lord Songbei about what's going on here, and then Lord Songbei will make a decision." After saying that, without waiting for the other mutants to speak, Tian Gang took the lead and swam towards the lake. The other dozen mutants looked at each other and followed Tian Gang to swim towards the lake. After returning to the shore and taking off his diving suit, Tian Gang drove all the way and quickly returned to the large manor where Songbei was. After listening to Tian Gang's report quietly, Songbei put out the cigarette he had just lit and threw it into the crystal ashtray. Tiangong trembled. At this time, the living room was really quiet. Strange, there was some last time, but it's gone this time. And I want to buy this piece of land, but I can't afford it with my capital of hundreds of millions of dollars. Or it's not that I can't afford it, but I can't buy it. There must be some secret about Beidai Lake. Songbei's index finger tapped the table quietly, but there was no emotion on his face, which made people wonder if he was a wooden man. It's not your fault this time. Don't worry about Beidai Lake for now. By the way, what has Qianxue been doing these 2 days? Tiangong was relieved when he heard the first 2 sentences Songbei said, but he was a little confused about what to say when he heard what Songbei said later. Qianxue has really changed a lot from before. Hearing a hint of impatience in Songbei's tone, Tiangong hurriedly said, "The young lady asked my subordinates to find her a piano teacher these 2 days. She said she wants to learn piano." Piano teacher? Learning piano? Songbei heard what Tiangong said, and a trace of surprise appeared on his calm face. Although it was fleeting, it can be seen from it that Songbei really felt incredible about this. It seems that Qianxue really cares about that boy. I don't know if this is good or bad. I don't know what kind of character that boy has. If that boy is a lovesick man, it's fine. At most, he can marry into my family in the future. My Maki group can still support him alone. But if he is a scumbag with Qianxue's current level of love, I'm afraid she will live a life worse than death in the future. Even if she can survive, I'm afraid she will have to go through a very long period of depression. Songbei has never been vague about Qianxue's affairs. As he thought more and more, Songbei realized that the matter between Qianxue and Hoshino was not as simple as he thought before. If it is not handled properly, the psychological trauma caused to Qianxue will be lifelong. Time passed by minute, and more than 10 minutes had passed unknowingly. But Songbei still remained in deep thought and did not speak, while Tiangong still lowered his head and bent his waist. Finally, Songbei spoke. "Send your most trusted person to supervise the boy named Hoshino and see what kind of character he has from his life trajectory and school life. Tell me after observing for a while. This matter is more important than the last time you and Qianxue went to the other world. I think you should know the importance of this matter, right? I will definitely complete the task. Okay, get out." "Yes, sir." After Tiangong left the hall, Songbei closed his eyes. He almost never had a headache about anything, but for the first time, he had a headache about Qianxue's matter. If the boy named Hoshino's character is not good, we can only use some extraordinary means. After all, it is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. A long sigh came from the silent hall, and the sigh was full of helplessness. The sun rises and sets, and the day turns to night. After practicing for a whole day, Hoshino woke up from his practice. When Hoshino opened his eyes, the room was dark because the lights were not on. However, after practicing, Hoshino's vision was also enhanced to a certain extent. After getting off the bed, Hoshino pressed the switch on the wall and turned on the light. Looking at Charmander, he found that Charmander was lying on the ground and snoring, with a bubble on his nose. Hoshino touched Charmander's belly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Charmander did not overeat and was still quite obedient. At that time, he was only concerned with practicing and did not think much. After practicing and calming down, he realized that what he had done before was not appropriate. After all, Charmander had just hatched. Even if its IQ was not low, could it resist the temptation? Now it seems that he thought too much. Charmander's control is still quite strong. By the way, I remember that Charmander had an eggshell after hatching, but why is the eggshell gone now? Hoshino looked at Charmander and suddenly thought of something. He walked around the room but did not find any eggshell fragments. Will Charmander eat the eggshell fragments? This thought suddenly occurred to Hoshino. It is said that many creatures are like this. They like to eat their own eggshells after birth to improve their strength. But why didn't I know that Charmander would eat its own eggshell fragments? Although Hoshino had many doubts in his heart, he still asked the system to check Charmander's information. This time, he found something different. Charmander's strength had already entered the late elite stage. Looking at the sleeping Charmander, Hoshino didn't want to disturb it. A flash of light appeared on his right hand, and the next second, the luxury ball appeared in his right hand. Then Hoshino touched Charmander with the luxury ball, and Charmander turned into a stream of light and drilled into the luxury ball. Then the luxury ball disappeared, and Hoshino also had a pockball pattern on his hand. Looking at the watch, the time was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Ueda Riko and Ueda Keita were expected to be back soon, and Hoshino didn't plan to continue practicing. If the training is interrupted midway, it is very likely to go astray, and Hoshino does not want to try it. However, Hoshino is not idle either. He takes out a 2-centimeter tall stickman from the system backpack and holds it in his hand to inflate it. Nobita's house, 2nd floor. Doraemon, why can't the dream machine be used? Nobita stood next to Doraemon, pointing at the dream machine with an anxious look on his face. I don't know either. I haven't used it since we came back this morning. It shouldn't be broken. Doraemon patted the dream machine with a puzzled look on his face, trying to fix it, but the black screen of the dream machine is still black. The matter of the world of the 3 swordsmen of fantasy has been dealt with. Nobita will not go to that world for the time being, but this does not prevent him from using the dream machine to dream other dreams and go to other worlds. But when Nobita operated the dream machine, according to the operating instructions, the dream machine seemed to be broken, and there was no response at all. After calling Doraemon, the situation still did not improve at all. Let me call the future company and ask them to check the situation, Doraemon said as he took out the future phone from his 4-dimensional pocket. However, before Doraemon could press the button, the drawer containing the time machine suddenly opened with a bang. A robot with only a skeleton came out of it, attracting the attention of Nobita and Doraemon. Who are you? Doraemon looked at the skeleton robot in confusion. Excuse me, who among you is Mr. Doraemon? The skeleton robot did not answer Doraemon's question, but asked his own question first. Me. Doraemon raised his little hand. Looking at Doraemon, the skeleton robot bowed respectfully and looked up. According to our company's various logistics information, our company has found that Mr. Ray Doraemon has purchased a dream machine from our company, right? Yes, what's wrong? I'm so sorry. After subsequent research and a series of tests by our company's research and development department, it was found that the dream machine has a considerable safety hazard. At the same time, due to this safety hazard, the service life of the dream machine is not long. Ah, so that's how it is. I was wondering why the dream machine broke down after a few uses. Doraemon and Nobita looked at each other and suddenly realized. It seems that the dream machine purchased by Mr. Doraemon has broken down. I'm so sorry. The skeleton machine continued with a gentle smile. To express our sincere apology, our company will take back the dream machine. This is necessary, but Mr. Doraemon will not lose anything. The money for the dream machine will be returned intact through the payment channel. At the same time, Mr. Doraemon will receive a 10% discount card. With this card, you can enjoy a 10% discount on any product of our company. While speaking, the skeleton robot handed Doraemon a red card with the number 9 written on it. Doraemon did not refuse and took the 10% discount card handed over by the skeleton robot. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. The skeleton robot picked up the dream machine with one hand and carried the bookshelf for storing dream tapes with the other hand and walked to the desk. Doraemon naturally had nothing to do, so he waved to the skeleton robot. The skeleton robot understood what Doraemon meant and did not stop, but drilled into the drawer directly. As for the small drawer, how did the skeleton robot get the dream machine and the bookshelf in? For the future world that controls space technology, this is not a big deal. Doraemon happily put the 10% discount card carefully into his 4-dimensional pocket and was already planning what to buy next time he returned to the 22nd century. How could he not be happy after getting several free opportunities to use the dream machine and a free discount card? But Nobita was a little unhappy. Doraemon didn't care what Nobita thought and gave the anywhere door to Nobita, asking Nobita to take back the antennas that he had sent out. As for why the skeleton robot didn't check the dream machine carefully before taking it back, the antenna without the dream machine is no different from garbage. Dong dong! There was a knock on the door, and Ueda Riko's voice came from outside. Hoshino, are you asleep? Not yet, Mom. Click! Ueda Riko opened the door and walked in. Seeing Hoshino doing his homework next to the desk, her tired eyes showed a touch of doting. How have you been doing these 2 days? Is there anything you want to buy? Hoshino stopped writing and pretended to think. After more than 10 seconds, Hoshino shook his head to indicate that he didn't have any. If you need anything, just tell Mom. Mom will go out first. Remember to go to bed early. Ueda Riko gave Hoshino a lot of instructions before she reluctantly walked out. Due to their busy work, they had very little time to spend with Hoshino, and things like seeing each other every few days were very frequent. But even though this kind of thing had happened many times, Ueda Riko and the previous Hoshino had gotten used to it. Every time she came back, Ueda Riko still had to nag Hoshino. After Ueda Riko left, Hoshino once again focused on the homework in front of him, writing his homework quickly while thinking in his heart. Now that he has the dark body cultivation method, he can become stronger through cultivation. At the same time, he also has the trump card of the stickman in the early stage of the divine realm, so he doesn't have to worry about his combat power for the time being. If you get new superpowers by signing in, or upgrade the 3 existing superpowers. For the former, the superpowers obtained by signing in at the beginning will not be too strong. It is not too late to sign in after you have a certain strength or need to use a certain superpower. For the latter, the improvement of the 3 superpowers is definitely not something that can be completed in a short period of time. In a sense, there is no essential difference from practicing the dark body cultivation method to become stronger. Now, in addition to strength being his first consideration, money is his second consideration. The benefits of money are naturally needless to say. Money can make the devil push the mill. This is not nonsense. To a certain extent, money is omnipotent. For the current Hoshino, it is said that he is not short of money, but it seems that many places have to spend money, and he only has a few thousand yen in his trouser pocket that Ueda Riko usually gives him. Speaking of lack of money, it seems that there is no need to spend money. After all, he is only a primary school student now, but it is absolutely okay to prepare early. Moreover, money is something that becomes harder and harder to earn as time goes by. Now it is only the 1970s, and there are really a lot of opportunities to make money. After a dozen or dozens of years, these opportunities to make money will definitely be reduced by more than half. The only sound in the silent room is the sliding of the pencil on the sandpaper. The night outside the window is getting darker and darker. Snap! Putting down the pen, Xingye stretched his waist. After more than an hour of hard work, he finally finished the 2-day holiday homework. At this time, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, but Xingye didn't care. He would not sleep tonight. Money, Xingye muttered to himself. For Xingye now, the first thing to do after having money is to buy a villa. A villa built next to Nobita's house, or not far from Nobita's house. The advantage of doing this is that he can often meet Nobita and Doraemon to cultivate.